Chapter 1. The Salted Fish. The first clocking in. The meteor tears. Outside the Sacred Soul Village, as dawn broke, a veil of white mist enveloped the modest wooden houses within the village. A young boy clad in simple hemp clothing emerged leisurely from the fog-shrouded entrance of the village. With sun-kissed skin and bright, expressive eyes, he breathed evenly, trotting towards a small hillock in the distance. Halfway there, he suddenly recalled something and paused at the hill's base, casting his gaze upon a large boulder. There reclined a boy of similar stature, with delicate features and an appealing countenance. At that moment, he appeared quite languid, lounging atop the boulder with one leg crossed over the other, a sprig of blue silvergrass, commonly found around the village, dangling from his mouth as he chewed contentedly. "Brother Feng, you rise so early every day. Will you join me for some exercise today?" He called out with a smile towards the boy on the boulder. "Xiao San, do step aside. I am enjoying a delightful slumber. Let me doze a little longer. The sun is growing warmer, and once you finish your training, come back to awaken me," the boy on the boulder replied without opening his eyes, seemingly already aware of the visitor's presence, his tone laced with languor. "Brother Feng, could you refrain from calling me Xiao San?" Tang San replied with a wry smile. Brother Feng's full name was Wang Feng. A few months older than Tang San, he was known throughout Sacred Soul Village as the quintessential sluggard. While most boys of 5 or 6 were up early to train in preparation for their impending martial soul awakening, or to assist their parents with farming tasks, Wang Feng was often found lying around with an expression of utter despondency, doing absolutely nothing. Yet Wang Feng's life was tinged with sorrow. The village elder had recounted that upon his birth, his mother had tragically died due to complications, and his father, consumed by grief, succumbed to illness within a year. Thus, he was taken in by the village elder. As the days passed, Wang Feng gradually became aware of his circumstances. Aside from the annual visits to honor his parents, he did not wallow in the sorrow of their untimely demise. Though he exuded a lazy demeanor, Wang Feng was undoubtedly remarkably astute. Reflecting on this, Tang San gazed at the boy sprawled on the boulder with a sense of admiration. Over the years, Wang Feng had inexplicably managed to significantly enhance the yield of food and vegetables in Sacred Soul Village, transforming what was once a barren land into a gradually flourishing community. Wang Feng also erected a pillar at the village entrance, purportedly bearing the handprint of a legendary soul sage, as recounted by the village elder. He claimed that this was indeed a relic of the soul sage and spun an elaborate web of tales around it, suggesting that those who came to touch and venerate it would stand a chance of becoming a soul sage themselves. This ruse attracted visitors from surrounding villages and even from Nodding City, turning the previously remote and desolate Sacred Soul Village into a burgeoning township within just 2 years. Even his father remarked that this boy, Wang, possessed a cleverness and understanding that set him apart from others. The entire village held him in high regard, albeit he was rather lazy. "Not Xiao San," Wang Feng pondered aloud. "How about calling you to San instead?" Tang San wore an expression of utter incomprehension. "Let's just call me Xiao San, Feng Ge. I shall take my leave to train now." With that, he waved his hand and swiftly ascended the distant hillside. Though small in stature, his agility was remarkable. The 100-meter-high hill seemed to him as flat as a plain. In mere minutes, he reached the summit. As the saying goes, 3 parts fate, 7 parts hard work, and 90 parts reliance on a golden finger. Being the protagonist of Douluo Continent certainly set him apart. Wang Feng, with a face reminiscent of someone who had just bitten into a lemon, gazed at Tang San's deftness. What kind of skills were these for a 6-year-old boy? In contrast, he himself would be panting after a short run, let alone climbing that hill. "Xiao San, you are a reincarnated powerhouse," Wang Feng sighed softly. "I, on the other hand, am a reincarnated weakling. How is it that a humble individual from the 21st century has found himself in the world of Douluo Continent? To make matters worse, I have been reborn as a mere supporting character, not even a golden finger to aid me. How am I to navigate this?" Indeed, Wang Feng was also a reincarnator, yet he paled in comparison to the likes of Tang San. Lacking any extraordinary background, a system, or a formidable martial soul, he found himself yearning for what he did not possess. Thus, for 6 years, Wang Feng languished in mediocrity, relying on the wisdom of his past life to make slight improvements in the Holy Spirit Village, ensuring a modicum of comfort for himself and the villagers. Before long, the official storyline of Douluo Continent will commence. The supporting character Su Yuntao should be arriving soon. If I were to awaken a scythe martial soul or a home martial soul, I might as well dash headfirst into a tofu stall and end it all. Wang Feng chewed on blue silvergrass, observing Tang San atop the hill, practicing the Xintian skill and the purple extreme demon eye with focused breaths. His gaze was filled with immense envy. Every day, perched on this massive rock, he watched Tang San train, hoping to glean a technique or two for himself. Alas, he was no genius, nor did he possess any form of insight. After observing for over a year, he had learned little of substance. Instead, he merely witnessed Tang San's gradual ascent in strength, feeling a sense of bitter envy. Those fanfictions I read in my previous life, where one could casually form a brotherhood with Tang San and receive the entirety of the Tang sect's secret arts, were complete fabrication. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of indignation towards those insufferable authors. Tang San was no ordinary 6-year-old. Within him resided the soul of a man who had outsmarted many high-ranking members of the Tang sect and created the supreme hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Mastering the Tang sect's highest internal arts, he bore the essence of an adult's soul. Even his father, Tang Hao, had concealed the secrets of the Xintian treasures, treating them as the highest of secrets during his childhood. Would he divulge such knowledge to an outsider? Having only recently arrived in the Douluo Continent himself, even if they were brothers, Tang San might not choose to share his skills. I longed to return. Oh, devoid of a smartphone, a computer, unable to scroll through TikTok or play games, I have no idea whether S9 ended with G2 or FPX as the victors. Wang Feng sighed heavily. For the past 6 years, he has been perpetually consumed by thoughts of returning, that if only he possessed a golden finger. Wang Feng believed he would undoubtedly be filled with lofty ambitions, traversing the Douluo Continent with unmatched prowess, battling valiantly, marrying several beautiful maidens, and establishing a remarkable reputation that would etch his name in a legend. But alas, such dreams seemed distant. He resigned himself to a life of mediocrity. Before long, as the dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth in a resplendent purple glow, it felt as if a vibrant garment had been draped over the land. Wang Feng too felt a gentle warmth enveloping him. That kid Tang San should be finishing his training soon, he mused aloud. Just then, he spotted Tang San, brimming with vitality, descending from a small hillock. "Brother Feng, why do you still have blue silvergrass in your mouth?" Tang San remarked, observing Wang Feng lounging on the boulder, basking in the nascent sunlight, with a hint of exasperation. "What? Do you look down on blue silvergrass?" Wang Feng retorted, chewing thoughtfully. "After all, it is merely the most ordinary of grasses," Tang San replied, after a moment of contemplation. "However, despite its commonality, its vitality is remarkably robust and resilient. In that regard, blue silvergrass is anything but ordinary. I certainly do not harbor any disdain." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng stared at Tang San in silent admiration. Truly, he was the protagonist, distinctly different from the other youngsters, capable of uttering such profound words. "Exactly. Therefore, I have made my decision. Little San, your martial soul shall henceforth be blue silvergrass," Wang Feng declared lazily. "Brother Feng, you are being rather cruel." Tang San chuckled wryly. "Are you cursing me?" Ultimately, it was the most commonplace of plants, and Tang San still hoped for a martial soul of slightly greater distinction. However, a martial soul only manifests upon awakening, so your words do not hold weight, Brother Feng, Tang San replied with a smile as he departed, not forgetting to glance back. "And say, Brother Feng, remember to come back to the village for a meal." Wang Feng watched Tang San leave in silence, a melancholic sigh escaping his lips as a pang of bittersweet emotion washed over him. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "Ding! The plot of Douluo Continent officially begins. Congratulations, host, for your first check-in, and you have received the item, Meteoric Tears. Note, the item will be delivered to the host in a tangible form, expected to arrive this evening. Please be attentive to its arrival. Next check-in location, Holy Soul Village, Spirit Hall. If you can achieve full innate soul power during the check-in, an additional mysterious martial soul will be triggered. We hope the host strives for improvement." Boom! As the voice resonated in his mind, Wang Feng sprang from the boulder like a startled cat, his face flushed with excitement. P.S. A new author and a new book, seeking your support. Chapter 2. The Power of Meteoric Tears. Wang Feng leapt from the boulder, exhilarated. An auxiliary check-in system? I knew that a golden finger might arrive late, but it would never be absent. Meteoric Tear wasn't that the protagonist's golden finger from Stellar Transformation? For the first time in 6 years, Wang Feng felt an exhilarating rush. As a devoted fan of various anime and novels, he was well acquainted with them all. Stellar Transformation was also a highly renowned novel that I in it. The protagonist Chin Yes Golden Finger Meteor Tears was said to be the energy condensed from the life goddess as she neared her demise. In the early stages, the protagonist, Qin Yu, experienced a remarkable acceleration in the absorption of the world's essence. Coupled with an extraordinary recovery ability, it was through this extraordinary object that he consistently transcended the limits of the human body, growing increasingly powerful. As he evolved, he gradually unlocked an array of new capabilities. With this artifact, even if I am unfamiliar with the profound techniques outlined in the Tang San Xintian treasure record, through relentless training that pushes my limits, my body will become immensely powerful. After a surge of excitement, Wang Feng swiftly regained his composure and began to contemplate. With the golden finger at his disposal, he could not afford to be complacent. The prospect of gaining strength filled him with motivation, invigorating him with a sense of boundless energy, as if the future were illuminated with promise. Thus, Wang Feng reclined once more upon the massive stone, casually rolling over while chewing on a strand of blue-silver grass. Lost in thought, the auxiliary clocking system indicated that the meteor tears will only arrive at night. There's no point in rushing. I should first ponder how to train. Wang Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. During his time on Earth, he had perused countless training videos ranging from abdominal shredders to Russian push-ups, and even the grueling training regimens of special forces. He often found himself excitedly tossing and turning in bed, only to later forget them in a digital archive where they gathered dust. Training? That seemed implausible. The endeavor was excruciating, and without a few years of dedication, one could hardly expect any results worse. One could easily develop bad habits. However, with the meteor tears, everything would be different. The time required would significantly diminish, efficiency would soar, and mishaps would be entirely avoided. According to Grandpa Jack, Tao Gu is expected to arrive at the Spirit Hall of Holy Soul Village for the awakening ceremony in a month. Wang Feng mused to himself. If I can clock in at the Spirit Hall with innate full soul power, I would receive additional rewards. This means that within this month, I must achieve innate full soul power, just like Xiao San. However, Xiao San has trained for several years to awaken with innate full soul power during the ceremony. That a month looks like he'll have to forego food and drink. As he pondered, Wang Feng seized a moment to return to Holy Soul Village for a meal before hastily departing once again. Night fell, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Wang Feng gazed up at the starry sky from a high platform outside a small grove, patiently awaiting the arrival of the meteor tears. The meteor tears must descend like falling stars, he thought, his eyes fixed on the darkness above. Suddenly, a brilliant light pierced the inky sky, a meteor streaking towards him from the distant horizon. It's here. Wang Feng widened his eyes, fixated on the meteor as it hurtled directly towards him. Could it possibly crush me? Am I destined to be the first person to be struck down by my own golden finger? Yet his fears were unfounded. The radiant light surged directly into his heart, igniting a cascade of luminescent patterns across his chest, a breathtaking spectacle akin to a blooming sunflower. Wang Feng felt his heart thump vigorously, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming surge of power. Could it be that my heart has fused with the meteor tears? Wang Feng gazed at the heart region, which shimmered faintly, and mused, could it possibly transform into a nuclear reactor? With this thought, an electrifying surge coursed through him, prompting him to sprint forward in a fervent attempt to ascertain whether his body had indeed undergone a transformation. However, after only a brief interval, he felt his legs growing numb and began to experience dizziness. It appears my body has not grown stronger. It seems I must reach a certain limit to awaken the power of meteor tears. Wang Feng gritted his teeth. The small grove before him was rugged and uneven, making the run far more exhausting than on ordinary paths. In his 6-year-old physique, engaging in high intensity, running for merely 10 minutes left him gasping for breath. Could this golden finger truly be a fabrication? With every step he took, another voice echoed in his mind, tempting him to halt, as if whispering, "Stop now. If you continue, you shall perish. There is no point in pushing on. Get lost. I yearn to grow stronger. I desire companionship, a martial soul, innate full soul power, and the ability to show off. You shall not sway me." Wang Feng roared internally. I possess a golden finger. If I cannot endure, then I am truly a worthless piece of scrap. While he vehemently urged himself to persist, he continued to run, as if he sought to expel the bitterness of 2 decades of mediocrity from his past life and the years spent in the Douluo Continent, where he had endured countless lemons like Tang San. Yet his stride slowed, his legs began to tremble, his complexion flushed, and his pupils dilated. This was a sign of impending collapse. This juncture, he had been running for nearly an hour, a daunting feat for a 6-year-old who had never exercised. Tiny beads of sweat streamed down his body, soaking his clothes, while his short, tousled hair appeared as if freshly washed. Wang Feng felt his consciousness fading. I have truly exhausted the will of 2 lifetimes I cannot afford to stop. His awareness blurred, and he was uncertain how long he had been running. Surely, it had been close to 2 hours. He sensed he had reached his limits. In this state, his vision was already obscured. Thud! His weary feet stumbled over a stone, sending Wang Feng crashing to the ground. As he fell, an overwhelming fatigue surged within him, like a tidal wave crashing from all directions. His body felt as though it no longer belonged to him. In this state of extremity, Wang Feng experienced an eerie closeness to death. Indeed, for an untrained young boy, such abrupt high-intensity exertion could easily lead to suffocation or exhaustion. However, at that very moment, a gentle energy began to emanate from the vicinity of his heart, radiating throughout his entire being. The sensation was 1,000 times more pleasurable than soaking in a hot spring. The muscles and joints, strained by the sudden exertion, swiftly began to rejuvenate. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, under the influence of this energy, even his cells seemed to be reborn, brimming with vitality. This is utterly delightful. Wang Feng nearly cried out, reveling in the stark contrast between the earlier discomfort and his current bliss. Moreover, one can almost experience firsthand the invigorating sensation that courses through every part of the body, rendering it even more formidable under the cleansing energy of the falling star tears. A few minutes later, Wang Feng opened his eyes and, with a sudden exertion of strength, propelled himself upright. The enhancement of the body beyond its limits is indeed formidable. These falling star tears possess incredible power. Even without any mastery of martial arts, they're sufficient to make me increasingly potent. Wang Feng cracked his knuckles, feeling the visible augmentation of his strength. Yet, it seems there's a subtle energy flowing within me. Could it be that I am absorbing it automatically? He placed his hand on his abdomen and sensed a warm current residing there, meandering throughout his body in a completely autonomous manner. I now feel as though I could easily fell a 7 or 80-year-old child with a single punch, and this is merely the result of 2 hours of training. Wang Feng clenched his fists, feeling extremely excited. However, as he grew stronger, it became increasingly difficult to surpass his physical limits. This warm current must be the key to innate full soul power. Could it be soul power? No matter, I'll keep training. I need to continue pushing my limits. In the small grove, a series of panting sounds echoed. The next morning, as dawn broke, Tang San had already finished washing up and was controlling his breathing as he calmly ran out from the village gate. Looking at the familiar small hill in the distance, Tang San smiled slightly. Then his gaze fell on a large rock not far away, and he froze. "Hey, where's Feng Ge?" Tang San exclaimed in surprise. Usually, at this time, he could almost always see Feng Ge lying on that big rock like a fish that had been taken out to dry, with a blue silver grass in his mouth. How come he is not here today? This is strange. Tang San thought to himself, looking around. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the small grove ahead, leaning against a tree trunk, still with a blue silver grass in his mouth, squinting his eyes, looking relaxed. "Feng Ge, why are you in a different position today?" Tang San walked over, curious as he asked. "Those uneven marks on the big rock should have been flattened by you. It shouldn't be uncomfortable for you to lie there, right?" Wang Feng lifted his head, opened his eyes, and looked at Tang San. At that moment, Tang San felt that this Feng Ge was somewhat different. It was indescribable. Although Feng Ge's eyes were still lazy, they now had a sharper quality, reminiscent of his father, who, despite being lazy all year round, would occasionally reveal a glint of sharpness while forging, leaving Tang San feeling a shock to his spirit. It even gave him a slight sense of pressure, making him feel as if Wang Feng had grown a bit taller. "Little San, a person must always strive for higher ground. It's time for me to move to a new place," Wang Feng said, after a night of training, just as the sun was about to rise. He finally surpassed his limits for the second time, once again being washed by the energy of the meteor tears. He had become stronger. "So, are you going to train with me today?" Tang San smiled and pointed to the small hill in front of them. "But Feng Ge, you haven't trained in a long time, so you should start with basic jogging." At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly patted Tang San's shoulder with a heavy hand. His voice sounding a bit low. "Xiao San, actually for these past few years, I haven't told you that small hill has long been conquered by me." Hearing this, Tang San was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. "What nonsense! Feng Ge, you've been lying down there every day watching me train. Have you conquered the air? That small hill is at least over 100 meters tall and extremely rugged. Even if you trained with me every day, you might not be able to climb it." Tang San knew that after practicing the Xiantian Gong, his physical fitness had long surpassed that of his peers, which was why he could easily climb up. After thinking for a moment, Tang San cautiously said, "Well, Feng Ge, it's already bright outside." Wang Feng replied, "So, do you think I'm talking nonsense?" Wang Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled calmly as he confidently walked towards the small hill. "Watch closely, little third. Your brother Feng never boasts." Wang Feng laughed heartily, his hands gripping the rocks on the cliff like pincers. With a push of his feet, he rapidly climbed up the small hill. Seeing this scene, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 3. Defeating Tang San? How unbelievable! In Tang San's view, Feng Ge's tiny figure was climbing upward at a visibly rapid speed. Although his speed was much slower than Tang San's, it was important to note that his current strength was comparable to that of an adult. When did Feng Ge become so powerful? Tang San was filled with questions. Moreover, it was clear that Feng Ge was not climbing for the first time. He was quite familiar with every edge and corner of this 100-meter-high hill, showing no signs of awkwardness typical of a beginner. Each rock he stepped on seemed to be calculated. In fact, the route he took was even more straightforward and convenient than Tang San's usual climbing path. He climbed slower than Tang San, but spent less time doing so. Incredible. Could it be that he had been climbing this small hill for many years? Tang San's mouth was agape as he pondered. He was also a genius, but at this moment, seeing Feng Ge climb so swiftly made him feel a bit embarrassed. He had always relied on his excellent physical condition and had never considered how to climb efficiently. With Feng Ge's climbing route, he could save more time and energy than usual. Tang San looked at the figure already standing at the top of the hill with admiration. As someone cultivating the purple extreme magic eyes, he could clearly see that Feng Ge was standing at the summit, calm and composed, with a steady breath and excellent stamina. But he had never seen Feng Ge climb this hill, or even exercise. Tang San felt puzzled. Other children his age couldn't climb this small hill. Even if they could run up, they would mostly be exhausted and lie on the ground, unwilling to move. Just the gust of wind from Feng Ge could sweep them away. Could it be that Feng Ge was exceptionally gifted? Had he really conquered this small hill long ago? Tang San thought. However, no matter how he pondered, he could not guess that this was merely the result of Wang Feng's training from one night. To put on this act, Wang Feng had climbed this small hill in the dark beforehand, and having watched Tang San train over the years, he had memorized the hill very well. Now, after surpassing his physical limits and being transformed by the Meteoric Tears, not only had his physical condition changed, but his memory and other abilities had also begun to strengthen. Naturally, he could achieve the current effect, using an efficient route to quickly reach the top. He appeared as agile and seasoned as if he had been climbing for many years. After all, climbing scientifically, what was Feng Ge doing? After a while, Tang San watched as Feng Ge at the top of the hill performed various strange movements. Sometimes he raised a finger, supporting himself against the ground, lying flat, and then pushing himself up. At other times, he seemed to be sitting in mid-air, his body sinking down, his calves and thighs forming a 90-degree angle. Occasionally, he would do handstands, raising his hands high, then quickly balancing on his fingers, cycling back and forth. The more Tang San watched, the more shocked he became, because these movements, while appearing simple, actually consumed a great deal of energy. After just a short while, Tang San saw Feng Ge perform those peculiar movements in groups, totaling over 100. If I hadn't been using the Xiantian skill, relying solely on my physical condition, I probably wouldn't be much stronger than Feng Ge. Tang San looked on in awe, realizing that these movements had a strong training effect. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Wang Feng was secretly laughing. He naturally noticed the shocked gaze of the little guy. Although you're also a traveler, you're not a modern-day traveler like me. My explosive Russian twists, the full-body muscle-building burpees, and the enhanced squats that every man must practice could surely dazzle your eyes. Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. After all, these were various training methods refined through modern practices. Those who understand naturally get it. If it were in the past, Wang Feng could only envy those masters in the videos, showcasing their cool and flashy control over their bodies during workouts. Now, after just one night, he could almost reach that level, although it was just the body of a 6-year-old child. But this sense of accomplishment was something Wang Feng had never experienced before. The golden finger is truly amazing. Wang Feng chuckled softly, but as his physical abilities strengthened, it became increasingly difficult to surpass his physical limits. However, each time he surpassed them, his body would be purified and refined by the energy released from the tears of meteors. After that, he needed to increase his training in various ways. In one night, He was able to push beyond his physical limits twice, because Wang Feng's body had been very weak before. He couldn't hold out for long before reaching his limits. But after these two changes, his body had improved significantly. To surpass his physical limits again and reach a state where his will was on the verge of collapse and every part of his body was in pain would be much harder. At this moment, Tang San also climbed up, looking at Wang Feng with admiration. Wang Feng's arms have already shown a slight outline of muscles. With a gentle push, he stood up steadily. A little third party? What do you mean? Wang Feng smiled lightly. Impressive. Tang San said sincerely, I misjudged you before. It turns out that Brother Feng lying on the giant rock every day to bask in the sun is not laziness. I think you must be above ordinary training, right? Wang Feng coughed a few times. Actually, it's not that. Back then, I was really just a lazy fish. But Tang San truly admired that Brother Feng had not practiced any martial arts, but was able to reach this level solely through training. This kind of perseverance and talent is indispensable. What impressed me the most was the route Brother Feng took to climb the mountain, something I never thought of in all these years. Tang San felt a bit ashamed. It's okay. Wang Feng patted Tang San's shoulder and said, have you learned it? Tang San nodded. That's good if you've learned it. Wang Feng suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile, Little San, in less than a month, it will be time for the soul awakening. Grandpa Jack should have mentioned it to you, right? I know, Grandpa Jack has brought it up to me occasionally. But Dad seems to be quite resistant to it, so I didn't dare to mention it, Tang San said softly. All right, let's have a fight in a month, Wang Feng said in a deep voice. Fight? Tang San looked at Feng Gu in surprise. Suddenly, Wang Feng looked solemnly at the sky and said in a profound tone, To be honest, over the years, from my observations in Holy Soul Village, I've found that only you, Little San, can compare with me. Other kids your age are just too weak. Sometimes I feel too strong, and it's very lonely, very desolate. Do you know what I mean? Tang San looked at Wang Feng speechlessly. However, he knew that Feng Gu was smart and occasionally liked to say some random things or grand truths. He also liked to brag a bit, so he didn't find anything strange about Feng Ji's tone. So let's fight then, Wang Feng chuckled. Sure. Tang San nodded and said seriously, but, Feng Gu, you won't be able to beat me. Don't worry, I won't let you be too lonely. Tang San was very clear about his current strength. He had learned all the ultimate skills from the Xintian treasure record and had also mastered the first level of the Xintian skill. It's not just one Feng Gu. Even 10 Feng Guess might not be able to defeat him. Undeniably, Feng Ji's physical fitness was quite good, but it was just that good. All right, it's settled then. Wang Feng chuckled and then slid down the mountain. Tang San shook his head. A month, and he wanted to defeat a version of himself that had been training for several years. Brother Feng, this is what you asked for. Don't worry, I'll prepare various ointments for you in advance, he said, to repay you for making the conditions in Holy Soul Village better and better over the past 2 years, allowing my dad and me to eat and live better. If I could defeat this guy, Xiao San, in a month, I should also have full innate soul power, right? Wang Feng thought to himself as he ran down the mountain, secretly planning to ensure he could check in with full innate soul power the second time. Wang Feng was still unsure about the extent of his training. Did he meet the requirement for innate full soul power? That's why he made this request. As long as he trained to the point where he could defeat Tang San, logically, he should also have innate full soul power, right? The logic seems sound, doesn't it? With this goal in mind, Wang Feng continued to train frantically. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed. Chapter 4. Tang Hao shock outside the Holy Soul Village. In a dense forest, it was quiet, very quiet. A bird was gently flapping its wings on a tall tree, pecking at the insects in the branches. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, creating only a light rustle of wind. The bird didn't even notice and continued flapping its wings. In the next moment, a 2 to 3 meter long patterned snake suddenly appeared behind a trunk, silently staring at the bird. In the distance, from a nest, several chicks were chirping at the bird. However, the bird thought the chicks were just hungry, so it took a few steps to the nest and fed the insects it had caught to the chicks. Just at that moment, hiss! Suddenly, the patterned snake opened its large mouth and lunged at the bird with astonishing speed. The bird was about to be swallowed by the snake, and the chicks in the nest were chirping loudly, as if trying to alert the mother bird. But it was already too late for the mother bird to notice. In this moment of crisis, whoosh, a sudden gust of wind swept through. The patterned snake froze, only to see that its 7-inch position had been caught by a boy who had appeared out of nowhere. It didn't even have time to react. The boy grinned as he held the patterned snake. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the boy's smiling face, making his fair complexion look extraordinarily handsome. The boy was bare-chested, revealing a reasonably muscular body. Although he was only about 2 meters tall, he gave off a strong impression of power. The pattern snake was pinched at the 7-inch mark, thrashing its head around. Suddenly, it made a strange turn and bit the boy's arm. "Oh, quite stubborn, huh? Looks like you're going to be my breakfast today. Should I roast you or stew you?" the boy said, seemingly unconcerned about the patterned snake. Crack! The snake's sharp fangs bit into the boy's arm. However, it was as if they were biting into a stone, and the fangs shattered upon impact. The boy's skin only bore 2 small indentations, with no sign of injury at all. "Snake, if you were a big python, you might have been able to hurt me. But with your small size, you wouldn't last 3 seconds in my belly. You still want to bite me?" Wang Feng looked disdainfully at the ordinary striped snake. It had been more than 20 days since the day he made an appointment with the mistress. During these 20 days of intense training, Wang Feng had pushed his body to its limits nearly 4 times. Each improvement was extraordinarily significant. At least, Wang Feng could now feel that even an adult in front of him could be easily knocked down by his punch. It's worth noting that he was only 6 years old. However, the more he trained, the harder it became to surpass his physical limits. The most recent time he reached his limit was 6 days ago. And the most frightening thing, aside from his pure physical fitness, was the increase in his body strength. Wang Feng felt that his skin, and even his muscles, were exceptionally tough. Even a slightly blunt knife couldn't cut through his skin. The fangs of this striped snake, which are quite sharp, could only leave 2 indentations. His sheer strength should be more than twice that of an adult man. Yet the weight of his body was very low. The density of his muscles and the sense of power were extremely strong, resulting in his incredible speed. Wang Feng murmured to himself that the biggest improvement over the past 20 days is that as the intensity of training increases, his control over his body becomes stronger. If we only talk about the data, Wang Feng can hold a 30-pound stone and do 200 squats without breaking a sweat. He can continuously do nearly 200 burpees, which are said to exercise the entire body, without feeling any effort. It is important to note that in his past life, even a highly physically fit Special Forces soldier would find it difficult to do 200 in a row. He possesses more than double the strength of an adult male, terrifying endurance, and unparalleled speed. This is the result of just 20 days of training. In his past life, it might have taken 10 years to achieve such results. And yet Wang Feng is only 6 years old. Plus, there is this warm current within me. Wang Feng scratched his head, unsure of how to use this. This should also be the key to having innate full soul power, right? I want to know what level I can reach compared to Tang San until I actually fight. At that moment, a bird flew to Wang Feng's feet and pecked at them a few times. "Chirp, chirp. Be careful, little guy. I'm leaving." Wang Feng glanced at the little bird, lightly pushed off with his feet, and instantly transformed into a phantom, disappearing and reappearing on a branch of a distant large tree. Immediately after, Wang Feng pushed off again, landing perfectly on the trunk of the tree ahead, his posture graceful and elegant. Before long, Wang Feng skinned and deboned the patterned snake he had caught and happily roasted it. It served as his breakfast snack. Wang Feng let out a big burp and then continued his workout for the day. That guy Xiao San should have already started learning the chaotic wind hammer technique from his father by now, right? Simply training like this makes it hard for me to surpass the limits of my current physical body. I may not need to learn this chaotic wind hammer technique, but I can still train by forging. While thinking this, Wang Feng first ran 100 laps around the small woods. Once he felt a bit warm, he quietly ran back to Holy Soul Village. I remember that in the original work, Tang Hao liked to sleep in the morning. Wang Feng quietly arrived at the blacksmith shop of Xiao San's family. At this moment, Holy Soul Village was quiet, and most people had not yet woken up. Xiao San should have just gone out for exercise. Walking into Tang Hao's blacksmith shop, Wang Feng had been there many times before and was very familiar with the place. He looked at the iron hammer, which was a few centimeters taller than him. Wang Feng gently picked up the hammer. "It's so heavy." Wang Feng took a slight breath. At least 70 to 80 kilograms, and even an adult might not be able to wield it. Tang Hao truly deserves to be a formidable of the Haotian. But for me, this is nothing. Wang Feng picked up the iron hammer with one hand, waited a few times, and found it quite suitable. Training with those rocks weighing 20 to 30 pounds was no longer enough. However, rocks that were too large were not convenient to lift for exercise, especially since he was only 6 years old. Although this hammer was also quite large, it felt very handy. Then, Wang Feng looked at a huge piece of raw iron. "Uncle Hao, may I borrow your hammer for a moment?" Wang Feng chuckled and took away a piece of raw iron as he walked out of the blacksmith shop. He certainly couldn't start hammering inside the shop. If he woke up Tang Hao directly, with Tang Hao's temper, he would definitely be kicked out. However, what Wang Feng didn't know was that just as he left, Tang Hao in the inner room opened his eyes, and a glint of clarity flashed through his murky gaze. This kid, Wang Feng, can he really lift my hammer? And he even took a piece of raw iron? What was he trying to do? Tang Hao stood up from the bed. With his vigilance, even though he was much weaker than before, how could he not notice a 6-year-old boy? Thinking this, Tang Hao quietly sneaked out and followed Wang Feng without being detected. After a while, he arrived at a remote and open area. Then, Tang Hao saw Wang Feng actually pick up his hammer and start hammering that piece of raw iron. Clang! A crisp and beautiful sound rang out. This kid has a good head on his shoulders, but his body is quite weak. He hasn't come to visit for days. Why does he suddenly want to forge? Tang Hao found it a bit strange and was somewhat amused. He watched as Wang Feng suddenly lifted the 70 or 80-pound hammer, and his eyes widened in surprise. He can really swing it? Xiao San has innate strength and can swing 100 times in a row. With your weak body, you can lift it this high. Swinging it once or twice, you'd probably collapse on the ground, right? Even if you want to train, you should know your limits. After thinking for a moment, Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, intending to step in and stop this kid. After all, such a heavy hammer, if mishandled, could easily injure the child. He usually doesn't concern himself with external matters, and even Tang San doesn't know that Wang Feng has been undergoing special training in recent days, leading to dramatic changes, let alone Tang Hao, who naturally was unaware. Just as Tang Hao was about to step in to stop him, he suddenly froze at the sight before him. His pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 5. Kid Feng, this freak. Clang, clang, clang. The steady sound of hammering echoed. In Tang Hao's view, the small boy, only half his height, was wielding a giant hammer almost as tall as himself. He hammered down once, then again, on that piece of raw iron. The speed was not fast, but it was very steady. By the end, each strike's force was almost unchanged. This was incredibly terrifying. It should be known that refining raw iron with a giant hammer requires precise control of each strike's force, which is very difficult. Tang Hao, who was once a titled Douluo, now living in Holy Soul Village and having forged iron for several years, naturally knew the challenges involved. 12, 13, 15. Tang Hao stood in the shadows, counting each of Wang Feng's strikes. 50 strikes. It's hard to imagine that this usually lazy, clever kid, who often comes to visit for meals and whom I kicked out, has grown up to have innate strength that rivals Xiao San. He looked at the little guy with astonishment. Furthermore, this kid probably has extraordinary talent, even more impressive than Xiao San, because although Xiao San is also clever, he couldn't control the force of each strike as exquisitely as this kid. The difference was significant. The further it went, the more so. If the first 10 strikes showed some issues with Wang Feng's power application, leading to uneven force from the 11th strike onwards, he controlled each strike's force perfectly. The more Tang Hao watched, the more surprised he became. This indicated that this kid possesses unparalleled comprehension and control over every muscle in his body. He was able to grasp the technique of blacksmithing so quickly, without any guidance. Although Xiao San's comprehension is good and his control over his body is decent, even I didn't guide him. It took him a whole day to barely start learning to control the force of each strike. But even so, Xiao San's timing was far from enough. It would take at least another 10 days to see initial results. Tang Hao's gaze flickered. His eyes fell on Wang Feng. It was as if he could see Wang Feng's heart, bursting forth with endless strength, as if a source of power was surging through him. His feet seemed glued to the ground, and the power pouring from his heart transformed into colorful energy, rising from the ground, growing from his calves, then flowing to his thighs, passing through his waist as an axis, his spine, arms, and finally converging in the palm holding the giant hammer. Clang! A strike that could be called perfect hit the raw iron. It emitted a pleasing and flawless sound. I haven't taught Xiao San these techniques yet, as it's still too early for him, who only knows how to swing a hammer. As for the chaotic hammering technique, that's even more premature. It needs more time, Tang Hao murmured, but unexpectedly, this kid Wang Feng had figured out these techniques on his own? A genius? Tang Hao felt that this couldn't simply be described as genius. If someone teaches and they learn quickly, that's clever. If someone teaches and they learn immediately, that's genius. But if no one teaches and they figure it out themselves? A genius among geniuses? Just by swinging 10 times, he could immediately comprehend the techniques I've summarized over the years. Tang Hao looked at that small figure, still tirelessly swinging the giant hammer. He suddenly felt a long-lost special feeling surging within him. Back in the day, he was also a genius. But now, Tang Hao felt a sense of long-lost disparity, though it was very slight, very slight. He didn't take care and quickly let it go. However, It added a touch of special feeling to him, who had been stagnant and exceptionally dispirited for many years. Of course, Tang Hao was unaware. Wang Feng's ability to quickly grasp these techniques is due to his knowledge from his previous life. In other words, these techniques are common knowledge on Earth, not to mention that he has also read Douluo Continent. As a transmigrator, in addition to the golden finger provided by the system, Wang Feng naturally needs to leverage the advantages of being a transmigrator. Otherwise, what kind of transmigrator would he be? Wang Feng does not want to lose face for the predecessors of transmigrators. Insightful vision, strong adaptability, unique perspective, and a certain level of knowledge reserve. All these are advantages of transmigrator. With the golden finger, these advantages will be maximized. Therefore, Wang Feng is merely quickly mastering the use of these techniques, not deriving them on his own. However, at this moment, he is completely focused on forging the raw iron and has not realized that his every move is being observed by Tang Hao. Naturally, he is regarded as a genius among geniuses. With each strike of the hammer, Wang Feng feels a significant increase in temperature within his body. The power consumed by this strike is greater than any previous training. Coupled with the recoil, it brings a tremendous load on Wang Feng's body. In one breath, 500 strikes. That should be the limit. Wang Feng breathes steadily. He knows that in any training, breathing is the most important, although he doesn't know any special breathing techniques. But steady and rhythmic breathing allows each strike of training to reach its maximum effectiveness. His stamina and endurance are extraordinary. After over 100 strikes, his breath remains steady, already surpassing Xiao San in this aspect. Moreover, Xiao San cannot deliver full power in every strike with such precise control. The effect of this one strike is equivalent to Xiao San training for 10 strikes these past few days. Tang Hao continues to count steadily. Xiao San has just started learning to swing the hammer. Once he swings 100 strikes, he reaches his limit. Then he would take a break before continuing to hammer out another 100 strikes. However, for someone like Wang Feng, who delivers full power in every strike, the maximum he can do is 50 or 60 strikes before becoming fatigued, and it takes time to recover. 150 strikes in one go should be Wang Feng's limit. Moreover, this method of striking consumes a lot of energy, and it would take half a day to fully recover. Tang Hao is observing closely. In fact, as time goes on, the consumption increases. Tang Hao's observations are accurate. After 150 strikes, although Wang Feng's breathing remains steady, it has become somewhat erratic. His voice is also uneven. Seeing this, Tang Hao nodded and quietly left. This kid, Wang Feng, usually looks lazy, as if his bones are about to fall apart, but unexpectedly, he is so impressive behind the scenes. Whether in talent or physical quality, he is so strong. The people in the village have misjudged him, thinking this kid is just clever, not realizing how capable he really is. Tang Hao shook his head. He had no intention of discussing this with the villagers. He just needed to know himself. Even Xiao San, he couldn't be bothered to manage, let alone Wang Feng. Soon, when he becomes fatigued, he will stop and obediently bring back the hammer and the quarter-finished raw iron. Tang Hao thought to himself, I'll just go back and take a nap. Tang Hao calculated that with Wang Feng's power per strike, 150 strikes would just about finish refining a quarter of that piece of raw iron. This is already quite terrifying. Xiao San took 10 days to barely refine 2/3 of a piece of raw iron. This kid Wang Feng can refine a quarter in one go. Give him 3 or 4 days, and he might just complete the refinement directly. This is too exaggerated. However, what Tang Hao does not know is that after he leaves, Wang Feng did not stop as he had intended. Instead, he gritted his teeth and persevered. 150 strikes only left him feeling fatigued, but his limits were far beyond that number. If Tang Hao were to witness this scene, he would definitely intervene. Continuing to strike like this would reach the critical point that the body could endure and could cause injury, because, as mentioned before, with each strike, Wang Feng would also be hit by a tremendous force. But unfortunately, Tang Hao could not see this. He had returned to the village. He was already quite far from that remote place, and could no longer hear the subsequent sounds of striking. Clang, 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 clang. 500 strikes. Wang Feng finished the last strike, feeling extremely exhausted, and his consciousness began to blur. However, he had not yet surpassed his limits. Wang Feng looked at the much smaller raw iron, which had turned bright red not from intense flames, but merely from his hammering. The lack of meteor tears and the absence of energy meant that I had not yet surpassed my limits. Wang Feng gritted his teeth, feeling that his body had no strength at all. This was the limit, but he wanted to surpass the limit. Beautiful girls, powerful martial souls, and magnificent displays, he had to persevere. His unyielding willpower kept Wang Feng going. Thinking of this, Wang Feng began to swing the giant hammer again, striking down. 600, 700 clang, clang, until finally, Wang Feng's consciousness became completely blurred, and his body almost instinctively kept hammering the raw iron. He didn't even know how many times he had struck, but until that piece of raw iron was completely refined successfully, Wang Feng fell down. This time, he truly had no strength left, not even a drop. If Tang Hao were still around, he would probably be shocked to the point of having his jaw drop. Because this 6-year-old boy actually managed to refine a piece of raw iron in one go. Boom! As Wang Feng collapsed on the ground, a smile crept onto his lips, because a familiar warm current slowly surged from his heart. The power of Meteor Tears. It proved that he had once again surpassed his physical limits. The next morning during breakfast, Tang Hao woke up leisurely, eating the breakfast that Tang San had already prepared. But he noticed that today, Xiao San was actually messing around with herbs. Tang Hao paused for a moment, then asked, "Xiao San, what are you doing with the herbs? Are you injured?" Tang San shook his head and carefully said, "No. Today, I made an agreement with Brother Feng to have a spar. I'm afraid he might get hurt, so I prepared some ointment for him in advance." As a disciple of the Tang sect, he naturally knew how to prepare simple ointments. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao fell silent. He recalled the scene from yesterday, where that Feng kid swung a giant hammer. The Feng kid should be slightly stronger than Xiao San. But when it comes to kids fighting, strength alone doesn't determine the winner. Xiao San was usually steady. This idea must have been proposed by that Feng kid. Probably wanted to test his own skills. Tang Hao was a smart man and guessed some reasons behind it. However, he didn't bother to ask further. It was just kids fighting after all, and Xiao San was always steady and well-behaved. A fight wouldn't do any harm. Well, just be careful, Tang Hao said lightly. Seeing this, Tang San let out a breath. If his father disagreed, he would have a hard time, but he still needed to tell his father about it. Then, "Father, I'll let out first." Tang San packed away the prepared ointment and walked outside. Tang Hao nodded slightly. Not long after Tang San left, Tang Hao walked towards the stove. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a piece of refined raw iron. Startled, Tang Hao's body shook, and he looked at the already refined raw iron in disbelief. This piece of raw iron was exactly what he had seen Wang Feng hammering and refining yesterday. Instinctively, Tang Hao wanted to rush out of the house and bring Tang San back. But after considering it, he decided against it. Forget it, Xiao San prepared the ointment. So it's probably just for himself. That Feng kid, what a weirdo. Tang Hao mumbled to himself as he walked towards the inner room and then collapsed into sleep. Chapter 6, Tang San Shock. I bet you don't have any pebbles in your arms. Tang San walked out of the Holy Soul Village with a light step. As he walked, he pondered how to make Brother Feng lose gracefully without hurting him too much. My unique skill is Tang Sec's hidden weapons. But since I don't have any hidden weapons right now, even ordinary pebbles can exert great power in my hands. Tang San felt the pebbles in his pocket and sleeve. These are just occasionally used for practicing various hidden weapon techniques to avoid becoming rusty. But after all, they weren't real hidden weapons, so their power was limited. However, the damage they could do to a child was still significant. A single pebble, if controlled well, could easily cause a big bump. Later, I won't need hidden weapons. I can just rely on basic martial arts. I won't even need to use Xiantian Kung Fu. Based on that day when Brother Feng climbed the mountain, his physical condition is slightly worse than mine. If I use Xiantian Kung Fu, combined with the improvements from swinging the giant hammer these past few days, a single punch might be too much for Brother Feng to handle. Tang San thought that relying solely on physical condition and basic martial arts should be enough. This was just Tang San's normal thought process, and he didn't mean to underestimate Brother Feng. Even though it was just kids fighting, Tang San was always extremely serious about his work. Since he said he wouldn't let Brother Feng feel lonely, he would definitely keep his word and think through these things. Before long, Tang San arrived at an open area in the woods. It was still that same small grove. Tang San saw Brother Feng. Wang Feng stood in the distance, hands behind his back, facing away from him, looking at the sky. He had an air of a master. If only he weren't so small. He looked somewhat comical despite his demeanor. Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help but twitch his mouth, to be honest. Brother Feng's back did have a hint of a strong person's essence, but he was just too small. Unbeknownst to Win, a gentle breeze arose, and the branches rustled. Brother Feng's clothes were brand new, unlike his own, which had become worn and faded from washing. Yet, the back view was proud and aloof. "You're here." A faint voice came from Brother Feng. "I'm here," Tang San nodded. "I knew you would come." Wang Feng continued calmly. "Of course I would come. Didn't we agree on it? Tang San asked in confusion. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly turned around, gazing steadily at Tang San. After a long while, he slowly said, "It's been almost a month." "Yeah, exactly 20 days, Tang San nodded. Wang Feng sighed and said, "Well, long 20 days. Tang San was puzzled and replied, "It's a very short 20 days. But inexplicably, Tang San sensed a rare bitterness in Wang Feng's tone, coupled with the current situation. It unexpectedly made Tang San feel an indescribable heaviness, leaving him momentarily speechless. After all, for him, 20 days was just the blink of an eye. But what Tang San didn't know was that for Wang Feng, these 20 days felt like several years. The hardships of training during this time were almost constantly wearing down one's will. Fortunately, Wang Feng knew about the Meteor Tears. Otherwise, with such life-threatening training, he would have long been done for. "Hey, Xiao San, even though you haven't read Gulong's novels, you still handle this well, haha." Wang Feng suddenly burst into laughter, instantly breaking the heavy atmosphere. What he just said was a short dialogue between Fu Hongxue and Yin Nanfang from a Gulong novel. Unexpectedly, the third party really matched his words. This laughter immediately caused a black line to appear on Tang San's forehead. Brother Feng is indeed unpredictable, sometimes heavy, sometimes playful. "Come on." Wang Feng's tone suddenly changed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San pushed off the ground with his right foot and rushed towards Wang Feng at an incredible speed, throwing a hook punch aimed at Wang Feng's cheek. With his speed, a peer would definitely be knocked down in one move, unable to react at all. Even an adult male would have a hard time defending against it. However, at the moment when the punch was about to hit Wang Feng's face, in a flash of lightning, Wang Feng's head seemed to enter bullet time, gently moving back an inch. It was this inch that narrowly avoided the punch. With the punch missing, Tang San did not pause for a moment and, using his elbow as a weapon, continued to attack Wang Feng's shoulder. Wang Feng merely smiled faintly, shifting a few inches to the side, narrowly avoiding the elbow strike. Seeing this, Tang San was somewhat surprised, not expecting Brother Feng to always evade him at the last moment. Coincidence? Tang San frowned. Then his punches and kicks came in an orderly fashion, mixed with various imaginative attacks, like waves crashing one after another toward Wang Feng. From a distance, one could see a small boy launching his attacks in a precise manner, adhering to rules as he faced another small boy with a smile, trading punches and kicks. Yet, this smiling boy remained unscathed, not allowing the attacking boy to touch even a corner of his clothing. 10 minutes later, Tang San missed another punch and stepped back, staring intently at Brother Feng, filled with immense shock. If the first two attacks were coincidences, then the subsequent period was somewhat terrifying. His onslaught had never ceased. Even two adult men would be knocked down by his barrage, with no power to fight back. Yet Brother Feng had not been hit by a single move. "It's as if he can see through all my attacks. There's only one possibility. His speed is much faster than mine." Tang San's heart was filled with astonishment. He knew his own physical fitness. But Brother Feng, the reality was indeed like this. In Wang Feng's eyes, all of Tang San's attacks seemed to slow down by at least 3 or 4 times. Even with his eyes closed, chewing on blue silvergrass, he could dodge them. To him, all of Tang San's attacks felt like they were in bullet time, as if he could evade however he wanted. At this point, Wang Feng had a vague understanding of his own strength. "It seems I need to use Xiantian Gong to increase my speed and power, and finish the fight within 3 punches." Wang Feng's speed ignited Tang San's fighting spirit. Tang San took a deep breath, circulated the Xiantian skill within his body, and charged towards Wang Feng again. This time, his speed had increased by at least more than twice. He rushed in like a bolt of lightning. Wang Feng's expression slightly changed as he thought to himself, "Could this be the Xiantian skill? I also have a surge of energy within me. I wonder how it compares to the inner strength cultivated by Xiao San using the Xiantian skill. Each time my body surpasses its limits, a surge of energy will overflow like meteoric tears, circulating throughout my body, ultimately settling a few inches below my abdomen." Usually, Wang Feng would not use this special energy. While pondering, he still chose not to use it this time. He felt that he could still dodge Tang San's speed. However, this time, Wang Feng did not dodge. With a clear understanding of his own speed, he wanted to test his strength. Coincidentally, Xiao San, who was using the Xiantian skill, was a perfect target. A punch came at him. Wang Feng first turned to the side, his eyes shining with a bright light. Without dodging or evading, he swung his right fist directly at Tang San's fist, meeting it head-on. Tang San was taken aback, not expecting that this time Brother Feng would not evade. He even chose to collide with him. Just as he was thinking this, boom, The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound of impact. The next moment, Tang San's expression changed as he felt a tremendous force coming from Brother Feng's fist, causing his own fist to go numb. Staggering back uncontrollably, Tang San retreated several steps before finally stabilizing his body. His heart was filled with shock once again. His own punch was significantly stronger than that of an adult, weighing around 200 pounds, and with the use of the Xiantian skill, his strength had increased greatly. This punch alone was at least 400 pounds or more. Although he had already anticipated that the fast-moving Brother Feng wouldn't be too weak in strength, he never expected that he would be completely unable to withstand it. This meant that Brother Feng's punch was definitely much stronger than his. Could it be that I was mistaken? Even though Brother Feng didn't show any strong power when climbing the mountain that day, he shouldn't possess such strength. Tang San was filled with astonishment, thinking that Brother Feng was even more powerful than him when using the Xiantian skill. How well was Brother Feng hiding this? Remembering all those years of watching Brother Feng being lazy every day, Tang San couldn't help but twitch his mouth. However, what Tang San didn't know was, I only used 50% of my strength. Wang Feng calculated in his heart that his physical quality far surpassed that of Tang San. However, the key to innate, full soul power is not just physical quality, but the energy within the body. He had read more than half of the novel Douluo Continent, and although he had forgotten quite a bit, he still remembered the earlier parts very clearly. Tang San was able to achieve innate full soul power because he had cultivated the Xiantian skill to the first level, generating internal force within his body, which later transformed into soul power. Therefore, the energy within his body is the key to innate full soul power. However, innate full soul power should be unattainable. The energy in my body, during the fourth time I surpassed my limits, although the meteor tears overflowed a lot, the quantity did not increase. It was just of higher quality. Wang Feng understood that this should be due to the rules of Douluo Continent, requiring soul rings to obtain more energy. Just like Tang San, who could not break through the first level of the Xiantian skill. At this moment, Tang San suddenly said seriously, Feng Ge, I didn't expect you to be this strong, but I will take this seriously. I won't easily admit defeat. These words, filled with pressure, left Wang Feng slightly stunned. Could it be that Xiao San was going to use hidden weapons? Tang San, the genius of the Tang sect, was most skilled in hidden weapons. Tang San's hand moved towards his chest and sleeve. Seeing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Xiao San, what are you touching your chest for? Are you planning to throw pebbles at me? Upon hearing this, Tang San paused, said nothing, and felt that Feng Ge was indeed extremely perceptive. Wang Feng naturally knew that Xiao Saner had not crafted any hidden weapons, so he could only use pebbles as his hidden weapons. With this in mind, Wang Feng calmly smiled and said, Hee, I bet you don't have any pebbles in your arms. Just admit defeat, Xiao Saner. Tang San shook his head and said in a deep voice, Sorry, Feng Ge, you bet wrong. I have a big handful of pebbles in my arms. Wang Feng thought to himself, It seems not everyone can be as formidable as Yin Shuangying. The road ahead is long, and I will seek to explore it. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San moved, but he didn't attack directly. Instead, he quickly moved around Wang Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being pierced came from all directions. Accompanied by countless pebbles, precise, like marbles, they rushed towards Wang Feng. Countless pebbles spread out like a giant net, leaving Wang Feng nowhere to dodge. In an instant, he found himself in an extremely dangerous situation. Chapter 7. Xiao San, be more confident. In such a perilous situation, Wang Feng remained completely still, only counting the pebbles that were striking towards him in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 27 pieces. This should be the reigning pear blossoms from the Xiantian treasure record. Wang Feng thought to himself that the little third party hasn't yet produced a matching hidden weapon. Using pebbles would probably not even unleash 1,000th of the original power of the rainstorm pear blossom. It would only have form but no essence. However, it was just right to deal with a child. After taking this hit, a bruised face was unavoidable. Having watched Douluo, Wang Feng naturally recognized the technique of these pebbles. It was the hidden weapon mastery from the Xiantian treasure record, Rainstorm Pear Blossom. However, Tang San was only 6 years old at this time, and his Xiantian skill was only at the first level. He certainly couldn't perfectly execute the various hidden weapon techniques in the Xiantian treasure record. At the same time, seeing Wang Feng standing still as if he had been stunned, Tang San's mouth subtly curled into a faint smile. Ever since his rebirth in this Douluo continent, he had spent most of his time practicing Xiantian skills, purple extreme magic eyes, Xian Jade hand, and other various techniques from the Xintian treasure record. As for the many hidden weapon techniques, he only practiced them occasionally due to his young age. But it was enough. Tang San was naturally proficient in these hidden weapon techniques, and with the increasing proficiency of his Xintian skills, Xian Jade hand, and other techniques, combined with different materials for hidden weapons, they would gradually become stronger. Although he hadn't practiced for a while, using pebbles to execute the Rainstorm Pear Blossom was still manageable. Tang San thought to himself that although Wang Feng was extremely clever and guessed that he would use a hidden weapon, he could never imagine that he was not just casually throwing pebbles. These were pebbles executed with the Rainstorm Pear Blossom. In this challenge, he was sure to win. With this thought, even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Tang San couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of pride. Perhaps the pressure from Wang Feng was too great. Being able to defeat Wang Feng would give him a long-lost sense of accomplishment. Tang San thought quietly. Wang Feng was indeed strong, far beyond his imagination. Unfortunately, he had too many trump cards. Thinking about Wang Feng's strength just now, Tang San couldn't help but feel a slight tingling on his scalp. He had to use Xintian skills, not to mention being forced to use the hidden weapon mastery, Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Tang San quietly watched Wang Feng, who was standing motionless in the distance, as if he could already see Wang Feng's bruised face. Then, Tang San took out the ointment, ready to apply it as soon as Wang Feng admitted defeat. However, at that moment, 27 pebbles shot out like 27 beams of light, heading towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng moved. He stretched out his hands, his expression slightly serious as he began to dance in the air. The speed of his hands was so fast that countless afterimages appeared. Whoosh, 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 with each wave of his palms in the air. Several pebbles were caught in the gaps between his fingertips. In less than a second, when Tang San just took out the ointment, he was instantly stunned, because he saw Brother Feng still standing in place, just raising both of his palms. Delicate and small, between those 10 fingers, he was surprisingly holding 27 pebbles. Brother Feng actually caught all the pebbles with his palms in that instant. Tang San was dumbfounded. He knew how fast and powerful the pebbles he threw were. To put it bluntly, even a tree stump at such a close distance would have been left with dents. An adult's naked eye, even if the pebbles were several times larger than real hidden weapons, would still be unable to see clearly, let alone catching them all in an instant. Haha, little San, take my self-created ultimate move, Fairy Scattering Flowers. Wang Feng laughed loudly, suddenly jumping up and shooting the pebble in his palm towards Tang San. However, Wang Feng didn't know any special techniques like the Rain of Pear Blossoms. He simply threw it out haphazardly, without any strategy, not to mention forming a dense net with the pebbles. He just threw it directly, but the speed and power were not inferior. Tang San was taken aback. Was it like scattering flowers? Could Feng Gu also use hidden weapons? That's impossible. Could there really be hidden weapon techniques in Douluo Continent that could rival my Tang sect? But as he looked at the pebbles coming his way, he thought to himself that it was just a joke. As a master of hidden weapons from the Tang sect, Tang San recognized at a glance that the pebbles thrown by Feng Gu were aimless and just thrown randomly. However, whoosh, 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 even though they were thrown randomly, their speed was faster and stronger than before. Tang San was horrified and hurriedly dodged. Out of 27 pebbles, he skillfully avoided 23, but 4 of them hit him directly. As expected, with Feng Ji's strength, even the pebbles thrown casually had more power than I do. Tang San's expression changed, feeling intense pain in his left shoulder, right waist, chest, and calf where he was hit, and he was sure they were swelling. His face turned slightly red, covered in fine sweat. At that moment, Tang San knew he had lost. He took a few steps back, leaning against a big tree to barely stand up. While he was extremely shocked, a hint of bitterness rose in him. It had been a long time since he had tasted the feeling of defeat, even though it was just a childish fight. Looking at Feng Gu, who was walking over, his face not flushed, his breath not heavy, and still glowing with a healthy complexion after exercise, Tang San couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "Feng Gu, I lost. You really seem to be better than me." Tang San felt a bit disappointed. At this moment, Wang Feng came over, patted Tang San's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Xiao San, be more confident." Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, and the feeling of disappointment in his heart immediately vanished. What was there to be afraid of in losing? Feng Gu was right. Be confident. I am a genius of the Tang sect. There is no need to feel down. With failure, I will only become stronger. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but look at Feng Gu with a hint of gratitude. Feng Gu was really nice, not arrogant after winning, and even comforted him. But just as Tang San was about to thank Wang Feng, he heard Wang Feng laughing and saying, "Be more confident, and remove the word seem." Tang San's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt even more pain. At that moment, Wang Feng picked up the ointment from the ground and said in surprise, "Little three, it seems I have to compliment you. I didn't expect you to be so foresight. You even prepared ointment for yourself?" Wang Feng wouldn't know about this ointment. It's probably prepared by that guy, Tang San, out of fear of getting hurt himself. Tang San's mouth twitched again. "Ha ha ha, just kidding with you." Wang Feng laughed. "I'll apply the medicine for you." Tang San nodded with a smile, feeling much calmer inside. At this moment, he was in pain in several places, and after dodging the stones earlier, he had exhausted his strength and didn't even want to move. Wang Feng applied medicine to Tang San, and Tang San also regained some strength. "Brother Feng, you shouldn't have used your full strength, right?" Tang San hesitated for a moment and asked. "No, I only used about 80%, Wang Feng casually replied. In fact, he had only used 50%. Tang San was stunned. If 80% could crush him, then what would 100% be like? Suddenly, a surge of fighting spirit was ignited in Tang San's heart. "Brother Feng is very strong. Isn't that just right? Am I, Tang San, weak?" Over the more than 10 years in the Tang sect, and these years of rebirth, I've had it too easy and have never experienced failure. Now Brother Feng tells me that there are heavens beyond heaven and people beyond people. Tang San, must become stronger. In an instant, Tang San thought to himself. Wang Feng did not know what Tang San was thinking at that moment. He simply helped him back to Holy Soul Village, defeating Tang San. My innate full soul power is guaranteed. Wang Feng thought to himself. Next, I'll just wait for Brother Tao to come to Shenghan Village. After the two parted ways, Tang San limped back to the blacksmith shop. As soon as he returned, he heard his father's voice. "Back? Rest well, you don't have to forge today." Tang San was taken aback, seeing his father awake at this time in the morning, as if he had been waiting for him, having guessed something. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Hao swung the giant hammer, striking the raw iron, without looking at Tang San. Tang San opened his mouth and said solemnly, "I lost." Brother Feng is much stronger than I imagined. Tang Hao deeply light thee. He glanced at the piece of raw iron that had been returned and thought to himself, "To be able to strike out a piece of raw iron with my hammer in one go is faster than your 10 days of effort. If you didn't lose, that would really be a miracle. This kid Feng is not simple." Chapter 8. Su Yin Tao, Shenghan Village. After Wang Feng helped Tang San back to the village, he did not go to Tang San's house but returned to his own home. Walking on the ground, Wang Feng looked around at the changes in Holy Soul Village over the past few years. The ground was now paved with stones, unlike the pure dirt road from a few years ago, making it appear flat and smooth. The stones were transported from Nodding City, which must have cost a lot. The once ordinary Holy Soul Village had begun to construct many novel buildings in the past 2 years. Colorful flowers were planted on both sides of the road. In the center of the village, there was a stone pillar with a handprint on it. This stone pillar was a suggestion Wang Feng had made to village Chief Jack. It had been redecorated. Surrounding the stone pillar was a circle of uniquely shaped stone sculptures resembling dragon heads of soul beasts. From the dragon mouths, water fountains sprayed around the central stone pillar, resembling a miniature garden. In front of the stone pillar, there was also a sign. This sign introduced the origin of the stone pillar. At noon, many visitors looked at Holy Soul Village with curiosity and then walked to the center to admire the stone pillar before glancing at the sign. The sign read a series of small characters. Many years ago, there was a girl named Xiao Sun in Holy Soul Village. She was innocent, lively, and lovely. And there was also a boy named Xiao Yan. The two grew up together, childhood sweethearts, until one day they both reached the age of martial soul awakening. Xiao Yan was the hope of the village. He was exceptionally gifted, and the villagers had high hopes for him, believing he could awaken a powerful martial soul and become a strong soul master. However, on the day of martial soul awakening, Xiao Yan did not awaken his martial soul and did not have the qualifications to become a soul master, even though many other children awakened their martial souls. He was the only one who did not. Xiao Yan became the waste of the village, looked down upon by everyone, a waste without even a martial soul. However, at that moment, the girl Xiao Sun awakened a powerful martial soul, one with innate full soul power that was rare in 100 years. The story ended here, leaving many visitors intrigued, but only seeing a line of text below. But you may not expect that the Soul Saint handprint on this stone pillar was not left by Xiao Sun, but by Xiao Yan. To know the rest of the story and various reasons, please visit Holy Soul Village. Upon seeing this, many visitors were stunned. Wow, how infuriating. How can it not be fully introduced? A visiting tourist exclaimed angrily. Hey, look, there's another line of small text in the handprint on the stone pillar. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the poor youth. Wow, so inspiring. Could it be that Xiao Yin left this? He must have become a soul saint later. But how did he do it? No, I have to stay in Holy Soul Village for a few years to find out the story behind this soul saint handprint. Wang Feng smiled as he watched many tourists and passers-by walking from outside the village, stopping in front of the stone pillar, and finally staying obediently. In such a remote place as Shenghun Village, there is only agriculture, and even if the yield increases, it won't make much money. Wang Feng chuckled softly to himself. The fact that Holy Soul Village is thriving so well nowadays is naturally not just due to the increase in agricultural yields. It is also because of the influx of outside tourists. In his previous life, this would be akin to developing the tourism industry. The Soul Saint seal was an idea Wang Feng had at that time. Then he planned to write a version of Soul Breaking the Sky, set in the Douluo Continent universe. After all, in the original Douluo Continent, it was never specifically mentioned who the Soul Saint of Holy Soul Village was in the later stages. Wang Feng felt that it was fine for him to make things up casually. With the arrival of tourists, he had Grandpa Jack help him create a vacation house made entirely of wooden cabins, set amidst mountains and water, while leaving behind snippets of ongoing stories to keep the tourists intrigued and encourage them to spend a little in Holy Soul Village. Gradually, life in Holy Soul Village became much better. Otherwise, it would be tough for Wang Feng, a modern young man from the 21st century, to get used to the hard life in a rural setting reminiscent of the 1970s and 1980s. How could that work? Who came up with this messy story? At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly heard a somewhat dissatisfied voice. Turning around, he saw a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows staring at the sign next to the stone pillar with discontent. The young man wore a white fitted outfit, with a black cloak draped over his back, and a soul character the size of a fist on his chest. There was a hint of arrogance in his brows. Many villagers looked at this young man with curiosity, as his demeanor and attire were quite distinct. He certainly didn't look like an ordinary person. Why did Tao Ge come here? Grandpa Jack said it would still be a few days until the martial soul awakening, right? Wang Feng looked at the young man in surprise. Although he had never seen him before, he could tell from the young man's attire and that unique aura. Wang Feng concluded that this young man was none other than the famous tool man from Douluo Continent, Su Yuntao. Thinking of this, Wang Feng walked over and lazily said, "My lord, what's going on with this story?" Su Yuntao turned around and looked at a lazy-looking child, seemingly fearless, showing no sign of the fear and awe that other village children displayed when they saw him. He couldn't help but frown slightly. This story was clearly made up, merely piquing people's curiosity, but it was utterly boring. Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng and shook his head while pointing at the stone pillar. Disappointed? Why disappointed? Wang Feng asked. In this story, that little Yin has no martial soul, but later it suggests that little Yin becomes a soul sage, which is clearly impossible. Su Yuntao said with a faint smile, a person without a martial soul, let alone becoming a soul sage, can't even become a soul master. Isn't this story just made up? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Brother Tao is still Brother Tao. This familiar taste reminds him of when he first watched Douluo Continent, and Tang San awakened his blue-silver grass martial soul, and Brother Tao confidently claimed it was a completely useless martial soul. Although he didn't appear much later, he must have been proven wrong. So what now? Wang Feng said slowly. Since you think it's all nonsense, then you should leave Shenghun Village, my friend. You little brat. Su Yuntao couldn't help but chuckle. I came here for something important. If you try to chase me away, be careful of your village chief spanking you. Su Yuntao looked at the little guy and said calmly, do you really think I came to Shenghun Village out of curiosity about this made-up soul saint story? Wang Feng shrugged and sighed, saying, so you're not really curious. It's a pity that I have the complete story here, detailing how this little Yin became a soul sage. Since you're not interested, I won't show it to you. After saying this, Wang Feng turned and walked towards the village. Huh, you have the complete story? Su Yuntao was taken aback, watching the child's back. He stepped forward a few paces, reaching out his hand, hesitating as if he wanted to stop the child. Just then, Wang Feng suddenly turned around. Su Yuntao quickly withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back, with a calm expression on his face. What? Do you have something else to say, little boy? Wang Feng looked at him strangely, shook his head, and said to himself, in a few days, I will awaken my martial soul. I wonder what martial soul I will awaken. After saying this, Wang Feng turned around and left without looking back. This kid. Su Yuntao watched the child's departing figure and thought for a few seconds. Just right. I will stay for a few more days. I'll take a look and see if there are any good seedlings in Shanghun village that can become soul masters. A few days later, Grandpa Jack brought Wang Feng, Tang San, and the other 7 children from the village to the Martial Soul Hall in Shanghun village. Chapter 9. The Golden Legend. Shanghun Village, Martial Soul Hall. Thanks to renovations, the Martial Soul Hall was not the dilapidated little wooden house from the original story. Instead, it was built from jade-white rocks, giving it quite a hall feel. Little Feng, if your martial soul is not good, it's okay. Grandpa Jack, standing outside the village with a group of children, first patted Wang Feng, whom he had raised for several years, and kindly said, "Without a martial soul, you cannot become a soul master. You can stay in Shanghun village in the future." Just right, our Shanghun village needs you. Wang Feng was frustrated. This old guy just wanted to keep himself in Shanghun village. After all, many of the changes in the village over the past few years were his ideas. Now that the villagers were living better day by day, they naturally wanted to keep him around. Even if they provided him with good food and drink every day, that would be fine. "I say, Grandpa, I haven't even awakened yet," Wang Feng said unhappily. "Hee, Fengge, you're so lazy every day. Your father and mother don't have martial souls, so you definitely don't have one either." "Don't worry," a little boy grinned at Wang Feng. "You brat, looking for fight, huh?" Wang Feng glared at the little boy. The little boy shrank back his neck, not daring to speak again. Over the past month, through intense training and the transformation from Meteoric Tears, Wang Feng had not undergone earth-shattering changes, but his aura had changed significantly. From his previous lazy demeanor, he now had sharper edge. The village's children were already afraid of him, and with just a glare, they probably would have nightmares at night. Among you few, Xiao San has the most hope of becoming a soul master, awakening a powerful martial soul, Grandpa Jack said, looking at the silent Tang San. He recalled the situation from a couple of days ago when he visited Tang Hao's house and couldn't help but shake his head. That stubborn old guy, Tang Hao. As for Xiao Feng, Grandpa doesn't expect you to become a soul master. I just hope you can awaken some ordinary martial soul like blue silvergrass, a hoe, or a sickle. That would be enough for me. At least it would have some use. Wang Feng. So you have no confidence in me? Wang Feng thought to himself. After all, martial souls are generally determined by one's biological parents. Most are inherited. His biological parents in this world were indeed ordinary farmers. Unlike Xiao San, whose parents were extraordinary. All right, come with me inside. When you meet Master Zhanhuan later, don't be scared, but also don't speak carelessly, lest you annoy Master Zhanhuan. Jack reminded the children several times before leading them into the Hall of Souls. Shortly after, they entered and saw a young man standing in the center of the Hall of Souls. It seemed he heard their footsteps. The young man turned around to look at them. This was Master Zhanhuan, Su Yuntao from Nodding City. Jack respectfully addressed the young man, but just after speaking, he was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward a few paces, whispering, "Master Su, have we not entertained you well these past 2 days? Why do you have dark circles under your eyes?" Yes, 2 days ago, Master Su Yuntao had come to Shanghun village to see if there were any children with the potential to become soul masters. But now, why did he look like he hadn't rested well? "No, I'm just a bit tired. Let's get started quickly," Su Yuntao said somewhat impatiently. Wang Feng, who was watching this scene, almost laughed out loud. Suga looked just like him back in his previous life when he stayed up late reading novels. When he came 2 days ago, his hair was neat, and he exuded a refreshing aura. How could he look like this now? With messy and greasy hair and dark circles under his eyes? He must have spent the past 2 days collecting the story he created, Soul Breaking the Sky, and stayed up late reading it. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao was also very annoyed, just wanted to finish this test quickly and continue reading that story. It's really strange. It was obviously a very mundane story, but he accidentally got hooked on it these past 2 days. What a nightmare. And that little brat actually said he had the complete set of stories. Su Yuntao glanced at the few children with a heavy heart, and when his gaze fell on Wang Feng, he was taken aback. "Isn't this that little brat?" "Oomph. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master." Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng indifferently, trying to intimidate him. As expected, upon hearing this, the other children were filled with admiration and respect. Even Tang San showed curiosity. However, the only one who didn't take care was that little brat, who looked at him and said nonchalantly, "Master Zhanhuan, that's so impressive. Can you start now? Our martial souls are already eager to come out." Uffed. Hearing this, several children burst into laughter, and even Tang San chuckled. Fengge is indeed Fengge, carefree and fearless. Su Yuntao choked for a moment. This little brat. Forget it, considering you have the complete set of stories for Soul Breaking the Sky. I won't bother arguing with you. I've been through 6 villages, and there isn't a single person with soul power, let alone a decent martial soul. Su Yuntao shook his head, clearly indicating that you wouldn't be much better off. He then stopped talking and directly took out 6 black round stones, tossing them on the ground to form a hexagon. He then took out a crystal ball. One by one, the children walked into the hexagon. Su Yuntao pointed to the hexagon on the ground, and a faint light emerged from it. The first child walked in. Su Yuntao called out, "Lone Wolf." 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from him, and at the same time, Su Yuntao's figure rapidly expanded, exuding a sense of power. Many children were stunned, stepping back, their eyes filled with fear, dread, and also admiration and curiosity. Su Yuntao quickly moved towards the hexagonal stones, swiftly clapping his hands to emit several green lights. A golden light flickered, enveloping the child. "Extend your right hand," Su Yuntao commanded. The child quickly extended his hand, revealing a small sickle. However, when he touched the crystal ball, there was no reaction at all. Su Yuntao shook his head. The child walked out with a face full of disappointment. Following that, the other children took turns walking in. The further back they went, the more disappointed Su Yuntao became, until it was Tang San's turn. The golden light was brighter than the previous ones. Golden legend, Wang Feng muttered to himself as he looked at Tang San's left hand, thinking, the Haotian Hammer should be in Tang San's left hand, right? He saw Tang San tightly clenching his left hand while opening his right hand to reveal a blue silvergrass. Upon seeing this blue silvergrass, Tang San's face darkened. "Brother Feng, do you have a grudge against me?" Tang San thought to himself. Actually, the blue silvergrass wasn't much. But Brother Feng had previously said that his martial soul was blue silvergrass, which made Tang San feel quite helpless. Of course, Tang San didn't believe that the martial soul was determined by Brother Feng. It was just too much of a jinx. However, Tang San slightly squeezed his left hand, feeling that this hand seemed to have also condensed a kind of martial soul, but he didn't want to show it. Another blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao shook his head, but the next moment his eyes widened. He watched as Tang San placed his hand on the crystal ball, and an incredibly bright blue light filled the entire room. "Innate full soul power," Su Yuntao exclaimed. After his outburst, Su Yuntao took a long time to come back to his senses. Looking at Tang San, his eyes were filled with both shock and disappointment. Wang Feng stared at the crystal ball, thinking to himself, if I fully mobilize the energy within me, this crystal ball should explode, right? Chapter 10. 9-star Begonia? Mysterious Qinglian martial soul. Whether it will explode, Wang Feng didn't know. But Tang San's innate full soul power had already shocked Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao seemed to notice the curiosity in Tang San's eyes and couldn't help but let out a sigh and explain. First, to become a soul master. Soul power is of utmost importance. Even the most useless martial soul, as long as it has soul power, can cultivate through meditation and become a soul master. None of the previous children had soul power, but you were born with level 10 soul power, which is what is called innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's eyes were quite complicated. Innate full soul power, a talent that is rare in 100 years, yet is the blue-silver grass martial soul. Tang San nodded. Innate soul power means your qualification to become a soul master. The higher the qualification, the faster the cultivation speed. Su Yuntao looked at Tang San and continued. Innate full soul power appears only a handful of times on the continent. So far, you are the first and the last one I've seen. I will never encounter a second one, but unfortunately, your martial soul is blue silvergrass. Hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Master, am I transparent? How could there not be a second one? This Tao Gu really is something. I've been standing here for a long time. Can't you at least let me finish testing before saying this? Xiao Feng, stop messing around. Before Su Yuntao could speak, the village chief Jack shot Wang Feng a glare, saying, can you compare yourself to Xiao San? It's already impressive that you can awaken a martial soul. Do you think innate full soul power is that common? Wang Feng, seeing village chief Jack scolding the kid, Su Yuntao also chuckled and shook his head. Innate full soul power is rare in 100 years. For Shenghun village to have one is already extraordinarily rare. The implication is, kid, don't think too much of it. But Tang San thought to himself, it's not that rare. It's just because of my cultivation of the Xiantian skill. Otherwise, an ordinary child couldn't possibly have innate full soul power. How could there be such internal energy within me for no reason? Unless one is a true genius, born with soul power without needing cultivation. Tang San thought, such super geniuses might indeed be exceedingly rare. At this moment, Wang Feng was dissatisfied. So Master Su Yuntao, does this mean that it seems I completely cannot be innate, full soul power? Although Wang Feng didn't know if the energy within him could stimulate the reaction of the energy ball, being denied like this made him feel quite unpleasant. Tang San walked up to Wang Feng, paused for a moment, and said, "Brother Feng, be more confident. Remove the words it seems." Tang San knew he wasn't a super genius, but because he had cultivated the Xintian skill, yet Brother Feng hadn't cultivated it. Brother Feng had extraordinary talent and exceptional physical fitness, but soul power is related to the energy within. Moreover, during their previous encounter, Tang San hadn't noticed Brother Feng using any energy similar to internal power. It was purely terrifying physical fitness. Therefore, Tang San felt that true innate full soul power was unlikely. Wang Feng, "Oh, Xiao San, you've improved. You're learning to retort, like me now." Wang Feng's mouth twitched. As expected of the protagonist, their learning ability is top-notch. "All right, no need to waste words with this little brat. Come in, let's test your martial soul first." Su Yuntao glared at Wang Feng. Wang Feng snorted in his heart and walked directly to the center of the hexagon. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in and receiving a mysterious martial soul reward. Please close your eyes. Feel the mysterious martial soul." A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Wang Feng was taken aback. He immediately closed his eyes. Boom! Following that, his mind seemed to explode with a loud bang. He fell into an endless chaos. And in the center of the chaos, a mysterious lotus flower quietly bloomed, emanating waves of grand and ancient aura. That is, Wang Feng stared at in the distance, it seemed as if he could see the supreme world. In the next moment, it suddenly flew towards Wang Feng and instantly entered his forehead. Boom! His consciousness exploded in an instant, and endless echoes reverberated in Wang Feng's mind. Unable to hear or see anything, until a long time passed, Wang Feng finally came to his senses and heard a calm voice beside him. Another useless martial soul. An unknown wildflower. As the voice sounded, Wang Feng opened his eyes and looked at the martial soul in his hand. A mysterious miniature blue lotus quietly bloomed in his palm. It resembled a 9-star begonia somewhat, but the shape of the petals was completely different, with 12 leaves surrounding the 24 petals in the center. It was exceptionally beautiful. It was a type of flower-shaped martial soul he had never seen before. Su Yuntao shook his head, saying it looked quite nice. Perhaps it had some use, but it couldn't be much better than blue silvergrass. However, Tang San looked at the blue lotus with slight surprise. A lotus flower? This Feng Ji's martial soul was very similar to the lotus he had seen in his past life. However, this blue lotus had a unique beauty. No wonder Master Su Yuntao couldn't recognize it at all. Tang San thought to himself, in the world of Douluo Continent, he had not seen any plants resembling a lotus flower. However, even though it was called a lotus, it was not entirely so, Tang San pondered. Perhaps it might not be a useless martial soul after all. Not bad, not bad. Only Grandpa Jack smiled and said, Xiao Feng, if we could plant this flower in our village in the future, that wouldn't be bad at all. Wang Feng suddenly laughed. This is not some useless martial soul, nor is it an ordinary lotus. How could something given by the system be simple? Plus, just now, in that dark and chaotic world, he had seen the mysterious blue lotus. This must be the chaos blue lotus, Wang Feng thought, trembling with excitement. In his previous life, as a super novel enthusiast, he naturally understood that this was a terrifying treasure from the primordial era of Chinese mythology, something unimaginable. His martial soul turned out to be such a terrifying thing. Wang Feng looked at the blooming chaos blue lotus, his body trembling slightly. In the myths of the primordial era, there are countless versions, but this chaos blue lotus is indeed extraordinarily powerful. According to legend, the ancestral god Pangu was born from the lotus seeds of this chaos blue lotus. However, Wang Feng saw only 4 lotus seeds in the lotus platform. It seems that this chaos blue lotus is somewhat different. In ancient tales, the subsequent lotus seeds transformed into the 36th grade creation blue lotus, which later morphed into 3 supreme treasures. The 3 treasures Jade Rui, the Tai Buddha dust, and the Qingping sword. The other 3 lotus seeds transformed into the 12th grade merit golden lotus, the 12th grade karma red lotus, and the 12th grade annihilation black lotus, all of which are supreme, innate, defensive, spiritual treasures, each with different functions. The 5 large lotus leaves transformed into the 5 direction flags, which are the Wuji apricot yellow flag, 10,000 golden lotuses, unbreakable, the Qinglian Baos flag, radiating Sarira light, calming the mind. The Ledi flame light flag, chaotic yin and yang, reversing the 5 elements. The Su color cloud realm flag, wondrous phenomena misting, illuminating heaven and earth. The Jinwu black carving flag, hazily covering the universe, blocking the sun. In simple terms, they have effects such as control, dispelling control, regaining composure, and inducing confusion, among others. The lotus pod of the blue lotus transformed into the Qian Kuan Ding, which can refine the essence of items, essentially enhancing the grade of items. Its roots absorb the innate killing aura, transforming into the god-slaying spear, which can even harm the souls of saints. There are many more. Wang Feng's eyes were tinged with red as he looked at the mysterious blue lotus, although he didn't know if it would really be as monstrous as the legend said. And this wasn't a true entity of the chaotic blue lotus, but merely a martial soul form. However, even as a martial soul, it only needed to exert some power. What mutated 9 hearts sea pearl or 7 treasure glazed tile could even compare to this? Moreover, it was an all-encompassing martial soul. As the soul master's level increased, this blue lotus would unleash its uniquely different powers. Wang Feng's heart was burning with intense curiosity, rising from the depths of his being. He wanted to explore the power of this mysterious blue lotus, wondering if it was truly as perverse and exaggerated as he imagined. Just think, if this blue lotus could transform into the forms Wang Feng envisioned, like the 3 treasures Jade Rui, the Qingping sword, or perhaps merge into the 36 grades of the pure world blue lotus, or transform into the 12 grades of the world destruction black lotus, or even become the 5 directions flag, the Qian Kuan Ding, or the god-devouring spear. Each would possess different abilities. Different forms would wield different powers. Who could withstand that? Su Yintao looked at the extremely excited Wang Feng and couldn't help but shake his head. How could a wildflower martial soul he didn't even recognize make someone so excited? All right, are you still going to test your soul power? Su Yintao frowned and asked, why not just forget it? He thought about giving this little brat some face. Forget it? Wang Feng was taken aback, waved his hand, and said, no need, just testing it casually. With that, Wang Feng casually placed his palm on the crystal ball. Boom! A burst of golden light. It dazzled everyone's eyes to the point where they couldn't open them. Su Yintao was instantly frozen in place, petrified. Chapter 11. Mysterious Human-Shaped Martial Soul. Self-Understanding? The dazzling golden light filled the entire martial soul hall. Su Yintao stared in shock, stuttering a few words. Innate full soul power? At the same time, inside the room, Grandpa Jack and Tang San were also looking at this scene in disbelief. Especially Tang San. Brother Feng also has innate full soul power? Tang San felt immensely surprised. He knew that the reason he had attained innate full soul power was due to his practice of the Shantian skill since childhood. It wasn't that one truly had full soul power from birth. But Brother Feng could never have practiced anything. Over the years, Tang San had seen Brother Feng being extremely lazy, rarely exercising, let alone cultivating. He didn't have any means to cultivate either. Talent. Innate talent. Tang San's eyes filled with amazement. He was a transmigrator who had cultivated the Shantian skill to reach innate full soul power. But Brother Feng truly had such innate talent. He was a real super genius. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly defeat me and still possess innate full soul power, although his martial soul wasn't better than mine. However, Tang San's heart stirred, and his left hand gently opened behind his back, revealing a small hammer martial soul. It seems I have 2 martial souls, but I don't know what this one is. Perhaps my father should know. With that thought, Tang San couldn't help but look at Brother Feng. He found that Brother Feng was still examining his newly awakened mysterious lotus martial soul, seemingly indifferent to the innate full soul power. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Of course, Tang San had no idea. Wang Feng had a full innate soul power at birth, but it only took him a month to achieve this. It was not due to any inherent talent or being a super genius. Instead, it was through this month of pushing himself to the brink of death during training and relying on the self-emerging energy from the Meteor Tears that he obtained his current full innate soul power. However, at this moment, Wang Feng was not too concerned about it. Instead, he was extremely curious about this blue lotus martial soul. HM? It seems like the energy ball is about to explode. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Wang Feng caught sight of the energy ball used for testing soul power, which appeared to have developed some cracks. He quickly jolted and controlled the remaining energy within him, preventing it from entering the energy ball again. Otherwise, it would definitely explode. Having a full innate soul power was enough. If it really exploded and things went wrong? What if he got captured for research in the future? Wang Feng pondered. He thought he should be more cautious when showing off. As long as he did it well, it would be fine. Moreover, he had not studied the Blue Lotus martial soul yet, so he didn't know if it would really be like he imagined. Even if it was, he was not strong enough now, and he feared he wouldn't be able to fully unleash the power of the Blue Lotus. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in with innate full soul power. Reward: mysterious humanoid martial soul. This martial soul requires the host to comprehend its power on their own. The next check-in location is Shrek Academy. If you can reach level 30 and possess a 10,000-year soul ring for check-in, there will be a special reward. After the familiar voice sounded, Wang Feng's body trembled slightly, and a flicker of black light flashed in his eyes. A mysterious humanoid martial soul? Self-understanding? Wang Feng was somewhat astonished. Although he had gone through 2 check-ins, he roughly sensed that the things given by the system, while incredibly powerful, required him to slowly develop and study them in order to use them. It was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. It was like the Meteoric Tears. The same went for this creation Blue Lotus martial soul. Wang Feng realized that if he wanted to unleash the power of this Blue Lotus martial soul, he needed to put in extraordinary effort. After all, this thing was really not simple. But this self-understanding completely left Wang Feng bewildered. At least give him a hint, right? A twin martial soul, and it's a humanoid martial soul, yet there was not a single clue. How was he supposed to comprehend it? Wang Feng felt a bit speechless. However, the surprise brought by the creation Blue Lotus martial soul was enough for him. All right, little kid, you also have innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's face turned slightly red. Remembering what he just said, he felt extremely embarrassed. Have I used up all my luck in this lifetime? In one village, 2 people with innate full soul power, and I've encountered both? Su Yuntao recalled that he had only been at level 2 soul power back then. He sighed silently in his heart and looked at old Jack, saying, "These 2 kids are not simple. Although their martial souls are lacking, which is a pity, they can still become soul masters. All right, I have to leave now." Su Yuntao felt his pride being crushed. Suddenly, he thought of the little yin from that story and inexplicably craved more of the story's continuation. Lost in thought, Su Yuntao walked directly to the door, suddenly turned around, and walked back, looking at Wang Feng and asking, "Little kid, do you really have the complete story?" "Yes," Wang Feng said with a smile. "Want to hear it?" "No problem, but you have to agree to one condition." "Speak." Wang Feng waved his hand at Su Yuntao, signaling him to lean in closer. Wang Feng whispered a few words in Su Yuntao's ear. After he finished speaking, Su Yuntao was stunned. "Are you sure?" Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng with a strange expression. "Of course," Wang Feng replied. "No problem. I'm very willing to fulfill this request." Su Yuntao smiled and said, 3 months later, it's the registration for the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. I will come to find you then. I hope you'll be ready by that time." Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then he took out a stack of papers that had been prepared in advance and handed them to Su Yuntao. Seeing this, Su Yuntao quickly took the folded papers, coughed a few times, and treasured them in his arms. "All right, old Jack, I'm leaving now." Su Yuntao waved goodbye to Village Chief Jack, a joyful smile reappearing on his face. Old Jack hurried over to see off Su Yuntao. "Brother Feng, what did you ask Master Su just now that made him so happy?" Tang San asked curiously. "Nothing much. I just said I would have a fight with him in 3 months, Wang Feng replied. Wang Feng said carelessly, "After all, people need to strive for higher goals. Xiao San, playing with you can no longer give me experience points. You are no longer useful." Tang San's face darkened. After years of contact with Feng Ge, he knew that Feng Ge would occasionally use words with special meanings, filled with imaginative ideas. He could roughly understand what this experience point meant. Tang San lightly hummed, thinking to himself, "Once I start cultivating the Xintian treasure record and refine a real hidden weapon, I'll ask Dad about the second martial soul. By then, Feng Ge, you might not be able to beat me." "Wait, what did you say, Feng Ge? You want to fight Master Su?" Suddenly, Tang San remembered something and was surprised. "Feng Ge, are you sure? He is a level 26 soul master, and he has the beast martial soul, Lone Wolf. Aren't you going to get beaten up by him?" Tang San had clearly felt the powerful aura displayed by Su Yuntao when he was possessed by the Lone Wolf. A true soul master. "Feng Yi, we are only 6 years old. Do you really want to challenge an adult soul master? A level 26 master with a beast martial soul? 3 months. Tang San shook his head. In 3 months, with his own strength, he could at most exchange a few moves with Su Yuntao. Moreover, in 3 months, others would also improve their strength. remembering the smile on Su Yuntao's face as he left, like a warm spring breeze. Tang San silently mourned for Fenggu for a few seconds in his heart. It seems I really need to prepare some ointment for Fenggu in advance this time. Wang Feng was thinking that Tao Gu probably wouldn't have many opportunities to appear in the future. As a tool, he should be used to his full potential. If he could defeat him and then leave the novice village, that should be about right, right? Chapter 12. The first form of the chaotic blue lotus martial soul. After old Jack sent Su Yuntao away, he returned to the martial soul hall and looked at Wang Feng and Tang San. Good. Old Jack's kind face was filled with surprise as he looked at the two children. One had grown up beside him since childhood, and the other he had watched grow up. Although their martial souls might not be great due to environmental reasons, they both had innate full soul power. Putting everything else aside, they were definitely set to become soul masters, right? Thinking about how today, two soul masters could emerge from Holy Soul Village. Old Jack couldn't help but smile widely. He never expected that little Feng also had innate full soul power. Old Jack looked at Wang Feng with a face full of disbelief, as if he had seen a monkey jump out of a rock. Wang Feng, seeing Grandpa Jack's ghostly expression, felt a bit uncomfortable. However, according to the original story, he should be one of those few children, a somewhat clever minor character, originally with a style completely different from Tang San's. No wonder old Jack was so surprised. There were still 3 months until the enrollment for Notting Junior Academy. Although there was only one spot in their village, that didn't matter. Old Jack looked at the two children, and the smile on his face never faded. Little Feng is one thing, but little San, come on, I'll go to your house and talk to your father. Okay, Grandpa Village Chief. Tang San nodded. With that, old Jack took Tang San and walked outside towards Tang Hao's blacksmith shop. Wang Feng did not go with them. He figured that Grandpa Jack would probably have a big argument with Tang Hao at that time, so he wasn't in the mood to watch. Wang Feng ran to the familiar small forest outside the village. There's still 3 months left, and Tao Gu is a level 26 soul master. With my current strength, it is very difficult to defeat him. Wang Feng thought to himself that he could use Su Yuntao to test his own strength while also putting some pressure on him. This was Wang Feng's consideration. However, Su Yuntao was a member of the Wuhuan Palace. Wang Feng does not want to reveal too much. He doesn't necessarily have to defeat him. Just possessing a talent that surpasses the innate full soul power, if exposed, is likely to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. Wang Feng was able to determine that the energy within him was beyond the innate full soul power, likely above level 20 or even higher. He wasn't exactly sure. If the Spirit Hall were to find out about this, they might send someone to capture him and conduct experiments. It's known that in Douluo Continent, only Qian Renxue seemed to have surpassed the innate full soul power and reached level 20. But Qian Renxue is the daughter of Bibi Dong, a major figure in the Spirit Hall. As someone from small village, what right did he have to surpass the innate full soul power of level 20? It would be strange if they didn't capture him for research. Therefore, he could only use the strength of innate full soul power to battle Su Yuntao. Wang Feng clenched his fist, realizing that physical fitness is fundamental. The Azure Lotus martial soul should be the key. With this thought in mind, Wang Feng looked around, took a deep breath, and gently spread his right hand, his consciousness stirring. A blue lotus quietly bloomed. Seeing this blue lotus, Wang Feng slowly activated a small portion of the energy within him, known as soul power, and channeled it into the blue lotus martial soul. As waves of soul power were infused, the mysterious blue lotus suddenly radiated an extraordinary light. In the center of the lotus platform, among the 4 lotus seeds, a smaller lotus seed quietly bloomed, releasing an endless golden light. Wang Feng stared intently as the energy within him continuously flowed into it. The light shone brightly. The lotus seed seemed to have received nourishment, rapidly swelling and growing larger, and in an instant, it slowly blossomed from the lotus platform. Golden, pure, and dazzling gold. The soft and orthodox golden light engulfed Wang Feng's entire body. Symbolizing warmth, healing, and a special power, it made Wang Feng feel immensely joyful in both body and mind. Could this be the first form of the green lotus, the 12th grade golden lotus? Wang Feng took a slight breath, looking at the small golden lotus blooming from the 4 lotus seeds of the Qinglian. It exuded a refreshing aura like a spring breeze. After the appearance of this golden lotus, Wang Feng felt the energy within him starting to drain rapidly. It was easy to imagine that allowing this Qinglian to evolve into its first form required an unimaginable amount of soul power. However, it made sense. The more powerful the martial soul, the higher the demand for soul power in its usage. Tang San's Haotian Hammer, even with his current innate full soul power, would likely struggle to wield it for even 20 seconds, and 10 seconds would probably leave him exhausted. But Wang Feng was certain that the soul power required to use the Qinglian martial soul was even more astounding. In the myths of ancient China, the 12th grade merit golden lotus is an innate spiritual treasure. I'm not sure of its specific functions, as I haven't been to the ancient world. However, as a manifestation of a martial soul, this golden lotus gives me a very peculiar feeling, perhaps. Wang Feng calculated the energy within his body. 30 seconds. It was his limit. Without hesitation, he looked around, searching for something to experiment with. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted an injured little bird lying not far away. Time to give it a try. Wang Feng walked over and looked at the injured little bird, momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the same bird he had rescued from the fangs of a venomous snake just a few days ago? It hadn't been long, and it was injured again? Wow, it really was tough. Its wings and abdomen were hurt, and its internal organs were visible. This little thing was close to death, wasn't it? Wang Feng was speechless for a moment, pondering for a second, then directly controlled the golden lotus at the center of his palm to unleash the power within it toward the little bird. The golden light, smooth like silky Dove chocolate, enveloped the little bird. The next moment, Wang Feng widened his eyes, looking at the little bird wrapped in golden soft light. He saw that the scratches on the bird's wings were healing at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. The wounds on its abdomen were also quickly mending, and its eyes, which had been closed, opened up. In just a few seconds, the little bird was back to its original state. Wang Feng squatted down, covered in sweat, looking as if he had been drained. The energy within him was almost passively absorbed by the golden lotus in the following seconds. Originally, he could only control a small portion of the energy because he lacked a soul ring, rendering the rest unusable. However, as the golden light enveloped the little bird, all of his energy was directly absorbed. Not a drop was left. At the same time, the golden lotus, having lost its soul power, quickly transformed back into its seed form, revealing its blue lotus appearance once again. It floated quietly in place. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little bird joyfully took flight, flitting around Wang Feng. Can it really recover to its original state? Wang Feng was shocked, looking at this little bird that was even more vibrant than before. Is this the same bird that was barely hanging on just a moment ago? The first form of the golden lotus can heal and revive even a bird in such a state. Moreover, Wang Feng looked at the little bird. It seemed to have become much stronger. It flitted about, its bright bird eyes filled with vitality, as if it had been endowed with new strength. The little bird flew to a nearby branch and began pecking madly at the trunk, soon creating a small hole. However, it seemed that it was still very excited, crazily dancing in the air. Is it in heat? Wang Feng was extremely astonished. Could it be that he had used too much of the golden lotus's power? Just now, for the first time, he had acted impulsively without experience and unleashed it all at once. Chapter 13. The power of the golden lotus is more than this. Self-learning. The power of the first form of the golden lotus should be more than this. Wang Feng did not look at the little bird again, but pondered. I don't have a soul ring yet. If I had a soul ring, the first form of the golden lotus should derive other abilities. In other words, this is just the ability carried by the golden lotus itself. Only after possessing a soul ring will the other abilities of the golden lotus be unlocked. That is the true soul skill. It really is powerful. Wang Feng felt the mysterious blue lotus martial soul within him. Even the first form, the golden lotus, possessed such terrifying healing abilities. If you were to reach higher realms later on, with the second, third, fourth forms, etc., what kind of abilities would he have then? Wang Feng couldn't imagine. He walked towards the small lake in the distance, wanting to take a cold bath to calm his burning heart before exercising. However, Wang Feng didn't know that shortly after he left, the little bird let out an excited chirp and flapped its wings toward the twig the size of a thumb, exerting all its strength. Whoosh, a flash of light. The twig snapped in two. If Wang Feng had been there, he would have been so shocked that his jaw would drop. Even though the twig was very thin, it could be sliced in half with just its wings. This was no ordinary bird. It was a soul beast. This ordinary little bird had clearly evolved into a true soul beast. Moreover, it was not just any soul beast. She had awakened her intelligence. Watching Wang Feng leave, the little bird stood on the branch, blinking her eyes and not taking her gaze away for a long time. Wang Feng accidentally unleashed the full power of the first form of the golden lotus for the first time, far exceeding his own imagination. It not only restored and healed, but also granted the ability to cultivate an enlightened spiritual intelligence. Wang Feng walked to the edge of a small lake, took off his shirt, and jumped in with a leap like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. The soul ring might still take some time. After all, hunting soul beasts is not easy. Wang Feng swam in the water as gracefully as a handsome fish, but his mind was constantly pondering. Wang Feng was clear that his current physical condition was very strong, with high defense. A regular small knife might not be able to hurt him. His endurance was also impressive, to the point where it made Wang Feng's scalp tingle. However, in terms of speed, strength, agility, and so on, he was probably more than twice that of an average adult male, slightly stronger than the special forces of his previous life. This was why he could easily overpower the third party. But compared to those truly top-tier soldiers, there was still a noticeable gap. On Douluo Continent, wanting to hunt soul beasts with this level of strength was not enough. The first form of the Golden Lotus had no lethality, meaning that in the early stages, before reaching level 20 and before the second form appeared, he might only be able to rely on hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, trying to comprehend the mysterious humanoid martial soul without any clues was somewhat unrealistic. While thinking, Wang Feng swam around the small lake 10 times before coming ashore to begin his normal training. First, he ran 10 laps around the small forest in a sprint, then jumped onto the branches to practice agility, moving from one point to another without breaking a single branch. After that, it was obstacle running in the woods. Over the past month, Wang Feng had set up nearly 10 different traps of various sizes in this small forest for training. Some were ground traps, some were stones flying towards him, and others were obstacles made from various farming tools and sharp implements. The layout around the small forest formed a curved path. It was quite terrifying. Even the special forces from his previous life would probably emerge covered in injuries after navigating this obstacle course. However, Wang Feng moved through it as if he were strolling completely unscathed. This reaction was precisely what allowed him to catch the small stone thrown by the third party earlier. Then Wang Feng began to train with a smooth tree trunk about 4 to 5 meters long on his back. This trunk weighed at least 100 pounds, and the load from the weight training was substantial and difficult to control. However, it was securely fixed on Wang Feng's back. He did frog jumps, push-ups, lifted it like a dumbbell, ran with the weight, and performed overhead lifts in the lake, not to mention the essential squats. In any case, Wang Feng tried every exercise he could think of from his previous life. But as his physical condition improved, it became difficult to reach his physical limits again. The main issue was that his stamina was too strong. Sometimes after training for half a day, he wouldn't feel tired at all. The transformation brought by Meteor Tears was strongest in terms of defense and endurance. It could also be due to the direction of his training. He needed to strengthen his strength. Wang Feng pondered that he still needed to strengthen his weight-bearing capacity. It would be best to bind weights to his body for long periods during training, eating, drinking, and sleeping without taking them off. Speaking of strength training, he thought of the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique. At this thought, Wang Feng's body trembled. The Chaotic Wind Hammer, even without Tang Hao saying anything, he knew from reading the original work. The most powerful aspect of this hammer technique lies in its use of leverage, by using all one's strength in a single strike. The rebound force from the impact can be redirected by changing positions, allowing this rebound force to be exerted again, gradually enhancing the power of each hammer strike. To be honest, it's a bit unscientific. Like a damn perpetual motion machine, theoretically, each strike can be stronger than the last. However, the further it goes, the greater the consumption and the more terrifying the power exerted. With Tang Hao's tidal Douluo strength, it seems he can only deliver 81 strikes. Anyway, Wang Feng couldn't remember clearly, but even the power of 81 strikes would increase geometrically. One can imagine how monstrous it would be in the end. However, thinking about having Tang Hao teach him this unique skill, Wang Feng reconsidered and decided against it. Tang San only received this secret technique after awakening the second Haotian Hammer martial soul. It was only reluctantly taught by Tang Hao to his biological son, let alone himself. But can I try it myself? Wang Feng's eyes lit up. All he needed to do was practice in this direction, right? Using leverage to exert force. Each strike stronger than the last. After all, he was a transmigrator with insights and had been modified by Meteor Tears. Why couldn't he self-learn? The technique of using leverage was already common in Huaxia. So, if Tang Hao could create this hammer technique, why couldn't Wang Feng? Why did he have to learn the chaotic wind hammer technique from him? If he were just a lazy fish, it wouldn't matter. But he already had a golden finger. So why couldn't he give it a try? Finding the direction, Wang Feng swung the tree trunk excitedly and jumped up. Then he went to Tang Hao's blacksmith shop to borrow a hammer. Wait a minute, Uncle Hao, do you have any larger raw iron here? When he arrived at Tang Hao's blacksmith shop, he could still see Tang San hammering away at the raw iron. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was watching and seemingly giving pointers. Old Jack had probably finished talking with Tang Hao, after learning that his son also possessed the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao passed on the basics of the chaotic wind hammer technique to Tang San. Wang Feng glanced at Tang San and roughly understood that Tang San should have learned it. How big of a raw iron do you want? Tang Hao looked at Wang Feng. About 50 gene, I guess. Wang Feng asked, it's best to bring a few more pieces. Wang Feng wanted to use these raw iron pieces to forge his own refined weight-bearing armor. 50 pounds of raw iron, after tempering, would still weigh around 20 to 30 pounds, right? Making it into armor and wearing it for training would certainly increase the consumption. I have some, Tang Hao said, taking out a few pieces of raw iron. What are you going to do with these, kid? Hee, you'll find out when the time comes. Wang Feng picked up 4 pieces of raw iron weighing about 200 pounds, swung the hammer, and ran off in a rush. Feng must be wanting to train himself, but with such heavy weight on him, it's not easy to exercise. Besides, he doesn't know how to forge iron. Tang San watched Wang Feng leave, feeling curious. Tang Hao glanced at his son and thought, that kid Feng really doesn't know how to forge iron. But he is much stronger than you. Just swinging the hammer, he can strike a small iron ingot into raw iron with full force. His endurance is amazing. I wonder how many times he hit it back then. Feng still has to fight that master Su Yuntao in 3 months. I really don't know what he is thinking. Tang San chuckled and said, oh. Tang Hao was taken aback. This master Su Yuntao, as he said, isn't he a level 26 battle soul master? A 6-year-old kid still wants to fight a battle soul master? Yes, so I find it a bit unbelievable. Tang San thought, if I forge a hidden weapon, maybe I could have a chance to spar with Su Yuntao. Hidden weapons need to be used in the dark to unleash their maximum power. Fighting fairly would reduce their effectiveness. If I had thrown a stone from the shadows that day, when I lost to Feng, he might not have been able to react in time. Interesting. When that day comes, tell me about it. I want to see. Tang Hao casually mentioned. Okay. Tang San was surprised, not knowing why his father would be interested in this. All right, Xiao San, you don't need to swing the hammer for now. I'll demonstrate the technique I just mentioned again. Pay attention to my body posture. A few days later, Tang San wiped the sweat from his forehead, put down the hammer, and murmured, the forging method Dad taught me is incredible. I can only swing 8 times continuously, and that is already my limit. I wonder what Feng has been doing these days. However, thinking of this technique of leveraging strength while forging, Tang San felt an immense excitement. He decided to find Feng and see what he has been up to. He often came to buy raw iron. Could it be that he has forging iron? Tang San couldn't help but feel curious. But forging isn't that simple. In the village, only Dad has a furnace and bellows. Relying solely on simple hammering doesn't do much. So, after finishing his training for the day, Tang San went directly to the village chief's house to find Feng. However, Grandpa Jack informed him that Feng wasn't home. He was out in the wild, coming back every night with a silly grin. Could it be that Feng is in that little grove? Tang San's heart stirred, and he walked towards the small grove outside Wang Village. After walking a distance, suddenly the ground trembled slightly. Listening carefully, clang, clang, clang. The familiar sound of forging rang out, and Tang San was taken aback, then slowly walked towards the source of the sound. Before long, he saw a familiar figure, sweating profusely as he swung the hammer, striking the fixed raw iron. Seeing this, Tang San was stunned again, thinking, Feng, how can you forge like this? As he thought, Tang San focused and watched. The more he looked, the more he was amazed. Chapter 14. This is too difficult. What is this? Tang San looked in surprise at the distance. He saw Feng swinging the hammer, striking a piece of raw iron. Every time he swung down, the impact sent sparks flying. After the hammer struck the raw iron, the rebound force made Feng spin on the spot, then carrying that force. He struck the raw iron again. The explosion of power was even stronger than the previous hit, sending more sparks flying. This isn't the technique my dad taught me? Tang San stared in shock at the sweaty Feng, leveraging strength, using the force from striking the raw iron, then quickly swinging the hammer again to achieve a stronger impact than the last hit. This can quickly refine raw iron, and it can also train oneself. Did Dad teach this to Feng too? No, it seems a bit different. Tang San focused intently on Feng. The posture was different. Feng's stance was completely different from what Dad taught, and a bit stiff. Moreover, Feng hadn't come to the blacksmith shop these past few days. Could it be that this is something Feng comprehended on his own? Clang. The crisp sound continued. The more he watched, the more amazed Tang San became. 6 hits, 18 hits, 26 hits. Tang San looked at the piece of iron that had turned bright red from the rapid strikes and felt astonished. The power of each strike was increasing. This is too strong, right? Tang San murmured. This kind of strength isn't just about the number of swings with the giant hammer. It's about this technique. To learn such advanced skills from forging on his own. Fengge is really smart. Tang San felt a bit of admiration. It's like he has been following the path Dad walked. But Fengge is different. He is creating his own path. After watching for a while longer, Fengge was getting stronger. This was already the 30th strike. Tang San thought to himself, that day Dad managed to swing 36 times in one breath without panting. I didn't expect Fengge could almost do the same. Moreover, Fengge's striking method seems to achieve the same effect. However, Fengge's limit should be around 40 strikes. The more Tang San watched, the more he admired him. Fengge's physical fitness is indeed extraordinary. He must have gotten stronger again. I can't fall behind. I need to go back and practice more. And I also need to forge my hidden weapon ahead of time. With that thought, Tang San hurried away. At this moment, Wang Feng was thinking the posture is wrong. My left shoulder should have shifted back 3 centimeters. The rebound force will be less. My calves are too tense, resulting in uneven force transmission. Although this strike increased a lot, it wasn't a proportional increase. This strike is unqualified. Clang. He struck again, the sound alternating between crisp and dull. Tang San couldn't see the details. He could only tell that Wang Feng's power was indeed increasing with each strike. But he couldn't see that Wang Feng's posture was becoming smoother, and the control of his strength was getting more perfect. If Tang Hao were here again, he would probably be able to see that Wang Feng was visibly improving. When this strike was executed, it exceeded the force-bearing surface of the raw iron a bit. Which one to do? With every strike, Wang Feng was rapidly thinking in his mind. Then, relying on his control of his body, he adjusted quickly, and then refined it. Since a few days ago, driven by a single goal, Wang Feng had been experimenting with various posture changes. By now, he could achieve an effect similar to the chaotic hammering technique, but it wasn't enough. Fortunately, he had Meteor Tears, so he wasn't afraid of injuring his body. As long as he could keep going, he could continue his research. This kind of research is very physically demanding and can harm a body. Only Wang Feng, who possesses Meteor Tears, dares to do this. At first, it was indeed very difficult. After 2 whole days of striking, Wang Feng could only rely on his physical strength to force each strike to be stronger than the last. He couldn't comprehend the concept of using leverage, nor could he find any special postures, unlike Xiao Sanner, who had Tang Hao to teach him hand in hand. However, over these 2 days, Wang Feng gradually grasped the key to it. If he continues to research and improve over the next 2 months, he should be able to develop a relatively complete hammering technique. Although it may temporarily be inferior to the chaotic wind hammer method, as long as he keeps researching, it may not be impossible to surpass the chaotic wind hammer method. Wang Feng felt a surge of pride in his heart. After all, he was a traverser, standing on the shoulders of giants and possessing a golden finger. If he couldn't surpass others, it would be too weak. However, this hammering technique was indeed very exhausting. After 36 strikes, it became increasingly difficult to continue, with each strike becoming harder than the last, the difficulty increasing geometrically. Once I forged these 2 pieces of raw iron into simple protective gear, I would be able to bear about 150 pounds. At that time, the difficulty of training would greatly increase, and the effects would also improve significantly. Wang Feng was deep in thought until evening, just before it got dark. Wang Feng finally exhausted his strength and collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with golden stars. The power of the Meteor Tears slowly flowed out, cleansing his entire body, and the long-lost strength reemerged. It felt comfortable, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing, making Wang Feng feel incredibly refreshed. To be honest, this method of forging strength really allowed his body to quickly reach its limits. He felt even stronger. Wang Feng let out a breath. Now, his current limit should allow him to swing 5 to 6 more times. If he continued using the same amount of strength, he could swing hundreds of times without getting out of breath. But this kind of increasing strength with each swing really wouldn't last for more than a few dozen swings. Let's rest first and continue tomorrow. Wang Feng returned to the village. Thus, for more than 2 months, he continuously practiced and studied the hammer technique until his physical fitness allowed him to swing 64 hammers in one breath. Such a speed of improvement is simply unimaginable. Without Meteor Tears, it would probably take several years to achieve this. improvements in other areas are equally significant. For example, if we compare his current state to that of 3 months ago, Wang Feng only needs to exert 1/10 of his strength to completely defeat Xiao San. However, during these days, Xiao San should have grown as well, right? The time is almost up. Tao Ge should be coming soon. Wang Feng strapped on the iron blocks that had long been forged on his calves, along with the iron vest, bringing the total weight close to 200 pounds. Even for an adult man, it would be difficult to walk 100 meters with such a load. Yet, Wang Feng effortlessly jumped around as if he had already adapted to it. A month and a half ago, he had secretly forged and tempered this set of weighted armor at the blacksmith shop and then put it on. He only took it off when bathing, but wore it even while eating and drinking. He had long since gotten used to it. The weights were distributed throughout his body, on his calves, arms, and back, each weighing about 50 pounds, forged into simple protective gear. This made Wang Feng appear slightly more robust. After everything was ready, Wang Feng slowly walked toward the village exit. Outside the village, Su Yuntao yawned, his gaze somewhat distant. Over the past few days, he had become somewhat obsessed with the story of Soul breaking the sky. However, a month ago he had finished watching it, but only saw a little over half. Just when Xiao Yan was about to fight the Soul master rival Xiao Yan, he had to stop watching. Anxious, Su Yuntao had wanted to come to Sacred Soul Village to find this little ghost for the rest of the story. But then he thought, as a level 28 Battle Soul Master, how could he casually lower himself to come to Sacred Soul Village? So, he waited and finally, the promised day arrived. Su Yuntao touched his chest and frowned, saying, "A few days ago I got injured while hunting soul beasts, but it's no big deal. In a moment, I can take this little ghost down with one hand and then get him to tell me the rest of the story, right? I can't hurt him, after all. This little ghost's martial soul is useless. He only has innate, full soul power. I hope he has been training these days so that I won't accidentally hurt him when I make my move. I'm really having a hard time." Chapter 15, wait, let me take off some stuff. Wang Feng saw Su Yuntao right as he walked out of the village. Quite punctual, huh? Wang Feng smiled as he looked at Su Yuntao. Tao Ge had not changed much. His expression remained calm, and his demeanor was still very high. Seeing Wang Feng approach, who seemed to have grown quite a bit stronger than 3 months ago, Su Yuntao nodded slightly and said calmly, "It's been 3 months, little brat. You've gotten quite strong. Is there still a story? If you have one, I'll go a bit easier on you later." In Su Yuntao's eyes, this 6-year-old brat wanting to fight him was simply ridiculous. He had no understanding of what a true soul master was. If it weren't for that story, Su Yuntao wouldn't have agreed to this child's absurd request. Fighting with a child was just like playing house. Wait, I'll let you know, little brat, how terrifying the so-called power of your soul breaking the heavens really is. Su Yuntao thought to himself. He quite liked those 4 words. They felt very imposing. Oh, Wang Feng looked at him in surprise. "If you defeat me, then there will be a continuation. If you don't defeat me, or if it's a draw, then there will be no follow-up story. Then what are we waiting for? I have limited time," Su Yuntao said with his hand behind his back. After speaking, he walked towards the distance. Naturally, they could not fight at the village gate. Wang Feng followed behind. Soon, the two arrived at an open area. "Little ghost, are you going to use a weapon?" Su Yuntao said lightly, "I suggest you use a weapon. As for me, I could do it barehanded." A little ghost with full innate soul power. Su Yuntao really felt that even using one hand was too much. "No need," Wang Feng said with a smile. "All right, let's get started. I'll let you make the first move," Su Yuntao said with a proud expression. Whoosh! At the moment his words fell, Wang Feng suddenly ran towards Su Yuntao. His speed was very fast. Su Yuntao was slightly taken aback, not expecting this little brat to be so swift, likely a result of his training over the past 3 months. In just a few blinks, Wang Feng rushed in front of Su Yuntao, his foot shifted to one side, and his whole body paused slightly, as if gathering strength. His momentum suddenly changed. His right hand clenched into a fist, and with a slight sound of air being sliced, he directly struck Su Yuntao's abdomen. This punch was incredibly fast. Su Yuntao, with the intention of letting the opponent hit him, had no plans to resist at all. With his physical condition developed over the years, how could he fear the punch of a mere 6-year-old child? However, the next moment, his expression changed. He felt his entire body being hit into a U-shape from this punch. Su Yuntao's eyes were about to pop out. A severe pain surged from his abdomen, making him feel as if he had been struck hard by a 200-pound hammer. His eyes were filled with shock. Boom! With one punch, Su Yuntao was sent flying 10 meters away. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his body in mid-air just in time, barely stopping himself from hitting the ground, instead propping himself up with one hand. He spat out a mouthful of bile, barely standing up, looking at the little brat. His mind was full of question marks. What is happening? Is this the strength that a 6-year-old child can deliver? Is this the horror of having a full, innate soul power? Su Yuntao felt an immense shock in his heart. Full innate soul power. A once-in-a-century occurrence. Such a strong physical condition. I underestimated this little brat. Su Yuntao took a deep breath. Just now, he hadn't used his soul power, relying solely on his physical quality to withstand this punch, even causing bile to come up. He really couldn't handle it. Plus, it was an unexpected attack. Here it comes. A glint flashed in Su Yuntao's eyes, knowing that this little brat had strong physical abilities. Su Yuntao no longer had any contempt in his heart. After saying that, he activated the soul power within him, kicked off the ground, and launched a side kick towards Wang Feng as if drifting. The powerful force also brought a real howling wind. This kick was extremely fast. Wang Feng did not dodge, but simply raised his hand as if to block. This is bad. I think I've used too much strength, Su Yuntao thought to himself. Just as he was thinking this, his kick landed directly on the opponent's palm. In an instant, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body from his foot, and that little brat still stood in place, directly blocking this kick with his hand. The next moment, Wang Feng caught this kick and recalled the posture of using force when striking an iron block with a hammer, leveraging the rebound of strength. He treated Su Yuntao's foot as a hammer, twisting and throwing it out. With such a throw, the power was tremendous. Su Yuntao spun in the air for several hundred degrees before slowly stabilizing, ultimately balancing himself and landing directly on a branch. What was that move just now? Su Yuntao was extremely surprised. It felt as if all his strength had been drained, and even more, he had been thrown out with even greater force by his opponent. Meanwhile, in the shadows, two figures, one large and one small, were also watching the battle. It was Tang Hao and Tang San. What is this? Tang Hao's gaze sharpened as he whispered, "Little San, did you teach that blacksmithing technique to the Kid Feng? He is one of the top powerhouses on this continent. Just now I saw clearly what the Kid Feng did. That was the technique of the Chaotic Wind Hammer. He even perfectly applied it in actual combat. But it was somewhat different, and there was a significant difference in the way he exerted force compared to my Chaotic Wind Hammer technique. Yet the skills were similar." "No, Dad." Tang San shook his head and recounted the scene from over 2 months ago when he saw Brother Feng blacksmithing. After listening, Tang Hao was astonished. This Kid Feng. Tang Hao looked at Wang Feng, feeling somewhat incredulous. Self-taught? The core technique of the Chaotic Wind Hammer, self-realized and created? This involves all aspects of the body. Learning it is already difficult, let alone realizing it on his own without any knowledge. If it weren't for Tang Hao watching this kid grow up, he would really suspect that this kid might be a lost disciple of Haotian sect. If this were some ancient monsters who have lived for a long time, they might be able to create and realize it themselves. You're telling me that a 6-year-old kid, in less than 3 months, could self-create and realize the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique, and even perfectly apply it in combat? Tang Hao found it hard to believe. But the facts before him and his son's account made Tang Hao have to believe it. This Kid Feng is truly a genius. Tang Hao could only shake his head. Tang San also nodded. Brother Feng indeed gave him that feeling. His intelligence and insight were completely beyond what a 6-year-old child should have. Sometimes, Tang San even wondered if Brother Feng, like him, was a transmigrant. However, thinking about Brother Feng's lazy demeanor over the past few years, Tang San shook his head. Perhaps he is truly an unparalleled genius? Dad, can Brother Feng defeat Master Su? Tang San asked curiously. He thought about the hidden weapon sleeve arrows he had forged over these days. If he didn't hold back, without using his martial soul, he should be able to defeat Su Yuntao, but in a fair fight that seemed unlikely. The differences in all aspects were too great. Tang Hao shook his head slightly. It's difficult, little San. You must understand, when strength reaches its peak, any technique becomes useless. As you said, Su Yuntao's martial soul is the lone wolf, and once activated, his strength and speed will greatly increase. It would be too easy to defeat a 6-year-old child. Just now, the speed and power that Kid Feng displayed were quite different. Moreover, he still doesn't have a soul ring, and he can't fully utilize the power of his martial soul. From what you said, it's just a flower, and its utility isn't as great as the benefits brought by the beast martial soul once activated. Plus, Su Yuntao also has soul skills. Unless something unexpected happens, once Su Yuntao activates his martial soul, that Kid Feng will probably get beaten up. But this is already quite good. Being able to force Su Yuntao to use his martial soul is remarkable for a 6-year-old child. Tang Hao's analysis was quite accurate. Tang San nodded in agreement. His father had a comprehensive perspective, and it seemed that he wasn't just a simple blacksmith. However, Tang San wouldn't ask more. Meanwhile, as expected, Su Yuntao's repeated attacks were all neutralized by Wang Feng's technique of borrowing strength that he had realized. He was furious. A dignified level 27 soul master was actually trading blows with a 6-year-old child. How embarrassing. Little brat, you're quite impressive. No wonder you have full innate soul power. After being thrown out once again, Su Yuntao took a deep breath and stood calmly in place. The next moment, roar. 2 soul rings suddenly rose from his body. A fierce and terrifying giant wolf phantom appeared behind Su Yuntao. Lone wolf, activate. Su Yuntao let out a low shout, and then a powerful aura erupted from him. In the next instant, Su Yuntao charged towards Wang Feng again. The speed was incredibly fast, almost like a phantom. This time, Wang Feng didn't react in time to the same kick. Bang! With one kick, Wang Feng was sent flying several meters, and the palm that was hit felt a slight pain. As expected, after activating the beast martial soul, Su Yuntao's strength increased by at least 1 level. His physical quality and all aspects were greatly enhanced. Wang Feng stood up, but it seemed that Brother Tao was injured. Therefore, he still hadn't fully exerted all his strength. However, Brother Tao was after all a level 26 battle soul master. He was only 6 years old and relied solely on his physical prowess, which was simply not a match. He would just be crushed, unless he used some of his energy. But Wang Feng didn't want to do that. Wait. Wang Feng suddenly raised his hand. What's wrong? Giving up? Su Yuntao frowned and said, No. Wang Feng shook his head, then took off his clothes, unfastened the iron armor on his body, and said with a smile, I'll take off a few things. After saying that, Wang Feng removed the steel vest, as well as the iron armor from his arms, calves, and other places. He then threw them on the ground. Thud! Nearly 200 pounds of steel hit the ground, causing the floor to tremble slightly and emit an extremely dull sound. Wang Feng's figure has also shrunk a lot, looking much more vigorous. Seeing this, Su Yuntao, Tang Hao, and Tang San exchanged astonished glances. Chapter 16. The Powerful Abilities of the Golden Lotus. A muffled sound echoed on the ground as the iron tools collided with the rocks. Sparks flew. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. These iron armors must weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds, right? Tang San looked at Feng Ge, who had become somewhat leaner and more robust. Over the past 3 months, Tang San had been forging iron, so he could easily judge the approximate weight of these iron armors. He initially thought Feng Ge had gained weight over the past few months. Unexpectedly, he was actually carrying such heavy iron armors. In other words, just now, Feng Ge was fighting against a level 26 soul master while wearing nearly 200 pounds of armor, and he didn't fall behind. He even had the upper hand. He actually forced Master Su Yuntao to use his martial soul, Tang San realized. So this kid took the raw iron from me and forged a set of iron armors for himself? Tang Hao rubbed his head. This Feng kid is a bit arrogant, wearing this set of armor to fight against a soul master. At such a young age, carrying iron armors at least 3 times heavier than himself. Won't it harm his body? Tang Hao frowned. Any form of exercise has side effects, and reckless training like this could impose a huge burden and harm to his body. Really reckless. Tang Hao shook his head. However, no matter how Tang Hao thought, he wouldn't know that Wang Feng's heart contained meteor tears, which continuously repaired the damage caused by excessive training. Without meteor tears, Wang Feng wouldn't dare to do this. You little brat. Su Yuntao's expression was quite grim as he stared at Wang Feng, a 6-year-old child wearing at least 200 pounds of armor, who just fought back and forth with himself and now forced him to use his martial soul. Is he an ant? Su Yuntao's lips twitched violently. He never expected that this kid was hiding his strength. Master Su, I'm coming. Wang Feng let out a breath and gently jumped 2 steps in place. The 200-pound iron gear, worn for nearly 2 months, had long been fully adapted to the weight. At this moment, taking it off brought a sense of comfort, as if the whole world felt light and airy. From now on, the load should be gradually increased. Only then will this feeling be even better. Wang Feng pondered in his heart. Su Yuntao remained silent, and his body transformed into a shadow, charging directly towards Wang Feng. The whistling wind seemed capable of tearing apart the leaves as it rushed in. However, this time, Wang Feng smiled slightly, lightly tapped his toes, and sidestepped to avoid the kick. Although it didn't reach the extreme speed of bullet time, Wang Feng was able to clearly see Su Yuntao's trajectory. Take my shadowless kick from Foshan. Wang Feng shouted loudly and kicked out in the direction of Su Yuntao's turned body. The speed was extremely fast, not much inferior to Su Yuntao at that moment. Bang! At the critical moment, the lone wolf martial soul on Su Yuntao suddenly manifested, and a blue light appeared on him. Soul skill just back. Su Yuntao shouted, bending his waist with a layer of faint blue light on his back. Dong! Wang Feng kicked at the layer of blue light, directly causing ripples that resembled water patterns. The kick had no effect at all. Instead, Wang Feng felt a faint pain on the top of his foot. He couldn't help but wonder, is this the soul skill? In the original work of Douluo Dalu, there is no detailed introduction to Su Yuntao's soul skill, so Wang Feng naturally did not know. But at this moment, this character who was merely a supporting role in the original work, Su Yuntao, truly possessed a soul skill. Sure enough, once the soul skill is unleashed, it's extraordinary. It feels as if a layer of steel is attached to Su Yuntao's back, and the kick is incredibly painful. Wang Feng was deep in thought. Immediately after, soul skill, swift spirit, Su Yuntao shouted again. A faint howl of a lone wolf echoed, as Su Yuntao's legs slightly bent, becoming more flexible. And a layer of pale, white energy, fur emerged. Whoosh! Su Yuntao moved, and a real phantom appeared. His speed increased. In almost an instant, he was behind Wang Feng, so fast that even Wang Feng didn't have time to react. The kid Feng is going to lose, Tang Hao said lazily. This kid is indeed impressive. With just his physical abilities, he can compete with Su Yuntao after his martial soul manifestation without falling behind. However, soul skills are not simple moves. They are the key to enhancing a soul master's strength. Although these two soul skills are average, and Su Yuntao is injured, when unleashed, they're not something this kid Feng can resist. Tang San nodded slightly, thinking, but that's still quite impressive. If it were me, I fear Master Su Yuntao wouldn't even need to manifest his martial soul to easily defeat me, let alone after manifesting his martial soul and using soul skills. However, just at that moment, Wang Feng's palm flickered slightly, and a golden lotus quietly bloomed. He gently covered it with his body. Let me give it a try. Wang Feng knew that Su Yuntao's strength was beyond his imagination. Even if he could match him with physical fitness, it would be difficult once the soul skill was unleashed. This move was unavoidable. However, a faint golden energy instantly entered Su Yuntao's body. Wang Feng instantly retracted the golden lotus. Suddenly, a kick, accompanied by sharp wind, almost stopped just inches behind Wang Feng. It stopped. Su Yuntao unexpectedly halted abruptly. Immediately after, his face turned bright red, and the lone wolf martial spirit suddenly appeared behind him, as if his whole body was covered in a faint golden light. Ah! Su Yuntao seemed unable to hold back, suddenly letting out a moan. That sound was as if he was about to burst forth. Couldn't he contain it any longer? Tang Hao! Tang San! Su Yuntao felt a surge of exhilaration throughout his body, unsure of what was happening. Then, the aura around him suddenly became more refined. Huh! Did he break through? Tang Hao stood up in surprise, saying, it seems like his soul power has risen a level. How could this happen at such a time? It seems a bit strange. It is indeed strange. Tang Hao looked at Su Yuntao, feeling somewhat odd, because at this moment, Su Yuntao was already on his hands on the ground, somewhat excited and trembling. Could it be the hidden characteristic of this lone wolf martial spirit? Tang Hao felt a bit puzzled. When soul power is enhanced, does it cause such reactions? Suddenly, Tang Hao shifted his gaze back to Wang Feng. Just a moment ago, there was a faint strange power about the kid, which vanished in an instant. Tang San and Su Yuntao didn't notice it, but Tang Hao could sense it. Could it be that this kid was up to something? His martial spirit? If that is really the case, then this kid's martial spirit is quite extraordinary. Tang Hao shook his head, thinking, forget it, this is the kid's own ability, I don't need to meddle. Meanwhile, Wang Feng felt quite surprised in his heart. This first form of the Golden Lotus ability, besides healing, can also temporarily enhance other soul power. However, using this Golden Lotus is indeed very draining on soul power. That small bit just now directly caused Wang Feng to lose a small half of his soul power. I really can't use it recklessly. Wang Feng also gained experience and didn't activate everything, otherwise it would be just like that day, leaving himself completely drained and lying on the ground, which would be too obvious. Chapter 17. There was even a title Douluo born. Wang Feng was just experimenting and used it for a short while. He stared intently at Su Yuntao and observed the changes in him. Wang Feng once again rated the first form of the Golden Lotus higher in his heart. After about a few minutes, Su Yuntao slowly stood up, coughed a few times to alleviate the embarrassment from earlier. A smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that I could break through and increase my soul power at this moment. This battle wasn't in vain. Little ghost, let's call it a draw. Su Yuntao thought it was just a temporary increase in soul power due to the fierce battle and did not suspect Wang Feng's involvement. He couldn't even imagine it. After saying the word draw, Su Yuntao felt a bit embarrassed. As a dignified, great soul master, he had to rely on his martial soul and even use soul skills to barely suppress and defeat this little ghost. Otherwise, he would have definitely been knocked to the ground by this little ghost just now. It was embarrassing to think about. No wonder he has full innate soul power. Even if the martial soul is useless, the soul power is solid. This little ghost must have been training hard these days. Su Yuntao thought to himself, after all, carrying those 200 pounds of iron tools would be very strenuous for me. I should give him some praise. With that in mind, Su Yuntao walked over, patted Wang Feng on the shoulder, and revealed a hint of a smile on his stern face. Little ghost, you're only 6 years old, and you can draw with a great soul master like me. You should feel proud. Even if your martial soul is useless, if you keep going like this, you might really become a strong person. Wang Feng, looking at Su Yuntao's confident smile, felt that he had achieved his goal and pretended to be very surprised, saying, "Really? Master Su, I thought you were just being merciful because you saw me lose and didn't want to hurt my feelings." Wang Feng's purpose in battling Su Yuntao was not to defeat him, but to test his own strength, gauge his level, and develop his ability to use the Golden Lotus. He also wanted to know what specific effects the Golden Lotus's abilities could achieve in a Soul Master battle. After all, that little bird the other day was just an ordinary small animal. Soul Masters, however, are human. Cough, work hard and do your best. Su Yuntao's face turned even more awkward. I'll head back first. By the way, you have to tell me the follow-up story of Soul breaking the sky next time we meet. No problem, Wang Feng said with a smile. After Su Yuntao finished speaking, he hurriedly left. After this battle, he felt that his soul power had increased by 1 level, and the injury on his chest seemed to have recovered as well. It was just that the increase felt a bit strange, but more than that, it was a pleasant surprise. Wang Feng chuckled to himself. Brother Tao has been completely used by me. My physical fitness should be comparable to Brother Tao when he has his martial soul manifested, equivalent to a great soul master. If I use my level 10 soul power, I shouldn't fear a great soul master. Even if I can't win, I won't lose. On the contrary, the effect of the first form of the Golden Lotus has far exceeded my expectations. Wang Feng sighed in his heart. It can heal and restore, and also enhance soul power levels. There is also a strange ability that can be used positively or negatively. Just like earlier, if he had acted when Su Yuntao was feeling good, he would have definitely lost. It can be said to have become terrifyingly strong. And this is just the ability that comes with the pure gold lotus itself. In just 4 months, I've already walked the path that Brother Tao took for over 20 years, which is enough for me, a former slacker. Wang Feng picked up the iron armor from the ground. Next, he should leave Holy Soul Village and head to the Primary Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. After all, one must take things step by step. Taking too big of a step can easily lead to trouble. While thinking about this, Wang Feng returned to Holy Soul Village. 2 days later, Wang Feng and Tang San arrived at the center of the village, carrying a small bundle. Today is the day to go to Nodding City. Behind them stood many villagers from Holy Soul Village. Xiao Feng, don't forget us when you go to Nodding City. My little Chuier is still waiting for you. An ant waved at Wang Feng. Wang Feng was speechless, looking at the child in the ant's arms. Xiao Feng, remember to come back home often after going to Nodding City. Our village is your home. An uncle came over, holding a basket of fruits, and handed it to Wang Feng and Tang San. All right, Uncle Lee, Wang Feng waved his hand. It's not a long journey. Nodding City is just half a day's trip. No need to make it sound like I'm going far away. In the past 2 years, the village had developed rapidly, and Wang Feng played a significant role in it. Although he only offered some ideas, most villagers were very grateful to him. They usually invited Wang Feng to have meals at their homes with great enthusiasm. 3 months ago, after the awakening of their martial souls, a small banquet was even held specifically for Wang Feng and Tang San. However, Wang Feng found it troublesome and directly declined. You kid, always like this. You guys are going on a long journey to Nodding City. If you have relatives or friends there, you and Tang San need to support and take care of each other. Don't let anyone look down on our Holy Soul Village. A woman stepped forward to scold them. Got it, Aunt May. Wang Feng chuckled a few times. Brother Feng, after becoming a soul master, you have to come back and see us. To be honest, over the years, the villagers had a good relationship with him. Although he was usually a bit lazy and received many invitations, Wang Feng rarely visited, mostly lost in his own thoughts. Tang San, standing beside him, looked at Brother Feng with a hint of envy. Brother Feng is impressive. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it. Most of these aunts, uncles, and aunties were there to see Brother Feng off, and, well, also for themselves. Before long, old Jack hurried over. Xiao Feng, Xiao San. Let's go, old Jack said with a somewhat serious expression. Tang San nodded. Wait a moment. Wang Feng suddenly shouted. Xiao Feng, do you have something to do? Old Jack asked. Hee hee. Wang Feng chuckled twice and suddenly walked to the stone pillar in the center, which was engraved with the Soul Saint handprint. The crowd was a bit puzzled, not knowing what this kid was trying to do. Then, Wang Feng leaped high into the air, reached the top of the stone pillar, and with a small slap, directly pressed his hand onto it. Bang! A handprint clearly appeared on the stone pillar. Wang Feng landed steadily on the ground and said seriously, all right, from now on, our Holy Soul Village will not only have produced a soul sage, but also a titled Douluo. After saying this, Wang Feng walked up to Tang San and said, Xiao San, you should go and leave a mark too. Who knows, when we become titled Douluo one day, this could be a holy place for thousands to worship. The fees will naturally be even higher. Tang San was speechless. Brother Feng, you really have a thick skin. You're not even a soul master yet. Do you even know what a titled Douluo is? A little boy behind them chuckled. Wang Feng glared at the little brat and said, you don't know anything. The little boy, old Jack, also felt a bit embarrassed, glaring at Wang Feng and pulling him directly out of the village gate. Under the gentle sunlight, the three figures were elongated. The onlookers glanced at the small handprint, and a smile appeared on their faces in unison. In the distance, at the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao also looked at the small handprint and chuckled softly. This kid Feng has quite the ambition, becoming a titled Douluo, but what does it matter? In the end, he won't even be able to protect the person he loves. A long, melancholic sigh quietly echoed, but it could not reach the ears of the three who were moving further away. Chapter 18. I am here to learn knowledge. The Junior Soul Master Academy teaches some basic things, such as the cultural history of our continent, some introductions to martial spirits, and a simple understanding of soul beasts, etc. The schooling lasts for 6 years, and if by the age of 12 they have not achieved anything, they can only become ordinary soul masters. Those ordinary professions await them. This is related to the strength of their martial spirits, but you don't have to worry. Those with innate, full soul power will definitely become soul masters quickly. It doesn't matter if the martial spirit is a bit weak. On the way, old Jack slowly spoke to Tang San about the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. The things taught at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy are even more profound. Old Jack shared the information he had gathered with the two little ones in advance, so they wouldn't be completely lost when they arrived at the academy. However, graduating from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is much more difficult. Old Jack held up 2 fingers and said, you need to reach level 20 and obtain a second soul ring to earn the title of Great Soul Master. Wang Feng listened carefully. To be honest, when watching Douluo, he mostly ignored these introductions because he wasn't interested. He felt that the author was forcefully padding the story with irrelevant details, making it uninteresting to read. So, he had long overlooked most of the introductions and naturally couldn't remember them. After all, when reading novels, one tends to focus on the key points. However, now that he had crossed over to this world, Wang Feng listened to these introductions with great interest. You can graduate from the Intermediate Academy at level 20? Tang San exclaimed. That's easy. Wang Feng nodded as well. He felt that the energy within him should have already surpassed level 20, but he just didn't have a soul ring to unleash it. Easy? You little rascal. Old Jack knocked Wang Feng on the head. It's not that simple. You all have innate full soul power. And while you can have the Academy's instructors help you hunt for your first soul ring, you have to hunt for the soul ring at level 20 by yourselves. Soul beasts are incredibly dangerous. Countless civilian soul masters have been injured or even killed because of this. Do you think it's easy? Only those noble children, accompanied by family warriors, are much safer than us. Wanting to rely on yourself to hunt soul beasts is what stops many soul masters in their tracks. Wang Feng smirked. Soul beasts. He had seen many of them and felt a bit curious. He wondered how strong these soul beasts were compared to soul masters and what the differences were. Also, how do they taste? Was it very different from ordinary wild animals? Were they all crunchy and tasted like chicken? It seemed that the nature of us Chinese people hadn't changed much even after 6 years of being here. Wang Feng thought to himself, how'd I unconsciously think about food? Grandpa Jack, are there beginner, intermediate, and should there be advanced ones too? Tang San didn't have as many thoughts as Wang Feng and asked curiously, advanced? Old Jack was taken aback for a moment, sighed, and said, the Advanced Soul Master Academy is not something we commoners can aspire to enter. It's too difficult. You should know that in the Heaven Do Empire, there are only 2 Advanced Soul Master Academies, admitting less than 100 students a year, most of whom are taken by those noble children. However, those who graduate from here are soul masters that various fields are eager to recruit, and the Empire hasn't yet granted them noble titles. Nobles. Wang Feng smiled. The world of the Douluo Continent has an overall structure similar to the Middle Ages. There are also things like nobility. The Advanced Soul Master Academy is probably similar to prestigious universities in my past life, like Peking University, Tsinghua University, Harvard, and Cambridge. Moreover, the requirements are exceptionally high. It's indeed very difficult for ordinary people to get in. The Advanced Soul Master Tang San mumbled a few words, really wanting to experience it. Furthermore, even if one enters the Advanced Soul Master Academy, graduating is not simple. Old Jack continued, saying that the Soul Master, with just a simple soul ring, hinders the development of many soul masters. Without family support or assistance from powerful factions, hunting soul bees to obtain soul rings while also cultivating and improving oneself is extremely difficult. Some people are born with a life of privilege, as if everything has been arranged for them, lacking nothing. Meanwhile, for us commoners, every step is incredibly difficult and arduous. Old Jack gently shook his head. Although he was just a village chief in a small village and his experiences might not be extensive, every word he spoke was useful to Tang San. This made Wang Feng also feel a bit emotional. Old Jack's words apply not only to the Douluo Continent, but also to my past life, isn't it? Wang Feng thought to himself. Some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. They don't have to do anything to possess wealth that ordinary people can only dream of after decades of hard work. The inheritance and cultivation from their families are, compared to the Douluo Continent, 100 million times more realistic. For countless young people, they may spend their entire lives just striving for a house and a car, and many things they can only yearn for, envy, and dream about through snippets online. They have no resources, no connections, and no status. After a lifetime of struggle, they are merely at someone else's starting point. Just like Brother Tao, who has struggled for over 20 years, is still just at his current starting point. Wang Feng thought this in his heart. The requirement to graduate as a senior soul master is level 30 and to obtain the third soul ring. Crossing this hurdle means becoming a soul zune, also known as an earth soul master. There are even restrictions on the soul rings and age. It's not just any soul ring that can lead to graduation. Old Jack continued, saying that even if one enters a senior soul master academy, only about 1/3 can actually graduate. As for what comes after that, let us not even mention it. It's too far away. The further one goes in cultivation, the stronger the soul rings needed, and the more powerful soul beasts to hunt, the greater the danger. Otherwise, how many can truly reach the title Douluo? If we count on one hand, it should be manageable. After saying this, Old Jack did not speak further. After all, he didn't know much. He could only pass on simple basic knowledge to the two children. As for the rest, it would depend on their own exploration. In the afternoon, the three of them had already arrived in Notting City. You must work hard to become soul masters. When the semester ends, I will hire 2 carriages to personally bring you back. As they entered Notting City, Old Jack said with a smile. The development of Holy Spirit Village was good, and Old Jack felt a bit confident saying this. Wang Feng had not been to Notting City much. It was too far, and he was too lazy to travel. Moreover, country folks coming to the city are easily looked down upon, and at that time, Wang Feng had no golden finger, and Holy Spirit Village was shabby, so he was too lazy to come to Notting City and feel uncomfortable. But now, Wang Feng confidently walked into the city, looking around. There were many pedestrians on the street, and the ground was flat, making it comfortable to walk. Although Holy Spirit Village had improved a lot in the past 2 years, the three of them were still dressed simply, without any luxurious clothes. Not bad, quite beautiful. Wang Feng shook his head and glanced around a few times, and he did see several pretty young girls. He couldn't help but exclaim that their faces, free from various cosmetics and filled with collagen, were pure and unpolluted. Even if they weren't exceptionally good-looking, they were indeed pleasing to the eye. Wait a minute, I came here to study, not to look at pretty girls. Wang Feng coughed a few times and withdrew his gaze. But looking a couple of times won't cost me a piece of meat, right? After hesitating for a moment, Wang Feng casually glanced again, then reluctantly pulled his gaze back. In this back and forth, Wang Feng's head tilted left and right. It seemed as if his head was saying, no, I'm here to learn, I don't want to look, while his eyes were insisting, no, you want to? It feels like my head and eyes have separated. Wang Feng shook his head, took a deep breath, and calmed down. Chapter 19. This little kid is really impressive, isn't he? After all, after 4 months of various devilish training, Wang Feng's willpower had become much stronger. At this moment, Old Jack also brought the two of them to the primary Soul Master Academy. The tall archway was built from hard rock, with two iron gates below, looking quite decent. However, compared to various buildings Wang Feng had seen in his past life, it was just average. In the center of the archway, there were four large characters, nodding Academy, resembling an ordinary middle school in some N-tier cities of Huaxia in his past life. Wang Feng was observing. At that moment, a sarcastic voice, tinged with a hint of familiarity, rang out. Work-study student? Which village are you from? Your little shabby village can produce a soul master? That small muddy pond only has earthworms. Can produce a dragon? Do you have proof? Let me see it. Old Jack's expression changed, and he quickly took out the proof and handed it to the two guards from the academy. After looking at the proof, one of the guards suddenly laughed a few times. Innate full soul power? That must be fake, right? Innate full soul power is rare in a century. I've been here for a few years, and even the descendants of those noble families haven't produced a single one with innate full soul power. How could your poor little village possibly have innate full soul power? After saying this, the guard threw the proof on the ground and looked at it disdainfully. Hearing this, Old Jack's expression changed again, with a surge of anger rising in his heart, but he didn't dare to express it. After all, this was Nodding Academy. Tang San also frowned, his gaze slightly cold as he looked at the two men. At that moment, Old Jack was about to pick up the proof, but Wang Feng suddenly stopped him. Wang Feng laughed and said, "A rural obsession?" Wang Feng stepped forward and took out a gold soul coin from his pocket. Then, he gently tossed the gold soul coin in his hand. The two guards, upon seeing the gold soul coin, were stunned. A gold soul coin could cover the living expenses of an ordinary family in Nodding City for several months. They didn't even earn that much in a month. Just pick it up obediently. Consider this gold soul coin a tip for me. Wang Feng said casually, "Our Holy Soul Village, I've never heard of it. You two little mutts, having offended our Holy Soul Village, you could forget about mixing in Nodding City in the future." Although he was only 6 years old, he stepped out at that moment, tossing a golden soul coin in his hand, exuding quite a bit of momentum. The two guards exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. A golden soul coin is not something a child from a remote little village could just produce, could it? Could it be that these three are some big shots? Is Holy Soul Village a powerful place? Coupled with the earlier proof of innate full soul power, their expressions changed drastically, but they still hesitated. At this moment, Wang Feng continued to speak loudly. "You two little academy guards actually dare to ignore the proof issued by the Spirit Hall. I see you want to go against the Spirit Hall, right? Hey, this Nodding Academy is really getting more and more impressive. Even two little gatekeepers dare to oppose the Spirit Hall? It seems that we might as well not come to this academy. Shout, San, Grandpa. Let's just go seek refuge with the Spirit Hall instead." Saying this, Wang Feng turned around. This hatchet job terrified the two little gatekeepers, turning their faces pale. Going against the Spirit Hall? Even if it's just a nominal threat, it's frightening. Wait a minute. Did he say they should go to the Spirit Hall instead? Could it be that they were originally recruited by the Spirit Hall before coming to the academy? If they leave now, and the academy blames them later, it would be a disaster. The two had no hesitation, quickly bending down to pick up the proof, wearing flattering smiles as they approached Wang Feng. At this moment, both felt that these three were definitely not simple characters. Just this child. The aura in his every word and deed was even more formidable than that of many noble science. And the golden soul coin. "Little brother, what just happened made us look down on you, and that's our fault." The guard hurriedly said with a flattering smile, "Please don't take it to heart. We absolutely don't want to go against the Spirit Hall." Seeing this, Tang San and Old Jack were both stunned, feeling a wave of astonishment. They never expected that just a few words from Wang Feng could change the attitude of these two so drastically. This is too impressive, right? Is it? Wang Feng seemed completely unconcerned, carefully examining the golden soul coin in his hand, as if he didn't see the guards at all. However, he was secretly sneering. In the original story, these two little guards were the kind of troublesome characters. They made things difficult for Grandpa Jack because he didn't bring out a gift. This is somewhat similar to the social customs in Huaxia. The gatekeeper ghosts are the most difficult to deal with. Wang Feng remembered clearly that later, when the two guards wanted to attack Old Jack, Tang San stepped in and knocked them down, and it wasn't until that character appeared that everything was settled. However, Wang Feng didn't want to get into a fight with the two little brats, lowering his own status. And he definitely didn't want to let the guards dare to attack Grandpa Jack while he intervened. So he spoke up first. After all, as a time traveler, can't he use his brain a little to play these two kids around? He first took out a gold soul coin to make the two little guards not dare to underestimate him, and then he put a huge hat on them. making them panic and not dare to have any doubts. Moreover, over the years, Holy Soul Village has developed quite well and can no longer be considered poor. Wang Feng has saved up a little treasure of his own, although it's not much, just a few gold soul coins. However, Grandpa Jack mostly stays in the village. And the villagers of Holy Soul Village are simple and honest. So how would they know about the tricks of the city? Wang Feng turned a deaf ear and simply pointed at old Jack. The guard understood and quickly bent down, extremely humble, and apologized. Elder, I am truly sorry. It was our mistake just now. I hope you can forgive us. Old Jack had never seen such a scene before. As a village chief from a small village, he had lowered his stance after entering the city. Now, seeing the guard who had been arrogant and disdainful just a moment ago, suddenly bowing respectfully to apologize, he felt utterly incredulous, almost as if he were dreaming. His heart was extremely excited. And no, it's fine, old Jack said, his old face turning bright red, his vanity bursting at the seams. Upon hearing this, the guard quickly looked at Wang Feng. But I'm still a bit unhappy and want to return to the Wuhuan Hall. What should I do? Wang Feng smiled at the two guards. Upon seeing this, the two guards shivered, as their minds had already been completely grasped by Wang Feng. They exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and each took out a few silver coins from their pockets, handing them to Wang Feng while whispering flattery. What do you think of this? At this, Tang San and old Jack gasped in shock, their minds filled with question marks. What was going on? How could these two guards actually take out silver coins to give to Wang Feng? How impressive. However, Wang Feng didn't even glance at the few silver coins and coldly said, "A few silver coins to brush me off? Do you think I lack this little money? My pocket money for an hour isn't even worth this." Old Jack thought to himself, where do you even have pocket money? Nevertheless, the two guards fell to shiver in their hearts. Wang Feng waved at the two and casually threw a gold soul coin, saying lightly, "Get lost. This gold soul coin is a reward from me to you." Upon hearing this, the two were overjoyed and quickly took the gold soul coin. In their hearts, they were even more convinced that this kid was definitely a big shot. They absolutely could not afford to offend him. "Thank you for the gift, young master. If you need anything in the future, just let us know," the two guards said in unison, with utmost respect, as if they were about to kneel down to Wang Feng. Their expressions were as if they were facing their own ancestor. Wang Feng felt secretly pleased, experiencing a taste of what it was like to be a wealthy tycoon in his past life. No wonder so many people wanted to be rich. Using money to crush others was simply exhilarating. Anyway, he didn't care about this gold soul coin at all. Tang San thought silently, wow, what impressive skills. Is Fenggu really only 6 years old? He's even more formidable than those cunning elders in my Tang sect. Old Jack scratched his head, still a bit confused. Not far behind, a slender middle-aged man was also watching this scene, his eyes filled with shock. This child is too amazing. Chapter 20. Do you know? The middle-aged man slowly walked forward and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, wait a moment. This matter is not right on the part of the Nodding Academy. I apologize on behalf of the Academy." After saying this, the middle-aged man cast a cold glance at the two guards. He had actually seen the earlier scene long ago and was planning to step in to help the three who were being bullied. Who would have thought that this child, who looked only 6 years old, was so powerful? His methods were as sophisticated as those of someone in their 20s or 30s. In the end, the two guards had wanted to give a silver soul coin to the child but were directly rejected, and instead, the child handed them a gold soul coin. This was like using a big stick and a carrot to bribe the two guards. If there were ever matters concerning the academy in the future, these two guards would probably treat this child like a beloved son. Seeing the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, Tang San and old Jack were momentarily stunned. The two guards, even more so, were cowed and didn't dare to say another word. "No, it's fine. They have already apologized," old Jack said, looking at the middle-aged man. Although the man looked ordinary and was dressed in a simple gray robe, he had a special aura about him. He was likely an important figure in the academy. So he quickly waved his hand. Tang San carefully examined this middle-aged man, observing the two guards' submissive demeanor, and seemed to understand something. The middle-aged man glanced at the proof document and smiled lightly. "You are here to enroll in the academy, right? Just leave these two children to me. I will take them inside." Old Jack quickly nodded, then "Thank you." Thus, old Jack instructed Wang Feng and Tang San a few times. Wang Feng squinted slightly, looking at the middle-aged man. As expected, this middle-aged man should be the master, whose full name is Yu Xiaojiang, a character of great importance to Xiao San in Douluo Continent. He is also Xiao San's lifelong teacher and has significant meaning for Xiao San in the early stages. Wang Feng scrutinized the master, and the master was also observing Wang Feng. What sharp eyes, the master thought to himself, feeling a chill. The child's gaze exerted a strange pressure on him, as if he could see right through him. However, thinking it over, it might just be that he hadn't rested well in the past few days, leaving him somewhat disoriented. How could a child possibly see through him? However, innate full soul power, Blue Lotus Martial Soul? I've never heard of any Blue Lotus Martial Soul before. A plant-type martial soul. How could it have innate full soul power? Could it be a twin martial soul, like the child with the blue silvergrass martial soul? The master pondered. The so-called Blue Lotus Martial Soul was a name that Su Yuntao suggested Wang Feng come up with during the proofing process, as it was an unknown flower. At that time, Wang Feng pretended to hesitate, unsure of what name to choose. So, Tang San directly made one up. Therefore, the Blue Lotus was not named by Wang Feng, but by Tang San. Naturally, Su Yuntao agreed as well. After old Jack gave his instructions, he left. Wang Feng and Tang San followed the master inside. Sorry to trouble you, master, Tang San said. The master smiled and waved his hand, saying, I'm not a teacher. I'm just an idle person in the academy. You can call me master. Isn't everyone else calling you master? Tang San was taken aback, then quickly said, Then you must be a very impressive person. Oh, why do you say that? The master asked curiously. Because the title master is only suited for someone very capable, right? Moreover, you can represent the academy, which shows you have a high status there, Tang San said seriously. Although you're not a teacher at this academy, you must be even more formidable than the teachers here. The middle-aged man burst into laughter after hearing this. Wang Feng scratched his head. Sure enough, the trajectory of history and the fated encounter would ultimately lead Tang San and the master to meet. However, Xiao San's flattery was quite good. When he said it seriously, he might not even realize he was flattering, which is the most impressive part. The title master cannot be casually used. The master smiled and said, Do you have innate full soul power or... At this point, a glint flashed in the master's eyes, or is it a dual martial soul? Your future is limitless. I'm just a person who comes to the academy for food and drink, so I don't have the capability to be your teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San was immediately stunned. Wang Feng sighed, slightly in his heart. To be honest, this master truly has extraordinary insight. As a traveler who has seen Douluo Continent and knows about the twin martial souls in the context of the prophet, he understood that this master wasn't like him. Nor did he possess any kind of clairvoyance or God's perspective. Just based on theoretical analysis, he was able to unveil the secret of Tang San's twin martial souls. That's already impressive. No, you definitely have the ability. Tang San fell silent for a moment and suddenly said seriously, I would like to call you my teacher. Oh, why? The master asked. Just because you can see that I have twin martial souls. I think in the entire Junior Soul Master Academy, there isn't a single mentor who can see that. Tang San said slowly, Are you willing to teach me martial soul cultivation? This conclusion came after deep contemplation by Tang San. Only his father knew about the twin martial souls. This mysterious middle-aged man could see through it at a glance, which was simply unbelievable. Just based on this, Tang San felt that this master was not simple. The master smiled again. Good. After so many years, you're the first one willing to be my disciple. Well then, I will also take you on. Your name is Tang San, right? Do you know why I can see that you have twin martial souls? Tang San thought for a moment and shook his head. How would he know about such a thing? The master suddenly looked at Wang Feng and said, I wonder, this little friend who also possesses twin martial souls. Do you know? Hearing this, Tang San was greatly shocked. Brother Feng also has twin martial souls? Tang San looked at Brother Feng with incredible astonishment in his heart. Could it be that Brother Feng really has another martial soul? Me? Wang Feng smiled. To be honest, if Tang San's twin martial souls were analyzed and judged by the master, then for himself, the master probably just made a rough guess. Surprisingly, he actually guessed right. He indeed has a humanoid martial soul, but he himself is unaware of it. I guess it's because you saw the proof. Wang Feng pointed to the certificate in his hand and said, It must be because they are curious about the two useless martial souls in this certificate having innate full soul power, right? As for how they deduced it, I don't know. How they deduced it, Wang Feng really doesn't know. After all, he has forgotten most of the content and settings of the Douluo Continent. He only remembers the general story and characters. Who remembers the detailed settings of a novel years after finishing it? Wang Feng can't remember. He only remembers clearly the various show-off plots, beautiful girls, and powerful martial souls. Wang Feng only saw that the master had glanced at the certificate a few times. So he guessed. However, when the master heard this, he was suddenly startled. This child can observe such subtle details? He only glanced twice, and he was able to deduce that he had discovered the reason for the dual spirit. This little brain is quite impressive. Chapter 21, My Soul Ring, I Decide. Certificate? Tang San had not yet reacted. That's right, it's the certificate. The master smiled and said, this little friend is also very clever. I indeed inferred from the certificates given to you. I have investigated over 671 people with blue-silver grass martial souls, and among them, only 16 have soul power, which is less than 3%. Moreover, none of them surpassed level 1 soul power. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial souls that I have studied, innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Blue-silver grass clearly does not meet this criterion, so you must have another martial soul within you. Of course, I know you want to talk about exceptions. There are always exceptions. Your blue-silver grass is clearly not an exception. In the past century, dual martial souls have only appeared twice in the two great empires, while there are 19 individuals with full innate soul power, all of whom are powerful existences, with some even reaching the great soul master realm. Among them, for were not born into noble families but also possessed full innate soul power. And this situation was due to mutated martial souls. However, your blue-silver grass does not have a mutated martial soul, so I can be certain that you possess dual martial souls. The master slowly finished speaking and looked at Xiao San. Tang San was left in a daze. But Wang Feng thought to himself, this theory only applies to people from the Douluo Continent. It does not apply to those outside the Douluo Continent. Like Tang San and himself, the master believes that Tang San has dual martial souls, which is why he has full innate soul power. But in reality, Tang San's dual martial souls were inherited from his parents, and the reason for his full innate soul power is largely due to practicing the Xintian skill. Otherwise, with the strength he awakened at the beginning, Tang San's internal skills would not have been drawn in, nor would he have been proficient in the testing soul power light ball. Soon after, the master explained a theory about mutated martial souls to Tang San. After he finished, Tang San directly knelt on the ground and bowed his head to acknowledge the master. Wang Feng quietly watched, neither stopping nor following. The third party has their own path, and the master is indeed his best choice in the early stages. But he has his own way. Brother Feng, do you want to be my master? I believe the master can definitely help us cultivate our martial souls. After being helped up by the master, Tang San asked. The master also smiled at Wang Feng. He was actually more curious about what kind of martial soul this mysterious blue lotus martial soul would be. The master never believed in the notion of useless martial souls. There are only those that are suitable and those that are not. No. Wang Feng shook his head and said, the master is very powerful, but he can't help me. Upon hearing this, Tang San frowned. The master was not concerned. Although this child was extremely smart and had a special aura about him, he did not seem like someone from the village, nor like someone from a noble family. However, when it came to martial spirits, it was unlikely that anyone could understand them better than he did. In that case, I will personally introduce you to a teacher later, the master said, still looking at Wang Feng with appreciation. This child has his own choices, and he naturally did not want to say too much. After all, you are a soul master with innate full soul power, and for your first soul ring, you still need a mentor to help you hunt soul beasts. Tang San nodded as well. Old Jack also said that the first soul ring requires a mentor to help with the hunt. However, Wang Feng still shook his head and said, thank you, master, but I want to be in charge of my own soul ring. I want to hunt the soul beast myself to obtain my first soul ring. Upon hearing this, Tang San was stunned. The master was also taken aback. Hunt a soul beast by yourself? Brother Feng, soul beasts are very dangerous. I know your physical condition is strong enough to compete with Master Su, almost at a stalemate. Tang San thought to himself, but in reality, Master Su used soul skills, and you were almost defeated in an instant. Hunting a soul beast. Even Master Su would find it dangerous, let alone you, a 6-year-old child. The master was even more surprised. My soul ring, I decide, hunt a soul beast by myself? Is this really something a 6-year-old child would say? In fact, Wang Feng had even more shocking words that he did not say. He also wanted to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast. If he said that, both the master and Tang San would probably think he was crazy. So Wang Feng did not mention it. You really need to think this through, the master frowned and said. Soul beasts are not ordinary wild beasts. The power of soul beasts far exceeds your imagination. The first soul ring is extremely important for a soul master, and you may not understand much about soul rings. Even if you're lucky enough to hunt a soul beast, it is likely to be a very low-level soul ring. As he spoke, the master looked at Wang Feng and saw that the child's eyes were filled with determination. He sighed lightly, knowing that this child had probably made up his mind. He was too familiar with that kind of gaze. After a few seconds of silence, the master took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, "How about this? You should think about it a bit more. It would be best to first understand the knowledge about soul rings and soul beasts before making plans. If you have any questions about soul beasts or martial spirits, feel free to come and ask me." He truly appreciated this child, which was why he said such things. If it were anyone else, he would not bother to say another word. Wang Feng smiled and said, "Then thank you, master. I just happen to want to learn about soul beasts and soul rings in the next few days." The master nodded. This was also part of the curriculum for the Junior Soul Master Academy. Soon after, the master took the two of them to the Academic Affairs office to register as students, receive their uniforms, and be assigned dormitories. Tang San was assigned to the 7th floor of the dormitory, which happened to be full. This was a bit troublesome. Wang Feng was informed that the rooms in the 7th dormitory were already full. Director Su from the Academic Affairs office looked at Wang Feng with a troubled expression. Wang Feng naturally knew that the 7th dormitory was specifically for working students, and the living conditions were quite poor. "Director Su, can we switch to another one?" Wang Feng asked. "You think it's that easy to just switch?" Director Su gave Wang Feng a speechless look. "The only available beds are in the 6th dormitory, which is for noble students. How could a working student like you be arranged in the 6th dormitory?" Wang Feng couldn't help but smile and said, "Why not? I've already said that you're a work-study student and don't qualify to live in that kind of dormitory. The academy regulations do not allow it." Director Su said impatiently, "Is that so?" Wang Feng took out a gold soul coin, dug in his ear with his hand, and said, "Can you say that again?" Director Su stared at the gold soul coin, paused for a moment, coughed a few times, and said, "Actually, it can be considered. That's more like it." Wang Feng threw the gold soul coin onto Director Su's desk and exclaimed, "Director Su, how did a gold soul coin end up on your desk?" Director Su was taken aback. Hiss. Director Su took a slight breath in his heart, thinking, "How come this kid seems more skilled than me?" However, he quickly took the gold soul coin and said seriously, "Ahem, all right, you brat, not bad. You have a bright future. Go to room 6 in the dormitory building. I will instruct the teacher there to make arrangements." Wang Feng took the school uniform and walked out with a smile. Not long after he left, a young man in the room disdainfully said, "This kid really seeks humiliation. As a work-study student, he thinks he can go to the 6th dormitory just because he has a bit of money, and his companions even worship that master as a teacher, claiming some unbeatable theory. It's simply nonsense. What's this talk about the top 10 core competencies of martial souls? It's ridiculous." Director Su glared at the young man and said, "The master is a friend of the dean. Don't speak so lightly. After all, in the martial soul world, the master is a well-known figure and stronger than you." The young man awkwardly smiled and continued, "But that kid wanting to go to the 6th dormitory really shows a lack of self-awareness. If he goes there, won't he just be treated like a servant by those noble children who are naturally better than us work-study students? What a disgrace. And he even took out a gold soul coin to suffer? I really don't understand these little brats." Director Su didn't say anything further, thinking to himself, "That little brat going to the 6th dormitory is likely to get a harsh lesson." However, outside, Wang Feng and Tang San had already left and couldn't hear the last few remarks from the two. Chapter 22. I'll make you call me Dad. Wang Feng and Tang San walked out and headed straight towards the dormitory building. "Feng Gu, let's clean up later and go to the cafeteria for a meal together," Tang San said at the entrance of the dormitory. "Sure." Wang Feng nodded and saw Tang San being the first to walk up to the dormitory building. This dormitory building has 3 floors and a total of 7 rooms for all the students to live in. Room 6 is on the 2nd floor. When Wang Feng reached the door, he heard several voices coming from inside. "Boss Xiao, the teacher in charge of our room 6, just said that it seems a work-study student has been assigned to us." Work-study student? Aren't they only supposed to live in that pigsty of room 7? Why are they being assigned to our room 6? Isn't that just fine? We usually lack someone to serve tea, wash clothes, and clean the floors. We can have this work-study student do it for us for free. How great is that? What if he doesn't comply? Doesn't comply? A work-study student who just enrolled dare to not comply? I'll make him call me Dad. Boss Xiao, when I came in just now, I saw a really cute little lowly. Let's go play with her tomorrow. Hee hee. Various chattering voices echoed from inside the room. Wang Feng frowned repeatedly, then directly raised his foot. Bang! He kicked the door open. The half-steel door made a loud noise as it slammed against the wall behind it. In an instant, the several children in the room were all stunned. The kids, ranging from about 7 or 8 to 11 or 12 years old, both boys and girls, were all dressed in relatively luxurious robes, clearly the children of wealthy families. At this moment, they all fell silent, staring in shock at Wang Feng outside the door. I am that work-study student, who just said they would beat me until I called them Dad. Wang Feng glanced around and smiled. The children in the room instantly reacted, their previously blank expressions turning to anger in an instant. This in turn dares to be so arrogant? Kid, you must be from the countryside, right? Among them, the tallest boy looked at Wang Feng. Although there was anger on his face, there was more mockery and disdain. Do you know the rules? Do you know whose territory this 6th dormitory is? Do you know what grade I'm in? It was as if he was asking a triple question of the soul. This boy still had a bit of handsomeness about him, and he looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. Wang Feng immediately recognized that this child was the leader of the 6th dormitory, known as Boss Xiao among the group. The boy looked at Wang Feng with a proud expression. Boss Xiao, don't waste your breath on him. He is just a little work-study student. Daring to kick the door. He is too bold. Let me teach him a lesson. After saying this, the boy stepped forward, looking at Wang Feng with a fierce expression. Lu Long, take it easy. Boss Xiao sneered twice and reminded him, don't beat him to a pulp. We'll need him for the dirty and heavy work in our dormitory later. Don't worry, Boss Xiao, I know my limits. Lu Long replied with a smug smile on his face. The other kids in the dormitory also laughed mockingly, looking at Wang Feng. It was as if they could already see the pathetic expression of this foolish work-study student begging for mercy after being beaten down. Kid, state your name. I, Lu Long. Don't hit nameless people. Lu Long's body trembled slightly, and a yellow light glowed as a nearly 2-meter-long stick appeared in his hand. This was his martial soul. What a load of rubbish, Wang Feng said, raising his middle finger in a provocative gesture. Although these people didn't know what this gesture meant, it seemed to infuriate them instinctively. Lu Long's expression changed, and he lightly leaped, bringing the stick down toward Wang Feng. The long stick left a yellow streak in the air, about to strike Wang Feng. If it hit, he would definitely suffer bruises. The kids in the room laughed even harder at this scene. Only Boss Xiao frowned slightly. This Lu Long was hitting too hard. This work-study student looked terrified. What if something went wrong? However, in the next moment, Wang Feng made his move. In a flash of lightning, his right hand shot out swiftly, like an eagle's claw grabbing its prey, and his 5 fingers directly grasped the weapon spirit on Lu Long's stick. Lu Long was taken aback, and his momentum was instantly halted. At the same time, Wang Feng's left foot paused slightly, and with a swish, like a phantom, his foot landed directly on Lu Long's abdomen. Ugh! Lu Long's face turned the color of liver, his body curling up like a cooked shrimp, the intense pain immediately causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. At that moment, Wang Feng released the stick with his right hand. Lu Long crashed to the ground with a thud. The battle ended incredibly quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Long was defeated. The other children hadn't even figured out what happened when they saw Lu Long flying backward. With such little strength, you think you can have me serve you tea? Wang Feng looked at the few children in the room and couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, if you all call me Dad later, I won't be called Wang Feng. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the children in the room changed dramatically. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from behind the children. He leaped high like an eagle spreading its wings, with his legs slightly bent and limbs spread out in a claw-like position, directly charging at Wang Feng. The speed was incredibly fast, much faster than Lu Long's earlier attack. It was Ling Feng. His martial soul was the Shadow Crow. Here, apart from Boss Xiao, he was the strongest. A girl with a few freckles, but a pretty face exclaimed. Ling Feng's speed of attack was extremely quick, almost instantaneously as Wang Feng finished speaking. By the time Wang Feng completed his sentence, he was already close to Wang Feng. Wang Feng let out a cold laugh, slightly turning his body, with his right shoulder facing Ling Feng's claws, showing no avoidance and directly being captured by Ling Feng. Immediately after, he turned his body, taking advantage of the incoming force, and quietly used the method of borrowing strength learned from hammering iron to unload this force. Then, he shifted from his right shoulder to his left shoulder, using his waist as the axis, and delivered an incredibly swift punch towards Ling Feng's chest. Bang! Wang Feng's speed was even faster than that of the beast martial soul with Shadow Crow, which is known for its speed. This punch landed directly on Ling Feng's chest. Bang! Ling Feng flew back to the ground in the same position as the previous Lu Long. In an instant, the 6th dormitory fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at this work-study student. They never expected that the 2 great powers of their 6th dormitory would be defeated so easily. It was too effortless. Even the sole ring-bearing Xiao Lauda couldn't achieve such ease. Wang Feng slowly walked in through the door. Immediately, he hooked his right foot and slammed the door shut with a bang. This sound seemed to resonate in the hearts of the many children inside the room. With a thud, all the children swallowed hard. Except for the eldest, Xiao, they all took a step back. Kid, don't get too cocky. At this moment, the most composed Xiao stood up, his gaze cold as he looked at Wang Feng. I am a true soul master. A soul master with a soul ring. Are you sure you want to go against me? Xiao, Qinyu? Chapter 23. He is the leader of our dormitory 6. A true soul master with a soul ring. As soon as the words were spoken, the children in the room all looked towards Xiao Qinyu, their expressions a mix of excitement and eagerness. Ling Feng and Lu Long also stood up, some clutching their stomachs, others holding their chests, walking to the back with cold smiles on their faces. When the leader makes a move, there's naturally no problem. However, Wang Feng remained standing in place, smiling as he said, I don't want to repeat myself, kid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu was instantly furious. This kid is too arrogant. A work-study student, relying on a bit of strength, defeated Lu Long and Ling Feng, who have no soul rings and still doesn't take him seriously. Xiao Qinyu, a level 6 student, martial soul, wolf, an 11th level 1-ring soul master. Xiao Qinyu coldly said, report your martial soul and level, that's the rule. Wang Feng smiled lightly and said, my martial soul is the Blue Lotus, and as for the level, I have innate full soul power. There are no levels or soul rings. After speaking, Wang Feng slightly moved his palm, and a beautiful Blue Lotus appeared. As for levels and soul rings, one must register at the Martial Soul Hall after becoming a soul master to officially possess them. Therefore, Wang Feng did not have any levels or soul rings. Innate full soul power? Boss, he has innate full soul power? Suddenly, everyone in the room was shocked. They looked at Wang Feng in utter astonishment. Innate full soul power. Even if one has seen a pig, they must have seen it run, right? Who would have thought they would encounter it? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he has innate full soul power. Lu Long sneered. What a pity, he doesn't have any levels or soul rings at all. What kind of Blue Lotus martial soul is this? I've never even heard of it. It must be some trash martial soul, just pretty to look at. Most plant martial souls have no combat power. Exactly. The boss isn't afraid of him at all. Without even a soul ring, what can he use to fight the boss? Once the boss's wolf soul comes out, he will definitely be knocked down. Ling Feng echoed. Listening to everyone's encouragement, Xiao Qinyu was originally very shocked by this innate full soul power, but after thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. This kid doesn't even have a soul ring. Although he has innate full soul power, it's just a type of plant martial soul. What is there to be afraid of? After Wang Feng revealed his martial soul, it seemed he had no intention of using it and directly put it away. Seeing this, Xiao Qinyu felt even more confident. He thought to himself that this kid must know that his martial soul would have no effect on him. So he put it away. What he didn't know was that Wang Feng simply couldn't be bothered to use his martial soul to deal with him. Xiao Qinyu let out a sinister laugh, softly growled, and a circle of white soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Immediately, a wolf-shaped martial soul rose from behind him and attached to his body. In an instant, his eyes glowed with a greenish light. His claws began to sharpen and become more lethal. This was the manifestation of his martial soul. Wang Feng glanced at him and curled his lips, saying, what a garbage soul ring, only 10 years old. Although he couldn't remember most of the settings of Douluo Continent clearly, he still had some influence regarding soul rings. He remembered that the lowest level was the white soul ring, which was 10 years in age. It was also the most trashy. Xiao Qinyu, you a work-study student without even a soul ring, dare to mock me? Suddenly, Xiao Qinyu was furious. He gathered power in his claws and charged towards Wang Feng. Throwing a punch directly at him, Xiao Qinyu was confident that if this punch landed, this kid would definitely be knocked down. However, Wang Feng shook his head. This time, he didn't use any techniques. Instead, he slightly bent his legs as if getting into a horse stance, and then threw a punch. Boom! With that punch, Xiao Qinyu was instantly sent flying. He crashed directly into the wall. Fortunately, the quality of the room in the 6th dormitory was good. It didn't break apart, but shook the entire dormitory. Xiao Qinyu lay on the ground, feeling a bit dazed. He struggled, wanting to get up. Just then, a figure walked in front of him, stepped beside him, and said lightly, are you planning to get beaten up by me again and call me daddy? Or will you just obediently call me daddy? Xiao Qinyu shivered. Looking at his completely softened fist, he couldn't help but recall the power of that punch, feeling an inexplicable fear in his heart. This work-study student seemed to be someone he couldn't fight against. Wang Feng finished speaking and looked at the others. Suddenly, the other kids jolted awake, retreating repeatedly, their faces flushed as they stared at Wang Feng. Forget it. I don't have sons as weak as you. Wang Feng waved his hand and said, from now on, in the 6th dormitory, I am the boss. Do you have any objections? No, none at all. You will be our new boss from now on. Boss, you are so cool. The kids dared not speak out against him anymore. Lu Long and Ling Feng were especially quick to react, clearing out the best beds in the room. This spot was near the window, allowing a perfect view of the campus outside. Boss, if there's anything in the future, just give us a shout. Lu Long and Ling Feng laughed heartily. Wang Feng shook his head. After all, they were just kids. Whoever was strong would be recognized as the leader. Xiao Qinyu, standing next to him, also got up and stared at Wang Feng, looking intently for a few moments. Wang Feng felt a bit uneasy from a gaze. He then said seriously, I, Xiao Qinyu, am willing to respect you as my leader. Wang Feng got goosebumps all over. So juvenile. All right. From now on, don't bother me if there's nothing going on. Don't worry. I won't beat you up either. Wang Feng sighed, pointed to the bed, and tidied up the quilt for me before heading to the cafeteria for a meal. With all this commotion, Wang Feng was indeed a bit hungry. After saying that, Wang Feng walked out the door towards the cafeteria. Xiao, our boss seems really impressive. Huh? Ling Feng said softly. He defeated us without even using his martial soul. Perhaps that's what it means to have innate full soul power, Xiao Qinyu said. I just realized our boss is so handsome. The freckled little girl exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, the other children rolled their eyes, thinking to themselves, I'm the most handsome. Well, in every child's heart, they might think they are the most handsome. At this moment, after Wang Feng left, a teacher and a young man walked in. Teacher Yuha, if that work-study student gets beaten too badly later, don't assign him cleaning duties, the young man said with a sigh. Director Su is really desperate. He dares to let a work-study student enter Dormitory 6 for just the gold soul coin. With those mischievous and arrogant little brats in Dormitory 6, they would beat that kid up so badly he wouldn't be able to get up. If something happens, the school won't be able to explain. Okay. The teacher named Yuha nodded. As the two entered Dormitory 6, the young man glanced around and frowned. Xiao Qinyu, where's that work-study student named Wang Feng? Seeing this, the teacher Yuha, responsible for Dormitory 6, darkened his face. Did you guys beat him? Where is he? Hearing this, Xiao Qinyu and the others exchanged glances. No, he will be our boss in the future. Xiao Qinyu hurriedly said, how could I dare to hit him? Chapter 24, Xiao Wu's Challenge. Swish. Upon hearing this, the young man and Yuha were taken aback. Boss. Yes. We left the best bed for the boss. Lu Long and Ling Feng pointed to that bed and chimed in. The young man and Yuha were even more confused. It seemed not to be fake. How did he manage this? Yuha looked at the young man. The young man had an embarrassed and curious expression. I don't know either. But in his heart, he was extremely surprised. Xiao Qinyu and the others had considerable strength and status. If they chose him as their boss, he must have impressed them somehow. Right? The two were puzzled. Meanwhile, Wang Feng leisurely arrived at the cafeteria. Just in time, he encountered Tang San at the entrance, along with a lovely little girl standing beside him. The little girl had a rosy complexion with a healthy glow, dressed simply yet neatly, and her long hair was styled into a single long braid that fell to her waist as she quietly conversed with Tang San. Behind them were a few people from Dormitory 7. Brother Feng. Upon seeing Wang Feng approach, Tang San immediately smiled and waved. His shout drew the little girl's attention to Wang Feng. This must be Xiao Wu, right? Wang Feng looked at the charming and adorable little girl and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. So young, as the future wife of the third party. To be honest, Wang Feng didn't actually like Xiao Wu in the original work. The reason was simple. He preferred older women. Therefore, Wang Feng had no intention of flirting with Xiao Wu. Moreover, having watched the kind of novel and anime, he felt that trying to flirt with Xiao Wu would be strange. After all, she was the wife of someone else, and the third party even had a daughter with Xiao Wu. Stealing someone's wife? Wang Feng felt a wave of cold sweat. In the Douluo Continent, there were plenty of beautiful single girls, and he wasn't the type to do such things. Moreover, he really liked the big ones and had no interest in the small ones. Are you Brother Feng? Xiao Wu, with her watery eyes, looked at Wang Feng and said, Xiao San told me that you are from the same village. I defeated Xiao San, and he said there's someone stronger than him. Someone called Brother Feng? It must be you. Tang San felt embarrassed. Being defeated by a girl was indeed a bit humiliating, mainly because he had no experience, and it was also his first time interacting with a girl. It's me, no doubt about it. Wang Feng nodded. After we finish eating, I want to spar with you, said Xiao Wu with a smile. I don't want to fight with you. Wang Feng shook his head. He knew that Xiao Wu's true form was a soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit. In the beginning, she loved to fight and bully Tang San. However, He really wasn't interested. Why? Xiao Wu was taken aback and huffed. You're not afraid of me just because I'm a girl, are you? Not at all. Wang Feng shook his head and replied, mainly because you can't beat me. Tang San, who was beside them, quickly added, Xiao Wu, Brother Feng is really strong. Even you definitely can't beat him. He wanted to say that Brother Feng could hold his own against a level 26 Master Su, and Xiao would have no chance at all. But upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu became even more unconvinced. How do you know if you haven't even fought? I don't care. I'm a girl. And I want you to challenge me. Brother Feng, you have to fight me. Xiao Wu had a very strong competitive spirit. In fact, it's true that all children have a strong sense of competition. Even someone like Tang San, who was a traveler with the body of an adult man, also had a competitive spirit. Wang Feng smiled and said, Sure, let's fight again when you have Soul Ring. You said it. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. I have innate full soul power, so when I go back, let's eat. Wang Feng rubbed his stomach. After discussing, the group entered the cafeteria and had a relatively hearty lunch. In the meantime, the master came to see Tang San, attracting the attention of a group of work-study students from Tang San's class, who couldn't help but glance over. The master's reputation was quite prominent in the academy. Tang San, you are taking the master as your teacher? One of the work-study students, Wang Sheng, couldn't help but say, You need to think this through. The master's soul power is only at level 29, and his martial soul is quite weak. He's almost 50 and still hasn't broken through to a great soul master. It seems there's no hope for him. He only gets to stay in the academy because he's friends with the dean and mooches off the food and drinks. But he has no future. Shut up. Tang San shot him a cold glance. If you say such things again, I might really hit you. After saying this, he stood up and walked out alone. Wang Feng also shook his head. After all, these people were just ordinary work-study students, not time travelers. So it's normal for them to lack insight and say such things. However, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with shining eyes. After finishing their meal, Wang Feng went to the academy's library to check various materials about soul beasts. For the whole day that followed, Wang Feng stayed in the library, engrossed in researching various materials. Although there wasn't much, and the records were not detailed, possibly not as profound as those of Master or the other mentors, Wang Feng didn't need to understand everything thoroughly. He just needed to know the types of soul beasts and their general age. The next day, Tang San followed Master out of the academy. Wang Feng knew they were likely heading to the soul-hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of Notting City, which was the place where the Empire raised soul beasts. It must be that Master was going to have Tang San hunt a soul beast to obtain his first soul ring. On that day, Wang Feng also went out. However, he didn't go to the soul-hunting forest, but instead went to the Spirit Hall. The soul-hunting forest housed 1,000-year soul beasts, though they were rare. Wang Feng still needed to take a look inside. However, to enter, one needed a hand order issued by the Spirit Hall. Wang Feng did not have a hand order and could only go to the Soul Hall first to ask Su Yuntao for one. The Soul Hall in Notting City is naturally much more magnificent than that in Holy Soul Village. The entire building is brown, and the main gate is engraved with a long sword that looks quite imposing. It has a total of 3 floors. Little kid, this is the Soul Hall. You can't just barge in, a guard said sternly at the entrance. I'm looking for Master Su Yuntao. Is he here? If he is, please tell him that a child named Wang Feng is here to see him. Wang Feng said. Upon hearing this, the guard looked at Wang Feng with uncertainty, frowned, but still complied. You're looking for Su Yuntao? What does a kid like you want with him? At that moment, a woman suddenly stepped forward, looking at Wang Feng in surprise. The woman was tall and curvaceous, and she was quite attractive, looking to be about the same age as Su Yuntao. You need a token. Wang Feng glanced at her, not knowing who this woman was, and casually said, Go to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts. Wang Feng had just finished speaking when the woman couldn't help but laugh and said, You little brat, you hunt soul beasts? Are you trying to find Su Yuntao to help you? Does he have the time to help a little brat like you hunt soul beasts? After saying that, the woman laughed and walked inside. Wang Feng waited for a while, and soon, Su Yuntao came out, looking at Wang Feng with a somewhat strange expression, and said, Little ghost, you really came. Come in. What do you want from me? Wang Feng repeated what he had just said to the woman. Suddenly, Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng in silence and said, I thought the person Cece was talking about was someone else, but it turns out to be you, this little ghost. I can't give you the token. Hunting soul beasts is too dangerous for you. With your skills, it's not enough to be a match for soul beasts. At this point, Su Yuntao suddenly smiled and said, However, if you join the Spirit Hall, not only will I give you the token, but I can also find someone to help you hunt soul beasts. What do you think? Chapter 25. Entering the Soul Hunting Forest. Objective Millennium. Su Yintao looked at Wang Feng. This child possesses innate, full soul power, but his martial soul is not outstanding. So it is not worth inviting him to join the Spirit Hall. However, what truly caught Su Yintao's attention is his strength. A 6-year-old child can manifest his martial soul and even use soul skills to suppress and defeat him. Although he doesn't know if the other owners of innate full soul power are the same. After all, apart from this little ghost and that child with the blue-silver grass martial soul, Su Yintao has not seen any other innate full soul power users. But the strength of this innate full soul power child is admirable and impressive to Su Yintao. However, Wang Feng shook his head and smiled, saying, "No need. I just want to hunt soul beasts by myself." Joining the Spirit Hall, Wang Feng felt that it was completely unnecessary. With what he has now, if he can't hunt soul beasts by himself and still has to rely on others for help, that would be too weak. Moreover, Wang Feng also wanted to train himself through his own hunting. Anyway, with Meteor Tears, as long as he has a breath, he won't die. If he didn't have Meteor Tears, he might choose to join a certain faction. But now, there is no need at all. Also, Master Su, I am now at level 10 spirit power and need to rely on spirit rings to improve. According to the rules, you from the Spirit Hall should give me a token. Wang Feng said with a smile. As long as a soul master reaches the peak of a certain stage, they need a soul ring to advance, and they can seek a token from the Spirit Hall to enter the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. The reason for finding Su Yintao is that this kind of token requires someone to vouch for it. Su Yintao froneth. This little brat is a bit overly confident. I want to help him, but he doesn't appreciate it. He insists on hunting soul beasts himself. If you don't give me the token, I won't tell you the story behind soul breaking the sky. Wang Feng continued. Upon hearing this, Su Yintao's expression changed, and he snorted. He rummaged in his pocket and then took out a token, handing it to Wang Feng. Here you go. You little brat. If you get hurt later, don't come looking for me. The token flew through the air, and Wang Feng caught it accurately in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the token was dark and engraved in the center with a downward-facing sword. Although this is the lowest level token, don't lose it, or it will be very troublesome. Su Yintao warned. Also, it needs to be returned to the Spirit Hall after use. However, Su Yintao felt that this kid would probably be scared back after going to the Spirit Hall. Once he experiences the power of soul beasts, he will definitely come back to beg me. No problem. Wang Feng touched the heavy token, then packed his bag, preparing some simple food and water, and set off directly towards the soul hunting forest. It was morning now, and by the time he arrived at the soul hunting forest, it would probably be afternoon. He might even have to spend the night in the soul hunting forest, so he naturally needed to prepare a bit more. This little brat. Su Yintao shook his head and turned back into the martial soul hall. Wang Feng ran all the way. He originally wanted to hire a carriage, but after some thought, he decided to exercise a bit instead and did not hire one. Instead, he kept running nonstop. By the afternoon, after about 7 or 8 hours, Wang Feng arrived at the bustling market outside the soul hunting forest. It was really lively. Wang Feng looked at the bustling market outside and was reminded of his previous life, where various shops would gather outside train stations, creating a strangely familiar feeling. I have a token, 5-1, looking for a recovery-type soul master with a large amount of milk, level 20 and above. Super strong power-type soul master. With a martial soul, tough skin, and durable, seeking a team. I am a support-type soul master, with a green hat martial soul, able to provide strong protection. Anyone interested? Hey, do you want to take a look at my martial soul first? What? Green hat? You can get lost. Wang Feng looked around, feeling as if this lively scene was reminiscent of a dream from a past life. The prices of things here were equally exorbitant. The third party should be inside, looking for soul beasts with the master, right? Wang Feng thought for a moment and walked straight towards the entrance of the soul hunting forest, which loomed like a city wall. There were patrolling guards around. When he reached the entrance, Wang Feng took out his token and handed it to the guard. Little kid, are you alone? The guard frowned and said, You're so small. Do you really want to go in there? If you don't have an elder with you, it's very dangerous. If something happens inside, no one will be responsible. Wang Feng nodded. I'm the only one, let me in. The guard returned the token to Wang Feng, said no more, and directly opened the gate. With a loud rumble, the 10-meter-high steel gate slowly opened. A unique scent from the forest rushed towards him. Countless towering trees and strange flowers and fruits appeared before Wang Feng's eyes, resembling a primitive forest. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng put away the token and walked inside. This is the soul hunting forest. Wang Feng's blood was slightly boiling. Walking in the dense forest, there were several paths trampled by those who came before him, and Wang Feng felt a sense of excitement. 1,000-year soul beast. Here I come, Wang Feng murmured. A 1,000-year soul beast is at least equivalent to the strength of a soul master at level 40 or above. Hunting such a high-level soul beast is as difficult as ascending to the sky for Wang Feng. It's almost impossible, even for the geniuses of those big families. No one dares to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast at level 10 before becoming a soul master. Just as Wang Feng entered the soul-hunting forest. On the other side of the forest, Xiao San, according to my theory, the first soul ring of a level 10 soul master can withstand a limit of about 400 years. The master, accompanied by Tang San, walked through the soul-hunting forest, saying, "This time we should try our best to find a soul beast close to this value. Moreover, since you have innate full soul power, you cannot waste this talent." Tang San nodded, touched the jade belt at his waist, and sighed slightly in his heart. The master is really good to me. He even gave me this kind of soul guide device as a gift. I must not disappoint the master's expectations. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. This is the name Tang San gave to this jade belt. This solitary bamboo has 10 years of cultivation, and its characteristic is toughness, which is quite suitable for your blue-silver grass martial soul. But this is far from enough. The master patted a green solitary bamboo in front of him. Along the way, the master had already explained to Tang San in detail many things about soul beasts, soul rings, and their years. Let's search a bit longer. We should spend the night here tonight, the master continued. Okay, Tang San suddenly remembered something and asked, "Master, how many years can Feng Gu hunt for his martial soul?" Upon hearing this, the master paused for a moment. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "It's difficult. If he can hunt a 100-year soul beast alone, that would already be quite remarkable. Going further, 200 years, 300 years, or even 400 years. Even a level 30 attack type soul master would face certain risks in hunting. You told me that he is very powerful, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Perhaps, roughly, around 100 years should be his limit. Moreover, it also depends on the type of soul beast. If it is a very aggressive beast-type soul beast, it will be even harder. Don't worry, the teacher will help you find a suitable martial soul." A slight smile appeared on the master's stern face. After all, this is how the teacher's role can be reflected. Tang San felt that what the master said made sense. However, Tang San felt that Feng Gu should be able to hunt stronger soul beasts, at least 200 to 300 years, which should still be possible. But anything higher would be impossible. But there would definitely be life-threatening risks. Fortune favors the bold. Tang San sighed a little. To obtain more powerful soul rings, it naturally becomes more dangerous. Meanwhile, in a corner of the soul-hunting forest, boom, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the dense forest. A giant green snake, at least 5 meters long, crashed to the ground. The snake's body swayed in unwillingness. 5 meters long, it should be a mandala snake around 500 years old, right? Although its scales are extremely hard, its weaknesses are too obvious. Wang Feng leaned against the emerald green giant snake, the short sword in his hand stained with venom from the battle, appearing increasingly sharp. Soon, the mandragora snake gradually calmed down, and a yellow soul ring rose up. However, Wang Feng didn't even glance at it, and simply walked away. This was just a small test of his skills. Chapter 26, 1,000-Year Soul Beast. Star Moon Fox. Golden Lightning Leopard. This mandragora snake, which was over 500 years old, was the third soul beast Wang Feng encountered upon entering, and it was also the strongest one. But unfortunately, the mandragora snake was not very aggressive. Its body was incredibly tough, and coupled with its potent venom, it posed little threat to me. Wang Feng shook his head. Over 500 years of age is already quite good. However, Wang Feng had no intention of collecting it. This mandala snake didn't cost him much effort. It's a pity that if Xiao San were here, it would be very suitable for him. Wang Feng shook his head. He remembered that in his impression, the first soul ring of the third party was a mandala snake over 400 years old. This 500-year-old one might be absorbable as well. However, that's not the point. In another hour, this soul ring should disappear. Wang Feng didn't think much about it. The third party was the protagonist of Douluo Continent, and no matter what, he would definitely obtain a soul ring, so there was no need for him to worry. Without further thought, Wang Feng directly left the area and continued deeper into the soul-hunting forest. After about an hour of walking, the night gradually darkened. Suddenly, a low roar came from a distance. This sound made the surrounding weak soul beasts tremble in fear. They all lay flat on the ground. This sound, Wang Feng's body trembled slightly. This roar even made him feel a trace of fear. It was a 1,000-year soul beast. Definitely a 1,000-year soul beast. Moreover, it was not just any ordinary thousand-year soul beast. At that moment, Wang Feng was about to rush over. Suddenly, oh, another enormous howl echoed from afar. This howl was no less impressive than the previous roar. In an instant, Wang Feng's entire body felt slightly agitated. 2,000-year soul beasts. Wang Feng's eyes were filled with intense heat. Although Wang Feng had never thought about absorbing 2 soul rings in a row, he could choose. Wang Fengxiang suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked forward lightly. Before long, the roar became increasingly loud, and a faint sense of pressure came from afar. Wang Feng quietly climbed up a large tree and looked into the distance through the gaps in the dense leaves. In front of him, there was a soul beast that was completely snow-white, resembling a fox, and it stood about 3 to 4 meters tall, very large. There was a star-shaped mark on its forehead, and at this moment, it radiated a purple aura, gazing at an even larger soul beast opposite it. This is the Star Moon Fox. Wang Feng's eyes lit up, based on the simple information he saw yesterday in the Academy Library. The Star Moon Fox is a Millennium Soul Beast, completely snow-white, with a purple star heart mark on its forehead, and possesses a very strong recovery ability. The rest of its abilities are unknown. The first form of the Golden Lotus already has an extremely strong healing ability. If it combines with the soul ring of the Star Moon Fox, Wang Feng pondered secretly. The fact that the remaining abilities are unknown indicates a lack of information. The records in the library are not detailed, which is unavoidable. However, Wang Feng felt that the first form of the Golden Lotus no longer needed stronger healing and recovery abilities. Because after the battle with Su Yuntao, Wang Feng realized that the abilities of the first form of the Golden Lotus depend on the soul power he activates. Depending on the amount of soul power used, it can restore soul power, heal injuries, enhance soul power, increase hormones, and perform various other functions. Previously, Wang Feng had only activated less than 1/5 of its potential and was able to enhance Su Yuntao's soul power. He had only fully activated it once, with that little bird, and was not sure what other effects it might have. Moreover, the more soul power that is used, the stronger the effects of the first form of the Golden Lotus. Therefore, Wang Feng hoped that the soul ring would ideally have other effects. For example, if the Golden Lotus could also enhance a soul master's strength, speed, and endurance, that would be even more perfect, truly making it a comprehensive support. Let's take a look at the other side. Wang Feng looked toward another soul beast. At this glance, he was immediately stunned. It was a leopard with a golden body. Even under the moonlight, it still shone brightly. The soul power emitted by this golden leopard was a deep purple, golden lightning leopard. Wang Feng felt a slight tingling on his scalp. It was also a Millennium Soul Beast. This golden lightning leopard was extremely fast, like lightning, and what was most terrifying was its strong, offensive capability. In particular, this golden lightning leopard could also release lightning, capable of paralyzing its opponents directly. It was a highly aggressive soul beast. However, this golden lightning leopard was at least a soul beast over 5,000 years old. Wang Feng looked at the deep purple soul power of the golden lightning leopard, over 5,000 years old. Can he absorb it? No. Can he defeat this golden lightning leopard? If he can absorb the soul ring of this golden lightning leopard, then the first form of the Golden Lotus should provide various additional enhancements. It would be the most suitable for him. That Star Moon Fox seems to be only around 3,000 years old, and he definitely can't defeat this golden lightning leopard. Wang Feng's mind was racing. With his current strength, he absolutely could not defeat this golden lightning leopard, let alone defeating it. It would be great if he could escape alive. Although he had his golden finger, neither Meteor Tears nor Chaotic Green Lotus had yet granted him powerful offensive capabilities, unless the Chaotic Green Lotus awakened its other forms. But that was impossible for now. How? The Starry Moon Fox let out a low growl, its wounds rapidly healing. Then, I can only rely on the power of this Starry Moon Fox. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, already formulating a plan in his mind. According to the records, the Star Moon Fox is an extremely intelligent soul beast. Even if it hasn't reached 10,000 years, it possesses a certain level of spiritual intelligence, though not very high. At this moment, a gigantic golden lightning leopard, even larger than the Star Moon Fox, let out a tremendous roar. The golden horn on its head suddenly emitted a lightning bolt the size of a thumb, striking directly at the Star Moon Fox. The speed of the lightning was incredibly fast. The Star Moon Fox seemed to have received a warning in advance, leaping high to evade. But one of its feet was still hit. Instantly, it was a scene of flesh and blood, and the Star Moon Fox let out a painful roar. Whoosh! Taking advantage of its injury, it aimed to take its life. Almost in an instant, the speed of the golden, lightning leopard vanished. It leaped high, its sharp claws glinting coldly in the night light. Swish! Two streaks of cold light flashed by, and the Star Moon Fox's entire body was filled with purple soul power, which became turbulent, revealing 3 bloody scratches on its lower abdomen. Boom! Its body was directly sent flying by the golden lightning leopard's claw attack. It traced a curved trajectory and crashed far away onto the branch where Wang Feng was. Wang Feng glanced at the golden, lightning leopard in the distance, his eyes slightly narrowing. How strong! He couldn't even see the speed of this golden, lightning leopard, a soul beast over 5,000 years old. He was no match for it at all. However, it seemed that this golden lightning leopard was also somewhat fatigued, likely due to the continuously recovering Star Moon Fox, which had inflicted some injuries on it as well. Wang Feng looked at the starry moon fox below, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The opportunity seemed to have arrived. Chapter 27. 6,000 Years of Soul Ring. Little fox, gather some strength. Hidden among the branches, Wang Feng spread his palm open, and a lotus seed in the center of the blue lotus quietly blossomed into a golden lotus. Let me see if my guess is correct. Wang Feng took a deep breath, urging the power of the golden lotus, and rushed towards the Star Moon Fox beneath the big tree. Streams of pure golden light flowed into the body of the Star Moon Fox. The Star Moon Fox, which was lying on the ground, had its eyes squinted, seemingly unable to open them. But as the power of the golden lotus surged in, suddenly, it opened its eyes and saw Wang Feng above on the branch. A tiny human, an incredible expression appeared in the eyes of the Star Moon Fox. The power within it began to surge. In an instant, the injuries on the Star Moon Fox started to heal at a visible speed. It slowly stood up again. The soul power within it had solidified much more than before. It had grown stronger. It had increased. Wang Feng took a deep breath. Sure enough, he knew that Jin Lian's ability could not only enhance a soul master's soul power, but also boost a soul beast's strength. It seemed that the improvement was even greater. Exciting. This was his previous speculation. Since it could enhance a soul master's soul power, what if it could also extend a soul beast cultivation lifespan? The facts have proven it. What Wang Feng guessed was correct. He didn't know exactly how much it had improved, but the soul power of the Star Moon Fox had indeed solidified a lot. Roar! The Star Moon Fox charged towards the golden lightning leopard again. The two giant beasts clashed once more. However, moments later, boom! The Star Moon Fox was knocked back again. But this time, the golden lightning leopard seemed more exhausted and roared angrily at the Star Moon Fox. It couldn't understand how this Star Moon Fox had just been defeated by it. What was going on? This time, it couldn't possibly get back up. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before the Star Moon Fox stood up again. The purple soul power on it had become even more solidified. Seeing this, the golden lightning leopard was furious and jumped around in rage. What was going on? How could it have recovered again, and even gotten stronger? Wang Feng crackled. The two soul beasts were in another fierce battle. Boom! The Star Moon Fox was once again slammed against the giant tree. The towering tree swayed precariously, as if it were about to break. But this time, the golden lightning leopard was already struggling to stand, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Roar! It looked at the strange Star Moon Fox with blood-red eyes. Impossible. If it could still stand up, then my leopard form from a few years ago would have been for nothing. Zong! In less than 2 breaths, the Star Moon Fox immediately bounced back to life and stood up. The golden lightning leopard looked at this extremely bizarre Star Moon Fox with some despair. Its aura seemed to have strengthened again. Although it hadn't surpassed its own, it was still far from it. But I can no longer go on. On the tree, Wang Feng also felt a bit exhausted. He continuously urged the golden lotus to heal this Star Moon Fox completely and enhance its strength. Wang Feng was also feeling overwhelmed. This was already the 3rd time. He had reached his limit. If this time, the Star Moon Fox still couldn't defeat the golden lightning leopard, there would be a solid piece of scrap metal. Boom! Just as he was thinking about it, the big tree shook violently, and Wang Feng cursed. Damn it! This Star Moon Fox is too weak. Coming again? He looked over, and the anger on his face instantly turned into joy. Hey! This time the one that crashed into him was actually the golden lightning leopard. Seeing this, Wang Feng felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. Without any hesitation, he held the short sword and jumped down directly. With one stab, he plunged it into the completely exhausted head of the golden lightning leopard. Boom! In the next moment, a massive surge of energy erupted from the golden lightning leopard. A deep purple soul ring gradually rose from its body. Seeing this, Wang Feng's heart raced. 6,000 years. A 6,000-year soul ring. Such a powerful soul ring would be his first. Could he handle it? However, at that moment, Wang Feng focused his gaze and did not rush to absorb it, because the Star Moon Fox behind him was intently watching him. Wang Feng turned around and looked at the Star Moon Fox. It seemed quite exhausted as well. This golden lightning leopard was too strong. It had effectively used up 3 lives, each stronger than the last, just to barely win. Yet at this moment, it still had some strength left. "You want to deal with me?" Wang Feng said coldly. This was within his expectations, as spirit beasts and humans are inherently enemies. Although he currently had no power, defeating the Star Moon Fox still seemed somewhat unrealistic. But at the very least, he could escape. At most, it would just be a wasted effort. However, the Star Moon Fox squatted down, looking at Wang Feng with a curious expression. It seemed that it had no intention of attacking. Wang Feng remained motionless. The Star Moon Fox stood up and walked towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng frowned slightly, but did not step back. The Star Moon Fox circled around Wang Feng once and then lay down on the ground, still showing no intention of making a move. It glanced at the golden lightning leopard, as if to say, "Aren't you going to absorb the soul ring yet?" Wang Feng was taken aback and glanced at the Star Moon Fox. After a moment of contemplation, he no longer hesitated, sitting cross-legged and looking at the soul ring on the golden lightning leopard, his eyes flashing with a hint of fervor. At the same time, in a corner of the soul-hunting forest, Xiao San, this is a mandala snake that could be at least 500 years old. The master pointed at the huge soul beast corpse on the ground and said solemnly, "It should have been killed by a soul master around level 30. Look at its wounds. The head has been pierced through, and even the most vulnerable 7 inches has fatal scars, indicating the attack was extremely swift and sharp." Tang San looked at the more than 5-meter-long giant snake and nodded slightly, thinking a 500-year-old soul beast. Even if I use all my strength, it will be difficult to kill it. I wonder who did it. What a pity. It seems that the soul master did not absorb the soul ring of this mandala snake. This mandala snake would have been the most compatible soul beast for your blue silvergrass. But the soul ring has already disappeared. The master shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. Just then, a sudden roar echoed ahead. A mist obscured their view. "Not good. There's another mandala snake." The master's expression changed, and his gaze sharpened as he looked into the mist, where a green giant snake emerged. His voice suddenly rose a few notches. "This is bad. It's a mandala snake over 400 years old, and it might be related to the dead mandala snake." Tang San also looked at the mandala snake. It was a mandala snake over 4 meters long, exuding a strong bloody aura, and was currently hissing at the two from a distance. "Xiao San, now I will teach you a theory. More rings, more bones. Technique, power, and waves. Fewer rings, fewer bones. Run away." In simple terms, if you have fewer soul rings than your opponent, and it's obviously impossible to win, immediately conserve your strength and retreat. The master briefly explained, just like now, San Pao, farting like thunder, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Ro San Pao. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed. 2 figures quickly dashed out. After a long while, with a loud crash, the mandala snake's figure fell to the ground once more. "Xiao San, wonderful. This time your soul ring has an opportunity." The master, with a somewhat pale face, looked at the mandala snake with ecstatic joy. "You just hit its vital point quickly. Hurry up and absorb the soul ring of this mandala snake. Over 400 years, just right for the maximum age limit I estimated for the first soul ring." Tang San's face showed a hint of excitement. His teacher had told him a lot on the way. A soul ring over 400 years. I must succeed in absorbing it. This way, I can help the teacher practice his theory. Tang San sat cross-legged and murmured to himself. It will also mean whether I can learn the Tang sect's ultimate skills. Fongo, I wonder what kind of soul ring you are absorbing now. Chapter 28. Powerful Meteor Tears. Just as Tang San was absorbing the soul ring of the mandala snake, Wang Feng was absorbing the 6,000-year soul beast, the golden lightning leopard's soul ring. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Feng took a deep breath, fully concentrating his spirit on the blue lotus martial soul in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he used his fingers to drive his soul power, slowly guiding the shining purple soul ring to settle on top of his head. As the soul ring approached, a pressure like Mount Tai pressed down on Wang Feng. The pressure from the 6,000-year soul ring seemed to unleash a tsunami in an instant, impacting Wang Feng's spirit and body before he had even absorbed it. It should be noted that this golden lightning leopard was not killed by Wang Feng. He had used rather cunning methods to borrow someone else's hand to kill the leopard. He delivered the final blow himself. This golden lightning leopard was a 6,000-year soul beast, already possessing a certain level of intelligence, and it must have harbored deep resentment towards him. The soul ring carried a profound sense of vengeful consciousness. Wang Feng let out a muffled groan, his face turning crimson, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. So powerful. A 6,000-year soul ring, so powerful. A normal soul master can only absorb a 5,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring. It's truly terrifying. Wang Feng murmured to himself. He hadn't even absorbed it yet. Just the pressure from this 6,000-year soul ring and the resentment of the golden lightning leopard was almost overwhelming him. If he were to absorb it, he feared he might explode from the strain. And the truth was indeed like that. Wang Feng can guarantee that with his current physical condition, absorbing a 6,000-year soul ring would normally lead to certain death. Even if his physical condition were to double, it would still be impossible to absorb this 6,000-year soul ring. An ordinary soul master might die more than 10 times and still not be able to absorb it. But I have meteor tears. Wang Feng's lips curled into a smile. This thing was transformed from the tears of the life god king in star transformation, merging with his own heart. It possessed an extremely powerful self-healing ability, and later on, it could also increase the speed of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, among many other effects. Simply put, it was very difficult for Wang Feng to die. Unless his soul consciousness was completely extinguished, it was extremely hard for him to die from mere physical injuries. Come on. Wang Feng forcefully suppressed the boiling blood surging within him, unleashing his Azure Lotus martial soul, drawing upon his soul power to slowly lower the 6,000-year soul ring from above his head, enveloping his body. In an instant, a flood of energy, seemingly endless and ignorant, surged into his body. Boom! Wang Feng's mind instantly exploded. His body, at this moment, felt like a small coastal county, with the energy surging into him like a torrential flood, descending from the sky, sweeping through this tiny county like a whirlwind. Everything in the city, vehicles, streets, pedestrians, shops, and so on, was engulfed and submerged in an instant. First, Wang Feng's skin erupted with countless blood vessels, slightly cracking open, creating numerous fissures. Then, the internal muscle fibers and cellular tissues were rapidly destroyed by this violently surging energy. Even his bones could not fully withstand it, producing a crisp cracking sound as they were eroded and broken apart. Wang Feng's entire body, from his limbs to his bones, from his facial features to his organs, down to the cells and nerves, rapidly shattered. If viewed from a distance, Wang Feng appeared to be a person made of blood. The pain brought about by this extreme destruction instantly drowned out most of Wang Feng's consciousness, leaving only a single soul obsession that circled around the blue lotus martial soul in the sea of consciousness. The Star Moon Fox, squatting nearby, looked at Wang Feng, its eyes revealing an incredibly human-like expression of pity. This human, although he saved him, was truly incredible. However, he was too weak. Absorbing the 6,000-year soul ring of the Golden Light Thunder Leopard was completely impossible. Perhaps if he were 10 times stronger, there might be a chance? At this moment, in Wang Feng's sea of consciousness, a blue lotus emitted a faint glow, gently floating and spinning. In an instant, it was as if a torrential flood found an outlet, washing over Wang Feng's body and all rushing into the blue lotus. On the lotus platform, the smallest lotus seed slowly bloomed, giving birth to a golden lotus. The violent energy directly formed a vortex resembling a purple ocean, pouring into the golden lotus. In an instant, the golden lotus shone brightly. The once slightly opened bud quietly bloomed, seemingly growing many more petals, as the golden lotus leaves became fuller and thicker. Crackle! Golden lightning surrounded the golden lotus, emitting thunderous sounds, looking extremely cool. Finally, imprinted on the leaves of the golden lotus, adding a touch of majesty to it. Swish! The golden lotus moved quietly, its speed extremely fast, almost like a phantom, rushing through Wang Feng's sea of consciousness, seemingly joyfully wandering. At the same time, Wang Feng's body was almost completely shattered and disintegrated. Only the position of his heart glowed gently, like tears shaped as meteors. A stream of rich energy surged from the center of his heart, flowing into Wang Feng's entire body like the return of countless seas. This energy activated the energy stored within Wang Feng's body, roaming throughout him. Each time it passed through a place that had been utterly destroyed, it was as if a time cloth from Doraemon's pocket was laid over it, instantly restoring it to its original state. However, unlike before, The restored body became even stronger at every part. The violent energy contained within the 6,000-year soul ring, although it had devastated Wang Feng's body, also granted him a chance for rebirth. During the energy restoration from the meteor tears, slowly, Wang Feng's body rapidly recovered, becoming even more powerful. His muscles became dense and seamless, filled with explosive strength, and his broken bones were like steel, reforged through countless hammerings. His skin became even whiter and smoother. Even his entire physique, during the reconstruction, grew a few centimeters taller. At 6 years old, he was now about the same height and build as a 10-year-old child. The star moon fox outside widened its eyes in astonishment. It circled around Wang Feng. At this moment, looking at him, Wang Feng's entire body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of transparent energy, as if he was about to break out of a cocoon and be reborn. It also sensed a stream of life-filled power, as if it were repairing this human child. The life-filled energy gave the star moon fox a sense of reverence and worship. At the same time, Wang Feng's consciousness gradually recovered, but the resentment of the golden lightning beast seemed to transform into a black golden lightning leopard in the sea of consciousness, roaring madly at Wang Feng's awareness, as if wanting to devour the last trace of his soul consciousness. However, Wang Feng's consciousness suddenly froze. At that moment, 7 different colors of mysterious energy surged out from his consciousness, surrounding Wang Feng's awareness and transforming into 6 pairs of illusory black energy wings. Wang Feng's final consciousness gradually transformed into a small figure identical to himself, wrapped in 7 different energies. However, the figure was shrouded in endless black mist, emanating an evil and ghostly energy that gave it a cold and sinister aura, akin to that of a wicked deity. In an instant, the golden lightning leopard, filled with a vengeful soul consciousness, suddenly fell silent, as if a mouse had encountered a cat, trembling in fear. The small figure enveloped in black mist gestured with its palm towards the golden lightning leopard. In an instant, the consciousness of the golden lightning leopard was directly captured in his hand, and with a gentle squeeze, it was crushed to dust. Chapter 29. Where's my soul power? Meanwhile, in the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and the pupils instantly turned pitch black. A terrifying aura erupted from him. 6 pairs of enchanting black energy wings rose from his body. As his body reformed, his originally strong and bare body became covered in 7 different patterns, extending from his limbs to his heart, forming a circular design resembling a black sun. Wang Feng let out a low growl unconsciously, as if to vent something. In the next moment, a terrifying aura seemed to condense into a tangible force, spreading outwards. The star moon fox instantly cowered on the ground, trembling in fear, completely unable to comprehend how the child, who had just emitted a life force, suddenly transformed into something incredibly evil, filled with an aura that terrified it immensely. Even in that instant, the entire soul-hunting forest awakened. All soul beasts, whether awake or asleep, suddenly jolted awake and cowered down, trembling all over. However, it was only the soul beasts. The many soul masters in the soul-hunting forest felt a chill in their hearts, as if a wave of ice had entered their hearts, causing them to shiver unconsciously, not knowing what was happening. Tang San, who had just broken through by absorbing a soul ring, also felt a strange sensation throughout his body, unconsciously looking in a certain direction. Master, did you feel that? Tang San asked in a low voice, looking at the master. How strange. There seems to be a cold and powerful aura. Could it be a soul beast? The master nodded but frowned, not knowing what was going on. The two were unclear about the specific situation. But at the same time, in the distant Heaven Do Empire royal family, a boy around 15 years old, dressed in luxurious robes, seemed to be meditating. At his forehead, there was a 6-winged angel mark. Although the boy was small, he was extremely handsome, possessing a face that drove countless women mad, his skin as white as snow, enough to captivate for a lifetime. With beauty already taking shape, one could only imagine how he would look in the future. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, a divine golden light flashing through them. Behind him, a 6-winged angel appeared prominently at his back. An unparalleled sacred light filled the entire hall. It was the aura of an angel, but why did it feel so evil and terrifying? He instantly retracted his 6-winged angel martial soul, a look of disbelief appearing in his eyes. The 6-winged angel symbolizes sacred light, the representative of the divine in the world. Only he had awakened such a super martial soul, but now he sensed the aura of his kin. Yet, It emanated an incredibly evil and trembling aura. The aura of his kin could only be sensed so clearly by him. This aura is wrong. It might be a super martial soul, even stronger than my six-winged angel. How could this be? He murmured, the look of surprise in his eyes growing more intense. Who could it be? A voice like a celestial whisper echoed in the palace. In the soul-hunting forest, after Wang Feng's roar, the darkness in his eyes quickly retreated, and the 7 lines of evil and wicked origin aura that radiated from his body swiftly receded, ultimately sinking back into his originally strong physique. The 6 pairs of 12-winged energy wings behind him also vanished in an instant. Wang Feng collapsed on the ground, falling into a hazy sleep. His startled consciousness was overtaken by tiredness, leaving only a lingering doubt. Was that just now my mysterious humanoid martial soul? But what exactly is a martial soul? The next day, in the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng was awakened by a moist feeling. Suddenly opening his eyes, he saw a snow-white fox, which was now extending its delicate tongue to lick his face. Wang Feng was startled and quickly sat up from the ground, then began to survey his surroundings. In his line of sight, there was only this star-moon fox, while the deceased golden lightning leopard was reduced to just a skeleton. Seeing Wang Feng awake, the star-moon fox blinked at him. "You've been here all night?" Wang Feng looked at it. The star-moon fox nodded. "Thank you." Wang Feng took a deep breath. Last night, when his consciousness was about to be devoured by the resentment of the golden light thunder beast, it seemed that he awakened the mysterious humanoid martial soul given by the system. That is to say, the humanoid martial soul he received as a bonus for checking in with full innate soul power at the Martial Soul Hall in Holy Soul Village. What exactly is it? Wang Feng was filled with uncertainty. He touched his chest, unsure of how to awaken this martial soul, which seemed to be hidden within him. Could it be that it only manifests at critical moments? Or was it necessary to use special means? However, the extremely evil aura was something Wang Feng felt very clearly. It was as if, after being possessed by that martial soul, he would become extremely indifferent and ruthless. Like a deity who controls time and all things from a lofty position. Wang Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. No, that is not me. Right, my strength. Wang Feng took a deep breath and checked himself. Upon this inspection, Wang Feng was stunned. Where's my soul power? Wang Feng only felt an emptiness within him. Countless questions arose in his mind. There was not a trace of energy left. Where was the soul power? He had pushed his body beyond its limits and accumulated quite a bit of soul power through the Meteoric Tears. At least having reached a full innate soul power of level 20, right? How could it be that there was not a single bit left in his body now? Moreover, he had completely absorbed the 6,000-year soul ring. His soul power should have increased even more. Could it be that after his body exploded yesterday, it was completely consumed when it was reforged by the Meteoric Tears? Wang Feng stared blankly. Last night, the feeling of his body being shattered by the power of the 6,000-year soul ring was truly indescribable. Wang Feng would probably never forget that kind of pain for the rest of his life. Then, as he expected, the Meteoric Tears erupted with life force, allowing his body to reorganize. Terrifying, but this really is a trap. No, my body. Wang Feng frowned, feeling his body. Strong, incomparably strong. With a light leap. Whoosh! Wang Feng jumped up several meters high. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Because he was completely unaccustomed to his strength, Wang Feng crashed directly into a big tree. Have I become a superhero? Wang Feng looked at the towering tree beside him. Whoosh! With a swift kick, crack, crack, crack. This tree, which required 2 people to wrap their arms around, was instantly split into 2 pieces by his kick. This casual kick of mine probably had a force of at least 6,000 pounds, right? Wang Feng murmured. In his previous life on Earth, it was rumored that Master Bruce Lee could deliver a kick with nearly half a ton or 1,000 pounds of force. At that time, Bruce Lee's physical fitness was considered extraordinary among humans. Now, with just a casual kick, he could exert at least 6,000 pounds? What does that mean? 6,000 pounds is equivalent to 3 tons. He could easily kick a small car from his previous life away. If Tao Go were here, would I accidentally kick him to death with 1 kick? Wang Feng hesitated and thought. Should be, right? Chapter 30. Compressing Soul Power. First soul skill. Divine transformation. Terrifying. Although the soul power was gone, the physical quality had undergone a tremendous change. Wang Feng closed his eyes, listening to the world. He could clearly sense the movements of insects and ants thousands of meters away. Even the little one, practicing the Xiantian treasure record, now couldn't achieve even a fifth of this level. This must be the result of the influence from the 6,000-year soul ring, along with the changes brought about by the rebirth of his body. His body had truly undergone a rebirth through fire. After being baptized by the life energy in the meteor tears and the terrifying pressure from the 6,000-year soul ring, combined with countless previous exercises that pushed his physical limits as a foundation, as well as the energy stored within him, he had achieved the changes he had now. Ha. With my current physical quality, I could probably crush most soul masters around level 40, right? Wang Feng's face broke into a smile. At this moment, he had grown significantly taller, about 6 or 7 centimeters, looking around 11 or 12 years old. As for his soul power, Wang Feng had a faint smile on his face, wondering how many levels his meditation in the morning could improve him. He hadn't practiced before, because the meteor tears had released a few bursts of energy, along with some energy from the Azure Lotus martial soul. He should have surpassed the innate level 20 soul power. Therefore, he didn't need to practice at all. Little fox, keep an eye on me. I need to meditate for a while. Wang Feng's lips curled into a slight arc. He touched the meteor tears of his heart. This time, he would personally cultivate. Meteor tears not only had powerful healing abilities, but as his body gradually grew stronger, it also had the incredible effect of accelerating cultivation and absorbing energy. Moreover, at this moment, he had a body that could be considered perfect. He wondered how fast his meditation practice would be. Level 10? Level 20? Even without soul power. What difficulty could it pose for me? Wang Feng sat cross-legged and began to meditate using the most ordinary meditation method in the academy. However, in an instant, it felt as if the energy of half the soul hunting forest surged violently, and it all surged in one direction, that is towards Wang Feng's body. He seemed to be at the center of a storm of energy. The Star Moon Fox looked at him, anxiously pacing back and forth in place. What is wrong with this kid? Has he just started cultivating? Level 1, Level 2, Level 6, Level 7, Level 10. In less than 2 hours, a deep purple soul ring suddenly emerged from Wang Feng's body. It radiated a dazzling, deep purple. The first soul ring, immediately following. 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, until another 2 hours passed. The soul power fluctuations on Wang Feng gradually came to a stop. After 4 hours, he soared to level 18. Wang Feng roughly estimated that his soul power level was around level 18. No, the ability of the Golden Lotus itself consumes a lot. Level 18 is not enough. I will compress my soul power a bit. Wang Feng thought to himself, with my current physical condition, I can fully withstand a double compression of soul power. It should be noted that even at the 20th level of soul power, one cannot use the first form of the Golden Lotus power many times. Therefore, Wang Feng contemplated compressing his soul power. Compressing soul power is related to the physical quality of the soul master. Ordinary soul masters cannot compress their soul power because the burden is too great. They wouldn't even think of this. Wang Feng thought. This is also one of the reasons why a soul ring is needed to continue increasing soul power every 10 levels. But at this moment, Wang Feng's body could withstand it. If I can compress my soul power to double, that would be enough. Wang Feng's eyes lit up, as if he had found a new path. After compressing soul power, the total amount remains unchanged, but the quality changes dramatically. Simply put, a soul skill can be used more times. However, because the growth of soul power is not linear but incremental, each level is stronger than the last. The difference between levels becomes immense as one progresses. For a strong attack type titled Douluo of the same type, just one level could determine victory or defeat, which is easy to imagine. Therefore, compressing it becomes even more difficult. The body can hardly bear it. I compress my level 20 soul power by 2 times. I wonder if it can match that of a level 30 soul master? I don't know if anyone on the Douluo Continent has ever done this. Wang Feng took a deep breath, no longer absorbing soul power. As a time traveler who had come to the Douluo Continent, he naturally couldn't follow the conventional path. He had to come up with his own ideas and give them a try. After all, his modern perspective, knowledge base, and various aspects of adaptability and imagination were all quite strong. If the conditions weren't right, he would let it go, but Wang Feng believed he had the conditions now. His current physical fitness, along with his possession of meteor tears and other abilities, were all things he could rely on. He glanced at the sky. Wang Feng closed his eyes, controlling the soul power within his body as it flowed throughout, eventually converging into his heart and entering the meteor tears. The soul power flowed into the meteor tears, and after a moment, it surged out again, becoming even more refined. However, with each compression, there was varying degrees of pressure on both the mind and body. It's feasible. It seems that the meteor tears also possess the ability to refine and compress soul power. Wang Feng felt a slight joy in his heart. Thus, while absorbing the soul power, Wang Feng was also compressing and refining it. Until noon, the sun was high in the sky. Wang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of blue light flashing in them. He spread his palm, and a blue lotus quietly blossomed. The first form transformed, the lotus seed becoming a golden lotus, as if it had completely matured. It looked extremely beautiful. Each lotus leaf was exceptionally plump and seemed ready to drip. The double soul power compression was complete. Feeling the much smaller, yet more refined soul power within him, a confident smile appeared on his face. Although the amount was roughly equivalent to level 16, it was more durable to use than the soul power of level 26. This was considered a bug achieved by Wang Feng utilizing his physical quality and meteor tears. For normal soul masters, the concept of compressing soul power simply does not exist, because once they reach level 20, the amount of soul power can no longer be increased. Wang Feng forcibly used meteor tears to compress his soul power, combined with his explosively strong physical qualities to reach this level. I'm afraid no one can replicate Wang Feng's genius ideas and actions. This kind of soul power compression becomes increasingly difficult as it progresses, but the improvements are also immense. 2 times, 3 times, Wang Feng thought to himself that the further he progressed, the more soul power he would have at level 1. But this is my cultivation approach. Once I reach the level of a titled Douluo, if I can compress my soul power by 2 times TSK, I might even be able to destroy a god. Of course, this is just Wang Feng's speculation. He doesn't know the specifics. However, this is the cultivation path that Wang Feng has devised. Now, let me try this 6,000-year soul ring, which grants the first form of the golden lotus, as well as the soul skill. Once I compress it to level 20, I should be able to activate the second form of the Qinglian, right? Wang Feng murmured. In fact, another purpose of compressing soul power is that this blue lotus is too powerful. To activate its second form, a large amount of soul power is likely needed. Wang Feng estimated that the usual level 20 soul power probably wouldn't be able to activate the second form. Channeling the freshly compressed soul power he just cultivated, the golden lotus in his fingertips and palm flickered with strands of golden lightning. The increasingly majestic golden lotus emitted waves of gentle power. Yet the surrounding thunder and lightning added a unique divine might to the golden lotus. Soon after, the golden lotus shone brilliantly. A lotus petal gently floated out, transforming into countless specks of light that fell onto Wang Feng. In an instant, a surging power wildly erupted from Wang Feng. Seeing this, a look of ecstasy appeared on Wang Feng's face. Just as I thought, the 6,000-year soul ring of the golden lightning leopard has granted the golden lotus enhancements in power, speed, and endurance, providing an all-around boost. The amplification level should be tenfold, which means double. Wang Feng radiated a faint golden light, as if he were coated in gold. Moreover, this is a group amplification. Wang Feng looked at the lotus petals that had grown back and felt a bit abnormal himself. He vaguely remembered that in the Douluo Continent, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, Dai Mubai's first 1,000-year spirit ring, the spirit skill White Tiger Vajra transformation, was similar in that it enhanced all-around attributes like strength, speed, and defense by a factor of 2. However, this could only be used on himself and lasted for half an hour. But this one, it could only be said that it was worthy of being a spirit skill attached to a 6,000-year spirit ring. I feel like it can last at least about an hour. My whole body feels boiling. I want to go all out. Wang Feng pondered. What should I name the first soul skill? Rampage? Too low. How about enhancement? That sounds good. Such a terrifying group amplification, and the duration is long. It's not an exaggeration to call it divine, and this is just the soul skill, not to mention the unique abilities that the golden lotus itself possesses. It can restore soul power, heal injuries, and enhance soul power, among other things. However, this ability requires a large amount of one's own soul power, consuming much more than the soul skill. Moreover, the soul power restored by the golden lotus is slightly less than what one consumes, so it can't be treated as a perpetual motion machine. Wait, it seems there are other effects as well. Wang Feng was suddenly taken aback. He looked at his palm and found that there were strands of lightning floating above it, resembling hair. Could it be? Wang Feng suddenly turned to the side, curiously watching as he touched the Star Moon Fox. In an instant, the moment he touched it, the Star Moon Fox's entire body seemed to bristle, its snow-white fur standing on end. Its eyes were also soft and numb. Wait, Could it be that this divine transformation not only comes with attribute enhancements, but also includes a paralysis attack? The paralysis effect seems to be quite good. Wang Feng was stunned. This is too much. Chapter 31. Bewildered Wang Feng. The first soul skill was somewhat powerful, which truly surprised Wang Feng. However, such a powerful soul skill also came with significant consumption, with Wang Feng compressing his level 16 soul power to double. If he wanted to use it on a large scale, it would probably take 3 or 4 people to leave him exhausted. Moreover, this kind of amplification should only be fully effective when applied to those of a similar level. Wang Feng pondered. As he spoke, he applied divine transformation to the star moon fox. The fox was enveloped in golden light, its body slightly enlarged, its fur becoming even brighter, and a more powerful aura surged forth. Layers of electric threads and lightning swirled around it. It seemed that while I couldn't double its strength, it might only be increased by about 30%. However, the paralyzing attack effect didn't seem to weaken. Wang Feng felt the disappearance of 1/3 of his soul power. The strength of the star moon fox should be around 3,000 years. Not considering other factors in terms of level, it is equivalent to a soul master of around level 35 or 36, and the additional divine effect would greatly diminish. This is also very normal. Although an auxiliary soul master can enhance various abilities for soul masters, it also depends on the situation. It is impossible for an auxiliary soul master of over 10 levels to still have an effect on an 80 or 90 level soul Douluo. Wang Feng is not sure if there is such a rule in Douluo Dalu. He can only confirm it if he has the opportunity to experience it in the future. But he currently feels it is unlikely. Just think about it. If a support soul master of over level 10 can casually enhance the attributes of soul Douluo, then the continent would probably be in chaos. This is because it would mean that a soul master of over level 10 could influence the battle of an 80+ level soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo. That's too exaggerated. It's completely impossible. At the very least, a support soul emperor of level 60 should be required to provide effective assistance to a soul Douluo. Wang Feng speculated that his divinization effect would be effective for soul masters around level 45, providing a certain level of enhancement. However, beyond that, his soul power was too weak, and the divinization skills he cast would likely not provide effective amplification. For soul masters at a similar level to his, the enhancement would be completely doubled. Most importantly, the paralyzing effect would not weaken. This was already quite monstrous. After some research and contemplation, Wang Feng finally understood his first soul skill. It must be said that this trip to the soul-hunting forest had greatly benefited Wang Feng. He obtained a 6,000-year soul ring, and his physical quality underwent a tremendous change. The first form, the Golden Lotus, gained a powerful auxiliary skill, and it could be said that his abilities had been fully developed. Wang Feng is even confident that the first form of the 12-petal Golden Lotus can be considered the most perfect auxiliary martial soul. The divine transformation soul skill allows the Golden Lotus to complete almost all auxiliary abilities. It restores soul power, heals injuries, increases the soul power limit, and enhances hormones. Moreover, the divine transformation soul skill enhances various abilities of soul masters and adds attack effects with control capabilities. What else is lacking? The only possible downside is the enormous consumption of soul power. Fortunately, he can use Meteoric Tears to compress and purify soul power at the same level. As his soul power progresses further, it will surpass that of the same level even more. All right, little fox, let's go. Wang Feng took out a brand new set of clothes from the bundle and put them on again. After his body exploded last night, his clothes were long gone. Fortunately, Wang Feng had prepared a change of clothes, so he wouldn't have to go out completely bare. However, because his body had grown taller and stronger, the clothes were a bit ill-fitting, making all his muscles tense and revealing intricate muscle lines, creating a strange kind of beauty. This made Wang Feng feel a bit embarrassed. Compressing his soul power would make his cultivation journey exceptionally difficult. But now, with a body that felt reborn and the Meteoric Tears, his speed wouldn't be slow. After Wang Feng changed his clothes, he waved at the Star Moon Fox. The Star Moon Fox called out to Wang Feng twice, as if to say goodbye. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Wang Feng smiled and said, although compressing and purifying soul power slows down my cultivation speed, and the further I go, the slower it gets. After one morning, I've nearly reached level 16, but for each subsequent small level like level 17, I might need 1 or 2 days. For level 18, I would need at least 4 or 5 days. For level 19, at least over 10 days. And for level 20, it could take more than a month. For level 21, I would need at least 2 to 3 months. The time required for levels 22 and 23 is even more, because the difficulty increases geometrically. However, at the same time, each time I level up, I am at least twice as powerful as a normal soul master of the same level. The higher I go, the greater the multiples of power. Sometimes, just thinking about it feels a bit terrifying. Nevertheless, within a year, I'm confident I can reach around level 25. And within 6 years, I can reach around level 32. By then, having the strength of level 32 means I will have a certain level of power in this Douluo Continent. Simply put, I will have the capital to take some risks. It also happens to be the right time to graduate from the academy and check in at Shrek Academy. Moreover, Wang Feng looks forward to the second form, hoping it has a strong attacking effect. This would compensate for my current lack of offensive means. Otherwise, I can only rely on physical fitness to engage in skillful close combat. Wang Feng waved to the Star Moon Fox. Next time he comes to the soul hunting forest, he might be looking for his second spirit ring. His requirement is not high, just the same 1,000 years. He still needs to see what his second form will be after reaching level 20 before figuring out what kind of soul beast to seek. First, he will return to the academy and then go to the spirit hall for spirit power assessment. By then, he will truly be a soul master. After Wang Feng exited the soul hunting forest, he immediately sprinted towards Nodding City. This time, his speed was extremely fast. It took him 6 to 7 hours to rush here last time, but this time he returned to Nodding City in less than 2 hours. His speed was not much inferior to that of a speeding car in his previous life. Before he even entered Nodding Academy, the gatekeeper said to Wang Feng with a respectful smile, "Young master, we have something to tell you." "What is it?" Wang Feng asked. "It's like this. The classmate from your village who came with you yesterday just ran to the woods behind the school. The news we gathered seems to indicate that a senior student got into a fight with a work-study student and went to the woods behind the school to brawl. Your friend seemed to have heard the news and rushed over quickly. It might be dangerous." The gatekeeper whispered, "That senior student is named Xiao Qinyu. He has a lot of influence in Nodding Academy, being the son of the city lord, and he is quite strong, a real soul master. Your friend has also gone over. He might be at a disadvantage." After hearing the gatekeeper's words, Wang Feng suddenly realized. It must be Xiao San, right? The work-study student who got into trouble with the senior must be Xiao Wu. "Wait, what did you say that senior student's name was?" Wang Feng asked in surprise. "Xiao Qinyu." Wang Feng's expression was somewhat strange. "Isn't this Xiao Laoda the guy I beat up in the 6th dormitory yesterday? However, he shouldn't be able to defeat the current Xiao San. Xiao San went to the soul hunting forest with the master last night and has definitely come back with a soul ring today." "Got it, I'll go take a look." Wang Feng waved his hand. "Take care, young master." The gatekeeper respectfully sent him off. Wang Feng smiled. These two dogs have learned to be obedient. From now on, if there is anything happening in the academy or in Nodding City, these two guys will probably tell me. That Xiao Qinyu is still the son of the city lord of Nodding, which makes Wang Feng feel a bit strange. This minor character in Douluo Continent has long been forgotten by him. Following the small path in the back mountain, Wang Feng quickly entered the forest. Before he got close, he heard a commotion in a clearing ahead. "Little girl, your martial soul is a rabbit. If you lose, why not become our boss's pet? Our boss Xiao can take you in for his face." "Nonsense. Even if I were to keep a pet, I, Xiao Qinyu, wouldn't dare call myself the boss. It has to be Boss Wang." Right. Our new boss from the 6th dormitory." For some reason, upon hearing this, Wang Feng, who had not yet approached the forest, suddenly had a dark expression. "It turns out, I have become the boss of these minor characters with roles." Chapter 32. The Hidden Weapon of the Third Wheel. In the clearing, there were two groups of people. One group was significantly taller, clearly older students, led by Xiao Qinyu. The other group was made up of work-study students led by Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu was so angry her face turned red. She looked at Xiao Qinyu and shouted, "Do you really think I'm afraid? If you lose from now on, both you and Boss Wang have to acknowledge me as the boss." Immediately, the older students led by Xiao Qinyu burst into disdainful laughter. "All right," Xiao Qinyu laughed loudly. "Your little girl really doesn't know where your courage comes from to challenge us older students. In this Nodding Academy, go ask around who I am. Let me tell you, aside from Boss Wang, I, Xiao Qinyu, walk freely in this academy. Who dares to stop me? Enough with the nonsense." Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips and snorted coldly. "You older students are just big mouths. Let us just get to the fight." Saying this, Xiao Wu angrily stepped forward. However, Wang Sheng beside her pulled her back and whispered, "Sister Xiao Wu, you're stronger. Wait a moment. I'll go first." Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, glanced at Wang Sheng, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him. All right, Wang Sheng, you got this. Wang Xingzhou nodded and walked straight out. Is that Wang Sheng? Xiao Qinyu dug at his ear and said, Lu Long, go and take him down. Let us show off. Lu Long, who was behind, walked out with a big smile on his face. Wang Sheng has long been one of his defeated subordinates. Not worth mentioning at all. I don't even know how many times he has been knocked down by him. Wang Sheng, seeing you, Lu Yi. Are you already scared to the point of wetting your pants? Lu Long shouted loudly. I advise you, don't struggle anymore. We still have Boss Wang. Let me tell you, our Boss Wang is incredibly powerful. When we all come together, including Xiao Ge, none of us are a match for Boss Wang. Do you still want to go against us? Hearing this, Xiao Wu was filled with doubt. Wang Laoda? What Wang Laoda? She only heard about this Xiao Laoda. The other work-study students also looked confused. Xiao Qinyu secretly thought, damn it, this guy Lu Long, after getting beaten up, directly went from calling me boss to bro. However, he didn't dare to say much. He was completely convinced by that Wang Laoda. Inside the dormitory, without using soul power, just a couple of moves could knock him down. It was simply terrifying. But in this situation, it was likely that Wang Laoda wouldn't even need to make a move. Wang Sheng wore a serious expression and said nothing. However, Xiao Wu boldly shouted, I don't care who you are, Wang Laoda. Wang Sheng, just take down this withered flower and fallen willow first. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Sheng had not yet moved. Lu Long's expression turned cold. A flash of cunning appeared in his eyes. With a sudden push of his foot, a yellow long staff appeared in his hand, and he charged directly at Wang Sheng, swinging it down. Wang Sheng seemed to have some experience upon seeing this, as he too shimmered with a yellow light, and his tiger martial soul manifested behind him, causing his whole body to slightly swell. Letting out a low growl, Wang Sheng fearlessly raised his arms to block in front of himself. With a dull thud, the long stick struck his arms, suddenly leaving a trail of blood. However, Wang Sheng directly grabbed towards the long stick. Wang Sheng, you are too foolish. Do you think you're Wang Laoda? You still want to catch my martial soul? Your speed is too slow. Lu Long sneered, his martial soul disappearing from his hand, then turning his palm, appearing in another direction. A series of fierce strikes came down like a sudden storm, smashing towards Wang Sheng. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a series of dull thuds rang out from Wang Sheng's body as he was struck by the long stick. With each sound, several new blood marks appeared on Wang Sheng's body. The scene was almost entirely dominated by Lu Long. Xiao Wu watched with furrowed brows, frustrated as she walked back and forth. How could this Wang Sheng keep defending? No, Wang Sheng lacked experience. He couldn't confront Lu Long head-on. The stick was a long weapon, and he needed to find a way to get close to defeat Lu Long. A voice gently sounded. Xiao Wu looked over, and it was Tang San who had come over, causing her face to brighten with joy as she complained. Tang San, why did you just arrive? You still have a nerve to say that? You should have waited for me. You rushed in to challenge him. Are you confident? Tang San was speechless. He had been absorbing spirit rings all night and had only rushed over from the soul-hunting forest this morning. Wait for what? They've already bullied me. Those bastards even wanted me to be their pet rabbit for Wang Laoda. It infuriates me. Xiao Wu huffed, then frowned and asked Tang San, is there another Wang Laoda in the academy that you know of? Wang Laoda? Tang San was surprised. I don't know. Isn't it Xiao Laoda? I heard many classmates talking about it on the way. You don't know either? Xiao Wu looked at him in confusion. Tang San shook his head, looking at Xiao Qinyu, and couldn't help but think, this Xiao Qinyu is no simple character. When he just returned to the academy, many classmates were discussing him. It seems like he is the son of the Lord of Nodding City. Who else in Nodding City could be his boss? Wang Laoda? Could it be Feng Ge? Tang San's heart stirred. Then he shook his head. It was impossible. Feng Ge, like him, was a work-study student and had nothing to do with these people. How could he be the boss of Xiao Qinyu and the others? This is bad. Wang Sheng is going to lose. Suddenly, Xiao Wu said anxiously. At this moment, in the central arena, Lu Long leaped high, wielding his long staff like a strike from the heavens, aimed at Wang Sheng who was lying on the ground. Seeing this, Tang San quietly reached out his hand, picked up several small stones, and shot them towards Lu Long. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lu Long was about to bring his crucial strike down on Wang Sheng, he suddenly felt a wave of pain in his wrists, as if he had been struck by something. His hands went weak, and he could no longer maintain his stance. His offensive power vanished in an instant. Wang Sheng saw this opportunity. His eyes lit up, and with a tiger's roar, he pounced directly at Lu Long. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Sheng slapped directly on Lu Long's back, slamming him to the ground. A few more kicks landed on Lu Long's body, leaving him with no chance to counterattack, and he was beaten into a daze. In the distance, Seeing this scene, Wang Feng thought to himself, the mistress is truly insidious, directly resorting to underhanded tactics. However, the mistress is skilled at hidden weapons, so others probably won't notice. These little brats are really arrogant, still not realizing their mistakes after being beaten by me. After pondering for a moment, Wang Feng slowly walked over. At the same time, upon seeing Lu Long defeated, Xiao Qinyu's expression darkened. I'll go. A boy stepped out from the back, and it was indeed Ling Feng. On the other side, let me handle it. Tang San pulled back the eager Xiao Wu and said in a deep voice, Wang Sheng has exhausted too much energy. Xiao Wu nodded. The mistress is still quite powerful. Ling Feng, you cannot lose again, Xiao Qinyu said solemnly. Don't worry, Brother Xiao. Ling Feng walked out with great confidence. Among the senior students, only Brother Xiao is stronger than him. Oh no, now, there's also Big Brother Wang. Ling Feng strode out with great pride. However, the next moment, boom, a loud noise erupted, and not long after, Ling Feng was sent flying back, crashing directly at Xiao Qinyu's feet. Chapter 33. Brother Feng, are you there, Big Brother Wang? Brother Xiao, this kid is a bit strong. He seems to have not even used soul power. Just now, Ling Feng was caught by that kid, and after just a few moves, he was kicked away. This year's work-study students are all incredibly powerful. Instantly, those behind Xiao Qinyu began to murmur. Xiao Qinyu stepped forward, his expression steady as he glanced at Tang San. This kid seems a bit different. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qinyu announced, Xiao Qinyu, 6th grade student, martial soul, wolf, 11th level battle, soul master. As he finished speaking, a white soul ring rose around him, and a wolf shadow appeared, making his body grow stronger and undergo some changes. Tang San pondered for a few seconds, thinking that Xiao Qinyu was quite clever. He immediately announced his martial soul, a rule he had heard from Master, which he had to follow. Otherwise, it would be seen as disrespectful, causing resentment and turning them into enemies. However, with my 400-year Mandala Soul Ring, I naturally have nothing to fear. Even if Brother Feng is here, I should still have the strength to fight. Thinking this, Tang San calmly said, Tang San, 1st grade, martial soul, blue silvergrass, 11th level weapon soul master. The moment his words fell, a yellow soul ring rose from Tang San. The crowd, initially disdainful when hearing the words blue silvergrass, now wore expressions of shock. 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu was also taken aback. 100-year soul ring. As the son of the city lord, he only had a 10-year soul ring, not even reaching 100. This work-study student actually has a 100-year soul ring? Could it be that he was noticed by nobility or other forces because of his outstanding talent? Did someone help him? Otherwise, how could he possess a 100-year soul ring? Becoming a true 11th level soul master at just 6 years old? Realizing this, Xiao Qinyu looked at Tang San with even more vigilance. Brother Xiao, it's just blue silvergrass. It's not a waste martial soul. No need to be afraid. Exactly, our boss has a powerful beast martial soul with strong attacking power. Brother Xiao, even a 100-year soul ring can't save blue silvergrass. With one claw, it turned into blue silver broken grass. Hearing the encouragement from behind, Xiao Qinyu suddenly shouted, Everyone, shut up. That's enough. The senior students immediately fell silent. Xiao Qinyu fixed his gaze on Tang San. Let us begin. Tang San stood still, calmly saying. Though his words were light, his heart was very cautious. This Xiao Qinyu possesses a soul ring, which is completely different from the previous two. As Tang San thought, Xiao Qinyu stomped his foot, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. Before he even arrived, a domineering force rushed towards Tang San. Xiao Qinyu's claw-like hand swung directly at Tang San, coming straight in, without any fancy attacks. Yet Tang San was not afraid. His Xuanyu hand emitted a faint blue light. With the breakthrough of Xintian Gong, this technique's power had also increased. You think you're the big boss and dare to clash with me head-on? Seeing this, Xiao Qinyu smirked coldly in his heart. Adding a bit more strength, he struck directly with his palm against Tang San's Xuanyu hand. However, the scene everyone expected did not happen. Tang San remained firmly in place, withstanding Xiao Qinyu's attack without falling into a disadvantage. In the next moment, Tang San transformed his palm into a claw, seizing Xiao Qinyu's wrist, using his shoulder as a pivot, and directly flinging Xiao Qinyu away. Fortunately, Xiao Qinyu was agile and managed to shift his position mid-air, landing steadily on the ground, retreating repeatedly. Xiao Qinyu looked at Tang San, his expression dark, feeling shocked. This was the second person he had thrown out without using soul power, although not as powerful as Big Brother Wang. It was still quite impressive. It should end now. Tang San shook his head. If he didn't use soul power, even this Xiao Qinyu couldn't win directly. This easily allowed Tang San to judge that Xiao Qinyu's strength was far inferior. After speaking, Tang San's palm trembled, and a robust blue-silver grass about half a meter tall appeared in his hand. Bind. Tang San gently urged his soul power, and suddenly, the ground trembled as thick blue-silver grass roots burst forth, quickly wrapping around Xiao Qinyu tightly. What is this thing? Xiao Qinyu struggled, but found he couldn't break free. Feeling utterly horrified, don't waste your effort. Tang San waved his hand, and the blue-silver grass constricted even tighter. My soul ring is the mandala snake, enhancing the toughness and toxin of the blue-silver grass, making it immobilize while also poisoning, causing paralysis. Now, I haven't applied the toxin yet. Do you want to try? Tang San held in his hand the robust blue-silver grass that was half a meter tall, covered in patterns, looking extremely impressive. This time, not only Xiao Qinyu, but even Xiao Wu and her group behind were shocked. The mistress seems to have become even stronger. A glint of surprise flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. It had only been a day, and she didn't expect Tang San to already possess a soul ring. However, since she had been informed beforehand, her surprise was much less than Xiao Qinyu's. No, I don't want to try. Xiao Qinyu hurriedly said, I concede. Since you concede, what about the agreement? Tang San asked. Agreement? Xiao Qinyu was taken aback, looking at Xiao Wu. Did that mean he still had to acknowledge her as the boss? No way. Xiao Qinyu blurted out, I have already acknowledged Big Brother Wang. I, Xiao Qinyu, also have dignity. How can I casually change my boss? Aren't you convinced yet? As soon as Xiao Wu heard this, she became furious and stepped forward, raising her chin to look at Xiao Qinyu. Then let me introduce myself. I am Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student with a martial soul of a rabbit, and I'm a level 12, one-ring battle soul master. Her crisp voice rang out. Not only was Xiao Qinyu stunned, but Tang San was also taken aback. Because as soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, a yellow soul ring suddenly rose around her. 100-year soul ring. At the same time, Xiao Wu's ears gradually became longer, slowly standing up from the sides of her head, looking just like two rabbit ears. Incredibly cute. Another 100-year soul ring? Everyone was shocked. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in astonishment. He had only obtained a 100-year soul ring with great difficulty, thanks to the master's help. How did Xiao Wu get her 100-year soul ring? After all, she was also a work-study student. However, Tang San didn't think too much about it. This was probably Xiao Wu's secret. Why are you looking at me as if I can't obtain a 100-year soul ring? Xiao Wu glared at Tang San. No, it's not that. Tang San gave an awkward smile. Then he remembered that Xiao Wu also had innate full soul power. He thought he was impressive enough, but unexpectedly, Xiao Wu was also hiding her strength. But Xiao Qinyu still shook his head and said, No, even if you're a higher-ranking battle soul master than me, it won't matter. Unless you can defeat our boss Wang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu snorted, Then bring your boss Wang out. I want to see who your boss Wang really is. Tang San was also secretly curious. Oh, boss Wang is here, right behind you. Xiao Qinyu suddenly brightened up and pointed behind the two. The two turned around, first stunned, then almost in unison said, Brother Feng, could it be that you are their boss Wang? The boy walking over was indeed. Chapter 34. The Clever Tang San. Xiao Wu and Tang San looked in surprise at the approaching child. It was Wang Feng. However, he had grown much taller. From Tang San's perspective, Feng Ge was almost a whole head taller than him. This was already the height of a senior student, around the height of a 10-year-old child. Moreover, he had grown 4 or 5 centimeters due to absorbing the spirit ring's power. He didn't expect that Feng Ge had also grown taller. Moreover, his skin had improved, looking even whiter than Xiao Wu's skin. Seeing Wang Feng approach, Tang San couldn't help but feel astonished. He thought that the only possibility for Feng Ge's change was that he had absorbed the power of a spirit ring. Could it be that Feng Ge had really hunted a 100-year spirit ring all by himself? Tang San was shocked beyond belief. Besides that, he couldn't find any other reason to explain Feng Ge's overnight transformation. Judging by the situation, the spirit ring he absorbed might not be much worse than his own. 300 years? Or was it the same 400-year spirit ring as his? It might even be higher, because the higher the age of the spirit ring, the greater the enhancement after absorption. Feng Ge's change was even greater than his own. This indicated that the spirit ring he absorbed should be of an even higher age. 500 years? 600 years? How could that be possible? Tang San was shocked by his own speculation. Could Feng Ge hunt a 500 or 600-year spirit beast all by himself? He had spent immense effort to barely defeat that 400-year mandala snake. He never expected that Feng Ge would be the leader of those noble children like Xiao Qinyu. How did he manage that? He had always been in Holy Soul Village, never going out. Tang San was clever and almost immediately thought of many things upon seeing Wang Feng. In contrast, Xiao Wu only felt that this Tang San's Feng Ge had changed a lot overnight, growing much taller and looking even better. After all, Tang San had grown up with Wang Feng since childhood. However, what Tang San didn't know was that Wang Feng's change was not due to the spirit ring, but rather a body reforge. It was a transformation brought about by Meteoric Tears. Boss Wang. Xiao Qinyu looked at Wang Feng with tears streaming down his face. He truly admired this Boss Wang whom he had known for just a day. However, it seemed that this person named Tang San also knew him, as Boss Wang was a work-study student. Xiao Qinyu was taken aback and thought to himself that it was not good. Cough, cough. Wang Feng walked up to Tang San and the others, and with a chestnut, he knocked on Xiao Qinyu's forehead, admonishing, "You brat, these two are my friends. How dare you cause trouble for them?" "I didn't know," Xiao Qinyu said aggrievedly. If he had known that these two were such good friends of Boss Wang, he definitely wouldn't have had a conflict with Xiao Wu and Tang San. That little San and Xiao Wu, let's just consider this a misunderstanding and move on. Wang Feng glared at Xiao Qinyu again and continued, "Xiao Qinyu, from now on, you should recognize Xiao Wu as your boss, got it?" "All right," Xiao Qinyu nodded. Although this Xiao Wu is also a working student, she is much stronger than Tang San, a level 12 soul master. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu pouted and said, "No way. Feng Ge, since you are their boss, I have to defeat you first to become their boss. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair and they won't respect me." After saying that, Xiao Wu gave Tang San a glance. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San thought to himself, although Feng Ge might also have a soul ring, it may not necessarily be the most suitable for him. My soul ring is the most suitable for me, and the improvement in strength is significant. So I should be able to fight Feng Ge, especially with Xiao Wu by my side. Perhaps we could defeat Feng Ge. Feng Ge, Xiao Wu is right. How about we have a spar? Tang San agreed. Wang Feng looked at the two. There was a strong competitive spirit in Xiao Wu's eyes, as if she was very eager to fight him. It seemed that Xiao San also felt more confident after obtaining a soul ring. All right, who wants to go first? Wang Feng was not being pretentious. It was just the right time to test his current strength. "I'll go first," Tang San spoke up, but his eyes were calm as he looked at Feng Ge. It had been more than 3 months since he last fought with Feng Ge. The current him was no longer the Tang San who had not awakened his soul power. The surrounding students and work-study students all dispersed, squatting on the ground like excited huskies, eagerly watching, not knowing what kind of battle would erupt later. Wang Feng walked to the other side, his hands clasped behind his back. Tang San took a deep breath. At this moment, Feng Ge still gave him an extremely heavy pressure. Without further thought, Tang San steadied his mind, circulated his Xiantian skill, and did not use his soul skills but charged directly towards Wang Feng. His palm sank slightly into a jade green color, and the Xian jade hand quietly activated. "Be careful, Feng Ge." With a low shout, Tang San's charging figure was like a floating leaf, swaying unpredictably, making it hard to grasp, resembling a peculiar movement technique. The crowd could not see Tang San's figure clearly, but before they knew it, he had already attacked right in front of Wang Feng. He clawed with both hands. One claw aimed at Wang Feng's neck like capturing a lion or tiger. This was a special technique of Xiao San. When I fought with him without using soft skills, I could easily be subdued by him. Xiao Wu thought about how she had fought with Xiao San several times, mostly ending in a draw, unless she used soft skills directly to defeat him. However, once Xiao San used his strange movement technique and engaged in guerrilla tactics, it would be very difficult for her to win. Xiao Wu couldn't name it, but Wang Feng knew the technique that Tang San was using. Without a doubt, it should be the capturing techniques from the Xiantian treasure record, seizing the crane and capturing the dragon, and that movement technique was the ghostly shadow and mysterious footsteps, all of which were extraordinary skills. It was indeed remarkable. Compared to 3 months ago, after obtaining the soul ring, Xiao San was clearly much stronger. Wang Feng remembered that in the original work, the third party relied on the profound skills of the Xiantian treasure record, with a strength of around level 27. To confront Dai Mubai, who was over level 30 head-on for the first time, directly forcing Dai Mubai to use his soul power. Although Tang San had not yet practiced to a deeper level, he was already remarkable. The crowd could not see Tang San's figure clearly, but Wang Feng could see it clearly. At this moment, his physical quality had far exceeded Tang San's imagination. It was completely beyond what the profound skills of the Xiantian treasure record could compensate for. In a flash of inspiration, Wang Feng slightly tilted his body and struck like lightning, directly grabbing Tang San's incoming wrist. Tang San was taken aback, his palm retracted and slightly bent, intending to use his skill to break free from Wang Feng's grip and counterattack. However, he found that Wang Feng's hand was as strong as steel, and he could not exert his skill at all. Such powerful strength. Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly leaped up, using his claws as an axis, leveraging Wang Feng's palm to jump high, landing behind Wang Feng, and then leaping down as if he wanted to use the momentum to throw Wang Feng out. Wang Feng seemed to have anticipated this, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes. He quickly turned his body, and as Tang San landed, he flicked his palm and directly threw Tang San out. He was tossed into the air over 10 meters high. Chapter 35. The Powerful Wang Feng. Seeing this, Tang San was shocked. Brother Feng's strength and speed seemed to have increased. His own speed was already quite fast. Yet Brother Feng could instantly perceive it and threw him out first, giving him no chance to react. Just a casual throw sent him so high. His body had grown rapidly over the past few days, weighing at least 70 or 80 kilograms. Yet he was thrown over 20 meters high. It's not easy to lift something weighing 70 or 80 kilograms. To throw it over 20 meters high? What kind of strength does that require? This wasn't just 20 meters away, but 20 meters high. He couldn't do that himself. Blue silver grass. Tang San shouted out, and in the next moment, a thick blue-silver grass sprouted from the ground, rapidly growing larger. It supported Tang San's back. Tang San stood firmly on the root of this blue-silver grass. And without the panic that would come from such a powerful throw, his feet sprang up like springs on the root of the blue-silver grass. In the next instant, Tang San sprang forward directly towards Wang Feng. The crowd was taken aback. They hadn't expected the blue-silver grass could be used like this. Indeed, Wang Feng was also taken aback. He had just used less than 1/10 of his strength, and with Tang San's current ability, being thrown over 20 meters high, although his physical fitness was excellent and there was soul power protection, he would still be dizzy from the fall. He didn't expect Tang San to use blue-silver grass like this. Quite clever. At this moment, Tang San used the force to descend, leaping high along the thick blue-silver grass, and threw a punch directly at Wang Feng. This punch would probably knock me down, thought Xiao beside him. Falling from 20 meters high, the force would clearly be much stronger. Wang Feng smiled, and this time did not dodge or evade. He directly punched back with the same force. Bang! The two collided, producing a slight sound. Immediately after, a figure was blasted out. It was Tang San, who was repeatedly knocked back several dozen meters. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize his form using the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, staring in shock at the unmoving Feng Gu in the distance. Then he looked at his own trembling hand, which had just used the Xian Yuhan technique. It felt as if he had completely lost his sense of touch. Meanwhile, Feng Gu seemed unfazed, standing in place without moving an inch. So powerful. Feng Yi is pisik for exceeded mina. Tang San quickly thought this in his mind. He couldn't confront him head-on. The others were even more shocked at the sight. Tang San's strength was previously comparable to that of Xiao Qinyu, who was possessed by a beast martial soul. At this moment, he had taken the initiative to attack, descending from over 10 meters in the air and punching down, yet he was instead knocked back several dozen meters. Wang Feng didn't even move. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu suddenly shouted, "Boss Wang, be careful, it's Tang San's soul skill entanglement. Once you're caught, it's extremely difficult to break free." Just as he finished speaking, thick blue-silver grass grew wildly from behind Tang San, and on the ground, it looked like dozens of giant pythons were crawling, frantically rushing towards Wang Feng. Is this Tang San's first soul skill? Wang Feng watched as the blue-silver grass, resembling a python, quickly surged out of the ground and coiled around his feet. It swiftly wrapped around his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to be trapped in a cage made of a giant tree, completely bound. Tang San's soul skill is too troublesome. Xiao Qinyu sighed, thinking that big brother Wang also fell for it. After all, this blue-silver grass has the tenacity of the mandala snake. Although Tang San's entanglement was merely blue-silver grass, everyone had just heard him say that this was the soul ring of a 400-year-old mandala snake, with the added blue-silver grass. Extremely tough. Unless it was a soul master with 2 soul rings, it would be impossible to break free. That means above level 20. Even soul masters with the same soul ring, even if they could manifest their martial spirits, would be unable to escape. It was strange, given Feng Ji's speed just now. It seemed like he should have been able to dodge Tang San's entanglement, right? Xiao Wu felt a bit puzzled. She was also a speed-type soul master. And while this entanglement was powerful, as long as one was fast enough, they could avoid it. Unless Feng Ge, are you trying to test if you can break free from my entanglement? Tang San seemed to catch on to Xiao Wu's words and smiled. Sorry, Feng Ge. I know your physical condition is very strong. So this time, I added the toxin of the mandala snake to the entanglement. Although it's not fatal, it can gradually numb your body. Feng Ge, are you feeling them all over now? This is the power of the mandala snake combined with my martial spirit. The teacher said that the longer the age of a soul ring, while it can enhance the soul master, it doesn't necessarily mean the soul master is strong. Rather, the soul ring that best suits the soul master is what makes them stronger. Feng Ji's martial spirit might be 500 or 600 years old, but it might not be suitable for him. Good job, Xiao San. Xiao Wu shouted. Feng Ge, if you don't use your soul power, it might be a bit difficult to defeat Xiao San, and I'm also very impressive. Indeed, it seemed that Feng Ge hadn't used his soul power or soul ring yet. Everyone looked at Wang Feng, curious about whether he would use his soul power and martial spirit. He seemingly hadn't revealed his soul master level or martial spirit yet. At this moment, if he didn't use them, he would probably lose, right? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Feng laughed and said, Xiao San, your toxin is not effective. Compared to the 500-year mandala snake I encountered in the soul hunting forest, it's far inferior. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San was stunned. Wait, the 500-year mandala snake he encountered in the soul hunting forest? Everyone was unclear about what Wang Feng meant, but Tang San was shocked and thought, could it be that the 500-year mandala snake corpse that I and the teacher encountered was hunted by Feng Ge? If that's the case. Just then, boom! The blue-silver grass that coiled around Wang Feng's entire body seemed to be shattered by a terrifying force. Countless shattered blue petals flew through the air. It was like it was raining. The scene was extremely shocking. A figure walked out from the sky, filled with blue-silver petals. Everyone held their breath. Unable to say a word, Tang San's eyes widened. The teacher said that unless one surpassed themselves by at least one soul ring, it would be impossible to break free from an entanglement in one go. Moreover, Feng Ge showed no signs of being numb at all. As expected, that 500-year mandala snake must have been hunted by Feng Ge. So abnormal, so strong. This Feng Ge of Xiao San is truly powerful. Xiao Wu looked at Wang Feng with sparkling eyes. To be able to instantly break free from Xiao San's entanglement without using soul power. Even a soul master above level 20 couldn't do that. Everyone was also astonished. Big Brother Wang is too strong. Xiao Qinyu exclaimed, to break free in an instant? I might have a chance to do that at level 20. Big Brother Wang hasn't even used his soul power yet. What kind of martial spirit does he have? What level is his soul power? Such doubts appeared in everyone's minds. Chapter 36, The Astonished Crowd. At this moment, Wang Feng looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu. This pair of CP, and smiled. Xiao San, you can't beat me. The two of you could team up. If his body hadn't been reforged, he might really have had trouble with this entanglement. But after the body reforging, it was like heaven and earth. There was no way to compare. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. 1 against 2? And there was also a level 12 soul master. But looking at Wang Feng walking out from the sea of petals, it seemed like there was a chance. Soul masters emphasize cooperation and teamwork. The power of 1-1 far exceeds 2. Tang San was just a control-type soul master. But Xiao Wu was a true attack-type soul master. One controlling, one attacking. They were an extremely compatible duo. Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu. He knew that it was impossible to defeat the current Feng Ge alone unless he used real hidden weapons. But true hidden weapons could never be used against friends. All right, Feng Ge, you better be careful. Xiao Wu stepped forward, and a yellow soul ring lit up on her body. Her martial spirit instantly manifested. Although 2 against 1 was quite unfair, it also depended on who it was. This Feng Ge is so powerful. 2 against 1 is very fair. Besides, this is what Feng Ge requested. Come on. Wang Feng waved his hand at the two of them. As he spoke, Wang Feng became slightly more serious. After all, these two were the main characters of Douluo Continent. Although their strength was still weak, he wondered if their early cooperation would trigger some special power. But clearly, Wang Feng was overthinking. A pink figure suddenly rushed in from distance. Fast, even faster than Tang San. Huh. Xiao Wu's slightly raised rabbit ears twitched as she threw a punch at Wang Feng. Wang Feng directly raised his palm. Bang! The strength seems to be even greater than Tang San's. No wonder it's the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit that has been recultivated into a human. Even though it's only at level 12, its actual strength is not weak. Wang Feng secretly thought to himself. After one punch was blocked, Xiao Wu's movements were extremely agile. With one hand, she grabbed Wang Feng's palm and directly climbed onto his body, showing remarkable dexterity. It was as if her entire body had no bones. With angles that were incredibly tricky, Wang Feng frowned slightly. This should be Xiao Wu's? Using her body's slender softness, she could execute various high-difficulty techniques to trap her opponents. Quite troublesome. Just as Wang Feng was about to reach out with his other hand to grab Xiao Wu, he unexpectedly found that as soon as he moved that hand, it had been entangled by several tough blue-silver grasses. It was Tang San. These two had quite the tacit understanding in their cooperation. Wang Feng's palm shook, and in an instant, the blue-silver grass was shattered. But in that moment, Xiao Wu's hand were already wrapped around Wang Feng's neck, like handcuffs constraining his neck. Then her legs landed on the ground, leaning against Wang Feng. As long as she exerted herself forcefully, Wang Feng would be thrown out. The neck is a vulnerable part of the human body, and being bound like this would instinctively cause one to lean back. Standing on the ground, Xiao Wu could use the earth's strength to throw Wang Feng out. Almost in an instant, although Tang San and Xiao Wu had never cooperated before, their first collaboration at this moment exhibited an unimaginable synergy. Everyone watched in shock. However, just as Xiao Wu was standing on the ground, her hands trapping Wang Feng's neck, ready to throw him out, Tang San suddenly shouted from a distance, "Xiao Wu, be careful. His neck is not a weakness." Xiao Wu was taken aback. Before she could exert force, she saw Wang Feng grin, still firmly held by her hand around his neck, and he directly leaned his body forward, unexpectedly throwing Xiao Wu into the air. In midair, Xiao Wu performed a perfectly executed 360-degree Thomas spin and landed steadily on the ground, quickly charging forward again. She was extremely surprised. The neck is a very vulnerable part of the body, yet Wang Feng seemed to show no fear at all. Could it be that his body had become as strong as steel? Following that, using the cover of Tang San's entangling soul technique, Xiao Wu approached Wang Feng again. She executed various soft techniques, either trying to bind Wang Feng's legs or his arms, or doing a handstand on the ground, using her feet to clamp down on Wang Feng's head. Yet no matter how she tried, Wang Feng remained completely unmoved. Instead, he used the special leveraging technique he had learned from Tang Hao's chaotic cloak hammer method, repeatedly throwing Xiao Wu out. From a distance, one could see a pink figure, under the cover of the blue-silver grass, continually climbing closer to Wang Feng, only to be thrown out again. This continued for nearly half an hour. Xiao Wu was exhausted and drenched in sweat, and Tang San was also panting heavily. "You two cooperated quite well, but you're still a bit too weak," Wang Feng said with a smile. "Although Xiao Wu's is powerful, its offensive capability is not strong. Xiao San, your entanglement is also impressive, but it can only annoy me." He spoke as if nothing was wrong, without even a hint of breathlessness. "Everyone, Brother Feng, you're too shameless. You're just waiting for us to attack without lifting a finger." Xiao Wu bent down, really out of strength. "If you have the ability, come and attack us. Your body is like iron. We can't hit you, but you can't hit us either." Saying this, Xiao Wu straightened up, put her hands on her hips, and pouted. "My speed and evasion are super impressive." "Is that so?" Wang Feng smiled. In the next moment, he moved. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of explosive air surged from the spot, and the ground beneath Wang Feng's feet cracked inch by inch. In everyone's eyes, time seemed to flash. Tang San's purple extreme demon eye suddenly appeared, but he couldn't even perceive Feng Ji's figure, and couldn't help but shout, "Xiao Wu!" quickly. However, he had only spoken one word. He hadn't finished saying the words "get out of the way." Xiao Wu hadn't come to her senses and didn't hear him at all, or rather, she hadn't heard Tang San's voice. Wang Feng's punch was already aimed at Xiao Wu. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu's face turned pale. The force of this punch made her feel a sense of suffocation. Xiao Wu instinctively closed her eyes, not daring to open them. After a long while, she finally opened her eyes. To her surprise, Feng Ji's fist had only landed right in front of her, less than 5 centimeters away. Seeing this, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Feng, you didn't hit me." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt an overwhelming silence around her. Xiao Wu looked at the crowd in confusion, and even Tang San was staring at her, as if he were witnessing something incredibly terrifying. She was momentarily stunned, feeling puzzled. Suddenly, She seemed to think of something and quickly looked behind her. What she saw shocked her immensely. Behind her stood a 10-meter-tall tree, lush with leaves, which was now completely bare. Countless leaves were flying in the air. Crack! The tree swayed gently a couple of times, and then, with a loud crash, fell directly to the ground. The power of this punch had not only passed through Xiao Wu, but had directly broken this tree. Seeing this, Xiao Wu was instantly dumbfounded. The crowd, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the air around them fell into dead silence. Chapter 37. Let me help you recover. This scene was too shocking, especially for Tang San. This kind of technique was very similar to the true energy manifestation he had seen from martial arts masters in his previous life. Breaking a tree from a distance while standing behind Xiao Wu, the leaves flying in the air scattered like colorful petals over everyone's heads. The many children were completely stunned by this scene. It was just too shocking. They had never seen such a breathtaking sight. Fengge, did you use soul power? Tang San asked in astonishment. In Tang San's understanding, soul power was a type of energy similar to internal energy, not just used for summoning martial souls. It had many uses, such as for practicing the Tang sect's ultimate skills. Therefore, although he was shocked inside, he was much better off than the other children. Yes, I used soul power, Wang Feng replied. Wang Feng opened his fist. By using soul power, a soul master can utilize their martial soul. However, soul power has many more uses in the world, especially when it is compressed and purified. As long as one controls it well, they can project soul power outside their body. Just like Tang San uses the internal energy cultivated from the Shantian skill to perform various Tang sect ultimate techniques. Xiao Wu took 2 steps back, looking at Wang Feng as if he were a monster, feeling a bit scared. It turned out that Brother Feng was standing still, letting us attack, not wanting to make a move. He probably didn't want to hurt us. Xiao Wu pouted, though she didn't want to admit it. But the truth seemed to be just that. That punch just now was a clear example. If that punch had hit my face, this cute girl would end up crying, and her face would become ugly. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu hurriedly covered her face. Tang San, not fully understanding, thought Xiao Wu was just a bit scared. So he quickly walked over to comfort her. Brother Feng's strikes are very precise. He won't hurt you. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid. No, I'm afraid I'll become ugly. Xiao Wu covered her face and muttered. Tang San, who had never interacted with girls, completely couldn't grasp Xiao Wu's quirky thoughts at that moment. Brother Wang, how did you do it? Xiao Qinyu walked over, his face full of excitement and eagerness, asking what a powerful punch. Is it the power of the martial soul? You actually managed to break that tree through Sister Xiao Wu. Don't say it was through her. Even if I hit that tree directly, I wouldn't be able to break it. I want to learn. Brother Wang, I want to learn too, it's so cool. Brother Wang, teach me. Wang Feng looked at the few people and pondered for a moment. Actually, it's very simple to learn. First, as long as you can accomplish one thing, I will teach you, and you will quickly learn it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu chuckled a few times and said, Boss Wang, just tell us, let's give it a try. Lu Long, Ling Feng, and a few other kids also looked on. Tang San also looked on with some curiosity. It's quite simple. Wang Feng looked around and then walked up to a giant stone that was about 1/2 meter high and around 1 meter long and wide. He thought to himself, as long as I can reach this level, it will be fine. After saying that, Wang Feng threw a punch. Crack! The center of the giant stone suddenly split open and then shattered into 6 equal pieces. The crowd, Tang San. Wang Feng waved his hand to the crowd and said, Come on, who wants to give it a try? If anyone can do it like me, I can teach them. Tang San's mouth twitched. This was a solid giant stone. With one punch, it would weigh at least several thousand pounds. Even a level 20 soul master, even with a power-type beast martial soul, would probably be unable to do it. The most frightening thing was that the giant stone was broken down into 6 pieces very evenly, which meant that Brother Feng had excellent control over his strength. That was the most difficult part. The weather is really nice today. It's time to go back and practice soul power. Goodbye, Sister Xiao Wu. Oh, it's time for lunch. I'm a bit hungry. Goodbye, Sister Xiao Wu, Boss Wang. Can't learn it. I'm out of here. In an instant, a group of kids scattered and fled. How would they possibly learn this? If they threw a punch, it would probably not break the giant stone, but their own arms. Oh, Xiao Qinyu, do you want to learn? Hurry up and give a try. Wang Feng looked at the remaining Xiao Qinyu and immediately waved at him. Xiao Qinyu, quick-witted, thought to himself, who learned this? Wang Laoda is too abnormal. His physical quality is too strong. Xiao Qinyu speculated in his heart. Could it be that Wang Laoda's Qinglian Flower martial soul is a mutated martial soul? That's why he possesses such terrifying power? Cough, cough. Feng Ge, I'll come and learn from you once I get stronger. Xiao Qinyu quickly waved his hands. Wang Feng sighed and said, You kids, I've thought about passing on my newly invented skills to you, but you're not willing to learn. It's such a pity. Xiao Qinyu's mouth twitched. At that moment, suddenly, Xiao Wu gently called out, squatting down with tears in her eyes, looking at Tang San. Xiao San, my foot got injured during the fight just now. Carry me back later. Tang San was stunned and quickly nodded. However, as he walked over and squatted down, he stumbled and almost fell. If he hadn't reacted quickly and supported himself with his hand, he would have definitely fallen flat on his face. I just used up all my soul power and now I feel a bit weak, Tang San said awkwardly. A man can't say he can't do it. But Tang San was also a bit speechless. After fighting with Brother Feng for over half an hour, his already limited soul power was completely exhausted. Xiao Wu was probably in a similar situation, and since she was the main attacker, she was thrown out by Wang Feng time and again, making her more prone to injury. Seeing this, Xiao Qinyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Sister Xiao Wu, I still have strength. I'll carry you. I don't want that. Xiao Wu looked at him disdainfully. Xiao Qinyu. At this moment, Wang Feng thought for a moment and said, Let me help you recover a bit. Upon hearing this, the three of them were stunned, looking at Wang Feng with some surprise. Recover? How do we recover? Brother Feng, can you recover? Tang San looked at Wang Feng with uncertainty. Are you sure? Could it be that Brother Feng hunted a soul beast with recovery abilities? That's very rare. Moreover, it might not even be compatible with Brother Feng's martial soul. Xiao Wu also looked at Wang Feng with a face full of curiosity. Recovering soul power is a capability that only support-type soul masters might possess. Boss Wang, don't joke with me. Your body definitely has a mutated martial soul. You are a proper battle soul master. How could you be a support soul master? Xiao Qinyu thought Wang Feng was just kidding. Wang Feng grinned at the three and said, If you still don't believe me, let me officially introduce myself. I am Wang Feng, a first-year work-study student, with a martial soul of a blue lotus, and I am a level 16 auxiliary soul master. The moment his words fell, he opened his palm, and a mysterious blue lotus quietly appeared. From the lotus platform, a lotus seed instantly blossomed into an extremely dazzling golden lotus. The golden lotus was robust and beautiful, as if it were a once-in-a-lifetime exquisite flower, surrounded by flickering golden arcs of electricity, crackling with thunder, exuding extraordinary divine might. What a beautiful golden flower, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, a deep purple soul ring slowly rose from under Wang Feng's feet. The dazzling, mysterious, and noble purple light almost blinded the eyes of the three. They instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands, but could not block the powerful aura brought by this purple soul ring. Looking at this purple soul ring, the three were instantly petrified. 1,000-year soul ring? Chapter 38. The determination of the soul master. A 1,000-year soul ring? The dazzling purple light left Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Qinyu all stunned. A level 16 soul master, and the first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring? The three stared at the purple soul ring rising from Wang Feng's feet as if in a dream, unable to regain their senses for a long time. This was simply an unimaginable existence for them, especially for Tang San. The teacher once said that the maximum age for a soul master's first soul ring is 423 years. Once it exceeds that, the soul master will be unable to bear the power brought by the soul ring beyond that limit. But how could Feng Ge have a 1,000-year soul ring? Tang San felt extremely puzzled. A 1,000-year soul ring at least surpassed 423, more than double that. And looking at the color of Feng Ge's purple soul ring, it seemed very deep. Perhaps it wasn't just a simple 1,000-year soul ring. Such soul beasts are rarely seen in the soul hunting forest, and even a soul emperor might not be able to hunt them. How did Feng Ge manage it? Tang San originally thought that Feng Ge's physical quality was extremely strong, and that even if he absorbed a soul ring exceeding 423 years, it would not be impossible. But 1,000 years was too exaggerated. According to the teacher's research on martial souls, a soul master can only choose a 1,000-year soul ring for their third soul ring. 1,000 years? A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, but she said nothing, just watching. Oh my god, 1,000-year soul ring. How did you get this soul ring? Xiao Qinyu looked at Wang Feng with a flushed face. It is known that there are probably very few people in the entire Nodding City who have a 1,000-year soul ring. The dean of the academy seems to be at level 40 and should have a 1,000-year soul ring. Even Matthew from the Spirit Hall, who is only a great soul master under level 30, does not have a 1,000-year soul ring. Tang San also looked at Wang Feng with great curiosity. Wanted to know how this 1,000-year soul ring came about. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng looked at the increasingly surprised expressions of the people and thought to himself that it seemed he had played his part very well. The 1,000-year soul ring, although one of his goals for strengthening his abilities, would be meaningless if it weren't for showing off. As for this 1,000-year soul ring, well, it was just a stroke of luck. Wang Feng coughed twice and said, I was in the soul-hunting forest and happened to encounter 2,000-year soul beasts fighting each other. At the moment, they were both injured. I took the opportunity to hunt one down purely by chance. Wang Feng mostly spoke the truth. There indeed was a battle between 2,000-year soul beasts. He just concealed the matter regarding the Star Moon Fox and had secretly used the ability of the Golden Lotus to assist. Otherwise, that 6,000-year Golden Lightning Leopard would have been impossible to hunt down. But upon hearing Wang Feng's explanation, the three fell silent. Brother Feng, your luck is just too good. Tang San couldn't help but sigh. He felt that his ability to hunt the 400-year mandala snake was already extremely fortunate. 2,000-year soul beasts ended up injuring each other. Brother Feng reaped the benefits. However, Tang San knew that Brother Feng must have other secrets. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to absorb this 1,000-year soul ring at all. But Tang San didn't ask further. Everyone has their secrets. Brother Feng has his, Xiao Wu has hers, and he himself has his, even his father has secrets. There was no need to dig deeper. Comparing people makes one angry. Xiao Wu huffed a bit in envy. 1,000 years conservatively estimated is equivalent to 100 of my 10-year soul rings. In other words, Brother Wang is like 100 of me. Xiao Chenyu looked up at the sky, but secretly thought that there shouldn't be many people in Nodding City who could hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. What Brother Wang said should be credible, but this luck is just too exaggerated. Wait, Xiao Chenyu seemed to remember something and continued, Brother Wang. You just said you are an auxiliary soul master? If I heard correctly. Tang San and Xiao Wu quickly recalled as well. That's right. I am an auxiliary soul master. Wang Feng knew that these three probably had their own guesses in mind, but they didn't say much more. Xiao Chenyu looked at the shattered giant rock on the other end, pointed at it, and said speechlessly, Boss Wang, are you sure you're an auxiliary type? With that punch you just threw, even I, as a battle spirit master, would probably collapse to the ground. And now you're telling me you're an auxiliary type weapon soul master? Of course. Wang Feng smiled, and with a slight twist of the golden lotus in his hand, strands of golden light enveloped the three of them. In the next moment, Tang San felt his soul power within him, which had been empty, like a withered little grass, being drenched by spring rain, receiving ample nourishment and quickly recovering. The fatigue from earlier vanished in an instant. The soul power recovers so quickly. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, in just a little while. Our soul power will be fully restored. They had just fought for more than half an hour. Your soul power is far below mine. Of course, it recovers quickly. Wang Feng explained. Moreover, I only used a bit of the Golden Lotus power just to help you restore your soul power. Wang Feng thought to himself that he hadn't used his divine skills because it wasn't necessary. He also didn't use Jin Lian's healing ability. As for the reason, it was indeed because of the auxiliary martial soul. Tang San looked at the Golden Lotus, with lightning flickering around it, and vaguely felt that it might not be just about recovering soul power so simply. What amazing recovery ability! Xiao Chenyu exclaimed. The soul power of all three of us has been completely restored. And looking at Boss Wang, it seems he hasn't consumed much. However, thinking about what Boss Wang said about his level being 16, he felt relieved. Little San, hurry up and carry me back. My soul power has recovered. But my feet are still injured, and you just happen to have the strength. Xiao Wu said coquettishly. Okay. Tang San nodded. With soul power, it seemed that even his spirit had recovered a bit. He was filled with strength. Carrying Xiao Wu back was naturally no problem. Seeing this, Wang Feng secretly laughed. He could actually heal Xiao Wu's injuries. But if he did that, it would take away the opportunity for Little San to perform. Little San, this is the only way I can help you guys. After all, you'll fall in love, so I'll help you out in advance. Tang San carried Xiao Wu back to the school first, while Wang Feng chose to go to the Martial Soul Hall to undergo Soul Master certification and soul power testing. Since he had compressed and purified his soul power, Wang Feng wasn't quite sure how much soul power he had directly in his body. Level 16 was just a value he estimated himself. As soon as he walked into the Martial Soul Hall, Wang Feng heard several voices. Su Yuntao, where's the token? Don't tell me you gave it to that kid. If you gave it to him, how are you going to accompany my brother to hunt soul beasts in the soul hunting forest today? Reapplying will take several days. If something happens to him in the soul-hunting forest and the token falls there, it will take several days to find it. Are you stupid or what? A kid with a useless martial soul says he wants to hunt soul beasts, and you actually believe him? In the martial soul hall, a beautiful woman was scolding Su Yuntao with an unhappy expression. Su Yuntao repeatedly apologized to the woman and said in a flattering manner, "Cici, don't worry. I can borrow a friend's token later." The main reason is that our martial soul hall has regulations. He has innate full soul power and indeed needs a soul ring to break through the level, which is why I gave him the token. Chapter 39. A face full of frustration, but you can't use your own token. He's not even from the martial soul hall. Forget it. It's really impossible to talk to you. If I don't get the token today to help my brother hunt soul beasts, I will go find another soul master. I won't look for you anymore. The woman was still a bit angry. Su Yuntao was also somewhat helpless. That kid had directly asked for the token, and there were several types of tokens in the martial soul hall, all held by their hall's attendants. Seeing the kid anxious that day, he just gave it to him. Unexpectedly, the next day his girlfriend said she wanted him to accompany her brother to the soul-hunting forest, and he didn't have the token at the moment. At this time, a laughter suddenly rang out. "Master Su, in a hurry for a token? Here, I brought it back for you." Wang Feng walked from a distance, looking at the two people, and couldn't help but think, "Tao Ge, oh Tao Ge, after not seeing you for a day, how have you turned into a sycophant?" It should be noted that the female companion beside Su Yuntao was the same woman he encountered at the entrance yesterday. Upon seeing Wang Feng, Su Yuntao was momentarily stunned. Then a hint of joy appeared on his face. "You little brat, you finally came back." Su Yuntao looked at the token in Wang Feng's hand and couldn't help but laugh. "So, did you go to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest and come back?" He didn't really believe that this little brat could actually hunt soul beasts by himself. The woman beside Su Yuntao also showed a hint of contemptuous smile and said, "Little friend, don't be too proud when you're alone. Hunting soul beasts is something you should leave to your teacher." This woman named Cici had just finished speaking when Wang Feng suddenly asked, "Sister, what level is your soul power this year?" 21. Why? What did you call me?" Cici was taken aback, and then her face darkened. "Sister? Am I that old? I'm only 21. Wang Feng looked at her with disappointment. "Then you're too weak." "Master Su, I'm here to test my soul power." Su Yuntao hurriedly stood in front of Wang Feng and said sternly, "You little brat. You have full innate soul power. What are you testing for? Are you saying you've broken through?" Su Yuntao looked intently at Wang Feng. "Of course. If I didn't break through, why would I come to your spirit hall?" Wang Feng said irritably, "Hurry up and take me to test my soul power." "Su Yuntao, did you hear that? He said he wants to test his soul power." Cici laughed a few times instead of getting angry. "Just take him. I want to see how long this little friend can show off. When you come back, tell me how many levels he has." That sister nearly made this girl, who hadn't yet turned 20, explode with anger. Su Yuntao looked troubled, thinking to himself, this little brat is really asking for trouble. "All right then, follow me. I'll take you to find Master Meisu Nua," Su Yuntao said helplessly. He then led Wang Feng upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Yuntao walked slowly and coughed a few times, saying, "Wait a moment, just go out the back door." "Why go out? I want to test my soul power," Wang Feng replied, feeling speechless. Su Yuntao glared at Wang Feng. "You really want to test your soul power? I just don't want CC to laugh at you later, you little brat. You don't know what is good for you." Wang Feng immediately held his forehead and said, "Master Su, I might not call you master later. To be honest, I think that woman is a bit too pretentious and not really suitable for you." "What do you mean by pretentious? Is it because CC is very beautiful? Are you complimenting her looks?" Su Yuntao asked in confusion. Wang Feng replied, "Ah, I forgot that you're not a time traveler. So you have no idea what pretentiousness is. That woman is at most a 6 or 7 out of 10. Brother Tao, you are blinded by love and have lost your normal appreciation standards. Who is making such a commotion outside?" At this moment, as the two walked into the corridor, an old voice suddenly came from the nearby room. Hearing this, Su Yuntao sighed and pushed the door open, saying, "Master Matthew, it's me, Su Yuntao." Inside the room, an old man was sitting in a spacious office, wearing clean soul master attire with the emblem of 3 swords, proving that he was a high-level battle soul master. "Oh, it's you, Yuntao. What are you making such a fuss about outside? So reckless." Master Matthew looked at Su Yuntao and couldn't help but scold him. "I used to have your personality, which led me to never break through the threshold of level 30. Even now, it's hard for me to advance further. Why don't you learn from your mistakes?" After saying this, a helpless smile appeared on Master Matthew's face. "It's not like that, Master Matthew," Su Yuntao hurriedly explained. "It's mainly this kid." Before Su Yuntao could finish, Wang Feng smiled and said, "You must be Master Matthew, right? Hello. I'm here to test my soul power and undergo soul master identification." Upon hearing this, Master Matthew looked at Wang Feng in astonishment and asked, "Elementary Academy? Little one, are you sure you're here for soul master identification and not for awakening your martial soul?" This child looked about 6 or 7 years old. Normally, kids only awaken their martial souls at this age. So how could one be here for a soul master identification? Su Yuntao smiled awkwardly and said, "Master Matthew, this child has already awakened his martial soul. I mentioned to you before that I encountered 2 kids with poor martial souls, but full innate soul power in Holy Soul Village. He is one of them." Master Matthew suddenly understood. Su Yuntao had told him about this before, and he was quite surprised at the time, but felt a bit regretful upon hearing it was a useless martial soul. Master Matthew smiled kindly at Wang Feng and said, "Little friend, even if you have full innate soul power, you are still at Nodding Elementary Academy. To advance to become a soul master, you need to obtain a soul ring, which requires your academy's mentor to accompany you in hunting soul beasts. Have you obtained a soul ring?" "Yes, Master Matthew," Wang Feng nodded. "All right then, I'll take you for the identification," Master Matthew said with a smile, "and don't call me Master anymore. At my age, I could be your grandfather. Just call me Grandpa Matthew." "Wait, Master Matthew, this kid is just joking," Su Yuntao said with a bitter smile. "He doesn't have a mentor accompanying him. How can he hunt soul beasts? Little brat, don't tease Master Matthew. He is already 80 years old. You need to respect him." Upon hearing this, Master Matthew was stunned and looked at Wang Feng in confusion. Without a mentor accompanying him, it was obviously impossible to hunt soul beasts and obtain a soul ring. This little friend looked quite well-behaved and good-looking. Could it be that he was trying to trick me for fun? Wang Feng sighed and said, "I really have a soul ring. Since you don't believe me, I'll just show you." After speaking, a flash of brilliance flickered in Wang Feng's eyes, disappearing in an instant. "Show?" Su Yuntao stared at the little ghost in astonishment. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. He saw a dazzling purple light suddenly fill the entire office. The two were instantly stunned. Is this a 1,000-year soul ring?" Su Yuntao exclaimed. Matthew rubbed his eyes, looking at the soul ring, as if he suddenly had Alzheimer's, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 40. The Mysterious Boy from the Spear Hall. 1,000-year soul ring. In this small place of Nodding City, who could see a 1,000-year soul ring? This is simply an unbelievable thing. After Wang Feng revealed the soul ring, he retracted it after a moment. Su Yuntao and Ma Xiano were still in a daze. A 1,000-year soul ring, it was simply unbelievable. For ordinary soul masters, the first soul ring usually lasts only a few hundred years at most. 1,000 years? Ma Xiano and Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng, their eyes filled with deep shock. An unparalleled shock. "Is that enough?" Wang Feng frowned and said, "Grandpa Matthew, it's very difficult for me to use my spirit ring. Can I go test my soul power now?" As he spoke, Wang Feng looked at the two, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Spirit rings are difficult to hide. Nodding City is not large, but it's not small either. There are always people from the Spirit Hall around, and this is Holy Soul Village. Once a martial spirit is used, it cannot be concealed, and during the Soul Master assessment, the martial spirit and spirit ring must be revealed. It is completely impossible to avoid this, unless you don't come for the Soul Master certification, in which case you probably won't even be able to graduate. With these thoughts, Wang Feng did not intend to hide his spirit ring, because there was really no way to hide it, nor was there any point in doing so. Previously, during the martial spirit awakening in Holy Soul Village, he could control the energy within him to ensure that his test did not exceed the innate full soul power. But this spirit ring cannot be hidden. He couldn't just forcibly dye it a different color, could he? Moreover, there was another plan in mind. All right, child, come. Follow me. I will take you to test your soul power." Grandpa Matthew excitedly stood up, so thrilled that he didn't know what to say. "Yuntao, you hurry and report to the Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Soto City." "Okay, I'll go right away." Su Yuntao looked at Wang Feng in shock and quickly walked out, his heart also extremely excited. Innate full soul power, first spirit ring 1,000 years. What kind of monster is this? Even if this little guy's martial spirit is trash, he is truly a genius, right? "Grandpa Matthew, what is the Spirit Hall?" Wang Feng continued to ask. As Grandpa Matthew led Wang Feng toward the martial spirit laboratory in the side hall, he patiently explained, "Our spirit hall here is just the lowest level spirit branch hall. Above it, there are spirit subhalls and spirit main halls. In the capitals of the 2 great empires, there are also the spirit sacred halls. The highest level is the Papal Hall. Just after finishing, Grandpa Matthew had already brought Wang Feng to the Martial Spirit Laboratory for soul power assessment. It was a very spacious room. Wang Feng walked into the room and immediately felt a slight tremor in the soul power within him, as if it was being drawn by a force in the room. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of it. Looking at the walls around him, he noticed that they were engraved with the small stones that Su Yuntao had used for testing martial souls. Wang Feng pondered thoughtfully. Is there more in the Hall of the Pope? Wang Feng continued to ask. Of course there is. Matthew's expression suddenly became serious, and his tone turned very respectful. The Douluo Hall of Offerings, that place is where all soul masters yearn to be. Only soul masters who reach the Douluo level are qualified to enter the Douluo Hall of Offerings. Wang Feng nodded. He had somewhat forgotten the settings of the Douluo Continent, but now that Matthew was mentioning them, he started to recall. Your name is Wang Feng, right? Little Feng, before the assessment, I want to ask you a question. Matthew said with a smile. What question? Wang Feng replied. Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? Matthew continued. You should have just entered the Noting Academy, right? You haven't accepted a mentor yet. If you are willing, you can directly join our Spirit Hall. After saying this, Matthew fixed his gaze on Wang Feng. Although the child hadn't been tested yet, Matthew could roughly estimate that this child's spirit power should be extraordinary. 1,000-year spirit ring, once absorbed, would definitely allow this child's spirit power to break through to level 20. Although Matthew had never seen a 1,000-year spirit master with a first spirit ring, he had conducted spirit power assessments on countless items in the Spirit Hall, and his experience was extremely rich. Matthew had also seen 400-year spirit rings that directly allowed spirit masters to level up by 2 or 3 levels. This 1,000-year spirit ring, and judging by its color, it was probably more than just a 1,000-year spirit ring. The spirit power attached would definitely elevate him to level 20, which is absolutely normal. The Spirit Hall? Is there any difference? Wang Feng said in surprise. If I enter the Spirit Hall, does that mean I am a dedicated spirit master of the Spirit Hall? I can't be in Noting Academy anymore? Matthew was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Child, you are indeed smart. It is true. The Spirit Hall has its own academy. Once you join the Spirit Hall, you become a spirit master of the Spirit Hall, and naturally, you will enter the academy established by the Spirit Hall for systematic learning. Of course, you will also gain more, but you need to enter a higher level Spirit Hall to know about that. Grandpa has already reported to the higher level Spirit Hall in advance, and someone should come soon. The Spirit Hall in Noting City is just the lowest level branch of the Spirit Hall. Matthew reporting to the higher level Spirit Hall is considered overstepping. However, this child is truly remarkable. All right, Wang Feng said with a smile. I haven't started studying at Noting Academy yet. I'm also quite familiar with Master Su. It would be great if I could join the Spirit Hall. After saying that, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Ha, good. Child, come and test your soul power. Matthew led Wang Feng to the center, where a floating yellow crystal ball was located, and said with a smile, Come, inject your soul power into it. Wang Feng nodded and then infused his soul power into the yellow crystal ball. Logically speaking, the soul power attached to a 1,000-year soul ring is extremely powerful, and since you're born with full soul power, you should be able to directly reach level 20. Matthew slowly said, but before he could finish, the yellow crystal ball suddenly erupted with clear rays of light, although they were not exceptionally dazzling. Level 15? How is your soul power only level 15? Although that is already quite high, a 1,000-year soul ring should be extraordinary. Matthew was momentarily stunned. According to his estimation, Xiao Feng's soul power level should normally be at level 20. How could this be? Is there a problem, Grandpa Matthew? Wang Feng retracted his soul power and said with a smile, It seems I overestimated the compression and purification of soul power. It's only level 15, but that's just right. No problem. Matthew frowned slightly, feeling a bit strange. However, even so, Xiao Feng is still a genius. It's worth reporting. Child, just wait here for a moment. The bishop from Soto City will arrive soon, and I will tell him what you said then. Soto City is a large city close to our fast new province's Noting City. And with the bishop's strength, he should arrive quickly. He should be able to make it before dark. Matthew said gently. By the way, what is your martial soul? Su Yuntao asked. It's the blue lotus flower, which seems to be a new type of floral martial soul. Can you show it to Grandpa? Sure, Wang Feng said, opening his palm to reveal a small golden lotus flower. However, he controlled it slightly, so it was not in its complete form and had shrunk considerably. Lotus? What use is it? Su Yuntao shook his head gently. Floral martial souls are mostly only useful for contributing to city construction and cultivating flowers and plants. Matthew did not ask further and chatted with Wang Feng about other matters until evening. Su Yuntao then brought in two men, one of whom was very young, dressed in extremely luxurious robes, with an extraordinary stature and delicate features, as if he were sculpted by master craftsmen over countless years. The other man wore the bishop's attire from the Martial Soul Hall, with a proud expression and exuding a strong aura. "Lord Jekko, this way please," Su Yuntao said, looking exhausted but extremely respectful. The day schedule had worn him out. "Where is he? That child with the first soul ring that is 1,000 years old? If I find out that you lied, everyone in your martial soul branch will be punished." Bishop Jekko looked at Su Yuntao with some impatience. In such a small place, can such a level of genius really be born? It's simply absurd. Having full innate soul power is one thing, but claiming that the first soul ring is 1,000-year soul ring is extremely strange. If it weren't for this gentleman visiting our Martial Soul Hall, hearing this news and wanting to take a look, I, the dignified bishop of the Martial Soul Hall, wouldn't come to such a small place. "Please, you go first." Bishop Jekko spoke respectfully to the mysterious young man beside him. The young man seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old, and his voice was soft yet extremely beautiful. Su Yuntao thought to himself, this young man is no ordinary person. He is extraordinarily handsome, and even Bishop Jekko from the Martial Soul Hall treats him with utmost respect. It is known that Bishop Jekko is over level 70. If he is so respectful, it shows that this mysterious young man's identity must be unusual. Before long, Bishop Jekko and the mysterious young man arrived at the Martial Soul Laboratory where Matthew and Wang Feng were. Almost in an instant, several gazes intertwined in the air. Wang Feng looked at the two people who came over. Although he didn't know who they were, the middle-aged man was definitely someone from the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall must have at least a soul sage, right? As for the young man beside him, he made Wang Feng feel quite curious. This young man was really handsome, even more so than Wang Feng was now. Wang Feng thought to himself. His body had been reforged, and his features, skin, and all aspects were extraordinary. But this young man seemed even more handsome and had an elusive, unique aura. After only a glance at the two, Wang Feng lowered his head. "Master Masino, this is Bishop Jekko." Su Yuntao came over and introduced. Master Masino hurriedly bowed to Jekko, but was directly interrupted by Jekko, waving his hand. "All right, let this kid show his soul ring. 1,000-year soul ring. And by the way, what level is his soul power?" Masino quickly walked to Wang Feng's side and whispered a few words. Chapter 41, Always Acting. Wang Feng squinted his eyes, and then the soul ring rose, a deep purple soul ring shining throughout the room, with a golden little lotus that was exceptionally beautiful. As the purple soul ring rose, Bishop Jekko was stunned. Is it really a purple soul ring? Even the handsome young man beside him was slightly taken aback. Looking at the child who was only a few centimeters shorter than him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "His soul power is level 15. Matthew quickly said, "Bishop Jekko, this child is a genius. If he joins the Spirit Hall, his future achievements will surely be limitless. In Nodding City, he will be buried. I hope you can take him to a better academy." However, before Matthew finished speaking, Bishop Jekko interrupted him and said solemnly, "Wait a minute. You said his soul power? Only level 15? Matthew nodded. "Child, how did you obtain this 1,000-year soul ring?" Bishop Jekko continued to ask. Wang Feng then repeated what he had told Tang San to everyone. "Two soul beasts fighting? One is a golden lightning leopard, and the other is a star moon fox? That's quite interesting. The golden lightning leopard is an extremely rare 1,000-year soul beast, ranging from 5 to 6,000 years old, while the star moon fox could be anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000 years old. However, the star moon fox possesses a very strong recovery ability. Indeed, having the strength to battle against the golden lightning leopard. Bishop Jekko is truly a soul sage, well-informed and experienced. It seems your luck is indeed good. When these two fight, when they're exhausted, there is a real chance you could take advantage of it." At this moment, the mysterious boy suddenly spoke up. "Why did you choose the golden lightning leopard and not the soul ring of the star moon fox?" His voice was clear and melodious. Extremely pleasant to hear. Wang Feng glanced at him and said the prepared remark, "Because the golden lightning leopard is stronger, that's why I didn't choose the star moon fox." It was a very typical response from a child. Wang Feng had just finished speaking when the young man shook his head, let out a light sigh, and fell silent. Matthew and Su Yuntao were puzzled. Bishop Jekko, however, sneered. "What a pity, what a shame." Matthew and Su Yuntao were even more confused. "On the way here, this soul master from your branch mentioned this child to me." Bishop Jekko glanced at Su Yuntao and said, "This child has innate full soul power, extremely high aptitude, and strong physical qualities. He just enrolled yesterday in Nodding Academy, so I suppose he hasn't been taught much yet, right? He eagerly ran into the soul-hunting forest. 1,000-year soul ring for a soul master with a first soul ring is simply impossible to absorb. Forcing the absorption would only lead to a small and weak body exploding. He has innate full soul power with perhaps a 1% chance of absorption. Unfortunately, if he had absorbed the soul ring of the Star Moon Fox, he might have had a chance of survival. Bishop Jekko walked over to Wang Feng, looked at him a couple of times, and shook his head again. What a pity he foolishly chose the golden lightning leopard. That golden lightning leopard has a soul ring of at least 5,000 years. Even a level 30 soul master wouldn't dare to absorb it. Upon hearing this, Master Matthew's expression changed. Your Excellency, the bishop, do you mean he won't live long? The mysterious young man spoke again in a heavenly voice. Innate full soul power allows his physical qualities to far exceed those of ordinary people. But if he forcibly absorbs the soul ring of the golden lightning leopard, even if he succeeds, his body will struggle to cope. Moreover, every time he uses a soul ring, the burden on his body increases, and then the soul power will rapidly dissipate, because his body cannot withstand the soul power brought by 1,000-year soul ring. The mysterious young man walked over to Wang Feng, his star-like eyes locking onto Wang Feng's. For some reason, this child had a peculiar attraction to him. Thus, his soul power is only level 15, Bishop Jekko coldly stated. If he were truly a peerless genius, absorbing the soul power of the golden lightning leopard without any damage would only give him 20 levels of full soul power. That is what a true peerless genius would be, a rarity in a million. But he is not. Bishop Jekko pointed at Wang Feng. His talent is decent, but unfortunately, he is too foolish, knows too little, and made the wrong choice. If he had chosen the Star Moon Fox, which has restorative abilities and a shorter lifespan, he might have had a slim chance of survival. Now his soul power will gradually decrease, and his body will slowly be unable to withstand the massive impact brought by the 1,000-year soul power, until eventually he will slowly fade away. Bishop Jekko looked at Wang Feng and asked, Child, is it true that every time you use your soul power, your body experiences intense pain? Upon hearing this, Master Matthew was suddenly shocked. He had heard Xiao Feng mention it just now, but hadn't taken it to heart. Could it be? Wang Feng nodded. Seeing this, Matthew's heart sank. So, he has no potential now. Bishop Jack shook his head, lamenting that it was a wasted trip for them. Meanwhile, at the room where the master was in the Nodding Academy. What? Master, you said Fenggu will slowly die? Tang San listened to the teacher's words in shock, his face full of disbelief. How could this be? Feng Ji's first spirit ring is a 1,000-year spirit ring. How could he die? After returning to the academy, Tang San first sought out the master and recounted the earlier events regarding Feng Ji's spirit ring. He never expected to hear such a horrifying response. The master sighed and said, That child, Xiao Feng, is still too anxious. He is so lucky and so intelligent, with a strong competitive spirit. He should have absorbed the spirit ring of the Star Moon Fox to have a chance of survival, but he absorbed the spirit ring of the golden lightning leopard instead. He has full innate soul power. From your description, Xiao Feng's physical quality is also exceptionally strong, but he cannot withstand the spirit ring of the golden lightning leopard. That is at least 5,000 years old. Although I have never seen such a situation, even if his talent is extraordinary, it will be very difficult for him to survive. Now, if he forcibly absorbs the spirit ring, every time he uses his martial soul, it will be extremely painful, and his soul power will slowly dissipate. He won't live long at all. After the master finished speaking, his face was filled with sorrow. That child, if he had a teacher to guide him, perhaps he wouldn't be like this. The master, is there any way to save Fenggu? Tang San stood up, his face anxious. Fenggu is his childhood friend. It's difficult. The master shook his head. First, we could use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to mitigate the impact from the golden lightning leopard spirit ring. But such treasures are extremely rare. They are hard to come by. Perhaps the Pope's palace has some. But even if we manage to save him, Xiao Feng's spirit ring will be downgraded to 100 years instead of 1,000 years. His strength and potential will also drop significantly, and the Spirit Hall would never undertake such a thankless task. Second, we would need at least a Soul Sage level Soul Master to suppress the golden lightning leopard spirit ring, but that would also be thankless. Even if he recovers, Xiao Feng's spirit ring will still decline. His strength, potential, and upper limits will all decrease. The Spirit Hall wouldn't do this either. After hearing the teacher's words, Tang San was stunned. He never expected it would be like this. How long can Feng live? Tang San asked tremblingly. The master was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, at most 6 or 7 years, and that is if he doesn't use his martial soul. If he uses it long term, it will shorten his lifespan significantly. There's even a possibility of sudden death. Tang San stood there in a daze. In Nodding City, within the Spirit Hall, it was very quiet. Matthew looked at Wang Feng with a pained expression, tears glistening in his eyes. Su Yuntao also looked at Wang Feng, feeling a bit sad in his heart. No one expected it would turn out like this. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. Uncle Bishop, can the Spirit Hall not do anything to save me? You are so powerful. You should be able to help me, right? If you can save me, then I will be fine. Silence. Save you? Bishop Jack suddenly laughed mockingly. The cost of saving you is too great. You can't afford it. And even if we save you, your strength and talent will be far inferior to what they were before. If you can still become a soul master then, it would already be a great fortune. So, child, I'm sorry, but you cannot join the Spirit Hall. I suggest you stop studying and return to your village. Don't use your martial soul anymore, and live out the rest of your life peacefully. Bishop Jack waved his hand. But if you all don't try, how will you know? Wang Feng stepped in front of Bishop Jack, speaking with a face full of longing. He seemed a bit scared, as if he understood what Jack and the mysterious young man had just said. Seeing this scene, Matthew and Su Yuntao felt a pang in their hearts. No need to try. Even if His Holiness the Pope were here, he wouldn't waste resources and manpower on you. Bishop Jack looked at Wang Feng impatiently, truly feeling it was a waste of his time. Child, you were extremely lucky, but also very unfortunate. If you want to blame someone, blame the heavens for not favoring you. Step aside. Saying this, Bishop Jack was about to push Wang Feng aside directly. However, he was stopped by the mysterious young man beside him. Jack, enough. The mysterious young man's expression darkened slightly, seemingly having heard the title of His Holiness from Bishop Jack. His eyes showed some determination. Yes. Bishop Jack was taken aback, then quickly responded respectfully. The mysterious young man walked up to Wang Feng. Looking at this child who was only a head shorter than him, he took out a token from his pocket and handed it to Wang Feng, saying, Child, the Spirit Hall cannot help you, but this token can provide you with some assistance in life if you can survive. I give you a chance. Upon seeing this token, Bishop Jack was slightly taken aback. Your Highness, no need to say more. The mysterious young man waved his hand. It's just a token from the Spirit Hall. Bishop Jack forced a smile. That token is not simple. It is a special token of the 3rd rank from the Spirit Hall. On the token, besides a long sword and a hammer, there are 3 pairs of wings on both sides. Extremely mysterious, but it allows access to the majority of city soul hunting forests, as well as the main hall of the Spirit Hall. And with this token, one can receive a considerable amount of gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall. This is enough to ensure that this hopeless child can live a life of abundance. Wang Feng looked at the special token in silence. All right, let's go. The mysterious boy finally cast a deep glance at Wang Feng. She had a vague premonition that perhaps she would see this child again. However, she didn't know what it would be like at that time. At this moment, seeing Bishop Jekko and his group leave, although Wang Feng's face was filled with disappointment, a trace of a smile flickered in his eyes. That's right, from the moment Wang Feng revealed the 1,000-year soul ring in front of Matthew and Su Yuntao. He had been acting all along. Chapter 42. The tough Su Yuntao life is like a play, all depending on acting skills. Sometimes, there is no choice but to play along. Wang Feng sighed in his heart. Joining the Spirit Hall would inevitably restrain him, and most importantly, he would have to obey them. This was not what Wang Feng wanted. Therefore, he had to act, making Bishop Jekko of the Spirit Hall mistakenly believe that he had no potential value for cultivation, thus giving up on him. From the beginning of this act, Wang Feng did not intend to hide it, but later thought about it. This place was Nodding City, and even if Matthew reported it, it would not reach the Pope's palace. It would only reach the mid to high levels of the Spirit Hall. There is no need for Wang Feng to hide anything. Whether it's his martial soul or his tested soul power, he has been completely open. His soul power is indeed only level 15. The situation in the soul hunting forest, Wang Feng has spoken about it with 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. The hypothesis made by Bishop Jekko. Wang Feng had indeed thought about it when he was using the 1,000-year soul ring, which is why he continued along with their line of thinking. Because his compressed and purified soul power is only level 15, it doesn't appear to be the result of truly absorbing a 6,000-year soul ring. So they would definitely suspect that there's something wrong, even coming up with some definitive conclusions. In fact, Bishop Jekko's hypothesis from the Spirit Hall is not too far off. If it were a truly innate, full soul power soul master, there would indeed be a chance to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, especially one with recovery abilities like the Star Moon Fox. However, the Golden Lightning Leopard would be completely impossible. If Wang Feng did not have the Meteor Tears, the best-case scenario might really be like this. Even if he could barely absorb the 6,000-year soul ring, he wouldn't live long, as the immense soul power brought by the Golden Lightning Leopard's soul ring would gradually destroy him. Wang Feng directly followed Coach Jeko's words and replied, completely unable to tell that he was acting. It was extremely skillful. In simple terms, it means I anticipated your anticipation, which is why the act was successful, leaving no one suspicious. However, that mysterious young man did surprise Wang Feng quite a bit. Based on his understanding of the Douluo Continent, Wang Feng roughly guessed the other party's identity, but he wasn't certain. Perhaps the biggest gain was this token? Wang Feng looked at the token. It was similar to the third-class special token in the master's hand, although it had no actual power. It allowed entry into the soul-hunting forest and provided a means of identity disguise. At that time, when go to other city spirit temples for soul power assessment, having this token would make things much easier. Conversely, using this token to receive gold soul coin subsidies became what Wang Feng considered the least useful aspect. Su Yintao took Wang Feng down from the second floor. What a good child. Matthew sighed as he watched Wang Feng's back, thinking, perhaps this is what fate does to people. Encountering a rare soul beast battle, but due to a wrong choice, one wrong step led to another, resulting in the current situation. As I walked down the stairs, it was already dark outside. Su Yuntao, why did you make me wait so long? The woman was still in the hall, and upon seeing Su Yuntao come down with Wang Feng, her frustration from waiting too long turned into anger. Then, looking at Wang Feng beside Su Yuntao, she couldn't help but mockingly ask, so little friend, do you not know what level your soul power is? Did you hunt the soul beast yourself? She wanted to taunt him a bit more, but Su Yuntao's grim voice interrupted. Enough, Cici, shut up. Cici was instantly stunned. Su Yuntao usually wouldn't dare to speak to her like that. He had always been submissive to her, compliant in every way. Su Yuntao ignored Cici and directly took Wang Feng outside the spirit temple, leaving Cici standing there in a daze. Little brat, be more cheerful. Su Yuntao heavily baited Vang Thingis Schultz. Wang Feng thought, it seems I've acted too well. Brother Tao has been unknowingly touched. Even the sycophant doesn't want to be won anymore. Master Su, don't be so sentimental. I'm not going to die. Wang Feng said softly, moreover, I haven't finished writing the story of my soul shatters the sky for you yet. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao felt a surge of emotion, and even this tough man couldn't help but shed a tear. This little ghost, although carefree and reckless, unexpectedly thought of him at this moment. Wang Feng, although Brother Tao is from the Spirit Hall, he is ultimately just a lower-level personnel of the Spirit Hall. Compared to those at the higher levels, he has much more humanity. Grandpa Matthew is the same. I'm leaving. Wang Feng waved goodbye to Su Yuntao, leaving him with a lonely figure. Seeing this, Su Yuntao wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and sighed deeply. Su Yuntao, what happened to you just now? Have you gotten too bold? How dare you shout at me like that? At this moment, Cici ran out and coldly said, where's that little brat? I mocked him a couple of times. So what? Is he your relative? Su Yuntao was simply too bold to still dare shout. As long as I show a cold face. Let's see if you still dare to come over and apologize obediently. However, Su Yuntao shot a cold glance at Cici and said, if you say one more word, do you believe I'll kick you out? That icy gaze made Cici tremble. When had she ever seen Su Yuntao look at her with such cold eyes? It was as if he really wanted to kick her away. Cici shivered and hurriedly said softly, Yuntao, I was wrong, please don't be angry. Su Yuntao glanced at her, feeling sad in his heart, and turned to walk directly into the martial soul hall. Cici hurriedly followed him inside, and faintly, they could hear hurried apologies echoing. On the way back to Nodding Academy, unexpectedly, they encountered two people at the entrance. It was Tang San and the master. Xiao San. Master? What are you doing here? Wang Feng looked at the two and was suddenly surprised. Unexpectedly, Tang San walked over with a heavy expression and asked, Feng Ge, did you just go to the spirit hall? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's heart stirred, and he nodded, saying, yes, I went for the assessment. After the assessment, it seems a bishop came and said I won't live long. My soul power will gradually dissipate, and he didn't agree to let me join the spirit hall. Nor will he save me. I, Feng Ge, don't believe it all. I eat, drink, and sleep well every day. Living for 100 years is no problem. Hearing this, Tang San, who had a very serious expression, revealed a hint of a bitter smile. Sure enough, Feng Gu is carefree and fearless. Tang San looked at the master. The master sighed and said, "This is indeed the style of the spirit hall. If little Feng had absorbed the soul ring of that Star Moon Fox without any issues, they might have valued him and nurtured him. However, since it's the soul ring of the Golden Light Thunder Leopard, once they learned about little Feng's situation, they probably wouldn't bother to expend effort to save him." Wang Feng looked at the master with some confusion. "Feng Gu, I'm sorry. I told the master about your 1,000-year soul ring in advance." Tang San quickly apologized. "It's okay. I didn't ask you to keep a secret," Wang Feng said with a smile, shaking his head. "However, I asked the master, hoping he could save you." Tang San continued. "Away?" Wang Feng was taken aback. The master nodded, looked at Wang Feng, and said solemnly, "The third party asked me for help, hoping I can assist you. You have extraordinary talent, but you mistakenly absorbed the soul ring of the Golden Lightning Leopard. Although you managed to absorb it, your body cannot withstand the pressure brought by a 6,000-year soul ring. I believe the bishop from the Spear Hall mentioned that the more you use your martial soul and soul power now, the shorter your lifespan will be, right?" "Yes, he did," Wang Feng said, feeling a stir in his heart, and smiled, "But it doesn't matter. Even without using my martial soul, I am still very strong. But you still won't live long." "That's a fact." The master shook his head and continued, "There are ways to resolve this, but the spirit hall won't help you. However, I have a friend who is a soul sage. If I speak up, he should be willing to help you stabilize the Golden Lightning Leopard's soul ring using his soul power. He can help you clear the soul power within your body. However, even if this works and you can return to your original state, your soul power will be difficult to improve again. You can only preserve your life." After saying this, the master stared intently at Wang Feng. Wang Feng thought to himself, "The mistress is indeed powerful. She has invited the master. The master's friend must be the famous Flander, right? Moreover, the premise is that you have to become his disciple before he will take action." The master continued speaking. After listening, Wang Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The righteous are indeed righteous, and the villains are villains. The characters in Douluo Continent are roughly the same. The Spirit Hall is unwilling to help, but the master would still lend a hand for Xiao San's sake. Although it was Flanders who took action. "Thank you, master. But really, there's no need," Wang Feng said with a smile. "Actually, I know my body. It might not be as bad as you think. I have some reasons that I can't explain to you, but still, thank you." After saying that, Wang Feng waved to the two and returned to the dormitory, leaving the two stunned in place. Chapter 43. "Sorry, I think it's a bit lacking." After Wang Feng left, the master looked at Wang Feng's back. Unable to speak for a long time. "What a stubborn child," the master murmured. For some inexplicable reason, as he watched Wang Feng's figure, he felt an endless sense of nostalgia. Who wasn't a stubborn child back then? "Perhaps Feng Gu might not be what we think," the teacher said softly. "Feng Gu has been very smart since he was young. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't absorb that 6,000-year Golden Lightning Leopard soul ring," Tang San said. The master pondered for a moment, but still felt he couldn't understand, as it was almost completely contrary to his proposed theory. Although Tang San couldn't comprehend it either. He knew that Feng Gu had his own secrets, just as he had his own secrets as well. For certain reasons, they couldn't be spoken out loud. Perhaps. The master shook his head, but over time, it should become clear. If he really is all right, then this Feng Gu is indeed an extraordinary genius beyond imagination. Anyway, you still have a long time before graduation. Tang San nodded slightly. However, if this child is really fine, and he went to the Spirit Hall for identification but wasn't taken away, it's likely that he was specifically testing the Spirit Hall. I wonder how he managed to do that at such a young age. His mind is extraordinary. The master, being very smart, seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but sigh softly. Tang San remained silent, and the two watched as Wang Feng gradually disappeared into the darkness, each with different feelings in their hearts. The next day, Wang Feng did not mention his identification by the Spirit Hall. After attending a few classes in the morning and refreshing his somewhat hazy knowledge and settings about the Douluo Continent, he didn't stay at the academy during lunchtime. Instead, he went to the soul hunting forest. Of course, this time Wang Feng was not going to the soul hunting forest to obtain a soul ring, but to hunt soul beasts. He was not alone either. With the Meteoric Tears, even without meditation, he would absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth to become soul power, but the speed was too slow. Wang Feng pondered on the road. After compressing and purifying his soul power, his cultivation speed had greatly decreased. He had been meditating since last night until this morning, and he still hadn't reached level 16. Compared to the time he spent in the soul hunting forest, where he could compress and purify to level 15 in just a few hours of meditation. This was far too slow. Thinking about the subsequent levels, which would take even longer, Wang Feng realized that pure meditation would not be sufficient. At this rate, he feared he wouldn't achieve his goal even after 6 years. Additionally, he would be graduating in 6 years. And if he hadn't reached level 30 by the time he got to Shrek Academy, he wouldn't even have the chance to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. Last night, the kindness of the master in Tang San made Wang Feng feel that he should definitely check out Shrek Academy, especially since the check-in location provided by the system was also there. However, he wondered if he could speed up his cultivation by using his internal soul power more through combat. Wang Feng thought to himself, this is actually possible. Fighting can hone a person, and by consuming soul power, it can naturally enhance the speed of cultivation. That's why he wanted to go to the soul hunting forest. He could make money, and by battling soul beasts, he could improve his combat experience. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There is plenty of time in the afternoon and evening. He wouldn't waste soul rings, and most importantly, he could show off. Wang Feng thought to himself that after finishing lunch, he had purchased a long robe and a mask, and then headed straight to the soul hunting forest. Even though it was now afternoon, the outskirts of the soul hunting forest were still bustling with people coming and going. This soul hunting forest encompassed many cities in the Fasnuo province, not just Notting City. Therefore, there were a lot of people. Various shouts filled the air, continuously echoing. 3 missing 1. Come on, sponsors. Our team has a level 26 Soul Master and a level 25 Support Soul Master. Everything you need. We can hunt for around 500 years. Prices are negotiable. 4 hunting soul beasts around 400 years. We need a control-type Soul Master around level 25, with a reward of 50 silver soul coins. Wang Feng listened to these voices and couldn't help but think of the days in his previous life when he teamed up with online friends to tackle dungeons. These Soul Masters, lacking noble backgrounds and family support, could only rely on themselves to hunt, which was very dangerous, and they had to seek help from others. This was all quite normal. After scanning the area, Wang Feng's gaze suddenly focused on 3 people in the distance. 2 men in black clothing and a woman in a tight combat suit were standing calmly in place. The 3 weren't shouting. They were simply standing there with a sign. The sign read, Hunt 800-year-old soul beast, looking for a level 25 recovery type soul master. Reward, 1 gold soul coin. Upon seeing this, Wang Feng felt a stir in his heart. A recovery type soul master was just what he needed. These 3 had a distinct aura that set them apart from ordinary soul masters. I am a recovery type soul master. May I ask if you need assistance? Wang Feng walked over, coughed a few times, and said in a slightly hoarse voice. At this moment, he was wearing a black long robe and a mask, making it hard for even those familiar with him to recognize him. Some things still need to be kept hidden. You? Hearing someone speak, the 3 of them turned their gazes towards Wang Feng. How old are you? Among the 2 men, a more robust one with a beard frowned and asked. This little brat looks about 5 meters tall. He must be around 11 or 12, right? Here to amuse us? Cough. I'm about 12, Wang Feng said. But my martial soul has recovery abilities. You? 12 years old. Do you have level 25? The other young man, who was holding a dagger and trimming his nails, laughed and said, at your age, having level 14 or 15 is already pretty good. Even if you have recovery abilities, it won't have much effect on us. Hurry up and go play elsewhere. Don't disturb the older brothers and sisters. The bearded man waved his hand at Wang Feng. Hey, wait, I really only have level 15, but my recovery ability is super strong. Wang Feng coughed a few times again and said, really, why not give it a try? Try out a little kid? Don't joke with us. We don't have the energy to protect a 12-year-old child in the soul hunting forest. If you want to make money, go to the entrance of the soul hunting forest, watch those newly emerged soul masters, and help them recover their soul power. You should be able to earn quite a bit. The bearded man said with a smile. Uncle, just give it a try. After all, there's no loss. Wang Feng said with a smile. This method is indeed clever. There are quite a few restoration-type soul masters who can make money like this. After all, not every soul master entering the soul hunting forest brings a restoration-type soul master with them, as they are quite rare. So, when they come out, most of them are already out of soul power, and staying at the entrance to restore their soul power is indeed a way to earn money. However, Wang Feng is more interested in going into the soul hunting forest to see more soul beasts and accumulate combat experience. The bearded man and the young man wanted to say something, but the woman suddenly spoke. Let him try. Restoration-type soul masters are hard to find, and they don't need to be too strong. This woman has a good figure, curvy and athletic, with a neat ponytail, fair skin, and a beautiful face, but unfortunately, There's a 4 or 5 centimeter scar on her face that ruins her beauty. All right, boss, I'll listen to you. The young man grinned. Then he looked at the pedestrians around. That kid, can you restore me a bit? The bearded man said with a smile. Just right. I still have more than half of my soul power left, so I don't have high demands. If you can restore a quarter of the other half, that would be enough. After he finished speaking, the other two also looked at Wang Feng. It's important to note that this bearded man is no ordinary person. He is a level 29 Great Soul Master. A quarter? Wang Feng hesitated a bit. What's wrong? Is that still too much? The bearded man frowned and said, if I can't restore even 1/8 of my soul power at once, that's not acceptable. Wang Feng slightly turned his palm, not revealing his soul ring, but instead only a small golden lotus flower lit up, urging his soul power. Since recovering soul power does not require soul skills, the soul ring does not need to be displayed. In the future, unless in certain critical moments, Wang Feng would basically not show his soul ring. Immediately, strands of golden threads surged into the bearded man. Suddenly, the bearded man shivered all over, as if he had been electrocuted, and began to tremble violently. The other two immediately became tense upon seeing this. At this moment, Wang Feng smiled and said, sorry, I think it's a bit lacking. Let me restore you completely. Chapter 44, Exciting. As Wang Feng's slightly hoarse voice rang out, the young man and the woman were genuinely taken aback. Old hey, what's going on with you? The young man put down the dagger in his hand and hurried to support the bearded man. He also shot a glance at the woman, who quickly walked in front of Wang Feng with a wary look in her eyes. Don't worry, his soul power is recovering. Wang Feng naturally knew that the two were probably watching the bearded man, and the situation seemed a bit abnormal. These soul masters were very alert due to their experience in battle. However, it wasn't long before the bearded man let out a huge sigh of relief and shouted, awesome. Hearing this, the young man and the woman were momentarily stunned. The two had just watched the bearded man convulsing all over, thinking this kid was playing a prank, not actually restoring his companion Old Hay's soul power. They didn't expect Old Hay to suddenly shout, which left them both bewildered. Old Hay, what's going on? The young man quickly asked, feeling curious. How much of your soul power has been restored? The bearded man, referred to as Old Hay, looked at Wang Feng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Impressive, young man. Just now, my soul power was completely restored. Amazing. I've never seen a level 15 healing soul master with such powerful soul recovery effects. Upon hearing this, the young man and the woman both breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Feng, their eyes filled with astonishment. So, I should have met your requirements, right? Wang Feng said with a smile. The soul power consumed by the golden lotus he just activated was only a little. In a while, I can recover 1/5 of the soul power of my level 29 battle soul master. Not bad. Lao Hei chuckled, and also, this recovery feels quite nice. Like getting a massage, really enjoyable. Wang Feng knew it was because the golden lotus had the soul ring of the golden lightning leopard, which gave it this effect. If it were divine skill, it could directly allow the soul master to attach this lightning energy that can paralyze. The youth and the girl looked at Lao Hei speechlessly. All right, since everything is fine, let us go. Arong is just in need of a promotion around 800 years. Lao Hei looked at Wang Feng and introduced, I am called Lao Hei, you can just call me that. My martial soul is the Black Rock Bear, which is very slow but has outstanding defensive abilities as a level 29 battle soul master. This guy is called Ling Run. His martial soul is a dagger, with strong offensive capabilities at level 28. Lastly, this one is Lao Hei said, looking at the girl. I am called Si Rong. My martial soul is Iron Tooth Grass, which has strong control abilities, and I am a level 30 control system soul master. However, it consumes a lot as well. The girl forced a smile on her face. After the three introduced their martial souls, they headed towards the soul hunting forest. These three martial souls are not particularly outstanding, but since they know each other, they probably have a good relationship and should be a small team, not just a random grouping of individuals, Wang Feng pondered. The Black Rock Bear is a special martial soul among beast-type martial souls, known for its durability and resilience. When a martial soul is manifested, its speed is quite slow, but its body is covered with a layer of rock, making it particularly tough, and it also has good stamina. The Iron Tooth Grass, on the other hand, is a very resilient plant, much sturdier compared to blue silvergrass. It's roughly equivalent to a wooden stick versus noodles, very solid. It's a relatively good control-type soul master. By the way, what is your name? Si Rong looked at Wang Feng. Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself, Wang Feng said with a slight smile. My name is Thanos. Thanos? That name sounds kind of cool, doesn't it? Lingren muttered a few times. It doesn't T sound like a name. More like a code name. That S right, it's a code name. Many people call me Thanos, Wang Feng said as I keep being called that. I almost forgot my real name. The three stared at him speechlessly. However, they understood that this kid probably didn't T want to reveal his real name and didn't T ask further. The four entered the soul-hunting forest. Little Thanos, you are a healing-type soul master, relatively weak, so after the battle, don't run around. Stay close to me and see Rome. I will protect you. Old Black said seriously. No problem. You guys fight to your heart's content. Just keep your soul power up, Wang Feng said with a smile, walking along the quiet path. The occasional cawing sounds around made Wang Feng feel like he had returned to the primeval forest. Soon, the three encountered a 500-year-old chrysanthemum flame hedgehog. Be careful. This chrysanthemum flame hedgehog is very aggressive. However, from its size, it seems to be only 500 years old. Rong seemed to be the backbone of the three, issuing orders, saying, this chrysanthemum flame hedgehog has its weakness in the waist and abdomen. Other parts are impervious. What a pity if it were 800 years old. It will be better. Listening to Rong's introduction, Wang Feng looked towards the distant chrysanthemum flame hedgehog. The information in the library was mostly very rough. This chrysanthemum flame hedgehog is a significant restraint to me as a plant-type soul master, because as long as I try to control it, the flames on its body will ignite, making my control over it very difficult. So, Lingren, make sure to seize the opportunity later. One hit to kill. Now under stealth mode. Rong was very experienced. No problem. Lingren swiftly jumped up onto a giant tree, instantly disappearing from the sight of the three. Old Black, protect us well. Be careful of the flame needles released by this chrysanthemum flame hedgehog, Rong continued. Old Black's expression darkened, and after revealing 2 yellow soul rings, his whole body began to swell, with a layer of dense rock particles covering his skin, adding a rugged appearance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The distant chrysanthemum flame hedgehog shot out several flame-like spikes, all of which were blocked by Old Black in front of him. However, when they struck him, they produced a clanging sound. Its defensive capability is indeed quite good. Wang Feng thought to himself. The spikes shot by the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog had a very high temperature. He didn't expect this Old Black one to be so resilient. Seeing that the spikes were ineffective, the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog suddenly charged at the three of them, stomping the ground with a thud. Ling Ling! Rose suddenly shouted, and 2 yellow spirit rings appeared around her. She swiftly summoned her iron tooth grass spirit and pressed it into the ground. In an instant, several iron wires shot up from the ground, quickly entangling the front legs of the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog. However, the iron wires formed by the iron tooth grass were soon dissolved. But with its front legs obstructed, the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog flipped over like a speeding car, landing on its back and exposing its white belly. At that moment, a black shadow suddenly fell from the tree above and swiftly landed on the belly of the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog, causing a spray of blood. The black figure nimbly jumped up from the belly to avoid being splattered by the blood. In the blink of an eye, this chrysanthemum flame hedgehog, which had lived for over 500 years, was dealt with by the three of them, experienced and well-coordinated. The blood of the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog was extremely hot. Fortunately, I dodged in time. Ling Feng walked down from a distance. It was he who had delivered the fatal blow to the chrysanthemum flame hedgehog at the critical moment. However, this strike seemed to have cost him quite a bit of energy, likely using a spirit skill. Let's keep going. This chrysanthemum flame hedgehog shouldn't be dead. We don't need its spirit ring. Let live for others, Rose said calmly. Chapter 45, Snatching Spirit Rings. Is there such a rule in the soul-hunting forest? Wang Feng asked in surprise. Not really. It's just that killing it would be of no use. It would be a waste of the spirit ring. So when entering the soul-hunting forest, unless we encounter a suitable soul beast, we three won't kill most soul beasts. We just need to incapacitate them, Ling Ren explained with a smile. However, some soul masters are quite bloodthirsty and might hunt soul beasts even without needing their spirit rings. Everyone has different pursuits, I suppose. Wang Feng nodded, agreeing that it made sense. If in the future he had no one to team up with and had to hunt soul beasts alone, he could choose not to kill them. It seemed like a better way to train. Let me help you recover a bit. Try to stay in top condition, Wang Feng suggested. Do you have enough soul power? Rong looked at him with. We consume very little, but you're only at level 16, so you shouldn't have much soul power, right? Isn't it a bit wasteful to replenish us like this? No, not at all. It's not wasteful at all. Wang Feng wished he could use more soul power to directly activate the Golden Lotus and provide soul power to the three of them. Besides, he believed that it was better to keep soul power at full capacity, if they encountered a large and powerful soul beast later. It would be easier to handle it if things got dangerous. Si Rong was taken aback, but then realized that when facing a large soul beast, there was no extra time for replenishment. When he provided soul power to Si Rong and Ling Rin for the first time, both of them finally experienced the pleasant sensation that Lao He brought. Lao He, this is quite refreshing. The soul power recovery made their bodies feel tingly and interesting. Ling Rin had a sly smile on his face, while Si Rong smiled back. The four of them spent the entire afternoon in the soul hunting forest, hunting various soul beasts. However, they mostly didn't kill them. They just incapacitated these soul beasts and let them recover slowly. By evening, they hadn't encountered a suitable 800-year soul beast, and their luck was really bad. Ling Rin leaned against a tree, feeling mentally exhausted. Lao He sat on the ground, his sturdy body also slumping. Si Rong's face was covered in beads of sweat. Only Wang Feng still looked energetic as he gazed ahead. Throughout the afternoon, his soul power had been continuously consumed, but when he stopped to meditate, his cultivation speed increased significantly. It seemed that the more he consumed, the faster his meditation and cultivation progressed. They had just fought against a 700-year soul beast. Although they won, all three of them were very tired. Do you three need a replenishment? Wang Feng's voice still rang out robustly. The three of them exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, "Do you still have soul power?" They had encountered at least 10 soul beasts that afternoon, and under normal circumstances, the three of them would need to replenish after fighting 4 soul beasts. But this kid named Mie Ba had managed to maintain a full state and fought 10 soul beasts continuously. At this moment, he actually still had soul power to replenish everyone. Mie Ba, are you really only level 15? Lao He scratched his head. I've seen recovery-type soul masters before, but even those above level 20 don't last as long as you. There's no way around it. My greatest characteristic is endurance, Wang Feng said, chuckling shyly. Although his soul power was compressed and only at level 15, it was exceptionally durable, especially with the effects of Meteoric Tears and automatic recovery. He still had 1/5 of his soul power left at this moment. Moreover, Wang Feng felt he was close to reaching level 16. Although he hadn't directly participated in combat that afternoon, he had been continuously consuming soul power. Lao He, you little brat, you may not be very old, but you sure like to talk dirty, Ling Rin said, his eyes turning, a knowing smile appearing on his face. But this is beyond just ordinary endurance. We can't handle it anymore, right? Sister Si Rong, can you still handle it? Bang! Just as Ling Rin finished speaking, Si Rong slapped the back of his head. You gotten bold, daring to tease me too? Si Rong glared at Ling Rin. Wang Feng laughed a few times. After an afternoon of fighting, he actually thought a few of them were quite good. Ling Rin's personality was a bit mischievous and liked to tell some risky jokes. Do you really still have soul power? Si Rong looked at Wang Feng and asked with a frown. She was somewhat surprised. It was already not easy for a level 15 soul master to provide recovery support to soul masters over level 20. But now, he still had soul power to give for replenishment, which was indeed quite extraordinary. It's okay. I probably have enough to fill each of you up once more. Wang Feng did not mention how much he had left. Just then, suddenly, a rustling sound came from a distance. A pale purple mist suddenly covered the view ahead. It was the thorn's purple spirit vine. Si Rong immediately stood up, looking at the faintly visible vines in the distance, and exclaimed, about 800 years. Just what I was looking for. Ling Rin and Lao He also stood up, their eyes showing a hint of joy as they looked into the distance. The purpose of this trip was to find a suitable soul ring breakthrough for Si Rong. This thorn's purple spirit vine couldn't be more suitable. The thorn's purple spirit vine releases a purple mist that affects the spirit of soul masters, possessing a remarkable hallucinatory effect, and is one of the most needed attributes for control-type soul masters. Xiaomia, help us fully restore our soul power, Si Rong eagerly said to Wang Feng. Wang Feng nodded. About 800 years ago, if it were him before his body was reforged, he would also need to take it seriously, mainly because the three of them had been fighting for an afternoon. Even though their soul power could be replenished, their mental state had indeed declined. However, the three had rich experience, and Wang Feng felt that nothing would go wrong. After restoring the three, Wang Feng estimated that there was only a little soul power left in his body. Ling Rin, remember to use that move. This thorny purple spirit vine is most afraid of fire. Si Rong looked at Ling Rin and advised. Ling Rin had a soul skill Flame Strike, which could add a faint layer of flame to the dagger, making it the best means to deal with this purple spirit vine. Old Hay, prepare the bitter root. Si Rong took out the materials she had prepared from her pack. It was a pale white medicinal root about the length of a finger, emitting a pungent smell. Wang Feng focused his gaze, and indeed, the three were very well prepared, with the target likely being the thorny purple spirit vine. The bitter root is a special herb that has no other use but to be extremely bitter and can invigorate the mind. Once enveloped by the purple mist of the thorny purple spirit vine, the bitterness stimulates the brain, preventing one from being entranced. This is the experience team, and Wang Feng felt that this kind of battle was indeed much more substantial compared to the simple understanding he had at the academy. Wang Feng stood behind Lao He, watching the three fight from a distance. Almost immediately, the 800-year-old thorny purple spirit vine was cut down by their coordinated efforts. Ling Ren's flying flame strike nearly severed 10 of the vine's tendrils, leaving it unable to move. They just needed to wait for the final blow. The three were exhausted, but their faces were filled with excitement at the sight. Great! This hunt is nothing short of perfect. An 800-year-old thorny purple spirit vine. However, this time, Xiao Mie deserves the most credit. Let's reward him with 2 gold soul coins later. Ling Ren said excitedly, Sister Si Rong, hurry and give this purple spirit vine the final blow. Okay. Sister Si Rong nodded and walked towards the purple spirit vine with a small sword. However, at that moment, a figure rushed over from the opposite side. Whoosh! The suddenly appearing figure cut down the purple spirit vine before Sister Si Rong could reach it. A deep yellow soul ring slowly lit up. The three were instantly stunned. From a distance, a mocking laugh came. Sorry, but I saw this thorny purple spirit vine first. It's mine now. You guys are in trouble. Chapter 46. Aren't you a support type soul master? The sudden change left all 4 of them dumbfounded. This figure moved extremely quickly, taking advantage of the three's exhaustion to strike. They were so caught off guard that Ling Ren and the others didn't react in time before the purple spirit vine was killed and the soul ring lit up. Only the one who kills the soul beast can absorb its soul ring. Lao He, Si Rong, and Ling Ren stood frozen in place. Si Rong stopped in her tracks. She had only taken 2 steps and was still quite far from the purple spirit vine. At this moment, she could only watch helplessly as a deep yellow soul ring lit up on the purple spirit vine, which she could not absorb. Next to the purple spirit vine stood a young man with a mocking smile on his face, looking quite pleased. The young man was about 20 years old, dressed in rather luxurious clothing, looking like a student from the academy, exuding a bold and fearless vibe. Kid, do you know that taking someone else's soul ring is a despicable act? Ling Ren coldly stared at the young man. Si Rong quietly watched, her eyes filled with coldness. The timing of this young man's strike was too crucial. He had taken advantage of their victory over the thorny purple spirit vine, basking in the joy of triumph. And precisely when they lacked soul power. Is that so? The young man looked at Ling Ren in surprise. But we discovered this thorny purple spirit vine first, didn't we? It's not my fault you were too slow. If you had discovered it first, why didn't you kill it? Lao He said solemnly. You waited until we made our move? Wang Feng, who was behind them, couldn't help but shake his head. Lao He was a simple man. To put it simply, he was an honest person, and this young man's words were clearly a trick. Lao He actually believed him. Sure enough, the young man laughed a few times and said, well, I just wanted to wait a bit before making my move to recover some soul power. I didn't expect you guys to act first. That's not my fault. After saying this, he stood next to the purple spirit vine, completely motionless. It was clear that he alone couldn't defeat the thorny purple spirit vine. So he did this on purpose. This person should be a student from a high-level soul master academy. Si Rong observed the young man and coldly said, he should be around level 30, preparing to hunt soul beasts to meet graduation requirements. Looking at his demeanor and situation, I'm sure of it. Wang Feng nodded frequently, feeling that this Sister Si Rong had sharp insights, as she thought exactly the same as he did. Impressive. So what should we do, Sister Si Rong? Ling Ren's face was gloomy. Are we just going to watch him take your soul ring away? We finally found a suitable soul ring. If we give up just like that, who knows how long it will take to find another one. After an entire afternoon of fighting, to have it stolen by someone else who can bear that, I have very little soul power left. Lao He shook his head. What else can we do? Si Rong shook her head and said helplessly, if he kills it first, I won't be able to absorb that soul ring. Moreover, it's not wise to engage in a fight with him right now. Our combat power is practically 0. This scoundrel has been watching us for who knows how long, conserving his strength, and we have no idea about his capabilities. If we start a fight, we will only suffer losses. Although there's Xiao Mie, he is just a healing-type soul master, and he probably has no soul power left either, unable to use his martial soul to restore us. It wouldn't be safe for him to engage in a fight either. After Si Rong finished speaking, Ling Ren and Lao He fell silent. Indeed, what else could they do? They couldn't absorb the soul ring. If a fight broke out, they would definitely be the ones to suffer, and it would also drag the innocent Xiao Mia into it, which wouldn't be fair or safe for him. He is just a healing-type soul master, with combat power nearly at zero, and so young, with no one to protect him. What if that young man were to hurt him? Who would take responsibility for that? At this moment, Wang Feng stepped forward and asked, "You guys aren't just going to let it go, are you? This person is too despicable. Can you really tolerate this?" The three of them forced a bitter smile. Strong-arming a soul ring is indeed very despicable, and besides, there is no one else around to witness it. In this day and age, there are no smartphones to record evidence of the crime. So what can they do? Wang Feng took a few steps forward and said, "Stop with the nonsense. You took the soul ring, so you need to compensate, right? Let's not beat around the bush. 1,000 gold soul coins. If you can take it out, the soul ring is yours. If not, you won't be leaving here today." 1,000 gold soul coins is indeed a bit exaggerated. Usually, hunting an 800-year-old soul beast, all expenses combined, would probably be around 100 coins at most. All right. Unexpectedly, the young man was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Wang Feng disdainfully. "You want gold soul coins, huh? Here you go." Saying this, the young man took out a gold soul coin from his pocket and threw it directly at Wang Feng. Whoosh! The young man had considerable strength, and the gold soul coin shot toward him with a whooshing sound. Seeing this, the three of them changed their expressions. Old Hay suddenly gathered the last bit of his soul power, roared, and jumped high, using his palm to catch the gold soul coin. However, a bright red wound appeared on his hand. "Ha ha ha! You, a support soul master, dare to ask me for gold soul coins?" The young man sneered. "I really envy your naivety. Kid, if you could see the situation a little clearer, you wouldn't say such foolish things." After saying that, the young man's body suddenly trembled. A martial soul appeared behind him, and two yellow soul rings rose from his body. "I am the Kanjiing martial soul, now at full soul power and in peak condition. Kid, do you still want gold soul coins?" The young man exuded a powerful aura, his whole person seeming like an eagle ready to take flight, which explained his strange speed earlier. The Kanjiing martial soul, although not strong in power, was extremely fast. It could be used for reconnaissance and many other purposes. Seeing this, Si Rong and the other sighed repeatedly. "Xiao Mia, forget it." Old Hay simply bandaged his wound and said softly, "It can't be counted." Wang Feng let out a cold snort. If he didn't give the golden soul coins, they would just stay here. If he dared to absorb the soul ring, they would take action against him. Anyway, after an hour, the soul ring would disappear. It was extremely dangerous for soul masters to absorb soul rings if they were attacked. The consequences would be dire. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the young man's expression changed, and he coldly said, "You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson, you little brat." After saying that, the young man suddenly leaped high into the air, his claws resembling wings as he dove down rapidly. "Be careful," Si Rong exclaimed in surprise, quickly shouting to use her soul skills to trap the young man, but she couldn't even activate her martial soul. Ling Ren watched anxiously as well. Wang Feng's position was relatively far away, as he belonged to the recovery system, far from the battlefield, about 20 to 30 meters away from them. Ling Ren also couldn't rush over immediately. He could only watch helplessly as the young man resembled an eagle soaring high, seemingly ready to capture the prey below. Wang Feng squinted his eyes, not avoiding or dodging, as he saw the young man rushing towards him, moving so fast that he appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. At this sight, the three of them gasped in surprise, thinking to themselves that it was bad. But just at that moment, before the young man could grab Wang Feng's shoulders with both hands, Wang Feng's hand seemed to enter bullet time in an instant, quietly grabbing the young man's arm first. Then, Wang Feng's body leaned to the side. A side kick. This kick landed directly on the young man's stomach, as if it had kicked out his dinner from the night before. He felt a piercing pain rising from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Boom! Wang Feng released his grip, and the young man crashed into a distant big tree, leaving a human-shaped imprint. The tree swayed precariously. It created a loud crashing sound. Instantly, Si Rong and the others were all stunned. They could hear a broken voice coming from the imprint on the big tree. "Why, you're not an auxiliary system soul master? How can you have such strength?" Chapter 47. Throwing into the Clouds. It was almost common knowledge. Auxiliary soul masters generally have no combat ability, which is why they need protection. But now, Si Rong and the others looked at the young man imprinted on the distant tree and couldn't help but twitch their mouths in unison. Xiao reacted too quickly. Ling Ren remained silent for a moment and said, "This kick was almost propelled by the momentum of that young man's attack, being kicked away like that. Such a reaction and strength are truly not something a 10-year-old child should possess. Moreover, he is just an auxiliary system soul master and clearly didn't use his martial soul just now, relying solely on his physical strength." In that instant, Ling Ren asked himself if he could have reacted in time. This kick might not have been too strong, but the reaction was indeed too fast. And the kick was extremely fierce. He completely didn't seem like an auxiliary system soul master. Ling Ren concluded, although most auxiliary soul masters don't directly fight soul beasts, they still undergo simple training to improve their physical fitness, but this was too strong, right? Lao He scratched his head, his eyes full of surprise. After an entire afternoon of fighting, let alone Xiao Mia, even Si Rong, who was a control system soul master, rarely engaged directly in combat with soul beasts. Most of the time, Lao He took the brunt of the attacks. Therefore, the three of them had never seen Wang Feng make a move. They always thought this kid was merely an exceptional recovery soul master, the kind that couldn't even harm a chicken. Who would have thought that Xiao Mia not only could restrain a chicken, but could also kick away a mad dog much stronger than a chicken? They were genuinely shaken. At this moment, Wang Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right, I am an auxiliary system soul master. My martial soul is recovery." He said it with all seriousness. However, Si Rong and the others were speechless. The young man also stumbled out from the imprint and shouted angrily, "Bullshit! How can you, an auxiliary system soul master, have such quick reactions and strength? Do you think I'm being an idiot? There are auxiliary system soul masters in the academy. Even if there are a few with good physical fitness, how could they compare to you? This kid looks young. Either he is hiding his strength or hiding his martial soul. What? Is it not allowed for an auxiliary system soul master to be stronger than you?" Wang Feng laughed. "You guy, stop with the nonsense. If you can't take out the golden soul coins for compensation today, I'll let you know that this world is filled with malice towards you." Hearing this, the young man immediately shouted in anger, "You're quite arrogant, kid. As a soul master who is about to graduate and soon enter the soul master realm, it would be too embarrassing to be taken down by a little brat." He originally didn't want to use his soul skills against this kid, but now he changed his mind. Li Ying sneered. Although that kick earlier had hurt him a bit, it was not enough to make him lose his fighting capability. Moreover, he still had soul skills he hadn't used. He just felt it was unnecessary. Who knew this little brat seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve? "Soul skill, eagle clone," Li Ying shouted, and 2 yellow soul rings quickly lit up, with a gray eagle rising behind him. Following that, Li Ying began to sway left and right rapidly. It looked extremely bizarre, as if he was performing repeated lateral jumps, creating numerous phantoms around him. It was hard to decipher. "Wang Feng, are you here to play with me? Kid, are you seeing things?" "Ha ha." Li Ying's voice came from the phantoms, carrying a hint of arrogance. "Xiao Mia, be careful," Ling Ren shouted. "This soul skill of his is very strange and hard to defend against. When he attacks, you must be extremely careful." After speaking, Ling Ren's expression darkened a few shades. He completely couldn't see the young man's figure jumping around. "I'm feeling dizzy just watching," Lao He said, staring at Li Ying's figure, feeling lightheaded. "What kind of ghostly soul skill is this? Is it meant to interfere with the enemy's line of sight?" "It should be," Si Rong nodded, looking at Li Ying, who was continuously jumping around in place. But at that moment, Li Ying moved. As he did, he came at Wang Feng in an S-shaped curve, surrounded by phantoms, making it hard to tell which one was the real him. Soon after, Li Ying began to spin around Wang Feng, as if trying to daze him, and the phantoms around him multiplied. This soul skill is indeed troublesome. Ling Ren thought to himself, "I can't believe I'm really getting dizzy." Lao He shook his head. Xiao Mia's physical condition should have been honed through hard training. Although he narrowly avoided an attack just now, he is ultimately an auxiliary soul master. Si Rong frowned and said, "Not a battle soul master. Once he uses his soul skill, it will be very difficult for Xiao Mia to resist. Soul skills are the dividing line for many soul masters." Wang Feng stood still, watching the rapidly spinning Li Ying around him, feeling somewhat amused in his heart. Just now, he hadn't used much strength with that kick. He simply used leverage to kick the guy away. Unexpectedly, this level 30 battle spirit master was quite resilient. And flashy too. At that moment, amidst the myriad of shadows, a figure suddenly rushed out, almost at a concealed speed, and hugged Wang Feng from behind. "Let me show you my newly created soul skill, skyward throw." Li Ying shouted loudly, abruptly securing Wang Feng while spinning wildly and leaping dozens of meters high. Seeing this, Si Rong and the others changed their expressions dramatically. Li Ying's two soul skills were truly cunning. Ling Ren's heart tightened. He first used Eagle Clone to obscure the enemy's vision and senses, and at that moment, he unleashed his second soul skill. This skyward throw was likely to lift Xiao Mia into the air and slam him down. Look, Li Ying's hands were like claws, and his feet were locked, resembling a falcon capturing its prey while soaring in the sky, spinning rapidly and rendering Xiao Mia completely unable to move. Ling Ren, being an agile battle spirit master, instantly saw the secret behind the soul skill. Upon hearing Ling Ren's analysis, Si Rong and Old He were momentarily stunned. How strong! This move of his could probably lift even someone of Old He's size. Si Rong furrowed her brows tightly. They were already nearly 20 meters high. Falling from such a height, even a level 30 battle spirit master with strong physical attributes would be disoriented. Kid, are you scared? Li Ying said ominously, binding Wang Feng completely. Super scared, but later, don't you be scared either. What am I afraid of? Li Ying snorted coldly. At that moment, Li Ying had already leaped to a high point, and then the two of them instantly began to descend. Goodbye, kid. Li Ying laughed mockingly, just about to let go of Wang Feng and float away. However, as soon as Li Ying released his grip, he found himself still falling. Upon seeing this, Li Ying's expression changed dramatically. Little brat, let go. It was Wang Feng who suddenly bound Li Ying's hands and feet instead. Let go. Wang Feng laughed a couple of times, saying, this cloud sky toss is quite interesting. How can I not personally experience the soul skill I created? Chapter 48. You really are talent. The two quickly descended. Li Ying, however, panicked. Falling down like this, he wasn't made of copper and iron. Nor was he a defensive-type battle soul master. Wouldn't he be smashed to pieces? Little ghost, let go. Li Ying shouted angrily. No way. Let go, and I can make sure you land safely. Li Ying became even more anxious. Don't. The earth is our mother. Let's dive into her embrace together. Please, I'm begging you. Let go. Li Ying trembled. The howling wind whipped past his ears, and that little ghost didn't seem to know where he got the strength to tightly bind his hands and feet. Calling you father won't help. Boom. In the eyes of the three, within a few seconds, the two almost simultaneously crashed to the ground. A wave of air was stirred up. Hey, is this cloud sky toss a soul skill for mutual destruction? Ling Ren was instantly dumbfounded. Why did they fall together? The two hadn't seen the scene. Quick, go take a look. Si Rong hurriedly shouted, Xiaomia might be hurt. The three quickly headed toward the landing point of the two, and when they looked closely, they were stunned. They saw the child in the black robe shaking off the dust from his body. When he saw the three coming, he even grinned. You guys are here? The three looked at Wang Feng, taking in many details. Si Rong swallowed hard and asked, Are you okay? Falling from such a height, even Lao He would get dizzy and spout blood. How is he acting like nothing happened? I'm fine, just an excruciating pain all over. Wang Feng smiled. Seeing this, the three exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. They thought to themselves, do you really look like you're in excruciating pain? Where's that guy? Lao He asked. Wang Feng seemed to remember something and hurriedly jumped up from the small pit that had fallen, pointing at Li Ying inside the pit. Look, isn't he right here? The three of them looked over and immediately gasped in shock. Compared to the unscathed Wang Feng, Li Ying was in a dire state. At this moment, his eyes were rolling back, blood was oozing from his mouth, and he lay there like a dead fish. When he fell just now, I used him as a cushion, Wang Feng said with a smile. In fact, the two of them fell together. However, his physical condition was extremely strong, and even falling from nearly 20 meters, height didn't cause him any harm. But Li Ying was in a terrible situation. At this moment, he was probably seriously injured, with several broken ribs. The three of them were momentarily taken aback, realizing the situation. Why didn't he let go of you just now? Ling Ren asked curiously. Is this sky toss really a soul skill that leads to mutual destruction? When Li Ying jumped up with Wang Feng, and when they fell, they were both in a high-speed spinning state, making it hard for the three to see clearly. They didn't hear the conversation between the two either. Who knows? Wang Feng shrugged. Isn't this his new soul skill? He probably hasn't mastered it yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up as my cushion. That seems to be the case. New soul skills usually require time to get familiar with, and this kind of attack technique is very dangerous. Lao He couldn't help but glance at Li Ying with a sneer, kicking at him casually. Are you stupid? You dare to use a soul skill you're not familiar with? And you let someone use you as a cushion? This kind of technique clearly requires you to retreat after launching the enemy into the air. Yet you actually fell down with them? Too foolish. Li Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, pointing at Wang Feng, but couldn't utter a single word. It wasn't that he was inexperienced. He was bound by this kid. He had no way to retreat. They had fallen together. But who would have thought this kid would be completely unharmed? He quickly checked to see if there were any gold soul coins on him. Wang Feng hurriedly urged the three of them. Otherwise, this trip would really be in vain. After defeating the monsters, they naturally had to loot the corpses. This was a fine tradition. All right, I'll go first. Lao He seemed quite experienced, using his rough hands to rummage through Li Ying's body. Before long, he pulled out a small pouch. There should be dozens of gold soul coins, which was a decent haul. Lao He opened the pouch to take a look, and his face immediately darkened. How come there were only silver soul coins? There were only a few gold soul coins? So poor. Lao He was speechless. No wonder they had to rely on robbing other soul rings. How unlucky. Lao He spat several times in frustration. Li Ying's mouth twitched again. Wang Feng thought to himself, hunting soul beasts alone means either one has strong personal strength, or one has no connections and money, and can't find anyone to help. That's why they resort to doing some despicable things. It's quite normal, actually. Lao He, let me search around. Wang Feng glanced at Li Ying, walked over, and, after a while, he pulled out a white circular object that looked somewhat like a ring. What is this? Wang Feng was stunned and said, this guy? Could it be that he got married? With his appearance, someone actually married him? Li Ying, upon seeing the ring, suddenly struggled violently, but his body only twitched. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. So excited, could it be a token of love? Wang Feng asked in confusion. At this moment, Xirong suddenly said in a deep voice, Xiao Mia, this is not a ring. This should be a soul guiding device. I didn't expect this guy to have such a precious soul guiding device. Upon hearing the words soul guiding device, Wang Feng was instantly stunned. He of course knew about this thing. The little third party had a famous soul guiding device, the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. It had 24 cubes and was a divine artifact for spatial storage. He still wanted to bring it along, as it looked great when worn. It was a gift from Master, a soul guiding device. Damn, could it be that this guy has hidden all his good stuff inside? Lingren said excitedly. The three of them had no soul power left, so Wang Feng directly urged his soul power to enter the ring. But Wang Feng took a look and then moved his hand. Suddenly, several books woven with thread appeared in his hand. Nothing useful, just these few books, Wang Feng said regretfully. What a miser. This soul guiding device was probably found by this guy by sheer luck. If he had to buy it, he probably couldn't afford such a precious item. The ring wasn't big, only about 2 or 3 cubic units. Compared to the other one, it was much worse. However, Wang Feng found it novel and quite useful for him. He could store some miscellaneous items in it, making traveling much more convenient. Books? What books? Xirong glanced curiously. Upon seeing them, her face instantly flushed red, and she scolded Li Ying, perverted little man. Wang Feng, Ling Run, and Lao He were stunned, looking at the book. Their expressions instantly varied. Lao He's face turned red. Wang Feng and Ling Ren were thoroughly enjoying themselves, because these few books were actually rated as our 18. 66, damn it. A soul guide, such a precious item, and you actually used it to store this kind of stuff? Wang Feng looked at Li Ying, whose secret had been exposed, and laughed. You're really something. Chapter 49 1 year later. Changes. The other two also burst into laughter after hearing this. All right, let's go, Xirong said. Don't waste any more time. Xiao Mia, this trip relies entirely on you. He was defeated by you, so this soul guide naturally belongs to you. This Xiao Mia is quite mysterious. Although he claims to be level 16, his recovery ability is stronger than that of soul masters above level 20. He also possesses extremely strong physical qualities, making him worth getting to know better. Then I won't be polite. Wang Feng did not refuse. This trip could also yield a soul guide device for storage, which would be the biggest gain. Wang Feng threw a few books in his hands to Li Ying and said, since this is your treasure, we won't take what others love. So I'll return this to you. With that, he slapped the books onto Li Ying's face. The four of them walked out of the soul-hunting forest and said their goodbyes. Wang Feng quickly returned to Nodding Academy. Outside the soul-hunting forest, there were many people from all walks of life, including soul masters from various cities in the Fastnuo province, wearing a long robe and a mask. Wang Feng was not worried at all that Li Ying would recognize him. Even Xirong and the others probably wouldn't even know which city he was from. This trip was very rewarding, and it seemed that battling with others or hunting soul beasts by himself had its benefits. Wang Feng touched the iron ring in his arms. Unsure of what material it was made of, a soul guiding device. Having this thing is equivalent to carrying 2 or 3 suitcases with you. Although it's not very big, it is quite convenient for storing things normally. This is the biggest gain from this trip. It seems he could even use the soul ring to make a scene. Wang Feng suddenly came up with a bold idea. He could hunt soul beasts alone and keep an eye on his surroundings. If anyone dared to appear and snatch the soul ring, he would let them take it, and then he could confidently rob them. What a great way to get rich. How shameless. Forget it. Wang Feng shook his head. Doing this for a long time would easily attract attention and cause trouble. After some thoughtful reflection, Wang Feng began to meditate and cultivate, and by the next morning, he felt that he had reached level 16 in his training. The speed had increased significantly. It seemed that his daily life from now on would be both fulfilling and boring. Thus, Wang Feng followed his planned schedule every day, either going to classes to learn various basic knowledge of the continent or going to the soul hunting forest to battle soul beasts. Sometimes, he would also visit Master to chat with Xiao San and Xiao Wu, have meals together, and discuss various theories from time to time. However, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Master did not know that Wang Feng would go to the soul hunting forest almost every day. In the afternoons, he had free time while Xiao San worked part-time, and they would occasionally gather together, as everyone had their own matters to attend to. Mornings were for studying, afternoons for hunting in the soul hunting forest, and evenings for meditation and cultivation. Because he fought against soul beasts almost daily, Wang Feng gained a deeper understanding of the various soul beasts in the soul hunting forest, learning about their characteristics, habits, and weaknesses, even surpassing the knowledge of many instructors. The increase in combat experience led to a faster cultivation speed. In fact, it aligned closely with Wang Feng's thoughts. Maintaining a high-intensity combat state could enhance the speed of soul power cultivation. Every night, during his cultivation, Wang Feng would also contemplate the method of meditation, specifically the route of soul power circulation within his body. In Xiao San's eyes, it was somewhat similar to an internal energy route. Previously, he had followed the meditation methods provided by the Academy, but after practicing for a while, Wang Feng found these methods a bit lengthy. So, he could only take risks to modify these routes, as he had become quite familiar with the routine after daily practice. However, this modification carried risks. The Academy's instructors had warned that one should not easily change the meditation methods, or one might end up in a state akin to going astray. But Wang Feng was not afraid. With Meteor Tears as a safeguard, he was bold enough to gradually adjust the Academy's meditation methods, eliminating many lengthy and cumbersome paths, making the process more concise and efficient, greatly increasing the speed of soul power cultivation. Of course, there were indeed a few instances where he experienced going astray, feeling as if he might explode from within, but those were all calmed down by Meteor Tears. Even so, it took him just over 10 days to go from 16 to 17, but from 17 to 18, it took nearly 2 months, and from 18 to 19, it took a full 4 months. Until the end of the semester, Wang Feng felt that he was almost at level 20, compressing and purifying his soul power. This path he chose made Wang Feng doubt whether he could reach level 30 in the remaining 5 years. Modifying his meditation methods and fighting soul beasts had greatly accelerated his improvement, but the actual speed still far exceeded Wang Feng's expectations. However, the benefits, as Wang Feng had anticipated, were that his soul power was even more durable than that of soul sovereigns at level 30 or above. This was the huge advantage brought by the more refined essence. The soul power level test was secretly conducted in a nearby city that Wang Feng casually selected, and he concealed his appearance. Because he possessed the token given to him by the mysterious young man, he had the right to self-assess. Therefore, Xiao San and the others were still unaware of his soul power level. In fact, as long as it wasn't an assessment for raising the soul master rank, but merely a pure level assessment, there was no need to reveal the soul rings. Moreover, since he randomly chose a spirit hall from the surrounding cities for the assessment, the previous Bishop Jace wouldn't have noticed him, let alone the higher-ups. Actually, even without the assessment, Wang Feng could roughly calculate his soul power level. He just wanted to test the token given by the mysterious young man at the Spear Hall. Clearly, the authority of this token was somewhat beyond Wang Feng's expectations. Most of the lowest level spirit halls held great respect for this token. You could receive around 10 gold soul coins a month from the Spirit Hall, which was already a significant amount. However, Wang Feng did not claim it. He merely used this token to disguise himself and enter the Spirit Hall for the level test. It must be said that Wang Feng found he had quite a talent for disguise. Perhaps due to influences from his previous life, he had a fair understanding of makeup, one of the 4 great dark arts of Asia at that time. His disguise was so convincing that even Xiao San could be deceived, which made Wang Feng feel quite proud. With this token, Wang Feng was confident that even Bishop Jace and that mysterious young man would not know about his situation. However, at a higher level spirit sub-hall, and even higher-level spirit main hall. Although this token was still useful, its power would be significantly diminished. In the long-term battles in the soul-hunting forest, Wang Feng had also made deep connections with Si Rong and her companions. The three of them formed an organization similar to a mercenary team. Due to their lack of outstanding talent, they couldn't enter advanced soul master academies for study. They graduated directly into society and took on this job of hunting soul beasts for work and gold soul coins, a type of team that was actually quite common. They were often hired by many noble families' offspring to hunt soul beasts. Wang Feng also temporarily joined them. When Si Rong and the others had matters to attend to, Wang Feng would enter the soul-hunting forest alone to battle soul beasts. When there was action, they would go together. By the end of the semester, Wang Feng had earned over 100 gold soul coins from hunting soul beasts. This was already a significant amount. To put in perspective, on Douluo Continent, 1 gold soul coin is enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for several months. Wang Feng estimated that its purchasing power was equivalent to about 10,000 yuan. Over 100 coins equated to over 1 million yuan. Previously, in Saint Soul Village, Wang Feng had slowly developed and saved for several years, and he had only managed to accumulate a few gold soul coins. At the same time, Wang Feng purchased special fine iron from a nearby city's blacksmith shop to forge a set of weighted clothing, weighing over 400 pounds, for daily training. This fine iron is extremely valuable and very lightweight. A piece the size of a thumb is incredibly heavy, wearing a full set of armor. Although it doesn't seem to change his physique much, it is quite heavy. Moreover, wearing such weighted gear has its benefits. It can enhance the speed of soul power cultivation. This is something Wang Feng discovered after getting used to it, because this weighted gear greatly affects your body if you don't control it well with soul power. With over 400 pounds of weight, just stepping down casually can leave a significant indentation. Thus, to control the weight of his body, he must use soul power. Only then can he walk normally. Constantly using soul power requires concentration, which naturally increases the speed of cultivation. Additionally, wearing it means that even eating and drinking requires the use of soul power. Every moment, he has to use soul power to control his body. Otherwise, if he is not careful, even bumping into someone could seriously injure them. However, this kind of weight is something that ordinary soul masters cannot endure. Without Wang Feng's physical quality, wearing 400 pounds of armor every day would have likely caused various injuries to their bodies long ago. And so, time passed, and more than half a year later, the first semester came to an end. Wang Feng, Xiao San, and Xiao Wu are heading back to Holy Soul Village for the first time. Chapter 50. Are you trying to provoke me? At the gate of Nodding City. Brother Feng, Xiao Wu is going back with me too. After more than half a year, Tang San and Xiao Wu have both grown much taller. Tang San looks even more robust, probably from working out every day at the blacksmith. He has a somewhat resolute expression on his face. Next to Tang San, Xiao Wu is looking around curiously, seemingly wondering where the Holy Soul Village that Xiao San mentioned would be. Sound good. Wang Feng nodded and glanced at Xiao Wu. Although she was still wearing the Nodding Academy uniform, like Tang San, she had also grown a bit taller. However, compared to him, they were still a head shorter. Hey, that guy Xiao Qinyu has already gone to the Intermediate Academy. I wonder how boring it will be for the next few years. Xiao Wu pouted and said, Fortunately, I still have you, Xiao San, to play with me. Brother Feng is too strong. I can't beat him, so I don't want to make things uncomfortable. The three of them set off towards the direction of Shenghun Village, chatting along the way. There weren't many people in the primary academy. After Xiao Qinyu left, there was basically no one who could spar with Xiao Wu. Only Tang San could accompany her for practice. Wang Feng rarely participated because he needed to greatly suppress his strength when sparring with the two of them. Moreover, most of the time, Wang Feng was either soaking in the soul beast forest or studying meditation cultivation methods. Brother Feng, your soul power hasn't decreased, has it? Tang San suddenly asked. In the past year, you've sparred with us a few times, and I feel like your strength hasn't decreased at all. I wonder if your soul power has dropped. Tang San was clearly still concerned about Wang Feng's 1,000-year soul ring, even though Wang Feng had said back then that it wouldn't have any impact. However, in the past year, Tang San had rarely seen Wang Feng use his martial soul. Even when they occasionally sparred, he could hold his own purely based on physical fitness. Yes, Xiao San also mentioned his teacher's analysis. Brother Feng, my and Xiao San's soul power has increased significantly. Xiao had also learned about the 1,000-year soul ring. Among the students, only the two of them knew. That guy Xiao Qinyu knew that Wang Feng possessed a 1,000-year soul ring. But the analysis from a master was clearly beyond his ability to deduce. Xiao Wu giggled and raised her chin. We haven't fought in several months. Xiao San should be at level 16, and I'm almost at level 17. My soul power hasn't decreased. Wang Feng shook his head. Hearing this, Tang San felt relieved. As long as it hadn't decreased, it meant that the side effects of the 1,000-year soul ring might not be as serious for Brother Feng as the master had imagined. Hee. Then we can surpass Brother Feng. You should still be at level 15, right? Xiao Wu waved her fist. Next time, Xiao San and I will definitely defeat you. Hearing this, Wang Feng suddenly felt a bit dazed. For the past 6 months, he had been immersed in battle training and various research, without paying attention to the soul power improvements of the two. Although he lamented that his own cultivation speed was extremely slow due to compressing his soul power, it seemed that even at such a slow pace, he was still much faster than most people's cultivation speed. He was looking forward to it. Wang Feng smiled and said a few words. At this point, he couldn't help but glance at Tang San. He vaguely remembered that in the original work, during this year, Xiao San's father had left, and he and Xiao Wu had developed a formal brother-sister relationship. It was about time to go back and check on Grandpa Jack. Wang Feng gazed at the distant small village with curling smoke, his eyes suddenly a bit ethereal. Shenghan Village. Hey, Xiao San, your village seems quite nice too. In the afternoon, the three finally arrived at the entrance of Shenghan Village. A year seemed not to have brought many changes to this small village. The water in the central stone pillar fountain at the village entrance remained clear. Occasionally, a few villagers returned from the entrance, carrying various kitchen utensils. Sometimes, they were followed by a few mischievous children, chattering and making noise. What is that stone pillar in the middle? There are 2 handprints on it. Xiao Wu bounced over, looking and asking. It's a masterpiece of Fengge. A few years ago, our Shenghan village was still quite barren. It wasn't like now, with clean stone roads and beautiful fountain gardens. Tang San explained with a smile as he walked over. At that moment, a few familiar voices suddenly came from afar. Xiao San, Xiao Feng, why are you back? An old and familiar figure approached from a distance. It was old Jack. After a year of not seeing him, Wang Feng noticed that Grandpa Jack had a few more wrinkles on his face. Time had aged him. I came back early for the winter break. Wang Feng walked over to support old Jack. You kids, really? It's such a long way. Old Jack glared at Wang Feng, but said it's good that you're back. As he spoke, old Jack suddenly looked at Xiao San, opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Xiao San, your father, Grandpa Jack, I'm going to check on my father now. Tang San said excitedly, and then took Xiao Wu and walked toward the blacksmith shop. Xiao Wu initially wanted to see the story on the stone pillar, but hearing Tang San's rare excitement, she directly followed him. Uncle Hao must have left, right? Wang Feng suddenly said, he has left. How do you know? Old Jack nodded and instinctively replied, he has left, Xiao Feng. How do you know? Wang Feng did not answer, but helped Grandpa Jack walk to the blacksmith shop, where they saw Tang San lost in thought inside. This guy Tang Hao is really irresponsible. Old Jack said angrily. After giving me the letter, he just left without considering Tang San's feelings. I'll go hand the letter to Tang San. With that, he walked inside and handed the letter to Tang San. Wang Feng thought to himself, Uncle Hao should have come to see Tang San, right? However, with Uncle Hao's personality, it's unlikely that he would directly meet Tang San face to face. He probably watched from some corner secretly. With that in mind, Wang Feng walked in and saw the dejected expression on Tang San's face, and said, Tang San, actually Uncle Hao should have come to Notting City to see you. Upon hearing this, Tang San was stunned. Really? I also saw him occasionally. He has come several times, always secretly watching you. Sometimes it's when you are working, and sometimes it's when you're in class. Wang Feng said with a smile. So, you don't need to feel sad. Uncle Hao cares a lot, but for some reasons, he might not want to meet you. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a bit emotional. I understand now. Thank you, Brother Feng. Wang Feng waved his hand and said, Then I'll head back first. You and Xiao Wu can tidy up your home. With that, Wang Feng helped old Jack walk out. Wang Feng walked along the village. Most families brought some small gifts. After doing these things, Wang Feng arrived at the familiar little grove he hadn't seen in a long time. Although it had only been a little over a year, Wang Feng felt as if he were experiencing a dreamlike sense of separation from reality. In this little grove, there were too many tears he had shed at that time. He touched the familiar large trees and the various traces of traps left on them, stepping on the creaking branches and weeds beneath his feet. Wang Feng snapped a piece of blue silvergrass, chewed it slightly, and sighed. This is truly the place where dreams begin. After a while, Wang Feng suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed ahead. The rough and familiar chirping sound gave him a sense of deja vu. In the distance, a small blue bird lay on the ground, twitching and still covered in blood. It was small, but in reality, it was quite large, at least half the size of Wang Feng. But wait, Why does this scene feel so familiar to me? Wang Feng looked at the little blue bird, taken aback. No way. Could you be the little bird I saved over a year ago? Why do you look injured again? Are you trying to scam me? Chapter 51. 1 year, too familiar. Wang Feng was too familiar with this scene. Over a year ago, when Wang Feng had just awakened his Qinglian martial soul and activated its first form, he encountered this bird. It was also lying on the ground, appearing gravely injured. However, compared to that time, the current little blue bird was much larger. But Wang Feng clearly remembered that although this little bird had grown a lot, its overall outline had not changed much. Now a year had passed. Wang Feng, with a sense of nostalgia, arrived in the small grove and unexpectedly encountered the little bird again. The bird turned its head to look at Wang Feng, seemingly taken aback for a moment. Then it weakly chirped a few times. Wang Feng walked over and looked at the little blue bird, or rather, it should be called the big blue bird. Compared to a year ago, its size had increased and its feathers were more vibrant and smooth. It even had a long fleshy crest on its head, resembling a little bag, which looked somewhat ugly. But it was indeed the little bird he had rescued. However, the injuries on its body were quite severe. The marks of your injuries were caused by a soul beast, right? Wang Feng glanced at the little bird and frowned. With his experience of battling various soul beasts over the past year, he could almost tell at a glance that the injuries on the little bird were caused by a soul beast. There shouldn't be any soul beasts around here. So how could a little creature like you think about fighting one? Wang Feng was a bit puzzled. Under normal circumstances, even the worst soul beast would only be a matter of one bite. Could it be that he had provoked this soul beast himself? Wang Feng took a closer look and couldn't help but laugh. Wow, it must have been injured by a cloud-patterned sculpture that is around 700 years old. That's quite bold. Spirit beasts of the sculpture type are generally extremely ferocious, especially those that can fly in the sky. It's incredibly difficult for soul masters to deal with them, unless they're long-range attack-type soul masters, or unless you're a very high-level soul master capable of flying. It's hard to handle them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little bird made a few sounds, seemingly feeling a bit wronged. Could it be that you've also become a spirit beast? Wang Feng seemed to think of something as he looked at the large blue bird, which was somewhat beyond imagination. How could a small bird grow so big in just a year? Did you also have some kind of fortuitous encounter? Wang Feng's mind wandered wildly, thinking to himself that perhaps this little bird had also gained some kind of special ability, or maybe it had transformed into a bird. As he thought of this, Wang Feng suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly amused by his own imagination. He couldn't help but pat the little bird and said with a smile, if that's really the case, brother, then you must be quite unfortunate. After the laughter, Wang Feng suddenly fell silent, a hint of loneliness on his face. He found himself missing his past life. In this world where he was all alone, it felt too lonely. Chirp? The little bird looked at Wang Feng in confusion, completely unaware of what he was saying. Stop chirping. I can't understand bird language. Wang Feng waved his hand, pondered for a moment, and sighed. Forget it. It seems we are truly fated. Anyway, I'm not the same as I was a year ago. Saving you, a mere ordinary bird, should not be a problem. Moreover, I really feel that we are destined to meet. Wang Feng spoke while releasing the first form of the Golden Lotus martial soul, slowly channeling the power of the martial soul into the little bird. In an instant, a blazing golden light enveloped the bird. The large azure bird, bathed in the golden light, emitted excited chirps. Its injuries were recovering at a visibly rapid pace. Over the past year, Wang Feng had rarely used the other abilities of the Golden Lotus. This abnormal healing ability consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Even when Si Rong and the others were injured, he would only use ordinary ointments and wouldn't resort to it. He also refrained from using the temporary boost to soul power levels. However, at this moment, Wang Feng had no reservations. After all, this was just a little bird that understood nothing. As he exerted his full power, Wang Feng felt the soul power within him surge forth like a floodgate opened. What the hell is going on? I'm much stronger than I was a year ago, right? Wang Feng murmured. The soul power within him was rapidly depleting, which surprised him. A year ago, although he had a lot of energy and soul power due to the Meteoric Tears after the reconstruction of his body, he had been steadily compressing and cultivating his soul power step by step. Now he was nearly at level 20, and his soul power was several times more abundant than it had been a year ago, and also more durable. Just like a year ago, saving a dozen small animals like this dying little bird in one breath was not a problem. Could it be that this little bird has also become stronger? Wang Feng frowned, and until the soul power in his body was reduced to a tiny bit, this little bird finally recovered. It was drained again. Wang Feng's mouth twitched. Could it be that this kind of healing consumes so much? But fortunately, there are still a few drops left. Wang Feng's steps were a bit unsteady, and he was still carrying 400 gene of heavy armor. If his soul power was completely depleted and he couldn't control his body, he feared that he could trample a path back to the village. The big blue bird took flight, circling above Wang Feng's head, making cheerful sounds. You really are a little tormenting fairy. Wang Feng looked at the bluebird and felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. It's rare to have such a connection with a little bird. Looking at this small creature, Wang Feng felt a strange sense of affection. All right, it's time to go. Don't get hurt again next time. Wang Feng waved goodbye to the bluebird and slowly left. As he walked further away, he could still hear the reluctant chirping of the bluebird. However, Wang Feng was unaware that shortly after he left, the appearance of the bluebird began to undergo more drastic changes. After lingering in the woods for a while, the sky was nearing dusk. Before long, Wang Feng walked out of the forest. Brother Feng, you're here? Just in time, come help me witness something. Not far away on a mountain were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Witness what? Wang Feng walked over intrigued. I want Xiao Wu to be my sister. Tang San said solemnly, I want another family member. Brother Feng, my dad is gone, and you're the person I have the best relationship with in Holy Soul Village. You understand me better and are smarter than me. I want to ask you to help me witness this. Wang Feng glanced at the two of them. It seemed that they must have arrived just a moment ago and had already communicated and made an agreement. Even Sheng's expression was somewhat silent, and in his eyes, there was an added hint of special emotion. No problem. Wang Feng seemed to think of something and said seriously, then I will be your witness. Now, I need to ask you two questions. The two were taken aback and nodded. Wang Feng chuckled, coughed a few times, and first looked at Tang San, saying, Little San, are you willing to become Xiao Wu's brother, from now until forever, in both good times and bad, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, in happiness and sorrow? Will you cherish her, protect her, until eternity? Upon hearing this, both of them were taken aback, as they had never heard such a special vow before. I do, Tang San said firmly. Wang Feng nodded slightly and then looked to Xiao Wu, asking the same question. Xiao Wu, are you willing to become Tang San's sister? From now until forever, regardless of whether in good times or bad, in wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, in happiness or sorrow, to cherish him, protect him, until eternity? Xiao Wu was taken aback by the words, but she replied with utmost seriousness. I do. Clap. Wang Feng clapped his hands and said, Good, from now on, you are not just husband and wife, but siblings. Upon hearing this, it seemed that they found this statement very profound. The two couldn't help but hold hands and gaze at the distant sky. Wang Feng looked at the backs of the two people and gazed into the distance. A year has passed just like that. Chapter 52. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to know. Months later, deep in the soul-hunting forest, a figure swiftly and agilely jumped through the forest, moving with incredible lightness, landing on branches with barely a tremor, making no sound at all. As the figure moved, it seemed to be scouting the surroundings, and after a moment, it appeared among the crowd in a clearing ahead. There were no large soul beasts nearby, and about 2,000 meters ahead, there was a 1,000-year-old golden squirrel. The figure landed. It was Ling Run. After speaking, Ling Ren looked at the teammates in front. Wang Feng, Si Rong, and Lao He. Later on, there is also their employer, a noble lady, along with one of her attendants. The noble lady is named Lin Shan, a noble woman from the main city of Fasnuo province, currently at level 30. She has hired their team to enter the soul-hunting forest to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. The reward is very high, 50 gold soul coins for each person. Golden squirrel? Wang Feng frowned slightly. This type of soul beast is very sensitive to smell, and at a distance of 2,000 meters, it may have already detected us. Wang Feng, dressed in a black robe and still wearing a mask, spoke in a slightly cold voice. At this point, he had already reached level 20. To be precise, after celebrating the new year in Saint Soul Village and returning to Nodding Academy, he had reached level 20. However, after reaching level 20, Wang Feng had spent the last few days in the soul-hunting forest, searching alone for a suitable soul beast for his second soul ring. Unfortunately, he had not found a soul beast that he favored. Therefore, he decided to pause his search and take on a commission task with Si Rong and the others to take a break. If they were discovered by the golden squirrel and rested at night, they were very likely to be attacked by soul beasts. Wang Feng continued, saying that they were deep in the forest, and no one knew if there would be higher-level soul beasts coming over. He suggested temporarily leaving the deeper area and camping outside for the night. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Si Rong nodded and couldn't help but glance at him again. After more than a year, this child had become more mature. Although he had not disclosed his actual age, Si Rong sometimes felt that Xiao Mie should be at least 15 or 16 years old, sometimes even more alert and clever than she was. The more they spent time together, the stronger this feeling became. Of course, Xirong did not know that Wang Feng was only a little over 7 years old at that moment. No, we should rest here, otherwise, it will waste too much time. I'll go back tomorrow. At that moment, the noble Lady Lin Shan spoke with a slightly sharp voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng frowned slightly and looked at Lin Shan and the servant beside her, who was dressed in a long black outfit that concealed their figure. This noble lady was quite generous, offering 50 golden soul coins for hunting a 1,000-year soul beast. If it weren't for the fact that their team of 4 was relatively well known, they wouldn't have been able to take on this commission. After a year of battles, Xirong, Old Black, and Lingren had all reached around level 32, with Xirong even reaching level 33. They all possessed their 3rd soul ring. However, Wang Feng planned to find his own soul ring and would not be doing it with the 3 of them. It was just that the amount of golden soul coins for this commission was indeed high, and since he couldn't find a suitable soul beast temporarily, Wang Feng decided to take on this commission with Xirong and the others. She was the financier, so they would listen to her. Xirong looked at the sky and did not refuse. Leaving the depths of the soul-hunting forest at this time would indeed take a lot of time. Then it settled. Wang Feng nodded. Thus, the 4 of them set up camp on the spot and consumed the prepared dry rations. Xiao Mia, you should be close to level 20 now, right? Old Black asked quietly while eating the prepared biscuits. When the time comes, we can help you hunt the soul beast together. You're so strong. I feel that you should be able to handle a soul ring close to 2,000 years. Wang Feng chuckled a few times and said, let us talk about it then. The 3 of them were still unaware that Wang Feng had already reached level 20. All right. By the way, Lao He, what do you think of Lin Shan's old servant? How strong do you think he is? Wang Feng casually asked. He should be about on par with us. Lao He shook his head and replied, why bother thinking about that? Anyway, our employer is this noble lady. Wang Feng smiled, but felt something strange in his heart. The noble Lady Lin Shan and the old servant beside him seemed a bit peculiar. However, Wang Feng couldn't quite articulate why. Wang Feng speculated that the old servant beside Lin Shan might be much stronger than Xirong and the others, possibly around level 40. But what's strange is that if this old servant has a level over 40, he shouldn't need to hire them to hunt soul beasts at all, let alone pay such a high price in gold soul coins. Could it be for insurance? Over the past year, Wang Feng and Xirong have also received quite a few commissions for hunting soul beasts. There have been many commissions from noble youths, but none like this one. A soul master over level 40 is certainly capable of killing 1,000-year soul beasts, not to mention those in the 3,000 or 4,000-year range. However, if it's for insurance, that makes sense. With doubts in his mind, Wang Feng walked into the tent he had set up to meditate and cultivate. Although his soul power had reached a bottleneck and could not be improved, it seemed to have become a habit. The bright moon hung high in the sky on this quiet and silent night. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. At the sound of the scream, Wang Feng opened his eyes wide and rushed out quickly. Outside the tent, he saw 2 people lying on the ground, and the screams were coming from their mouths. Lao He and Lingren. Seeing the 2, Wang Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Their hands seemed to have been severed by a sharp weapon, and strangely, they appeared to have just woken up from sleep, with confusion and terror still on their faces. Standing beside them was an old servant and the noble young Lady Lin Shan. Behind Lin Shan, Xirong was bound and seemed to have just woken up as well. Her face showing fear, not knowing what had happened. Was it you who did this? Wang Feng's heart was burning with a flame, as if it were a volcano about to erupt, his chest rising and falling unevenly. Teacher Mo, why does it seem like he wasn't affected by your soul skill? However, the noble Lady Lin Shan did not respond, only frowning as she looked at Wang Feng, seemingly puzzled. Impossible. Teacher Mo also looked at Wang Feng with some confusion. This kid is just a support soul master. My soul skill, nightmare, can temporarily deprive those who are asleep of their consciousness and senses, unless his level is higher than mine. But these 3 are only in their 30s, and this kid is just a healing soul master, at most in his 20s. It's impossible for him to be immune to my nightmare. However, if he isn't asleep, my nightmare won't take effect. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh, looking at Wang Feng with some exasperation. Kid, you really are lucky, huh? You didn't fall asleep. Wang Feng coldly looked at the 2 of them, walked over to Lao He and Ling Run, and saw the 2 of them in immense pain at that moment, cursing himself for being a fool in his heart. He had sensed that something was off with these 2 and thought he should have terminated the commission early if he had known. Wang Feng pulled out the dagger beside Ling Run, stood up, and coldly stared at Lin Shan and the old servant, as the killing intent born from his anger began to spread. Xiaomia, run quickly. He is a soul master with 4 soul rings. Moreover, his soul abilities are very strange. I was just keeping watch and dozed off for a moment, and he silently cut off my hands. After Ling Run gritted his teeth and said this sentence intermittently, he fainted. The 4 of them had been fighting for over a year, taking on many commissions, and never expected to fall here today. Run. Lao Hei's pupils contracted, and he also fainted. Wang Feng tightened his grip, wanting to unleash the Golden Lotus, which possessed healing abilities and could definitely treat the current situation of the two. However, doing so would put him in a dangerous state without soul power. Kid, you don't really think you can still make a move against us, do you? Lin Shan looked at Wang Feng as he picked up the dagger and couldn't help but laugh. Stop struggling. As an auxiliary soul master, no matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat Teacher Mo. Just come with us obediently. After saying that, the old servant beside Lin Shan suddenly exuded a powerful aura. 4 soul rings rose from the ground beneath the old servant's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Xiaomia, run first. These 2 won't take our lives for now. They probably want to capture us to feed soul beasts. Si Rong shouted from behind, you escape first. If he dares to chase, he won't be able to care about us here. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng suddenly came to his senses and finally understood the purpose of the 2 people. Previously, during a certain commission, they had heard someone mention that some nobles specifically raised certain soul beasts in the soul hunting forest. And after long-term cultivation to reach a certain age, they would hunt them down. However, the cultivation cycle for soul beasts is very long, and without special methods, they cannot be cultivated at all. Later, a method involving humans feeding beasts gradually became popular among certain noble circles. This involved using low-level soul masters to feed soul beasts, allowing them to break through to a specific age. This cruel breeding method is extremely rare. At that time, the 4 of them thought it sounded absurd, and even Wang Feng found it somewhat horrifying, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought they would encounter it for real? Oof. What do you know? Lin Shan sneered. I have chosen you among several teams because you 4 have the strongest strength, but you're not strong to the point of being outrageous, just right for Huang to break through. That kid, I advise you not to struggle. If you join me, I can spare your life. The other 3 should be enough to help Huang break through to 1,000 years. You are just surplus. Lin Shan looked at Wang Feng with a smile. Although she was quite beautiful, inheriting excellent genes from a noble family, at that moment, her once beautiful face exuded a venomous aura like that of a poisonous scorpion. After speaking, Lin Shan struck Si Rong's neck with her palm, knocking her unconscious. Young man, don't think about fighting back, the old servant said indifferently. Don't think that just because you're a level 20 support soul master, even a level 40 support soul master would be nothing more than a thought away from being killed by me. The lady is right. If you join us, you can still keep your little life. Hee. Wang Feng sneered. Lin Shan's words were all nonsense. Not a single one was true. She was merely trying to prevent him from escaping. Wang Feng remained silent, only illuminating a golden lotus that emitted waves of light, enveloping Ling Ren and Lao Hei. This prevented the 2 from dying due to excessive pain and blood loss, merely protecting their heart meridians. In the blink of an eye, the blood flowing from their arms had solidified, and their injuries healed remarkably quickly. However, they did not wake up and seemed to still be in a coma. Upon seeing this, Lin Shan and the old servant's eyes lit up, staring in shock at Wang Feng. Kid, your martial soul seems to not only restore soul power. Lin Shan looked at Wang Feng in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with wonder. It can even heal injuries, and the effect is so outstanding. Teacher Mo, have you ever seen such a martial soul? The old servant also looked at Wang Feng in astonishment. As a soul master of over level 40, he had seen a few who could heal, but most could only heal minor injuries. Injuries like severed limbs were very difficult to recover from swiftly, almost impossible. Yet this kid's martial soul could rapidly heal such wounds? No, there is something even more remarkable. Wang Feng looked at the 2, took a deep breath, his expression unchanged, with only killing intent in his eyes. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to find out. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep purple soul ring slowly rose from beneath his feet. Chapter 53, Second Form, Red Lotus, Burning the World. Wang Feng's body trembled with anger, and a purple soul ring slowly rose from his feet. He had to admit that he had underestimated this world. There were countless soul beasts, martial souls, and soul skills that he could not imagine. Over the past year, his strength had steadily increased, and he had become more skilled in battling soul beasts, gaining more understanding. Along with his hidden strength, which gave Wang Feng a surge of confidence. After smoothly navigating through more than a year, Wang Feng never expected that such a thing would happen today. Lao He, Ling Run, and Si Rong had fought side by side for more than a year. Although he had not fully revealed too much of his strength to them, they had developed a great friendship during this time. Wang Feng knew that Lao He had a wife and a 5-year-old child who would likely awaken their martial soul next year. He usually gave all his earnings to his wife to manage, and their family was harmonious and happy. Although Ling Run liked to talk flirtatiously, in reality, in a city in the northern part of the Tiando Empire, he had a childhood sweetheart whom he had been in love with for 6 years, and she was studying at a high-level Soul Master Academy with quite good talent. Most of the gold soul coins he earned were sent to this lover. Si Rong came from Balak City in the Balak Duchy of the Tiando Empire. Originally a student at the high-level Soul Master Academy in the city, she accidentally offended a senior with a deep background shortly after enrolling and was expelled from the academy. Her face was also scarred by a knife, ruining her original beauty. When she was expelled, Si Rong didn't even seek help from healing soul masters because no one dared to assist her. Later, without timely treatment, the scar on her face became difficult to remove. After a period of wandering, she arrived in the Fast Nuo province. Wang Feng knew their situations and many past events. Most of these stories were shared after battles, as the three of them lay on the grass in the soul-hunting forest, looking at the sky, either out of fatigue or self-mockery. At this moment, Wang Feng didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Ling Ren and Lao He had already lost both hands and were left lying on the ground. Even if they were saved, it would be difficult for their hands to recover. The only one who was relatively okay was Si Rong, obviously because she was a control-type soul master, and the two did not take her seriously, merely binding her. I still underestimated this world. Wang Feng looked at the two people in front of him, a growing chill in his eyes. These three were living, breathing individuals, and they had been his companions over the past year. Even though he had kept some things hidden, he truly regarded them as friends. Perhaps he felt like a traveler from another world, having seen Douluo Continent and knowing a lot about its stories, giving him a sense of innate superiority. It was as if he could know everything. However, in reality, while he might remember the main story characters quite clearly, when he found himself in this world, he knew nothing about the other characters and stories outside of Tang San, the protagonist. Just like now, he had no knowledge of this soul master of over level 40 in front of him. He only knew that the opponent had achieved this with soul skills. A 1,000-year soul ring? How could that be possible? Teacher Mo, a support soul master who could barely reach level 20. How could he possess a 1,000-year soul ring? Seeing the soul rings on Wang Feng at this moment, Lin Shan was indeed stunned. It was normal for a 1,000-year soul ring to appear on a soul master of over level 40. But how could it possibly appear on a level 20 soul master? Little brat, who are you? The old servant looked at Wang Feng with a slight frown. The first soul ring is 1,000 years. I have never seen such a person before. But what use is this? As soon as the words fell, he seemed extremely disdainful, but suddenly struck out. The old servant let out a low shout, flipping his palm, and a lamp-like martial soul suddenly appeared. However, the flame burning in the center of that oil lamp was white, very strange. Is that so? Wang Feng let out a cold laugh. With his soul power enhanced, he felt a surge of strength throughout his body. In the next moment, he charged directly at the old servant, his short sword spinning in his hand, glinting with a cold light under the bright moonlight. The speed was fleeting, almost instantaneous. Such speed, unfortunately, I just happen to be your nemesis. The old servant was taken aback. This was not a speed that a support soul master should possess. However, despite his surprise, the old servant remained calm. The soul rings on his body, shining even brighter. Soul skill, radiance. As the incantation was spoken, the oil lamp martial soul in the old servant's hand suddenly burst into brilliant light. The white flames became incredibly bright, illuminating the night as if it were day. All the surroundings morphed into a vast white world. Wang Feng's figure suddenly came to a halt. His gaze, too, found no sight around him. A very powerful soul skill. Everywhere Wang Feng looked was a void of white, and he became alert in his heart. Just then, a white fireball suddenly appeared from behind, as if it had merged with the white space, silently crashing toward him, silent and without a sound. Wang Feng seemed to have eyes behind him as he leaned to one side, allowing a white fireball to pass by him. The intense heat scorched Wang Feng's skin, making it feel unbearably hot. Immediately after, dozens of white fireballs came rushing towards him in this world of whiteness. The brightness was overwhelming and blinding. The soul master inside could only close his eyes, and even if he opened them, he would see nothing. He could only rely on pure reflexes. However, no matter how many fireballs there were, Wang Feng managed to dodge them all. Each one narrowly brushed past him. The temperature of these fireballs was extremely high, and even Wang Feng wouldn't dare to confront them head-on with his body. Although his physique had been reforged and strengthened through over a year of training, these flames were not ordinary. "Ha ha ha, kid, are you feeling desperate?" The voice of the old servant echoed all around, making it impossible to discern the direction. "My soul skill, radiance, can rob you of your sight and slowly torture you to death. You are no ordinary brat. Your speed is completely unlike that of a support soul master. And I'm sure your strength is not lacking either. You possess a 1,000-year soul ring without dying, indicating your physical quality must be exceptionally strong. I want to let you get close to me." The cunning voice of the old servant rang out, echoing everywhere, making it impossible to judge the source. It felt as if it was right in front of him, yet also as if it were kilometers away. One must admit, this old servant was truly devious. He had already analyzed a lot of information by the time Wang Feng activated his soul ring and charged at him. There was not a hint of carelessness. Although Wang Feng had sharp eyesight and could see mosquitoes clearly from hundreds of meters away, at this moment in this white world he had lost his vision. No matter how strong his eyesight was, it was useless. If it were a level 40 battle soul master of the same rank, they would probably have been tortured to death by now. Wang Feng closed his eyes, expressionless, while relying on his physical fitness to dodge attacks from all angles, simultaneously thinking of countermeasures in his mind. This soul master was clearly not ordinary. He possessed extremely strong control abilities and even had very powerful long-range attack capabilities. For many battle soul masters, he was indeed a nemesis. Even Wang Feng's melee strength could not be fully unleashed. This soul master, perhaps in overall strength, was not stronger than some 1,000-year soul beasts, but he was much more troublesome. Wang Feng moved around, but no matter how he shifted, he could not escape the range of the opponent's radiance, which seemed to move along with him. On the other side, the old servant in the shadows could clearly perceive every move of Wang Feng, who was trapped by the light. This kid is indeed extraordinary, even without sight. He can rely on pure combat intuition and reaction speed to dodge my white flame fireballs. The old servant murmured. Even a level 40 agility type soul master might not be able to do this so perfectly. Just as he spoke, over 100 fireballs launched toward Wang Feng, and more kept coming. This kid is likely not simple. "Miss, we cannot leave him alive," the old servant said solemnly. "He still has hidden means." Lin Shan, wearing a special eye mask, seemed to be able to see the scene within the radiance as well. "Then let's kill him to avoid trouble. The first soul ring is 1,000 years, and he hasn't died yet. With such strong physical qualities, an ordinary person couldn't possibly have this. He probably has a significant power behind him that has now offended him, with no possibility of redemption," Lin Shan said decisively. She felt the killing intent in Wang Feng's eyes very clearly. "All right," the old servant said solemnly, and then the 1,000-year soul ring on him suddenly shone brightly. "Soul skill, sea of flames." As the words fell, countless flames erupted in the white space, burning wildly. North, south, east, west, up, down, all were flames, slowly closing in on Wang Feng's position. The white flames, carrying a scorching temperature, made the space feel like it was burning. Such a powerful soul master. Wang Feng stood still, his eyes tightly shut. The intense heat around him made him sense the impending danger. After all, he was a soul master of over level 40, experienced and extremely cunning. He was not someone an ordinary soul master could compare to. "If I weren't at level 20, I might really struggle to deal with you. I can only slowly wear you down, but this flame will only cause me harm." Wang Feng took a deep breath. "Unfortunately, I have already reached level 20. The Blue Lotus Martial Soul has also developed a second form." The scorching white flames around quickly spread closer, but Wang Feng spread his palms and gave a slight tremor. In an instant, the second lotus seed among the 4 lotus seeds of the Blue Lotus quietly bloomed. This lotus flower was not golden, but an incredibly bright red. It was as red as blood. 12th grade Infernal Red Lotus. Wang Feng looked at the red lotus, quickly channeling his soul power. The second form was achieved not long ago when he reached level 20, using all his soul power to barely make the second lotus seed of the Blue Lotus bloom. This is the current second form. Flames? Wang Feng curled his lips into a cold smile. Under the red lotus's blazing flames, all other fires in the world were mere younger brothers. "Come to me." The power of the red lotus had not yet been fully explored by Wang Feng. However, at this moment, it was precisely the time to test its capabilities. As he spoke, the red lotus in Wang Feng's hand radiated intense heat, its dazzling rainbow light almost transforming into a towering pillar of flames, breaking through this brilliantly white world and soaring towards the cloud-filled night sky. Countless white flames around him seemed to funnel into the center of the red lotus in Wang Feng's palm. In the blink of an eye, the sea of white flames was completely absorbed. At the same time, a trace of refined energy flowed from the red lotus back into Wang Feng's body. It was soul power. Could it be that absorbing flames could also be converted into pure soul power? Wang Feng was taken aback. Unfortunately, he currently had no soul rings, and his soul power could not be increased. He had never had the chance to experiment with the second form of the Crimson Lotus, but now he had finally uncovered its abilities. As the flames dissipated, a faint layer of flame actually emerged on Wang Feng's body, enveloping him entirely. From a distance, he looked like a war god bathed in flames, capable of burning everything in the world to ashes. Chapter 54. Does heaven spare anyone? Wang Feng stepped forward, and the surrounding dazzling light was completely devoured by the red lotus. The scene around him returned to its original state. At the same time, he saw Lin Shan and the elder of the Soul Clan in the distance. At this moment, both of them looked at Wang Feng in shock, their eyes filled with endless astonishment. How is this possible? How could he not be dead? The old servant murmured in disbelief. How did he walk out of the brilliance? Could it be that he broke through the brilliance? Absolutely impossible. How could a level 20 support soul master break my brilliance? Lin Shan, watching Wang Feng approach, engulfed in bright red flames, was so frightened that she couldn't even speak. At this moment, Wang Feng's aura alone could make one cower without a fight. Is it a martial soul? Lin Shan trembled as she spoke. It seems like he has a flower in his hand. No. I remember his martial soul was a small golden flower that could restore the soul power of those three guys. So how come it's like this now? The old servant also recalled. But at this moment, how did the martial soul in this little brat's hand turn into a red flower? Twin martial souls? The old servant was inexplicably horrified. But twin martial souls shouldn't be like this. Why do they look so similar? This Soul Clan elder, who had lived for over 50 years, had never seen such a bizarre martial soul. Teacher Mo, what should we do? Lin Shan trembled as she asked. The old servant's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and coldly said again, soul skill, brilliance. The white flame in his palm flared up violently, emitting intense white light, as if it wanted to cover the world. However, this time, before the intense white light could completely envelop Wang Feng, it was instantly devoured by the scorching red lotus, breaking through all illusions. You have no chance. Wang Feng took a deep breath and walked step by step to the old servant. At this moment, seeing the imposing Wang Feng approaching slowly, both of them were completely stunned. This soul master, over level 40, belonged to the long-range system and possessed both control and strong attack abilities, but evidently, his physical condition was not strong. At this moment, all his soul skills had no effect on Wang Feng whatsoever. Wang Feng transformed his palm, condensing a flicker of flame through the red lotus and placing it in his palm. With a flick of his finger, the flame landed on the old servant's body. This was a special flame condensed from the red lotus, and just that tiny flicker consumed most of the soul power within Wang Feng. However, the old servant suddenly opened his mouth, seemingly trying to scream in pain, but no sound came out. The small flame, no bigger than a fingernail, ignited upon touching him as if it had encountered dry kindling. The crimson flames seemed to burn away the evils of the world. Almost in the blink of an eye, the old servant vanished, completely vanished. Not even a speck of dust remained. That flicker of flame eventually returned to the lotus seat of the red lotus, burning faintly, as if it were about to extinguish at any moment. Lin Shan, beside him, was instantly stunned. A level 41 soul master just disappeared like that, without a sound. What on earth was that? Endless fear surged in Lin Shan's mind. Among the four of them, the youngest ghost, who they thought would be the easiest to deal with because he was just a recovery-type soul master, turned out to be the most powerful and perverse among them. No, don't kill me. Lin Shan knelt down, her face filled with terror as she pleaded. Not kill you? Wang Feng said, give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Shan quickly thought about it, as if she had come up with something, and said with a trembling voice, you should be at level 20 and haven't found a suitable soul ring yet, right? I can offer you the 1,000-year soul beast that our family has raised. It should have several other 1,000-year soul beasts around it. With your strength, those 1,000-year soul beasts are definitely no match for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng looked at her with a half-smile and said, is that so? Then take me to see them. If there really are suitable soul beasts, don't worry. This flame of mine will not fall on you." Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Lin Shan's face. "Then please follow me," she said, and walked ahead. Wang Feng glanced at Ling Run and Lao He, whose injuries were temporarily stabilized, as well as at Xirong. He guessed that the three of them would wake up soon. To be on the safe side, Wang Feng turned his palm, switched to the first form, the Golden Lotus, and applied a divine state to the three, as well as a temporary boost to their soul power, making their auras stronger to avoid attracting any soul beasts later. After doing all this, Wang Feng followed Lin Shan and slowly walked deeper into the area. After about an hour, Lin Shan stopped. She suddenly whistled and said softly, "We're here, I'll call it out." With the sound of the whistle, a series of rumbling noises suddenly echoed from afar, as if some enormous creature was approaching. This aura Wang Feng was slightly taken aback. It seemed that it was not an ordinary 1,000-year soul beast, but rather a 10,000-year soul beast. This soul-hunting forest was a relatively high-level one, and there were indeed 10,000-year soul beasts inside, but very few. Wang Feng never thought that the second soul ring would be 10,000 years. In his plan, the third one would be 10,000 years. Moreover, in his current state, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring might actually lead to death. The immense soul power brought by a 10,000-year soul ring could potentially cause his body to explode instantly, leaving Meteor Tears with no time to be reforged. The previous 6,000-year ring was already sufficiently abnormal, nearly causing Wang Feng to perish. Fortunately, he did not explode immediately, but rather his body was slowly being destroyed, allowing Meteor Tears some time to be reforged. If it had been even stronger, like 7,000 years, Wang Feng would have likely exploded and died instantly. Another reason is that even if his current body could barely withstand not exploding immediately, the process of body reforging would still lead to the loss of all the soul power he had painstakingly cultivated within. It is worth noting that when he absorbed the 6,000-year soul ring, the gradual disintegration of his body caused all the soul power stored within to vanish. Wang Feng doesn't want to keep doing this every time. Every time he absorbs a soul ring, his body is reforged, and then he has to start cultivating his soul power all over again. It's too difficult. Another reason is that he can't defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. Before, it was just luck. At that time, Wang Feng was simply no match for the 6,000-year soul beast. Even now, with all his strength, he might only be able to defeat that 6,000-year golden lightning leopard. 10,000-year soul beasts are equivalent to human soul emperors of over level 60. Wang Feng is currently only at level 20 with just one soul ring. Even if he has the Red Lotus at this moment, he would still be unable to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. Therefore, Wang Feng did not aim for a second soul ring. He is planning for the 10,000-year one, which he has thought deeply about. Luck can happen once, but it cannot happen a second time. Thus, Wang Feng's goal is set in the range of 8,000 to 9,000 years, which will be much easier to absorb than the first time. Plus, with the second form of the Red Lotus, he still has the strength to fight. Roar! A fierce roar echoed through the air. Within this roar, there seemed to be an extremely cold aura. The temperature around dropped suddenly by several degrees. Wang Feng couldn't help but look towards the distant soul beast, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took a deep breath. It was a gigantic sky-blue lizard, towering over 10 meters high, with a pair of fleshy wings and its body covered in pale blue ice crystals. It looked ferocious, and with its roar, a faint black soul power faintly emanated. Truly a 10,000-year soul beast. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed as he murmured. At that moment, Lin Shan suddenly burst into laughter beside him. "Aha, kid, you fell for it, didn't you? This 10,000-year soul beast, the Ice Emperor Lizard, is a soul beast raised by our family. We are only here to bring it food." Wang Feng looked at her. Lin Shan took a few steps back under Wang Feng's gaze, but after glancing at the huge soul beast in the distance, she felt a surge of confidence and couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "It has already been a 10,000-year soul beast. Kid, if you dare to kill me, you won't survive either." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng smiled. At this moment, the Icy Emperor Lizard approached the two, exhaling bursts of cold frost that turned the surrounding ancient trees into snow-covered trees. Its eyes looked at the two with thick streaks of blood. Wang Feng also saw that the abdomen of this Ice Yal Emperor Lizard had a gash with a deep wound, but it was frozen. "Is it raised by your family?" Wang Feng burst into laughter. "You are really too foolish. Do you think you can command this ancient soul beast now? Idiot, do you know that in its eyes, you're just food? Just me alone is not enough for it to eat." As he spoke, Wang Feng suddenly walked up to Lin Shan, grabbed her shoulders, and threw her directly towards the ice, ye emperor lizard. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the heavens have a good cycle of karma. If you don't believe it, look up and see. Who has the heavens spared? Kill you? I don't want to dirty my hands. Why not let this old beast raised by your family eat you? In midair, Lin Shan fell at the feet of the ice ye emperor lizard, her mind blank. Chapter 55. Tian Lin Yin poisoned Lin Shan, who had been thrown over, was stunned. The ice ye emperor lizard, with eyes the size of lanterns, stared at her. Its gaze one she was very familiar with. It was the gaze of a predator ready to enjoy its prey. She had seen this kind of gaze before when she had thrown other soul masters to the ice ye emperor lizard. She never expected it would be her turn. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will have no food in the future. Lin Shan screamed, and your child. If you don't want your child to die and become a soul ring, you better listen to us. In a moment of desperation, the fear of death made Lin Shan scream repeatedly. Upon hearing this, the killing intent in the ice ye emperor lizard's eyes intensified. It opened its mouth towards Lin Shan and let out a furious roar. Thick saliva splattered all over Lin Shan. However, it did not eat her. Child? Wang Feng squinted his eyes. No wonder Lin Shan's family dared to raise a 10,000-year-soul beast in the soul-hunting forest. It was probably not raising, but rather threatening. The 10,000-year-soul beast already possessed true intelligence. Go kill him. Lin Shan wiped the foul saliva off her body, pointed at Wang Feng, and said in a deep voice, ICR Emperor Lizard, you should be smart. Your child's life is in our hands. If you don't want your child to die, then kill him for me. Otherwise, the Tianlin flame poison that your child is suffering from will not be able to be suppressed without our antidote, and he won't survive for a month. These words seemed to infuriate the 10,000-year-soul beast, ICR Emperor Lizard. It crazily opened its bloody maw towards Lin Shan, roaring as if it would eat her in the next moment. Lin Shan's face went pale with fear, but she remained silent. After a while, the ICR Emperor Lizard turned around and walked towards Wang Feng, its eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Little ghost, didn't expect this, did you? It really does want to eat me as food. Lin Shan stood up, took a deep breath, and said coldly, Unfortunately, you have overestimated yourself. Do you think our family would raise a 10,000-year-old beast without having something on it? Do you think I would bring you here without any preparation? After saying this, Lin Shan glanced at Wang Feng, a confident smile appearing on her face. Wang Feng clapped his hands and said, It seems you're not a fool. But what? Are you now begging for mercy? It's too late. Lin Shan sneered and said, When you came with me back then, it was destined that you would only have a dead end. Is that so? Wang Feng looked at the flying Ixia Huang lizard and suddenly shouted, Wait. If your child is really poisoned by the Tian Lin Yin, you don't need them to give you the antidote. I can help you heal your child. The moment his words fell, Lin Shan was taken aback. The Ixia Huang lizard was also stunned, pausing in midair. It understood human language. You are constrained by them. They will never let your child fully recover. They will only use your child to threaten you. Wang Feng said slowly, But I can completely save your child. After speaking, Wang Feng fixed his gaze on the Ice Emperor Lizard. Seeing this, Lin Shan seemed to panic and immediately shouted, It's ridiculous. The Tian Lin Yin poison is a poison produced by the 30,000-year-old beast, the Tian Lin Yin Jiao. This kid is so weak that he can't possibly resolve it. Do you really believe him? If he harms your child, Ice Emperor Lizard, don't regret it then. A few years ago, a level 53 Soul King from Lin Shan's family accidentally encountered a young Ice Emperor Lizard in the soul hunting forest. He immediately used the Tian Lin Yin poison, which he had purchased at a high price from outside, on this young lizard. This Tian Lin Yin poison is the nemesis of this ice-type soul beast, used to threaten and compel the Ice Emperor Lizard to hunt soul beasts in the forest for his family's descendants to absorb. Kid, I advise you not to fantasize. Why should I believe you? Who do you think you are? Lin Shan said calmly again. Yes, why should it? The Ice Emperor Lizard looked at Wang Feng, seemingly asking, Is it worth a try? Wang Feng said, If it doesn't work, you can still eat me later. However, the Ice Huang Lizard did not move. Seeing this, Lin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief and sneered, Kid, it's impossible. The Ice Huang Lizard won't believe you. At least here, its child's life is guaranteed. At this moment, a figure suddenly darted out from a distance. The figure ran up to the Ice Huang Lizard and made a few gurgling sounds. After a moment, the Ice Huang Lizard finally descended from the air, its killing intent lessening. It turned to look at Lin Shan. Lin Shan was immediately stunned and said solemnly, Are you really going to trust him? Why? Lin Shan looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared, her mind filled with confusion. It was a star moon fox, and, judging by its size, It seemed to be over 3,000 years old. It should be a friend of the ice Yahuang lizard. At this moment, Lin Shan watched as the Star Moon Fox ran in front of the kid and affectionately called out a few times. Seeing this scene, Lin Shan's expression immediately darkened. "It's you." Wang Feng looked at the suddenly appearing figure and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This Star Moon Fox was the very one he encountered when he obtained his first soul ring. But how did it end up here? This soul hunting forest was not the one located 400 miles outside of Notting City, but a more advanced one. Could it be that it moved to a different place because of its increased strength? The Star Moon Fox called out to Wang Feng a few times. "Do you mean that it agreed? She is your boss? You came to this soul-hunting forest to heal her child? So that's how it is." Wang Feng looked at the Ice Emperor Lizard and felt a sense of relief. If this Ice Emperor Lizard didn't believe him, he would have to choose to escape for the time being. The connection within soul beasts really makes things easier. At this moment, the Ice Emperor Lizard let out a loud roar, and suddenly, a sealed opening in its abdomen cracked open. A wave of intense heat emanated from within. A young Ice Emperor Lizard, about 2 meters tall, fell out from its abdomen. The youngling was completely red and had an extremely high temperature, but when it landed on the ground, it had no strength to stand up and only let out a few weak whimpers. Seeing this, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder the aura from this Ice Emperor Lizard felt a bit off. Although its soul power was red, it was very faint. It must be using its own strength to suppress the toxins within its young, causing its own power to decline. Wang Feng took a distant glance and immediately felt a wave of scorching heat coming from the young beast. However, he revealed a faint smile. "You will never be able to cure this young beast." Lin Shan, seeing that smile, became even more anxious. She took a few steps back and said angrily, "The lethal poison produced by 30,000 soul beasts, especially the poison that is most effective against ice-type soul beasts, can only be suppressed by the antidote we formulated. Unless the Tianlin Yinjiao personally comes to absorb the fiery poison within." Chapter 56. The significance of the Millennium Soul Ring. The Ice Emperor Lizard had been watching her all along. If this little brat really managed to cure it, she would undoubtedly be doomed. Wang Feng glanced at her as if he were looking at a dead person. Xingyue Fox led Wang Feng to the side of the cub. After examining it closely, Wang Feng smiled again. This smile not only made Lin Shan even more anxious, but also sent a chill down her back. "TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity, what a pity," Wang Feng said with a smile. "It's such a pity. If it were any other poison, I might not be able to fully eat it. But this poison happens to be one that I can completely. Yes, if it were any other toxin." Wang Feng could only use Jin Lian's healing ability to try to suppress the toxicity, but complete recovery was unlikely. However, this was precisely the flame poison. "What do you mean?" Lin Shan asked in confusion, but the next moment she understood. Wang Feng spread his palm, and a scorching red lotus appeared in his hand. As soon as the red lotus emerged, the icy royal lizard suddenly took a few steps back, a trace of fear appearing in its eyes. Even the Star Moon Fox let out a couple of howls and retreated repeatedly, as if it had an innate fear. "Withdraw." Wang Feng suddenly activated the red lotus with his soul power, and a dazzling light erupted. An incredibly terrifying aura emanated from the red lotus. The Crimson Ice Fang royal lizard hatchling let out a painful howl. Threads of scorching red light suddenly floated out from the hatchling's body, slowly being absorbed into the red lotus in Wang Feng's hand. They transformed into pure energy, replenishing Wang Feng's soul power. The red markings on the Ice Fang royal lizard hatchling completely vanished in just a few blinks. It felt great. Wang Feng let out a breath. He had just used a wisp of flame from the red lotus to extinguish that old servant, which caused his soul power to diminish by more than half. At this moment, after absorbing the fire poison from the cub, his soul power was fully restored. This red lotus seemed to be able to absorb almost anything related to fire. The white flames released by that old servant were almost instantly devoured by the red lotus, and the flames it produced were extremely terrifying, as if they could burn even the soul. It was at this moment that the Icy Emperor Lizard Cub slowly opened its eyes. Although its body was still very weak, it seemed to be awake. The poison had completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, several pairs of eyes went wide in shock. This was the fire poison of a 30,000-year soul beast. How could it be cured so easily? Lin Shan sat down on the ground, completely stunned, her eyes filled with endless despair. How on earth did this happen? What kind of martial soul does this little guy have? The Star Moon Fox also looked at Wang Feng with immense curiosity, remembering that this lifesaver had once saved it with a golden little flower. Unexpectedly, it had now turned red. Woof! The icy emperor lizard cub stood up, letting out a few weak cries. At the same time, the icy emperor lizard suddenly crouched down, its imposing aura dissipating. Looking at the icy emperor lizard, its originally murderous eyes were now filled with tears. As its body fell down, a wave of cold air spread outwards. Wang Feng frowned slightly as he sensed that the aura of the ice Yao emperor lizard had weakened further. The cub hurriedly ran to its side, nuzzling against the ice Yao emperor lizard's head and whimpering. The starry moon fox also approached, exchanging glances with the ice Yao emperor lizard before coming to stand in front of Wang Feng. Howl. The starry moon fox called out a few times towards Wang Feng, although he did not understand beast language. The calls of the starry moon fox seemed to convey a strange mental message, instantly conveying its meaning to Wang Feng. Are you saying that this ice Yao emperor lizard is no longer able to hold on? That it has exhausted too much power over the years by alleviating the pain caused by the fiery poison for the cub, and its lifespan is nearly depleted? Wang Feng was taken aback. It turned out that the icy emperor lizard had been hiding this cub inside its body to alleviate its suffering. No wonder the scar, although not large, had not healed easily despite the icy emperor lizard's strength. It had only crystallized with ice. It seemed that for all these years, it had kept the cub within its body, using its own power to try to dispel the flame poison on the cub, but could only ease the pain without truly resolving it. The Star Moon Fox nodded and continued to whimper a few more times. A few more months left? Was it planning to capture Lin Shan and then use its last strength to break out for revenge? Wang Feng glanced at Lin Shan. The Star Moon Fox continued to whimper a few more times. This time, Wang Feng was slightly stunned. Wait, are you saying it can actively become my soul ring? But I have to ensure the safety of this cub? Wang Feng couldn't help but look at the Ice Yala Emperor Lizard. At that moment, the Ice Yala Emperor Lizard's eyes were also looking at him. Interesting, very interesting. The true strength of this Ice Yala Emperor Lizard should have decreased, possibly only around 9,000 years, but is still a 10,000-year soul beast. It seems that this is exactly the best situation he could hope for right now. Wang Feng did not expect this situation. He thought that being able to escape unscathed would be the best outcome. However, he never imagined that this Ice Feng Emperor Lizard would choose to do this. You say it is grateful to me for having eaten many humans, but it is precisely because of these humans that it has had a continuous supply over the years, which has alleviated the suffering of its offspring. For us humans, it will eventually die. Wang Feng recounted the message conveyed by the Star Moon Fox. Dying at the hands of other humans is not as good as becoming my soul ring now. At least, I, as a human, have saved its child. After listening, Wang Feng fell silent. Yes, it will die sooner or later. The soul-hunting forest is meant for soul masters. If it doesn't die by his hands, it will die at the hands of others. Fine. Wang Feng did not hesitate for long and replied calmly. I will take good care of your child. A soul beast that actively displays its soul ring is much easier to absorb than a soul ring obtained from hunting it down. One could say there is no better choice than this. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the Icy Emperor Lizard let out a giant roar, seemingly conveying some message to its offspring. Immediately after, a faint black soul ring slowly rose from its body. The Icy Emperor Lizard's eyes also gradually closed. Looking at this significant black soul ring, there was a hint of complexity in Wang Feng's eyes. However, before absorbing it, Wang Feng directly activated the Red Lotus without any hesitation, summoning the flames of the Red Lotus platform to fall upon Lin Shan in the distance. Boom! This time, Lin Shan's body burned slightly slower than that of the old servant, but within 10 seconds, she completely disappeared. This left Wang Feng feeling quite strange. Not even a single particle of ash remained. The flames of the fiery Red Lotus, though inevitable, seemed to be different. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng showed no expression. He initially thought that coming with Lin Shan would allow him to find a suitable 1,000-year soul ring before killing her, but unexpectedly, he encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. Even more unexpectedly, he was able to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring in the end. Although it was a bit risky, how could one obtain such a non-dangerous 10,000-year soul ring without experiencing some peril? If he had followed Lin Shan, it would probably have been impossible to have such a good opportunity. Opportunities often just slip by. If you don't seize them, they disappear, a flame without warmth. Wang Feng looked at the Red Lotus in the center of his palm, then at the faint black soul ring. With a hint of emotion in his eyes, it's time to absorb this 10,000-year soul ring. This absorption should be much easier. I didn't expect my second soul ring to be 10,000 year. This time, I have to rely on this Red Lotus. Otherwise, Chapter 57. Terrifying Second Soul Skill. Ice Flame, Angry Lotus. Wang Feng sat in place, the red lotus blooming in his hand, pulling the faint black soul ring slowly into his body. The Xingyue fox beside him looked at Wang Feng curiously. This was the second time it had seen its lifesaver absorb a soul ring. The first time, he had nearly died, his body almost shattered by the power of the golden lightning leopard. And this time, it was the power of a 10,000-year soul beast. Could he withstand it? The faint black soul ring enveloped Wang Feng, and vast energy surged into his body. However, this time, a smile appeared at the corner of Wang Feng's mouth. Last time, the energy from the 6,000-year golden lightning leopard's soul ring was violent, frantic, and filled with resentment, full of destructiveness. It was uncontrollable. Almost the moment it entered his body, it caused Wang Feng's body to rapidly disintegrate and shatter. But this time, it was completely different. The Binjia Emperor Lizard held no resentment towards him, and even felt gratitude, so the energy that surged in with the soul ring, while still destructive, was not violent or frantic. Most importantly, it was under my control. Wang Feng thought to himself. The difference between being under his control and not was too great. He recalled the soul bee sacrifice, but clearly, this was not a soul bee sacrifice. The strength of this ice lizard emperor was far from sufficient and couldn't be absorbed at all. However, he could control this energy. The energy from the black soul ring surged in, and, almost the moment it entered Wang Feng's body, was directly controlled by him into the Azure Lotus in his sea of consciousness. The second lotus seed at the center of the Azure Lotus bloomed into a red lotus, as a vast ocean of energy poured into the red lotus. In an instant, the red lotus began to grow rapidly. The petals started to swell. The size began to increase. Originally only palm-sized, it quickly expanded and bloomed with the influx of energy. As if awakening, it transformed into a red lotus that was brighter, clearer, and more vibrant. Immediately afterward, the petals of the red lotus slowly covered with a layer of ice crystals, like a sprinkle, adding a dreamlike, icy color to it. But the lotus leaves and flowers were still bright red, reflecting the ice crystals and shimmering with a scarlet glow, extremely dazzling, yet filled with an explosive power. It was as if a layer of icy crystal clothing was draped over the red lotus, or as if a scarlet flame was encased in an icy shell, sealing the terrifying power within that flame. As the red lotus finished absorbing the energy, there was still a portion of the power in the soul ring. Wang Feng controlled this portion, allowing it to circulate throughout his body and ultimately converge in his heart. Although it was still extremely painful compared to before, when the first soul ring was wildly uncontrollable and rampaging through his body, it was already much better. Moreover, being able to control it meant that Wang Feng could direct this 10,000-year soul ring into his heart, into the meteor tears. He would refine this soul power for his own use. The continuous flow of energy, under Wang Feng's control, surged madly into the soul ring, entering the meteor tears in his heart. Streams of refined soul power were compressed and extracted from the meteor tears. The energy flowed like a rising tide, ceaseless and unending. If this energy were uncontrollable, Wang Feng would have probably exploded by now. Even though it was controllable without the meteor tears, Wang Feng's body would not be able to withstand the power brought by the 10,000-year soul ring. It could be said that this absorption was only possible because the ice lizard emperor willingly became his soul ring. There was not a trace of resentment in the energy, nor any impact on his spirit, allowing him to control this energy calmly. Otherwise, he would have had no chance to absorb it at all, even with the meteor tears. It might not have worked, as the immense energy from the 10,000-year soul ring could instantly cause his body and consciousness to explode, leaving no time for the meteor tears to reconstruct his body. After a long time, Wang Feng opened his eyes, and a rainbow light flashed in them. Two soul rings slowly rose from his body. One was purple, and the other was black. The estimated soul power level should reach 23. Wang Feng took a deep breath. These 3 levels, if progressed in normal speed, would probably take him at least half a year to achieve. The energy from the 10,000-year soul ring was mostly used for enhancing and breaking through cultivation bottlenecks for the red lotus, while a small portion was compressed and purified by the meteor tears. Even this small portion, under normal circumstances, would be enough for an ordinary soul master to jump directly from level 20 to level 30, and then explode from the sheer force. However, for Wang Feng, compressing and purifying soul power only resulted in an increase of 3 levels. It seems that in 5 years, I should be able to reach level 30. Moreover, I now also possess a 10,000-year soul ring, which meets the requirements for checking in at Shrek Academy. A hint of joy appeared on Wang Feng's face. There was no need to rush for the third spirit ring. Feeling the explosive energy within his body, he noticed that his body had become lighter, indicating an improvement in physical fitness. Although it wasn't as significant as the first time when his body was completely reforged, the enhancement was still evident. Since he was still wearing weighted armor, Wang Feng felt the difference even more acutely. If it were now, after enhancing himself, he could easily crush that 6,000-year-old golden lightning leopard. Wang Feng clenched his fists. Even against a 10,000-year-old spirit beast, he would have the strength to fight back. Even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat safely. Once he reached level 30, he should have a chance to defeat a 10,000-year-old spirit beast. It's important to note that a 10,000-year-old spirit beast is equivalent to a human soul emperor at level 61. If Wang Feng were to face those 40-something level soul masters again, even without using the Red Lotus, he could approach them and kill them in the instant they were about to attack. He wouldn't give them the opportunity to use their soul skills at all. The remaining 7 levels would be progressively harder, and this increase of 3 levels in just half a day also needed to be solidified. Wang Feng pondered for a moment, then opened his palm, and an ice crystal red lotus bloomed. This red lotus was clearly much more beautiful than before absorbing the soul ring, with ice crystals dotting the petals, reflecting the bright red and plump lotus petals inside. The combination of ice and fire was filled with contradiction and splendor. Let me give a try, your power. Wang Feng stood up. The Xingyue fox, who was lying beside him and sleeping, rubbed its sleepy eyes, looked at Wang Feng, and let out a few howls. The 2-meter-long ice Yahuang lizard cub also opened its sleepy eyes from the ground, looking at Wang Feng with a bit of confusion, and there was still some lingering sadness in its eyes. Wang Feng said to the 2 soul beasts, "You 2 little guys, back off." The Star Moon Fox obediently led the Ice Yara Emperor Lizard Cub to retreat backward. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he temporarily ignored the 2 soul beasts and leaped high into the air, using the tip of his foot to push off from a nearby tree, soaring several dozen meters high. Immediately afterward, Wang Feng activated the Red Lotus in his hand, plucking one of its ice crystal-wrapped petals and channeling his soul power into it. The petals of the Golden Lotus are divine soul skills that can enhance all aspects with a double amplification, accompanied by a lightning paralysis attack. As for this Red Lotus, Wang Feng felt the terrifying power within. Go! Wang Feng threw a Red Lotus petal, which he had infused with half of his current soul power, directly ahead. The vibrant lotus petal, wrapped in ice crystals, emitted waves of strange light in the air under the shining sun that had risen. Boom! Wang Feng seemed to sense the terrifying power within the petals. With a thought, the next moment, the ice crystals shattered. A terrifying flame erupted from the ice crystals. Boom! Within a radius of 100 meters, the 2 terrifying energies of ice and fire swept through and wreaked havoc on everything. The vast area left Wang Feng no escape. Everything in its path turned to ashes. Immediately afterward, it was covered with thick ice again. Almost all the large trees within a diameter of about 200 meters were quickly reduced to ashes by the flames. Even the ground had a new crater. Wang Feng's clothes were burned to ashes, and his body was covered with a thick layer of ice. Countless icicles shot towards him, making a ping-pong sound. After a moment, Wang Feng looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This second soul skill was a super wide-range group attack skill, and it seemed to have quite a bit of power. With such power, even defense-type soul masters below level 40 would have to say goodbye. Wang Feng took out a set of clothes from the soul guide device and put them on. Looking at the ground that had been flattened, he felt a sense of shock in his eyes. Staring at the ice crystal red lotus in his hand, Wang Feng thought to himself, if I were to detonate all the lotus petals, as well as the entire red lotus. Wang Feng shook his head and pondered. This second soul skill should be called Ice Flame Fury Lotus. Chapter 58. Dai Mubai after naming the second soul skill. Wang Feng fell from midair. He happened to see the Star Moon Fox and the icy royal lizard cub staring at him. The 2 soul beasts had a hint of fear in their eyes. Clearly, they were startled by the terrifying explosion just now. And even at this moment, there were still sizzling sounds coming from the scorched ground of the explosion pit, along with ice spikes embedded in the surrounding trees and soil. Wang Feng walked up to the cub and took a few glances. The appearance of the ice Yaolong lizard resembled that of the Salamence, also known as the flying dragon, from the Pokemon he was familiar with in his previous life. However, it was entirely ice blue, including its wings. At this moment, the cub was only 2 meters tall, while the adult ice Yalong lizard was 10 meters tall. It was clear that this cub was very weak. With such a large size, it was obviously impossible for him to take it out. However, if it stayed in this soul-hunting forest, it would easily be hunted by soul masters. Wang Feng pondered and said, "Then I can only come to check on this cub often. After all, this is the soul-hunting forest established by humans. There are still delivery services and guards patrolling, and with the Ice Yasha Emperor lizard being so large, it's unlikely to be taken out. I will come to see you often in the future." Wang Feng looked at the Star Moon Fox and said, "When I become stronger, I'll find an opportunity to take you all out. If you encounter a soul master or soul beast in the forest that you can't fight, just run as much as you can. If you get hurt, it's fine. As long as you don't die, I can heal you, understand?" He was speaking to the Star Moon Fox because its intelligence was much higher. The Ice Yahuang lizard was still quite confused. "Ow!" The Star Moon Fox nodded and then called out a few times to the Ice Yahuang lizard behind it, as if conveying information. After Wang Feng gave a few more reminders, he walked back from there. At this time, it was already bright, and when he returned to the camp, Si Rong, Lao He, and Ling Ren were all awake. Their injuries had mostly healed, except for the loss of an arm. Wang Feng thought that if he were stronger, with Jin Lian's healing ability, it wouldn't be difficult to regrow arms for these two. "I know you all have some questions in your hearts." Wang Feng looked at the three of them, silently staring at him, and said slowly, "Both of them are already dead, and your injuries were healed by me. After leaving the soul-hunting forest, you should leave the city you are in. The noble lady's family is not simple. If they find out that the two died in the soul-hunting forest and that you hired our team, they definitely won't let you go. However, there are many teams outside the soul-hunting forest, and even if they find you, as long as you disperse, they won't waste their effort looking for you. Go to another city." Wang Feng finished speaking and looked at the three people. Lin Shan is a noble lady from the Fast Nuo province, which is just one of the many provinces of the Tiando Empire. Wang Feng estimated that the strongest one inside should be around level 60. He had no confidence and no time to deal with it. Moreover, Lin Shan and that old servant were dead beyond recovery, leaving no trace. By the time Si Rong and the others quietly disappeared from the Fast Nuo province, there was nothing they could do to track them down. "All right." Lao He and Ling Ren nodded, not saying another word. "It's not easy to still be alive." "That's fine. I wanted to leave Fast Nuo province for a long time." Si Rong suddenly smiled and asked, "Xiaomia, where do you want us to go?" Ling Ren and Lao He were both taken aback. Wang Feng was also taken aback. "I won't be leaving the Fast Nuo province for now," Wang Feng said. He had a disguise. Even his name was fake. And Si Rong and the others had never seen his face, so Lin Shan's family would never be able to trace him. "However, I will probably return to the nearby Sachuo city in the Bartok Kingdom in about 5 years." Wang Feng said, "All right, let's go to Soto City first." The Bartok Kingdom is a kingdom of the Heaven Do Empire, but under the current circumstances, it no longer falls under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Do Empire. It only provides tributes each year, and the Fast Nuo province can't manage this place either. Si Rong showed a slight smile on her face. Although Lao He and Ling Ren had lost their hands, it didn't mean they couldn't fight. At the very least, they wouldn't starve. "At that time, we will wait for you in Soto City." After speaking, Si Rong looked at Lao He and Ling Ren, seemingly seeking their opinions. The two exchanged a glance and nodded seriously. "All right, then I'll come to Soto City to find you." Wang Feng took a deep breath and looked at the three of them intently before being the first to step out of the soul-hunting forest. It was already close to noon. Outside the soul-hunting forest, the sun was shining brightly, and warm sunlight bathed the world. As Wang Feng walked out of the forest, he felt a strange warmth, a feeling he had never experienced before. The sunlight shone on Wang Feng's black robe, creating spots of light that seemed to want to penetrate the robe and send rays of light to the youthful body beneath it. Wang Feng turned his head and looked at the majestic soul-hunting forest in the distance, a ripple stirring in his heart. After a glance, he turned around, the black robe gently lifting as he slowly disappeared into the crowd. 5 years later, Balak Kingdom, Soto City. The Tiando Empire has 4 major kingdoms, each possessing its own military strength, among which Balak Kingdom is the most powerful. Aside from the main city of Balak, another city in Balak Kingdom is also quite famous. That is Soto City, located in the heart of the richest Lima Plain, known as the Granary of Balak. At this moment, within the heavily guarded Soto City, inside the luxurious Rose Hotel, in a lobby, 2 figures were fighting, seemingly weaving layers of dense webs in midair, making the air feel particularly heavy and cold. "Come on, third brother." By the counter, a girl in a pink outfit was shouting loudly. However, The worry in her eyes revealed her inner tension. Soon, the battle seemed to come to an end. One of the men was wrapped in countless resilient deep green-blue silvergrass, resembling a rice dumpling, unable to move. This man was tall, with dazzling golden long hair and deep blue pupils. Even though he was bound and unable to move, there was still a faint smile on his face. A rank 29 weapon soul master, using blue silvergrass to push me, Daimu Bai. To this point, I must say, you are quite impressive. Unfortunately, if I were at the same level as you, I would indeed be defeated today. After saying this, another man standing opposite him frowned and said lightly, "What do you want to say?" The man was about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in blue tight-fitting clothes, with a belt embedded with 24 jade stones around his waist. His physique was well-proportioned, and although he was not particularly handsome, he gave a friendly and approachable feeling. So, it's a pity the handsome man who called himself Dai Mubai smiled. Suddenly, his laughter came to an abrupt stop. White tiger diamond transformation. An icy voice came from Dai Mubai's mouth, followed by a purple soul ring rising from beneath his feet. Immediately, his entire body began to swell slightly, his aura becoming incredibly powerful. Even the other guests hiding in the distance felt that surging power, like a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. He gently shook his arms, shattering all the blue silver grass around him into powder. The exploding dust scattered around, making the lobby feel hazy. Seeing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu in the distance were both stunned. Is this the soul skill of a 1,000-year soul ring? Tang San lightly gasped. At this moment, Dai Mubai, under the effect of his martial soul, appeared significantly more imposing, looking extremely formidable. Absolute strength and level perception is something your blue silvergrass cannot compensate for. Dai Mubai said lightly, "White tiger diamond transformation allows me to double my strength and speed within half an hour. Under this enhancement, the toxin contained in your blue silvergrass will have no effect on me. You cannot defeat me." Tang San remained silent, only letting out a slight sigh in his heart. He thought, indeed, there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. No wonder the teacher wants us to come to Soto City, to Shrek Academy. There are indeed many talented and powerful individuals outside. 5 years of cultivation had allowed him to grow significantly, and he had also gained a second martial soul, reaching level 29. In Nodding Academy, he was almost far ahead, but he didn't expect that upon arriving in Soto City, he would casually encounter someone so outrageously strong. What are you being so arrogant about? At this moment, Xiao Wu walked over, supporting Tang San as she angrily said, "If third brother were also level 37, you definitely couldn't defeat him." Hearing this, Dai Mubai couldn't help but chuckle. He was just about to speak when he suddenly saw the two of them brighten up, as if they had seen something. "Brother Feng, over here." Xiao Wu and Tang San waved their hands toward the door behind Dai Mubai. The more energetic Xiao Wu shouted loudly, "We're over here. There's a guy relying on his level and soul ring to bully us. You have to give him a good beating." Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh, thinking, these two are still not giving up. With that thought, Dai Mubai turned to look. Chapter 59. I'm afraid I might knock you down with one punch. Dai Mubai turned around and saw a boy standing at the door, lazily leaning against the threshold. Even with Dai Mubai's discerning eye, he couldn't help but praise. What a handsome kid. He was extremely confident in his own appearance and physique, but upon seeing the boy at the door, his confidence instantly diminished by more than half. The boy was dressed in black, tight-fitting clothes made of a very special material, which Dai Mubai couldn't identify the quality of. Over it, he wore a deep green trench coat, with the cuffs rolled up, hands in his pockets, and a pair of military boots on his feet, casually crossed, as if he had been there for a while. "He looks about the same age as me," Dai Mubai frowned. The boy was approximately 1.75 meters tall, a bit taller than the two kids. His black hair was not long, somewhat messy, but did not give a sense of being untidy or dirty. Rather, it exuded a lazy vibe. However, it wasn't until Dai Mubai saw the boy's face that he realized this boy was definitely not a lazy person. Because the boy's brows had a sharp aura, especially his pitch-black pupils, resembling a whirlpool of the deep sea, capable of drawing one in. His perfectly proportioned features on a sharply defined face gave a feeling of just right, reaching the peak. "So handsome." The guests in the hall couldn't help but exclaim softly, seemingly captivated by Xiao Wu's sudden shout, especially the two twins following Dai Mubai, their eyes sparkling. Damn! Dai Mubai felt a surge of competitiveness in his heart as he looked at the boy at the door. With a few steps, the boy pulled his hands out of his pockets, a faint smile on his face as he walked over. "Are you there, big brother?" Dai Mubai asked. "Do you also want to have a match with me?" Brother Feng, beat him up. Xiao Wu waved her fist towards Dai Mubai. However, she was pulled back by Tang San. This person is very strong. In his current state, even if we work together, we cannot defeat him. Tang San frowned and said, "There's no need to let Brother Feng take risks. It's been 5 years. Brother Feng has grown a lot," Tang San thought, watching the figure walking over in the distance. His heart stirred. Over the past 5 years, although Xiao Wu and he often met with Brother Feng's strength had always been a mystery. Undoubtedly, Brother Feng's strength had not diminished. Over the past 5 years, this had also astonished the teacher because clearly, Brother Feng did not lose power due to the 1,000-year soul ring, as the master predicted, resulting in a decline in soul power and becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. Moreover, Brother Feng's vitality was even more vigorous. Although he couldn't be certain, Tang San, practicing the authentic Xianmin Xiantian Gong, faintly sensed that Brother Feng's vitality was exceptionally robust. But Xiao Wu and I have not seen Brother Feng use soul power at all, and in the past 5 years, during every battle, Brother Feng has not used his soul power. Tang San thought to himself. Even the teacher felt extremely curious about this. The teacher was also unclear and could not speculate on how high Feng Ji's soul power level actually was. In fact, the teacher even said that this kid Xiao Feng might be an existence that he would find difficult to understand for the rest of his life. And Xiao Feng's existence might violate many common sense rules in the Soul Master world. What are you afraid of? Xiao Wu chuckled. Sange, have we ever won against Feng Ge in the past 5 years? Tang San lowered his head in deep thought. It seems there was one time. Really? I don't remember that. Xiao Wu said in surprise. Ahem. Tang San coughed a few times and said, "You forgot that one time you played dirty," rolling on the ground to make Feng Ge concede and just wouldn't get up. Before Tang San could finish, Xiao Wu covered his mouth, her face blushing as she looked at him. "Shut up." Xiao Wu huffed. "That was you who wanted to do that. It's because you wanted to win too much. Not me. Don't say random things." Upon hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but smile wryly at Xiao Wu. "All right, it was me." Xiao Wu then smiled brightly. "Even if we teamed up, we still can't beat Feng Ge, but I feel that Feng Ji's strength is definitely stronger than this lewd guy." After saying that, Xiao Wu waved her hand towards the man in the distance. Tang San fell into a slight silence. In fact, his thoughts were more delicate. Tang San had a vague feeling that every time Feng Ge fought against him, he might have only exerted half of his strength. Also, Feng Ji's soul power and soul rings were still a mystery. Once, Xiao Wu asked Feng Ge about his soul power and soul rings. But Feng Ge just smiled and said nothing. What was even more frightening was that Feng Ji's understanding of soul beasts seemed to be no less than that of his own teacher. It should be noted that his second soul ring, the Ghost Vine, was killed by Feng Ge for him in the second year. At that time, he was only at level 20, and this Ghost Vine was over 700 years old, a terrifying plant-type soul beast with extremely potent neurotoxins. When it attacked, it would also release seeds that could parasitize on the human body, transmitting this neurotoxin and absorbing nutrients, making it very troublesome. At that time, the master originally wanted to have the director of the Nodding Academy, a soul engineer at over level 40, to help him hunt down a 600-year-old ghost vine. But Feng Ge directly brought him into the soul-hunting forest, accurately found the ghost vine, and subdued that over 700-year-old ghost vine in just a few moments, leaving him dumbfounded. Later, Feng Ge asked, "Xiao San, this ghost vine is too weak, only 700 years. Why not try 1,000 years?" Tang San remembered that he was almost scared to death at that moment, and directly refused. "Are you kidding? The teacher said the limit for the second soul ring is only 700 years. This ghost vine is already the best. If it's 1,000 years, wouldn't I explode from the power?" Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but sigh deeply. At this moment, the boy walked in front of Dai Mubai, curiously sizing him up. "You are Dai Mubai?" Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine under the boy's gaze and said lightly, "I am Dai Mubai. What's wrong? Are you really planning to spar with me?" "Spar with you?" The boy couldn't help but chuckle. "No way. I'm afraid I might knock you down with one punch." His nonchalant words made Dai Mubai's heart burn with rage. In the distance, both Xiao Wu and Tang San couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, as expected of Feng Ge," Xiao Wu said with a grin, "always more arrogant than others. Then I want to see how you plan to knock me down with one punch." Dai Mubai forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. As the dignified evil-eye white tiger, the leader of Shrek Academy, this was the first time he had heard someone dare to speak to him like this. "Kid, I'm very angry right now. Tell me your name and level." Dai Mubai looked at the boy in front of him with a somewhat gloomy expression. His aura became more intense, emitting a strong energy that enveloped the surroundings. "My name is Wang Feng. As for my level, If you can take one punch from me, I'll tell you. The boy who called himself Wang Feng pulled out a hand from his pocket. All right. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, the energy around him slowly rotating and condensing. The surging power seemed to solidify. Suddenly, Dai Mubai's legs sprang up like a spring, leaping high into the air, his aura surging as if he were a fierce tiger leaping through the mountains, launching a deadly strike at the distant prey. The red light in his eyes emitted an eerie, bloodthirsty aura. Dai Mubai, enveloped in a faint golden light, threw a punch like a comet crashing to the ground towards Wang Feng. The fierce energy made the hall resonate, and the chandelier on the ceiling swayed unsteadily. Watching this punch, Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions turned serious, as they could naturally feel that Dai Mubai, in his furious state, probably had even more power to unleash. However, facing this punch, Wang Feng merely stood still, yawning and casually throwing out an ordinary punch. Chapter 60. He is 12 years old? Dai Mubai seemed to be further provoked by Wang Feng's nonchalant demeanor, and all his violent white tiger martial soul power was channeled into this punch. As the two fists collided, Dai Mubai's expression changed drastically, feeling as if his punch had struck a mountain. It didn't even give him a shred of confidence to shake. Then came an overwhelmingly powerful force that exceeded his imagination, coming from the opponent's fist. The terrifying force traveled from his arm throughout his body. Dai Mubai was instantly sent flying. An explosion of energy erupted in the air. Boom! Like a baseball hit by a powerful swing. Dai Mubai's body crashed through a stone pillar in the hall, barely landing on the ground, sliding back several meters before stabilizing himself, leaving a long crack in the floor tiles. Dai Mubai half-kneeled on the ground, one hand propped up, his whole body trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. The air was eerily quiet. On the other side, Wang Feng, however, did not move an inch, only shaking his hand. Are you all right? I might have used a bit too much force just now. Wang Feng waved at Dai Mubai. In fact, Wang Feng had indeed used a considerable amount of strength just now, at least 5 or 6 parts of his power, saying this was naturally to show off. Life without showing off is meaningless. Meanwhile, the onlookers, trembling in fear, were indeed frightened and looked at Wang Feng with wide eyes. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu stared at Wang Feng with their mouths slightly agape. In terms of strength, Feng Ge had never lost to anyone. Tang San thought to himself. Seeing this scene, Tang San couldn't help but recall the first time Feng Ge fought with him. This is too strong, Xiao Wu said, her mouth agape. When we fought against Feng Ge, we never saw him use such great power. After saying that, Xiao Wu tilted her head to look at Dai Mubai and muttered softly, or is this guy just a pretty face, not really useful? Was that 1,000-year soul skill just for show? In the distance, Dai Mubai heard this and twitched his mouth fiercely. What do you mean a pretty face? Xiao Wu, what are you talking about? Tang San glared at Xiao Wu. Hee, I'm the boss of Nodding Academy, so I naturally understand everything, Xiao Wu said proudly. Tang San sighed and said, no, Dai Mubai's strength is not wrong. Feng Ge should have said that on purpose. He must have used a lot of power as well. But unexpectedly, Feng Ge is still stronger than this 37th level Soul Emperor. That punch just now was double what he usually does, even stronger. Xiao Wu pouted. At that moment, Dai Mubai slowly stood up. His legs seemed to be a bit unsteady, but he was not injured. You win. Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng and said in a deep voice, I, Dai Mubai, am not someone who cannot afford to lose. However, this room was originally booked by me, Manager Wang. Just give it to them. I don't want it anyway. I will compensate for the damage in the hall. Manager Wang in the distance nodded obediently. You're Wang Feng? Dai Mubai returned to his original appearance, his clothes slightly tattered. He waved to the twin sisters in the distance and looked at Wang Feng, saying, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't use your martial soul or your soul power and your soul rings? What do you think? Wang Feng glanced at the two twins and thought to himself, this Dai Mubai is indeed flirtatious. Then this is interesting. Dai Mubai placed his hands on the shoulders of the two twins, gently rubbing them, seemingly using the beauty's jade-like skin to relieve the pain in his body at that moment. By the looks of you, you should be about the same age as me, right? Maybe even a bit older? Dai Mubai scrutinized Wang Feng several times, suddenly noticing that the two twins were also staring at Wang Feng. He quickly pressed down with his hands, making the twins let out a soft sound, hastily withdrawing his gaze. Damn it, they're in my arms. Yet they're looking at another man with such interest. I've never seen anyone who can barely defeat me with a punch at this age without using soul power. Impressive, Dai Mubai said with a faint smile, but don't worry, we will have another chance to meet. As for your two friends, they should be coming to Shrek Academy, right? They're only about 12 years old. See you again." After saying that, Dai Mubai embraced the two beautiful twins and walked out the door gracefully. But upon hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but stand up and shout, "Hey, you old tiger, have some dignity when you speak. Was that just barely? Feng Ge's casual punch almost knocked you down, okay? And stop flattering yourself. What do you mean by about the same age? Fenggu is at most just over 12. Only 2 or 3 months older than Sangu. He's 2 years younger than you. Aren't you ashamed?" As soon as her words fell, Dai Mubai, who was about to reach the door, stumbled and almost tripped at the door's edge. He turned around and looked at Wang Feng with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "What the hell is this? You're telling me this guy is 12 years old?" Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng and swallowed hard. That guy named Tang San just now was impressive enough. I didn't have level 29 at his age. Now this big brother of theirs is playing with me? Dai Mubai estimated in his heart that this Feng Ge's strength should be at least level 40 or above, and he must have an extremely rare power-type beast martial soul to easily defeat him in his white tiger Vajra form with just one punch. Now you're telling me he's 12 years old? Time go, Dai Mubai thought secretly. It seems there are quite a few monsters in Shrek this year. Seeing Dai Mubai quickly disappear at the door, Xiao Wu was so angry she stomped her feet. "What the heck, that guy?" Xiao Wu curiously asked. "But how did he know we were coming to Shrek Academy?" After speaking, Xiao Wu murmured a few words and pulled Tang San to run in front of Wang Feng. "Fenggu, why did you come so late? Did you arrive early and just watch the show?" "Yes, I did arrive early." Wang Feng nodded, watching Tang San and Dai Mubai fighting. He had indeed come, as Tang San and Xiao Wu had told him a few days ago that they would come to Soto City today. He had naturally seen the first battle between Tang San and Dai Mubai. However, he did not intervene and just quietly watched. That Dai Mubai, could he be from Shrek Academy? Tang San suddenly said. He was only 15 years old, yet he had already reached the 37th rank Soul Master, and his martial spirit was one of the most powerful I have seen so far. I rarely hear of such strong individuals in other intermediate academies. Wang Feng nodded. Xiao San was as clever as always. "Brother Feng, have you become stronger again?" Xiao Wu squinted her eyes and said, "How about I and Xiao San have another match with you? It's been a while since we last competed." Upon hearing this, before Wang Feng could respond, Manager Wang from the hotel hurried over, looking at the mess in the hall, and said with a, "3 Soul Masters, can you spare my little shop today? If this keeps going on, won't you tear the hotel apart?" "Exactly, Xiao Wu, let them off the hook." Wang Feng also laughed and said, "You guys should go up and rest quickly. That Red Rose is a nice place. I need to rest too. I've been a bit tired from the journey. Let's go to Shrek Academy together tomorrow." Over the past 5 years, the 3 of them had already competed enough. In fact, when returning to Holy Soul Village, Wang Feng had even had a few real fights with Tang San. A real fight meant having Tang San use all the various hidden weapons he made, which was quite dangerous, but they actually did it several times. This clever little Xiao Wu, sometimes when she was bullied too much, would drag Tang San being a little naughty together. Wang Feng didn't want to fight anymore. Xiao Wu pouted and had no choice but to pull Tang San upstairs. Seeing this, Wang Feng shook his head and said to Manager Wang beside him, "I also booked a room here. The room number is White Innocence. Please take me up." Hearing this, Manager Wang checked and nodded. At that moment, a young woman suddenly appeared at the entrance. She walked in, glanced around the lobby, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, seemingly curious about what was happening in this place. Then, the girl walked forward, looked at the price list at the counter, and said, "Manager, are there any rooms available? I want a White Innocence." The girl had a soft and pleasant voice, infused with a hint of heroism. She wore a white long dress, had ear-length short hair, and her figure was proportionate with the innocence of youth. Her skin was as white as snow, but there was a hint of pride hidden between her brows that was difficult for ordinary people to notice. "Sorry, the last White Innocence special room has already been reserved by this gentleman," Manager Wang said, looking at the girl who was dressed elegantly, not daring to be negligent, and glanced at Wang Feng. "Reserved?" The girl in the white dress looked at Wang Feng, and when she saw his appearance, her eyes brightened slightly. She gently asked then, "Could you possibly let me have this room?" Her voice was incredibly soft, her appearance exquisite, and her temperament sweet and pure, which would likely make it hard for an ordinary man to refuse. Wang Feng stared at the girl for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't usually let others use my room. Why don't you choose another one?" After being rejected, the girl in the white dress was taken aback, seemingly surprised that she could be turned down. She frowned slightly, looking at the exceptionally handsome young man. The good impression she had of him suppressed the discomfort of being rejected, And she continued, "How about this? I'll give you 50 gold soul coins if you let me have this room. That should work, right?" This time, although her tone remained gentle, there was a hint of pride in her voice. As she spoke, the girl took out a heavy bag from her pocket. Wang Feng couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. He said, "How about I give you 100 gold soul coins, and you walk out of here?" As soon as he said this, the girl's expression immediately changed. Chapter 61. What a coincidence. I am also a support-type soul master. Wang Feng took out a bag from the soul guide, which was also quite heavy, and shook it in front of the girl. The girl's expression changed. For the first time in many years, she felt extremely uncomfortable being rejected on her first outing. It was particularly frustrating that it was done in the same manner, leaving her without a reason. "Are you a soul master?" The girl took a deep breath, suppressing the rising and falling of her chest, and thought that with such a large amount of gold soul coins, he must be a soul master, right? The Spirit Hall provides subsidies for soul masters, with a level 21 soul master receiving 10 gold soul coins each month. The subsidies from the Spirit Hall are a significant source of income for many soul masters before reaching level 40. The boy in front of her looked to be around 15 years old, probably over level 20. His clothing was not luxurious, just appropriate, and being able to take out such a large sum of soul coins was likely not due to a family background, but rather because of the Spirit Hall subsidies. "You don't need to use your 10 months' worth of subsidies to compete with me." The girl frowned and, still forcibly suppressing the frustration in her heart, said in a gentle voice, "If you are a soul master, we can be friends. By the way, I'm a support-type soul master. Generally speaking, everyone wants to be friends with support-type soul masters. This is because, regardless of whether they are healing type or ability-enhancing type, they are very much liked by most soul masters. The 7-treasure glazed tile school, renowned across the continent, is popular and able to attract title Douluo-level experts for this reason. Moreover, the girl was confident that with her looks, even if she were not a support-type soul master, any boy would be willing to be friends with her. She also found the boy in front of her quite good-looking and to her taste, which is why she said such rare words. If it had been someone ugly, she wouldn't even bother and would just turn and leave. What a coincidence. Wang Feng couldn't help but smile. "I'm also a support-type soul master. Can't you switch to another room?" He had probably guessed who this girl was. As the saying goes, similar kinds repel, while different kinds attract. The abilities of support-type soul masters cannot be conferred onto each other. Otherwise, it could lead to extremely serious consequences. You a big man. How can you be a support-type soul master?" The girl was stunned, looking at Wang Feng, unable to come to her senses for a moment. Manager Wang, standing nearby, secretly thought, "You're a support type? You just knocked Dai Xiao out with one punch, and you have the nerve to call yourself a support-type soul master?" However, Manager Wang dared not say this out loud. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" The girl looked at the smile on Wang Feng's face, a bit angry, and asked, "What's your name?" As she spoke, she stared at Wang Feng seriously. "My surname is Wa," Wang Feng replied. "My first name is Shagua." "Vo Shagua." The girl frowned slightly, feeling that the name was extremely strange. However, she snorted and said, "Wa Shagua, I'll remember you." After Wang Feng finished speaking, he walked upstairs. Manager Wang couldn't hold back any longer and let out a few hearty laughs. "What are you laughing at?" the girl asked. "Ahem, I just find this name quite amusing." Manager Wang coughed a few times, thinking to himself, this girl is really naive. Asking for someone's name without giving her own first, who would tell her? I wonder which spoiled young lady this is. The girl looked at Manager Wang with a puzzled expression, muttering the name to herself a few times. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, her face turned bright red, and she seemed to be steaming from her head, clenching her hands tightly together, shaking with anger. "Bastard! How dare you play with me?" The girl stomped and was about to head upstairs, but after thinking for a moment, she turned and left, saying, "Next time I see you, Ning Rong Rong, I'll make you pay. How dare you offend me? I'm so mad." She stomped her foot hard on the ground and then asked Manager Wang, "Are there any rooms left?" "No, miss. Would you like to try another hotel?" Manager Wang frowned. Ning Rong Rong shot him a glare and turned to leave. In the pure white room, Wang Feng stood by the window, watching the girl walk away, shaking his head. What a willful and arrogant Ning Rong Rong. I didn't expect to run into her first. Wang Feng turned around and looked at the white room, lying on the large white bed. After resting for a while, he took a shower to wash away the dust. Not long after, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Brother Feng, my brother and I are going out to take a stroll. You should come with us. Soto City is so big, much larger than Notting City." Xiao Wu was full of energy, clearly having forced Tang San to go out, and was a bit excited. "Sure, I'll join you for a walk." Wang Feng looked outside at the bright sunshine and the pleasant weather, feeling a stir in his heart. After the three of them discussed, they walked out of the hotel. The warm sunlight bathed them, and Wang Feng felt quite comfortable as they strolled leisurely. Before long, Tang San stopped in his tracks, looking at a shop in the distance. The sign of the shop had a special pattern, featuring a sword, a hammer, and a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Wu, Feng Ge, I'm going to take a look inside, Tang San said after pondering for a moment before entering the shop. Isn't that the emblem of the spirit hall? I'll go check out too, Xiao Wu said, following him inside. Wang Feng did not follow them inside. He knew that the owner of the shop was likely the dean of Shrek Academy, Flender. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Feng continued to stroll around Soto City. The various shops were dazzling, resembling a big city. Suddenly, as Wang Feng was browsing, he heard a delicate voice from ahead. Give me back my money. Do you know who I am? You dare to steal from me? If you don't return it, watch out for my wrath. Hee little girl. This bag of gold soul coins was picked up by me off the ground. Just because you say it's yours, it becomes yours? Call out to it and see if it responds. Wang Feng looked into the distance, surrounded by a group of people. He couldn't help but smile. In the distance, a beautiful girl in a white dress was angrily staring at two men in front of her. The two men had playful grins on their faces, with a noticeable wave of soul power emanating from them. They were exceptionally tall and strong, and at that moment, they were holding several bags of gold soul coins. Isn't that Ning Rongrong? Wang Feng walked over and took a few glances. Low whispers could be heard all around. This girl really has bad luck. How did she get entangled with Zhang Si and Wang Wu? These two rascals. These two are regulars in the fighting soul arena. It seems that the girl just bought something and accidentally dropped her money on the ground. By the time she realized it, it had already been picked up, and she probably won't get it back. How can Zhang Si and Wang Wu, being soul masters, have the nerve to bully a little girl? Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he looked into the distance. Ning Rongrong, this young lady, came out alone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She is quite poor at handling situations. Her words may seem gentle, but she is actually very proud inside. In the face of such rascals, she might only end up being teased. However, Wang Feng had no intention of stepping in to help. Someone like Ning Rongrong, coming out alone, surely has people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School secretly following her, so nothing serious would happen. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted by, and a white figure appeared right in front of him. Big brother, what are you doing here? The figure that suddenly appeared looked pleasantly surprised and spoke. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. Wang Feng was taken aback. At that moment, Ning Rongrong grabbed Wang Feng's shoulder, turned her head, and looked at the two men with an arrogant expression, saying disdainfully, "You bastards dare to rob my money? My big brother is here now, and he's an auxiliary system soul master, very powerful. He will knock you both down later." After saying that, Ning Rongrong lifted her snow-white chin and coldly stared at the two men. Wang Feng thought to himself, this little girl is quite something, holding a grudge like that. It was precisely because Ning Rongrong had caught a glimpse of Wang Feng out of the corner of her eye, and taking advantage of Wang Feng turning around and not leaving yet, she ran over directly. Ha ha ha, an auxiliary system soul master? Little beauty, you think you're big brother? An auxiliary system soul master can knock us two battle soul masters down? One of the men laughed out loud. Do you believe me? I can knock him down with just a few punches. His name was Wang Wu, 22 years old, a level 23 battle soul master, with a martial spirit of a mantis. The other one was named Zhang Si, also 22, a level 24 battle soul master, with a martial spirit of a special plant called Flying Letter. They were known as the Flying Mantis Duo in the soul fighting arena. I don't believe it. A glint of cunning flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she proudly declared, if you have the ability, then knock my big brother down. Wang Feng noticed the surrounding crowd bursting into loud laughter. Kid, you're her big brother, right? Come here. If you can defeat one of my brothers today, I'll return the money to you. Wang Wu said with a smile, you do look handsome, but with one punch from me, your face will probably swell up. Wang Feng looked at the two and said, I don't know her. If you want to hit someone, go ahead and hit her. It won't take much. Just one punch will make her cry. Saying this, Wang Feng shook off Ning Rongrong's hand. Get away, don't touch me. I don't know you. Ning Rongrong thought, this bastard. Messing with me at the Rose Hotel, and now you want to distance yourself? I want to drag you in too, so you can get beaten up later. Big brother, I promise I won't dare to disobey you again. Ning Rongrong pretended to be wronged and said softly, they're bullying me. Are you just going to watch? That guy. Aren't you two spineless? Wang Wu couldn't help but laugh and said, your own sister is being bullied, and you're this cowardly? Are you even a man? Come on, take 3 punches from me, and I'll return your money. Chapter 62. Crawl for me. Wang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving. That girl Ning Rongrong is sure that I am a support-type soul master. Clearly wanted to make me look foolish. But it's normal. Wang Feng remembers that in the original story, Ning Rongrong initially appeared to be a seemingly gentle and lovely rich young lady. But in reality, she was willful, headstrong, and proud. It was only after entering Shrek Academy that she gradually improved. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 2 figures were whispering to each other. Hiss, I say, boss. When did our sex young lady recognize an older brother? This should be her first time leaving the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, right? I don't know. The young lady is quite clever, although she can be a bit proud at times. But from my experience, that guy probably has a grudge against her, and she must be doing this on purpose. So, are we going to intervene? What intervention? Since there's a grudge, he's the young lady's enemy. It's good for him to be taught a lesson. We'll intervene later, but remember, we can't expose ourselves easily. At this moment, as Ning Rongrong spoke, people around were pointing and whispering about Wang Feng. All right then, you all come at me. Seeing this, Wang Feng grinned, stepped forward a few paces, and looked at the 2. Since trouble had come to him, how could he be afraid of it? Even if he couldn't shake it off, he would face it head on. That was his style. Ning Rongrong took a few steps back, a sly glint in her eyes, and thought to herself, this guy bullied me at the Rose Hotel. He deserves this now. But then she thought, if this bastard gets beaten up, I can't just walk away. No matter what, watching you get beaten up will make me feel better. At worst, I'll hire someone to treat you later, and we'll call it even. Well, has Ning Rongrong ever been at a disadvantage? As soon as Wang Feng spoke, a space was immediately cleared around him. We agreed that this is a friendly exchange. Not me bullying the weak, right? Wang Wu said with a smile. You want these bags of gold soul coins. That's why you're sparring with us. Enough talk. Hurry up. Wang Feng waved his hand at the 2 of them. He really had no interest in fighting with these 2 soul masters who were only in their 20s. They were too weak. What a cocky kid. Seeing this, Wang Wu also smiled, and without saying a word, he directly summoned his martial spirit. 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, slowly rose from beneath his feet. A green mantis appeared above his head. Mantis possess. Wang Wu let out a low shout. His body began to slowly change. And then, with a push of his foot, he left a footprint on the ground and launched a punch towards Wang Feng. Instantly, the surrounding crowd dispersed again. Some looked at Wang Wu's martial spirit with envy. This was a true soul master. It was known that among commoners, soul masters were a minority. Seeing that punch coming, Ning Rongrong's expression changed slightly. Auxiliary-type soul masters were not physically strong compared to these attack-type soul masters. There was a significant difference. If that punch landed, that jerk would definitely get hurt. Right? He can only blame himself. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, not wanting to see the scene. After all, that jerk had played her. Bang! At that moment, a sudden sound rang out. Ning Rongrong quickly turned her head to look and was stunned. She saw that Wang Wu had unexpectedly been sent flying, lying on the ground in the distance. His palms seeming to go weak, trembling all over. What just happened? A question mark slowly appeared in Ning Rongrong's mind. She looked around and saw that the crowd had their eyes wide open, as if witnessing something incredible. At that moment, Wang Feng stood in place, patted his chest, and then walked over to the 2. So, what do you say, little brothers? Wang Feng looked at the other one, Zhang Si. Why you don't come over? Zhang Si hurriedly took 2 steps back, looking at the incredibly handsome young man with some fear. Just now, Wang Wu had thrown a solid punch at this young man's chest. However, the scene he imagined did not occur. The young man stood tall, and it was as if Wang Wu had been rebounded by a bent spring, landing on the ground after just 1 exchange. It was extremely strange. However, as someone who had experienced countless battles in the soul arena, Zhang Si was very experienced. This young man was obviously incredibly strong. He was definitely not an auxiliary-type soul master. That little girl was tricking them. Money, I'll give it to you. Zhang Si threw several bags of gold soul coins to Wang Feng and gingerly helped Wang Wu away. Seeing this, the crowd also dispersed, secretly thinking that this young man was likely not simple and should not be an auxiliary-type soul master. After all, how could an auxiliary-type soul master have such a strong body? Wang Feng turned around and walked towards Ning Rongrong, a faint smile on his face. This smile made Ning Rongrong feel a chill all over. It gave her the impression of a hunter surveying the area, about to hunt a small animal. What do you want to do? Ning Rongrong retreated several steps, raising her head and looking at Wang Feng without fear. The pride brought by her pampered upbringing was not so easily dispelled. I don't want to do anything. Wang Feng tossed the golden soul coins in his hand and smiled, saying, thank you. I just made a few hundred golden soul coins for no reason. Ning Rongrong was taken aback and hurriedly said, that's mine. Get it back to me. Get it back to you? Wang Feng tucked the golden soul coins into his pocket and suddenly looked Ning Rongrong up and down, laughing, right? Didn't you just call me big brother? How about you call me good brother a few times, and I'll give it back to you. Wang Feng was not some kind-hearted person. This girl, Ning Rongrong, had just deliberately tried to trouble him. If he didn't teach her a lesson, how could that be acceptable? You. Ning Rongrong's face turned red, and her beautiful eyes glared angrily at Wang Feng. Calling him big brother just now was merely to drag this brat down with her, a performance for show. How could she, the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, call a stranger good brother? Such an ambiguous title. How could that be possible? What a toad thinking of eating swan meat. I see you don't have any money on you now, right? Wang Feng shrugged and said with some regret, if you don't have golden soul coins tonight, you might end up sleeping on the streets, keeping company with the beggars outside the city. Wang Feng chuckled a few times and continued, I heard that the beggars outside the city haven't bathed for over half a year. Being with them, eating food picked from garbage piles, must be a whole new experience for you, right? After saying this, Wang Feng turned around, intending to leave. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's delicate face turned pale with fear. She realized that she was out here all alone. The gold soul coins were now in this bastard's hands. If he really didn't return them to her, wouldn't she be in real trouble? Just thinking about that scene sent chills down Ning Rongrong's spine. No, absolutely not. Wait. Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward a few paces, her face flushed, and said, you give me the gold soul coins, and I'll shout for help. Wang Feng stopped in his tracks and looked at Ning Rongrong, as if he was waiting to see her performance. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, a strong sense of humiliation rising in her heart. She shouted good for a long time, but there was no second word. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, tears welling up in her eyes. Good. In the next moment, it seemed she was about to shout it out. Just then, a bag of gold soul coins suddenly landed on her. Accompanied by a lazy voice, it said, forget it, don't shout. You're a bit young. I'm not interested in you. Just wanted to teach you a lesson. Take your gold soul coins and get lost. After saying that, Wang Feng turned and left. Only Ning Rongrong was left standing there in a daze. After a long time, she finally let out a laugh. The tears at the corners of her eyes still not dried. In the dark, the two people who were about to act paused. This kid is a bit interesting, daring to bully our young lady. Boss, should we intervene? No. The sect leader has instructed that as long as there's no danger, it's fine to let the young lady experience the outside world. Besides, I think this kid might suit my taste and could make the young lady obedient. I really have never seen this before. Chapter 63, Shrek Academy. This soul blade. Ning Rongrong looked at the figure quickly disappearing from her sight, breaking into a smile while murmuring, he told me to get lost, and just turned around and left. What a strange guy. But, at this point, Ning Rongrong laughed a few more times, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes as she said, yes, quite interesting, even saying I'm small. You're only 2 or 3 years older than me. She thought that when Wang Feng said small, he was referring to age. As she spoke, she recalled what had happened today and couldn't help but laugh again. At this moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly heard a couple arguing by the roadside. No, I don't want to break up. Tell me, what is wrong with me? I can change, can't I? You can't change. If you don't say, how'd I know if I can change? All right, since this is what you want to hear, I'll tell you. You're too small. I have no interest in you. So let us break up. I'm not small. You're only 2 or 3 years older than me. Weren't we just fine? Please, I'm not saying you're young. I mean, I have no interest in girls with small chests. Can you change that? You can't change it. So, let us break up. Ning Rongrong looked at the couple, who seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old. They were arguing passionately, their faces flushed. She seemed to understand something. Instantly, her fair face turned red at a visible speed, and her head felt like it was steaming. Ning Rongrong stomped her foot, both shy and angry. Bastard, pervert, where am I small? You're playing with me. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, straightened her waist, barely able to see her toes, and indignantly said, I'm not small at all. This is driving me crazy. Soulblade. Wang Feng hurriedly left. He suddenly stopped not because he didn't want to hear the words good brother, but because he felt that he was being locked onto by 2 gazes. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the bodyguards secretly protecting Ning Rongrong. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect has 2 titled Douluos, although I'm not very afraid. It would still be troublesome if I caught their attention. Wang Feng shook his head. Moreover, he really just wanted to teach Ning Rongrong a lesson. She was not very big. and Wang Feng wasn't very interested in her. Although she was indeed very beautiful, she was on a much higher level than many celebrities from his past life. But that didn't matter. Wang Feng returned to the hotel, and the sky had darkened. At that moment, a sudden vibration echoed through the hotel. Wang Feng looked towards a room where Tang San was, as if recalling something. Could it be that Tang San was refining something? Let me think. In the original work, it seems that during the day, Xiao San went to that shop and obtained stone. With this stone, he forged the Tang sect's inner door hidden weapon, the dragon whisker needle, which can break through the inner family barrier. In the Douluo world, it has a terrifying effect on those soul masters with extremely high defense. Thinking of this, Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Over the past 5 years, Wang Feng had tried all the hidden weapons on Xiao San. To be honest, as long as one has a certain speed, Xiao San's outer door, hidden weapons, and traps are not that significant. However, the Dragon Whisker Needle is ranked among the top 10 hidden weapons in the Xiantian treasure record, and it is very powerful. I should find some time to try it out. I wonder if this Dragon Whisker Needle can break through my defense. Wang Feng rubbed his chin, pondering about going to Shrek Academy tomorrow. He then sat cross-legged on his bed to engage in his habitual meditation practice. The next day, early in the morning, Tang San and Xiao Wu came to wake Wang Feng up to head to Shrek Academy together. After leaving Soto City and heading south, they could see a vast expanse of golden farmland, which reminded Wang Feng of his childhood in the countryside during autumn, with large fields of rice. The master said that after exiting the south gate and walking along the official road, they would be able to see Shrek Academy. Tang San looked at the distant farmland and felt a sense of tranquility, saying, I wonder what Shrek Academy will be like. Why is it outside the city? Xiao Wu, a bit curious, playfully pulled a nearly ripe ear of rice and fiddled with it. It's probably because it's poor, Wang Feng replied. Indeed, it was poor. In the original story, Shrek Academy was located outside the city because of its poverty. No way, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Tang San also frowned. How could it not be? Wang Feng said with a smile. Otherwise, who would build an academy outside the city? But we'll find out when we get there. Wang Feng was also a bit curious about Shrek Academy. After all, he had only read about it in novels and had never seen it in reality. After walking for a while, Xiao Wu started to act cute and asked Tang San to carry her on his back. It wasn't until the three of them came into view of a small village that Xiao Wu jumped down. It should be there. Xiao Wu looked excitedly into the distance, but it seemed a bit strange. The three of them walked towards the small village not far away. Before they got closer, a long line extended from the entrance all the way to where the three were standing. It really looked quite shabby. Wang Feng was speechless. He had to check in at Shrek Academy. Joining was inevitable. At the entrance, there was a table where an old man was sitting, seemingly checking in the students who came to register. Behind the old man was the entrance, and above it hung a signboard with the words Shrek Academy carved in a crooked manner. Next to it was an image, which was the legendary Shrek monster. Looks like a slime, Wang Feng thought to himself. It had a humanoid head, green and somewhat cute. Slimes are considered the weakest monsters in many fantasy novels. As for this Shrek, Brother Feng, you really hit the nail on the head, Xiao Wu said. It's all shabby and worse than Nodding Academy. Is this really Shrek Academy? Wang Feng replied, This is indeed Shrek Academy, known for granting a noble title of Viscount upon graduation. A nearby child's mother seemed to share Xiao Wu's deep skepticism. Wang Feng couldn't help but think to himself that it was indeed just like in the novel. However, this kind of promise was probably just a gimmick to attract outsiders to Shrek Academy. Otherwise, there likely wouldn't be many people coming to Shrek Academy at all. It was hard to believe it was true. Shrek Academy resembled the youth classes from his past life. Wang Feng's mind stirred. In his past life, youth classes gathered exceptionally intelligent children with special abilities from all over the country. Kids who could only make people exclaim wow. They mostly achieved remarkable success when they grew up, but in modern times, youth classes were quite rare. They were truly genius-type individuals. Thinking about it this way, Shrek Academy wasn't much different from those youth classes in his past life, where kids could recognize 2,000 characters at the age of 3. While he was playing in the mud at that age, solving the Pythagorean theorem at 7, graduating from university at 10, and being a postdoctoral researcher at 12 seemed like a cheat or a rebirth. Wang Feng silently complained in his heart. At that time, he learned a lot of this kind of information and felt deeply that the intelligence level of humanity was likely elevated by these kinds of people. However, if I return to the modern world, wouldn't I be a genius too? Wang Feng sighed. When he thought of these things, he felt a wave of loneliness, quickly shaking his head to dispel these chaotic thoughts from his mind. At that moment, a commotion arose in front of him. I advise you people to inquire properly about our Shrek Academy before coming here. Don't just rush to enroll in our Shrek Academy because you think you can graduate and become a Viscount. That will only waste your registration fee. The old man stood up, looking somewhat impatient as he glanced at the long line behind him. Shrek is a kind of monster. Among soul beasts, it is also a very peculiar kind of monster, so we only accept monsters. Ordinary soul masters, those with poor qualifications, and those under 12 years old who haven't reached level 21 can leave directly. Don't waste your time and money. After the old man finished speaking, seemingly to assert his authority, his body shook, and 6 soul rings lit up from beneath him. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Chapter 64. Can you not drink water first? A soul emperor. As expected, after hearing the old man's words, most of the people in line were scared and hurriedly left, which saved Wang Feng and the others a lot of time. After a while, a gentle female voice spoke up. Excuse me, can I pass? The moment the voice sounded, many people turned to look. Wang Feng recognized the person by their voice without needing to look. Brother, this girl is really beautiful, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Tang San nodded and said, she is indeed quite beautiful, not worse than you, Xiao Wu. He was speaking the truth. That girl was indeed pretty. So he agreed with Xiao Wu. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu's expression changed. She stepped on Tang San's foot and huffed. Tang San's survival instincts weren't very strong. Wang Feng found it amusing. Tang San, who had traveled from ancient times, had never been in a relationship and had not been influenced by modern culture, had almost zero understanding of girls. In modern terms, he was a straightforward, concrete and rebar type of guy. A modern person could easily make Xiao Wu happy with such a question. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in confusion, thinking he was just speaking the truth and agreeing with her. So why was she angry? Tang San, come here, brother will teach you a few tricks, Wang Feng said quietly. Although he was also a homebody in his past life and a max-level fire mage, he had read plenty of internet jokes and could easily handle the situation. Tang San hesitated for a moment before walking over. Wang Feng whispered a few words in Tang San's ear. If Xiao Wu asks again later, just say this. Tang San was taken aback for a moment. After a while, Xiao Wu suddenly looked back and pulled Tang San to look behind, saying, Third brother, there are so many pretty girls, and there's one behind us. Behind them stood a girl with a cold expression, looking slightly younger than Xiao Wu, standing there. Her skin was very fair, her features delicate, with a standard baby face. But her chest was exceptionally impressive, likely more developed than many girls aged 18 or 19, giving a shocking impression. Wang Feng casually glanced over, then calmly looked away, secretly thinking that it was too much, completely afoul. Do not look at what is improper. Do not look at what is improper. Wang Feng steadied his mind and did not look again. If nothing unexpected happened, this woman should be Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Tang San, based on the answer given by Brother Feng, first looked back, then turned around, somewhat confused, and asked Xiao Wu, What beautiful girl? Where? Did you not see it? Xiao Wu exclaimed, She's right behind us. But I only see one beautiful girl, and that's you, Xiao Wu. I don't see any other beautiful girls. Tang San said in a daze. Anyway, these were the lines Brother Feng taught him, and Tang San could recite them fluently, feeling that there was no hindrance in saying them. Xiao Wu's face suddenly turned red. She glared at Tang San in embarrassment and annoyance, then stepped on his foot and said angrily, Brother, what are you talking about? Tang San looked at Brother Feng with some confusion. If Brother Feng didn't say this, wouldn't Xiao Wu be happy? Why did it seem like nothing changed? Ah, a stubborn tree cannot be carved. Wang Feng shook his head. With Tang San's straightforwardness, it was really hard on Xiao Wu. You guys, are you registering or not? At this moment, the elder in front pulled the trio back to reality. Let's do it together. Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped forward and paid the registration fee. They revealed their martial souls, and Tang San was even examined by the elder. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect blue-silver grass to be cultivated so quickly. The muscle and bone development is great. You must have trained a lot, right? The elder smiled at the two. Tang San nodded and said with a smile, Teacher, does this count as being a monster? Yes, yes. The elder nodded and waved to Dai Mubai in the distance, saying, Mubai, come over and take them in. Dai Mubai walked over, first glanced at Tang San, smiled politely, then looked around. What are you looking at? Xiao Wu was irritated, thinking he was sneaky. Are you thinking of something bad again? Dai Mubai coughed a few times and quietly said, has he come? He? You mean Brother Feng? Xiao Wu was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? You big scaredy cat. Are you afraid of Brother Feng? Cough. How can a soul master be said to be afraid? I'm just very curious. Dai Mubai seemed to have some shadow. After all, the feeling of being punched away was not pleasant. Who are you talking about? The only one who passed earlier. Standing beside Dai Mubai, the girl in white asked curiously. This Dai Mubai is a level 37 soul master. Just now, someone wanted to get their registration fee back and was scared away. He should be very powerful. Does he also fear others? Curious? Xiao Wu chuckled and pointed ahead. Isn't he right in front of us? Don't worry, if you dare to bully me and Brother San in the academy, we'll have Brother Feng punch you away. Dai Mubai looked ahead and just happened to see the figure that appeared in his nightmare last night. Ning Rongrong also looked over, and when she saw it, she was stunned. Wang Feng was unaware that at the door, a girl in white was squinting her eyes and closely observing him, her expression complex, filled with surprise, embarrassment, and anger, all replaced by calmness. It's him. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists. How did he come to Shrek Academy? Isn't it for those under 12? Is he the Fengge you mentioned? He looks about the same age as the person beside me. Ning Rongrong glanced at Dai Mubai. Fengge has a special physique and grows quickly. He is only 12 years old, just a month or two older than me, Tang San replied. Oh. Ning Rongrong was taken aback and felt a strange little thrill mixed with some anger. This guy is only slightly older than herself. Does he have enough soul power? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Dai Mubai also seemed intrigued, looking at Tang San and Xiao Wu. But Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and shook their heads. We don't know. We are also unclear about Feng Ji's soul power level. It shouldn't be too much lower than ours. Over the past 5 years, although the three had fought many times, Tang San and Xiao Wu rarely let Wang Feng use his soul power. Even when he did, it was only a small portion. Don't know? Dai Mubai was taken aback. Isn't he your big brother? Forget it. I want to see what level of soul power this kid has. In the distance, an old man looked at Wang Feng and questioned. Young man, you look like you should be over 12, right? This young man in front of him was as tall as Dai Mubai and looked at least around 15. I develop well. I'm just 12 this year, Wang Feng replied. Wang Feng thought to himself that the girl behind, Zhu Zhuqing, didn't look like she was 12 years old. All right, extend your hand. The old man waved his hand. Wang Feng walked over, extended his hand, and the old man slightly pinched it, his expression changing slightly. Your muscles and bones seem a bit strange, hard to describe. The old man frowned, as if sensing something that he couldn't determine. He approached Wang Feng, just like he did with Tang San earlier, and pinched his calves and arms. The more he touched, the more shocked the old man became. This child's bones are just like fine iron. Could be fake. The muscles are also incredibly solid. Is this something that can develop? All right, why don't you show your martial soul first? The old man felt a bit puzzled, but continued anyway. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his palm, and a green lotus appeared in the center of his hand. I don't think I've seen this martial soul before. The old man stared blankly at the green lotus. However, Zhu Zhuqing behind him looked at the green lotus, her eyes brightening, feeling that it was very beautiful. What a pretty little flower. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen such a martial soul. Brother Feng's martial soul is really powerful. It's not just about looks, Xiao Wu said with a smile. Dai Mubai also looked on, seemingly contemplating this martial soul. At this moment, Wang Feng spoke up. I call it the green lotus. What about your soul rings? Without soul rings, I can't judge your level. You are a bit special. Show me 2 soul rings, regardless of their age, and I'll consider you passed. The old man glanced at the green lotus a few times, picked up a cup of water from the table, seemingly feeling a bit thirsty, and was about to drink it all in one go. 2, huh? Wang Feng pondered. But teacher, could you not drink the water first? What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll spray it out? The old man chuckled. Don't worry, I've lived for decades. I've seen all sorts of little monsters. You think you can shock me? Hurry up and show me your soul rings. Let me take a look. After saying that, the old man drank the water in one gulp. At that moment, Wang Feng's soul power slightly stirred. 2 soul rings slowly emerged from under Wang Feng's feet. The moment they appeared, it felt as if the air was trembling. 1 purple, 1 black. Splash! The sound of water splashing suddenly rang out. Chapter 65. Oscar Sausage Purple, a 1,000-year soul ring. Black, a 10,000-year soul ring. As the 2 soul rings rose from Wang Feng's feet, the surroundings became extraordinarily silent. The expressions of the remaining few people present were quite varied. First was the old man, who had just swallowed the water and directly sprayed it out, turning into a mist in the air, his murky eyes now filled with shock as he looked at Wang Feng. He looked as if he had seen a real monster in modern times. The others, including Zhu Zhuqing, who had been calmly watching, were now equally astonished. Staring at Wang Feng, Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were at the village entrance, looked on from a distance with their eyes wide open. Ning Grongrong, equalis hocket. Slightly open her mouth, her eyes showing an expression of disbelief. As the proud daughter of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had never seen a first or second soul ring that was 1,000 or even 10,000 years old. This guy is too powerful. A 10,000-year soul ring? Dai Mubai felt his mind short-circuit a bit. Wait, he has two soul rings. The first is 1,000 years, and the second is 10,000 years? How is that possible? This short circuit was completely because it exceeded his understanding. Dai Mubai had never seen a first soul ring that was 1,000 years old. Generally, 100 years is already quite rare, and even within the 100-year range, there are distinctions. Not to mention 1,000 years. He had hardly ever seen a soul ring of around 500 years. A second soul ring of 10,000 years is just too much. A 10,000-year soul ring can only be absorbed with at least a fifth soul ring, right? Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng, his eyes filled with deep shock. As a student of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai knew that the absorption of soul rings was closely related to one's physical quality and martial soul. But even with the strongest physical quality, there is a limit to absorption unless one transcends their physical limits. However, recalling the punch from yesterday, Dai Mubai could vaguely understand. Brother Feng's second soul ring is actually 10,000 years old, Tang San said softly. Xiao nodded. They both knew that the first soul ring was 1,000 years old. Moreover, because the first ring was a 6,000-year soul ring, the teacher had said before that it would be difficult for Brother Feng to control this 6,000-year soul ring, and his body would gradually decline as it couldn't withstand it. In fact, Brother Feng had not only not declined over the years, but had become stronger. Even the second soul ring is 10,000 years. So terrifying. Tang San recalled what the teacher had said, that Brother Feng's existence surpassed his understanding and could no longer be judged by common sense. I say, teacher. Wang Feng put away his soul rings and looked at the old man, smiling as he said, I passed, right? I told you to wait before drinking water. The old man looked at him seriously for a long time, wiped his face, then shook his head and sighed. Monsters are becoming more and more numerous. You passed, Mubai. Take him inside. Wang Feng walked towards the door and paused slightly when he saw Ning Rongrong, but did not stop. Dai Mubai instinctively took a couple steps back and coughed a few times, saying, well, you all come with me first. There are a few more tests behind. Perhaps the shadow brought by that punch was a bit too great, especially upon learning about the other person's two spirit rings. The fear in his heart increased even more. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu were extremely curious about the spirit rings, but they knew it was not the right time to ask. So your name is Wang Feng? The girl in white stared at Wang Feng, her tone very gentle, with a soft smile on her fair and delicate face. This smile made Tang San and Dai Mubai feel quite comfortable, and even Xiao Wu felt that this girl was very approachable. Only Wang Feng knew that Ning Rongrong was not as simple as she appeared. Hello, I am Wang Feng. Wang Feng said with a serious face, as if he had never seen Ning Rongrong before. Ning Rongrong's expression froze for a moment, her hands slightly clenched. She turned around and said softly, I'll go in first. Saying that, Ning Rongrong stepped inside first. Then I'll take you in as well. This village is not complicated. Once you enter the door, you will see the place for the second test and the teacher. Dai Mubai hesitated for a moment and said, I still need to go back for a while. It seems that a familiar person has arrived outside. Familiar person? You're not planning something bad, are you? Xiao Wu looked at Dai Mubai warily. I remember there seems to be a very beautiful girl behind. Dai Mubai frowned and said, what bad idea. Am I that kind of person? It's just that this person's aura is somewhat similar to mine, and there is a complementary aura with my martial soul. Such martial souls are extremely rare, because if we cultivate a tacit understanding and work together, we can use some very powerful martial soul fusion techniques. The 5 words martial soul fusion technique were something Tang San and Xiao Wu had heard of before. Wang Feng felt a stir in his heart. Tang San and Xiao Wu's martial spirits were indeed quite compatible. One is a rabbit, and the other is grass. The rabbit eats grass. If there were a carrot martial spirit, wouldn't that be even more fitting? Dai Mubai led the 3 of them to the entrance of the village, pointing to a place ahead where some people were gathered. That's the place. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going out for a bit. Saying this, Dai Mubai hurriedly returned to the entrance. It really is quite simple here. Xiao Wu looked around. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from ahead. Selling sausages, big and long delicious sausages, usable and edible. Don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar sausages are tasty and sweet, and for only 5 copper coins, you can enjoy an extraordinary delicacy. Wang Feng looked into the distance at a man in gray clothes, with short hair and a full beard, pushing a cart towards him. The cart gave Wang Feng a sense of deep JVU, reminiscent of the street vendors from his past life. He remembered that in elementary school, there were many such vendor carts at the school gate selling various fried foods. The most memorable was the wolf-tooth potato. Moreover, these vendor carts had accompanied Wang Feng through middle school, high school, and even college. They had always been there. Their vitality was incredibly strong. This must be Oscar, right? Wang Feng looked at the cart in the distance and the bearded man. Third brother, I want it. It smells really good. I'm going to line up. Can you buy it for me? Xiao Wu glanced a few times, her mouth watering with excitement. Tang San nodded. I think it looks delicious too. Wang Feng smiled and walked over with Tang San. Just then, a figure suddenly stepped out from the front of the line and walked straight to Oscar's cart. After buying 3 sausages, the figure came to Wang Feng. Let me treat you. The figure was none other than Ning Rongrong. She chuckled lightly, holding the 3 sausages, but kept them at a distance. Treat us? Tang San was taken aback, thinking to himself, this girl is quite nice. It's our first meeting, and she's treating us to food. Isn't that a bit much? Tang San replied politely. There's no need to be polite. Ning Rongrong waved her hand lightly, looking at Wang Feng, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. By the way, I still owe you a favor, my friend. He might not have told you, but yesterday on the street, he helped me retrieve several hundred gold soul coins that I accidentally dropped. I really need to thank him properly. However, he didn't leave his name, I only just found out. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's tone became strange, almost as if she was gritting her teeth. Brother Feng, is this true? Tang San looked at Wang Feng. Chapter 66. I, Ning Rongrong, would rather starve to death. Wang Feng glanced at Ning Rongrong. This girl has good intentions, but she must have heard about Oscar's strange sausage and did this on purpose, right? Otherwise, why would she only buy 3 and not get 1 for herself? After all, some people might have bought Oscar's sausage for the second test as well. There must be, Wang Feng replied. Then we'll be counting on your good fortune, Tang San said with a smile, taking one of the 3 grilled sausages Ning Rongrong bought and handing it to Wang Feng. Wang Feng looked at the grilled sausage. It resembled the hot dogs of his previous life, as well as grilled ham sausages. To enhance the flavor, it was cut with knife marks, making it look quite delicious. However, Wang Feng knew it was made with soul power. Frankly, he didn't care about Oscar's strange incantations. Good food is supreme, regardless of how it comes about. Just as Wang Feng was about to take a bite of the sausage, Ning Rongrong beside him flashed a sly look. Soul idiot, once you eat it, if you find out where the sausage came from, you'll probably vomit it out, she thought mischievously. She had just learned the secret of the sausage from several candidates who had eaten it, and although she felt disgusted, that was exactly why she did it. Suddenly, from a distance, Dai Mubai rushed over, shouting, Wait, you can't eat that. Dai Mubai hurried over and said to Oscar in a deep voice, Xiao Ao, how many times have I told you not to sell sausages at school? Don't you know? Do you want everyone to throw up later? Oscar walked over with a bitter smile on his face. Is this uncle also a student of the academy? Tang San felt somewhat incredulous. This bearded uncle is also a student? What uncle? Xiao Ao is only 2 years older than you guys this year. Dai Mubai shook his head and said, It's just that his martial soul is a rare food-type martial soul, and he naturally has a lot of hair, which is why he looks like this. So, is there something wrong with this sausage? Why can't we eat it? Tang San asked curiously. Ning Rongrong secretly thought it was bad. If Dai Mubai had come a little later, Wang Feng would definitely have eaten it. You can't eat it. Dai Mubai looked at Ning Rongrong and said, Xiao Ao, get a new sausage and let us see. Dai boss, isn't this inappropriate? The future junior students are watching, Oscar said awkwardly. Especially the beautiful junior girl in a white dress. If she sees how he's making it, it might be hard to talk to her in the future. He had just given her a 30 discount. Hurry up, the 3 of them will definitely be students of our academy in the future. Do you still want to hide it? Dai Mubai raised his fist. Don't make me do it myself. Seeing this, Oscar could only laugh bitterly and then, in a somewhat soft and lewd voice, called out, I have a big sausage. After shouting, Oscar spread his arms, and 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet. The soul power condensed in his palms, and a martial soul resembling a sausage slowly transformed into a real sausage. This strange and ambiguous incantation immediately caused Tang San and Ning Rongrong's expressions to change dramatically. Although Ning Rongrong had learned about the sausage's strangeness, hearing it firsthand made her feel a wave of nausea. Tang San felt the same, and since this was for Xiao Wu, he found the grilled sausage somewhat hot and hurriedly passed it back to Ning Rongrong, saying, This, I appreciate the good intentions. The cold girl behind Dai Mubai also frowned and shook her head. However, Wang Feng found it quite interesting and watched with great interest. Oscar sighed. Ning Rongrong took the sausage, her expression somewhat unpleasant, knowing that Wang Feng definitely wouldn't eat it now, so she had to pass the sausage back to Oscar. Don't. Just then, Wang Feng took the grilled sausage from Ning Rongrong's hand and smiled, saying, "How could I not appreciate your good intentions?" Ning Rongrong was stunned. At this time, Wang Feng walked over and asked Oscar, "Do you have any condiments? You want to eat it?" Oscar was taken aback. "Of course. How could I not? This sausage is also your good intention," Wang Feng said with a smile. "Besides, good food is innocent." Upon hearing this, Oscar felt a surge of emotion. What a good saying, good food is innocent. Yes, 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 I have all kinds of condiments here. Junior, in the future, whenever you want to eat, I'll give you a 50 discount. This statement struck a chord deep in Oscar's heart. Just give me the condiments, and I'll mix it myself. Wang Feng walked up to Oscar's cart, took a look, and felt quite pleased. Although it couldn't compare to the barbecue stalls from his past life, Oscar's cart clearly had quite a few seasonings. There were things like pepper powder, cumin powder, spicy powder, and some sauces as well. Wang Feng sprinkled the seasonings on the 3 grilled sausages and took a sniff. It smelled really good. With everyone watching, he took a bite of one sausage. After finishing, he savored the lingering taste, reminiscing about the feeling of eating grilled hot dogs and sausages in his past life. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai swallowed hard. It was definitely not out of greed, but out of admiration. Amazing, Dai Mubai murmured. He was the first to witness someone eat Oscar's sausage in one bite without changing expression and even eat 3 in a row. So impressive. He himself could never do that. Is this sausage really that delicious? Brother Feng is very particular about food. How could he eat something like this? Tang San muttered. Ning Rongrong, who was beside him, suddenly felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. She had clearly wanted to tease him, but he seemed completely unfazed, even eating 3 of those sausages to consider her feelings. He must be feeling sick right now, she thought. With that in mind, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, feeling a sense of shame for the first time in her life. What are you all looking at me for? Wang Feng had no idea that Ning Rongrong was currently self-strategizing. He looked at a few people and thought it was really delicious, and he definitely needed to add more of that seasoning. Tang San shook his head repeatedly, but was also somewhat tempted. Right, give me another one. Wang Feng suddenly said to Oscar, "Do you want more?" "That's great." Oscar felt even more touched. Usually, no one wanted to eat his grilled sausages, but they were clearly edible and usable. Now, someone actually liked the sausages he made. Oscar quickly made 2 more and handed them to Wang Feng. Wang Feng sprinkled the seasoning and didn't eat himself. Instead, he walked up to Ning Rongrong with a smile and said, "As the saying goes, reciprocity is important. I'm inviting you to have one too. You won't refuse, right? Come on, please." With that, Wang Feng handed the grilled sausage to Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong wasn't so easily fooled. She probably already found out the secret of the sausage and intentionally asked him to eat it, planning to reveal it after he finished so that he would vomit, right? But what Ning Rongrong didn't expect was that he didn't mind the sausage at all. He wasn't a delicate person. Wang Feng is now returning the favor in kind. In an instant, numerous pairs of eyes turned to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong took a couple of steps back in panic. What a joke, asking her to eat this thing. It was simply worse than killing her. I don't want to eat it. Thank you, Ning Rongrong said with a forced smile. No, you want to eat it. Wang Feng took a few steps closer to Ning Rongrong. This is my heartfelt gesture. Ning Rongrong shook her head, stepped back a few more steps, and said firmly, No, Ning Rongrong, would rather starve to death or leave the academy than eat this thing. Wang Feng stared at Ning Rongrong. Her pitch-black eyes seemed like a deep, enchanting pool, captivating him. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, her heart inexplicably racing at Wang Feng's gaze. You are even more beautiful than I imagined, Wang Feng suddenly said. Huh? Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, taken aback, looking at Wang Feng in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly said such a thing. Just then, Wang Feng quickly brought the sausage to Ning Rongrong's cherry-like mouth. Suddenly, the air became incredibly quiet. Chapter 67. Should I not test it? The air felt somewhat frozen. Several pairs of eyes stared at the white-clad girl, all wide-eyed in astonishment. Wang Feng's speed was too fast. How could Ning Rongrong react? Not to mention Ning Rongrong, even Dai Mubai and Tang San didn't have time to react. The sausage was already in Ning Rongrong's mouth. Anger, disgust, and various emotions surged into Ning Rongrong's mind through the sausage in her mouth. Ning Rongrong glared angrily at Wang Feng. She never expected that this guy would use such a dirty trick. She even thought he was good-looking, which made her heart race for no reason. The others could understand her feelings at that moment. After all, no one wanted to eat that sausage. Moreover, it was forced upon her. Brother Feng, you're going too far. Tang San coughed a few times. Dai Mubai also coughed a few times and said, Wang Feng, why must you make it difficult for others? Although this is your intention, there's no need to be so harsh with the girl. However, his gaze was somewhat envious as he looked at Wang Feng. To be honest, he also wanted to play like this, but he was still a bit scared. Zhu Zhuqing, who was behind Dai Mubai, frowned as she looked at Wang Feng. Just then, they suddenly heard the sound of chewing, and when they looked closely, it was Ning Rongrong gently chewing on that sausage. Seemingly sensing everyone's gaze, Ning Rongrong's face turned red. While she chewed delicately, she quietly said, It seems quite delicious. She didn't understand why, despite feeling quite disgusted inside. It tasted so good, spicy and numbing, with a hint of sweetness. The others. Wang Feng looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. He thought this girl would also spit it out, but unexpectedly. Could it be that she was pretending? Wang Feng looked at Ning Rongrong strangely, thinking to himself, It seems that the people of Douluo Continent cannot escape the true fragrance law. After finishing her meal, Ning Rongrong elegantly took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and said to Wang Feng, Thank you. I didn't expect this grilled sausage to be really delicious. Looking at Ning Rongrong's sincere response, Wang Feng was also a bit confused. Could it be that this young lady adapted so quickly? Or was she just putting on a brave face, not wanting to embarrass herself? Or, like me, did she really enjoy eating? No need to be polite, you're welcome. Wang Feng said with a smile. Next time, let's have grilled sausages together. Ning Rongrong gently nodded and said, You said it, I'll remember. Let us eat together next time. Wang Feng looked at Ning Rongrong's serious expression and wondered, What's going on? I just said a polite remark, and you took it seriously? At that moment, Xiao Wu ran over, tilting her head, and asked, What are you talking about? Brother, where's my grilled sausage? Tang San felt a bit awkward and explained Oscar's situation. You guys are such perverted men. How can you have such a lewd spell? After hearing that, Xiao Wu blushed and muttered, I'm not eating anymore. Seeing this, Wang Feng thought to himself, This seems like a normal reaction. All right, Tang San, Xiao Wu, I'll take you directly to the final test. Dai Mubai clapped his hands, refocusing their attention. Directly go to the final test. Is that appropriate? Tang San looked over and saw several other candidates still queuing. Don't worry. Dai Mubai walked over to the teacher of the second test and whispered a few words. The teacher then smiled and said, No problem, with these two candidates this year it's worth it. You can take them directly to the fourth test. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, not understanding the reason. Teacher, why can they go directly to the fourth test while we have to take each test one by one? A boy said dissatisfiedly. Is there really a difference in treatment at Shrek Academy? The teacher replied with a faint smile. It is indeed a difference in treatment. If your soul power is above level 25, you can also skip the tests and go directly to the last one. But you have soul power above level 25? At 12 years old, achieving level 21 soul power is already considered a true genius in many junior soul master academies. Level 25? The boy immediately fell silent but still looked at Tang San and the others with skepticism. I don't believe it. I've never seen a 12-year-old soul master with level 25. Naturally, he didn't believe it. Wang Feng shook his head. It was just like those news stories where a 10-year-old can go to college. Unless you see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. Even if it appears in various news reports, many people would still doubt it. Simply put, if you haven't seen it yourself, if it's beyond your imagination or common sense, you would directly deny it and not believe it. This is also the origin of many contrarians. A 12-year-old, level 25 soul master is roughly equivalent to that 10-year-old going to college. For other soul masters, it would be incredibly unbelievable, especially since this is a gifted child who is often sought after and praised, making it hard for them to accept the fact, leading to feelings of imbalance. Don't believe it? Dai Mubai sneered, took out a white crystal ball, and said, Tang San, Xiao Wu, you two showcase your soul power. This testing crystal is specifically designed to test soul power below level 30. If it exceeds that, it will explode. The second test is naturally to specifically measure the exact level of soul power. Tang San nodded, walked over, and input his Shintian skill's inner power. Instantly, a brilliant white light erupted, shining like a dazzling gem. Seeing the scene, the boy was instantly stunned. This kind of light clearly indicated that he was about to reach level 30. In other words, this person was at least level 29. The teacher in charge of the test was also astonished, exclaiming in amazement. Then, Xiao Wu stepped forward to test, happily inputting her soul power, seeming to particularly enjoy this moment. The brilliant light continued to shine. Another level 29. The boy was so frightened that he staggered back several steps. It seemed I could go directly to the final test as well. Ning Rongrong smiled lightly, walked over, and took the crystal ball. A clear light appeared. Although it wasn't as high as Tang San and Xiao Wu, it was definitely not low, at least around level 26. Wang Feng, do you want to? Ning Rongrong was about to hand the crystal ball to Wang Feng when suddenly a figure flashed by, and the crystal ball in her hand disappeared. This figure was none other than the aloof girl following Dai Mu by. Ning Rongrong glanced over and found that this silent, cold girl seemed to have a soul power level higher than hers by 1 level, with a more vibrant glow. It seems that this year, our Shrek monsters are increasing. The testing teacher remarked, both surprised and delighted. You four can all go directly to the final test. Go. At this moment, Dai Mubai hurriedly said, wait, Wang Feng, do you want to test? After saying this, Dai Mubai paused. He was actually very curious about what level of soul power someone with a first and second soul ring, which were 1,000 years and 10,000 years old, would have. Because when a soul master absorbs a soul ring, they usually experience a level increase based on the age of the soul ring. When Dai Mubai's third 1,000-year soul ring broke through, he went from level 30 to level 33. Dai Mubai found it hard to imagine what level a level 20 soul master would reach after absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Would they jump directly to level 30? Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all looked at Wang Feng. Zhu Zhuqing walked over and handed the crystal ball to Wang Feng. Maybe I won T-test, after all? Wang Feng smiled and said, you've all seen my soul ring. It must be above level 25. Come on, Fengge, just take the test, Xiao Wu blinked. Yeah, Fengge, let's follow the procedure, Tang San agreed. The testing teacher looked at Wang Feng with interest and said, young man, don't worry. Taking the test won't reduce your soul power. Moreover, this crystal ball can withstand soul power up to and including level 30. At this point, the testing teacher looked at Wang Feng oddly and asked, could it be that your soul power exceeds level 30? Are you worried this crystal ball might explode? The teacher's words seemed to echo the thoughts of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others who all looked at Wang Feng. My soul power hasn't exceeded level 30. Wang Feng shook his head and said, upon hearing this, several people inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. If he really exceeded level 30, that would be too exaggerated. A 12-year-old soul master? What a joke. However, Wang Feng smiled and said, although my soul power has not exceeded level 30, this white crystal ball will still burst. How about you switch it for another one? His soul power was already beyond what a normal crystal ball could measure. Hearing this, the testing teacher was first taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, don't joke with me. Are you trying to take advantage of a teacher's ignorance? Over the years, I have tested thousands of students, but I have never seen anyone below level 30 able to burst a white crystal ball. He had never seen it. Tang San and the others had never seen it either. Well then, Wang Feng didn't hesitate and directly infused his soul power into the white crystal ball. Almost in an instant, crackling sounds echoed. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Chapter 68. It really will explode. The crisp sound of cracking stimulated the eardrums of everyone present. Boom! In the next moment, the crystal ball suddenly shattered completely, turning into a pile of white crystal particles. Everyone watched this scene, stunned and speechless. Even the testing teacher looked bewildered. I said. Wang Feng shook his head helplessly and said, it really will explode. His soul power indeed did not exceed level 30. He should be right at the threshold of 30. However, this white crystal ball could not withstand his soul power. The reason is simple. It's like a cubic glass jar can withstand a cubic iron, but may not be able to withstand a cubic osmium. Osmium is a metal with a density 3 times that of iron, so the same volume is much heavier. His soul power's quality density is too high. Although the total amount remains the same, this crystal ball cannot endure the quality of his soul power. How can you say you really haven't exceeded level 30? The testing teacher looked at the shattered crystal ball. Indeed, the light emitted by the crystal ball was roughly the same as that of the child named Tang San. This indicates that his soul power level should only be slightly higher than Tang San's, possibly just reaching level 30. But how did the crystal ball break? The teacher could not understand, and this scene exceeded imagination. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation in so many years. As the testing teacher, he didn't understand, and the others looked on in confusion. Could this be related to the quality of the soul power? Tang San pondered in his heart that his soul power was actually Xiantian Gong, which was slightly more special than the ordinary soul powers of other soul masters. It was inner strength cultivated from the orthodox method of the Xianmen. Soul power, in essence, is also a form of inner strength. If the quality of the soul power is too high, then the crystal ball might indeed not hold up. Compared to Tang San, others were both shocked and puzzled. This soul master is too strong. Ning Rongrong felt a bit strange, a mix of jealousy and unwillingness. They were both support-type soul masters. How could she, a talented member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, be 4 levels lower than him? Moreover, he could even explode this crystal ball. But my support abilities are the strongest. The difference of 4 levels in soul power does not represent anything. Ning Rongrong thought. Wait, I can't let you Wang Feng. Look down on me. This probably can only be explained by the dean, right? Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng and thought to himself that this year's monsters were all more impressive than the last, let alone breaking the crystal ball. Wang Feng is a bit more advanced than Tang San, likely around the 30-level soul power. After Wang Feng broke the crystal ball with his soul power, not only the other examinees, but even Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others were completely speechless. Mubai, take these 5 to the 4th test. The teacher waved his hand again. Dai Mubai nodded, glanced at the shattered crystal on the ground, and led Wang Feng and the other 5 towards the academy. On the way, Dai Mubai explained to the 5, the academy's enrollment generally has 4 tests, which you have all seen. The 3rd test assesses the examinee's application of their own martial souls. The level of soul power and the rarity of the martial soul do not fully prove the value of a soul master. For example, Tang San, your blue-silver grass is a very ordinary martial soul, but your true strength is determined by your understanding of your martial soul and how you apply it. As he once said, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. That's the point. Dai Mubai spoke his slowly. He had heard Tang San say this when they were fighting at the Rose Hotel. Tang San nodded, understanding that the application of the martial soul is indeed the most important aspect for a soul master. Moreover, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to control the martial soul. If we only focus on soul power level and martial soul, we soul masters won't go far. Dai Mubai continued. So the 4th test is a comprehensive assessment. More accurately, it tests your combat ability and whether you have battle experience. Can you withstand the damage brought by combat? In the ever-changing battlefield, how should you use the power of your martial soul? Sometimes, battle is the best opportunity to train us soul masters. This applies to soul masters of any system, whether attack type, support type, or control type. As they walked, Dai Mubai slowly instilled the basic philosophy of the academy into the 5. Wang Feng nodded slightly. Dai Mubai's words and the concepts of Shrek Academy are considered quite advanced in today's Douluo world. With such high requirements, how many students does your academy have a year? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. No wonder the academy is just a small village. Is it, as Brother Feng said, too poor? Dai Mubai coughed twice, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face, but he quickly composed himself and said, You are right. Our academy does not have many students each year. In the 20 years since the academy was established, we have only recruited 42 students in total, which averages to just over 2 students a year. This year, having 5 is considered a record. Moreover, out of these students, only 14 have graduated. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. So few? Ning Grongrong exclaimed. Is the graduation requirement very high? Of course. Dai Mubai's tone was very serious. The requirement for graduation from the academy is to reach at least level 40 before the age of 20. Excluding many who dropped out early due to dying while hunting soul beasts during their training, there have only been 14 graduates over the years. However, you shouldn't underestimate these 14. After leaving Shrek Academy, they have all become prominent figures renowned far and wide. Among them, the most powerful one has already become the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, with authority second only to the Pope. This graduation requirement is indeed quite high. Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment. Wang Feng shook his head. Even for an academy that only accepts monsters, the graduation rate is only 30%. That's too low. At this point, Dai Mubai suddenly smiled bitterly and said, It's precisely because of this that the academy lacks funding. The Barak Kingdom originally wanted to sponsor our academy, but because they required the academy to pledge loyalty to the kingdom, the dean rejected it. If it weren't for my family sponsorship this year, the academy would probably go bankrupt. But even so, the dean has said that it's better to have fewer students than to lower any standards. Dai Mubai spoke with a hint of respect. The academy recommended by the teacher is indeed extraordinary. I am very glad to have come to Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled. The others also felt a bit emotional, surprised that Shrek Academy was in such a situation and had such a background. Just ahead, Dai Mubai led the 5 to an open area and pointed forward. Wang Feng's gaze focused as he looked ahead. There's a clearing about the size of 2 football fields. On one side of the clearing, a rugged, middle-aged man in his 50s was dozing off in a rocking chair. Zhao Wuji. Wang Feng frowned. A soul saint over level 70 is very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Dai Mubai walked over and whispered a few words to the middle-aged man. After listening, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, stood up, revealing an extremely robust physique. From a distance, he looked like a bear covered in muscles, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. He resembled those super strong men from the past life. Wang Feng thought to himself that his physique was truly explosive. The exposed arms were thicker than the thighs of a girl in her 20s. Ha ha! Interesting. This year, there are actually 5 monsters over level 25? Come over. Let me take a look. Zhao Wujia waved his hand at the crowd. A few people exchanged glances and stepped closer. Chapter 69. I am indeed a support-type soul master. Zhao Wujia looked at everyone for a while, his gaze gentle, and with a friendly smile, he said, Not bad, not bad. My name is Zhao Wujia, and I am your teacher for the 4th test. In the past years, I hardly ever saw monsters who exceeded level 25 at the age of 12. This year, 5 have come at once, so let me play with you all. I will give you a stick of incense's time. During this time, you can get to know each other and discuss. After the incense burns out, the test will begin. If you 5 can withstand my attack for the duration of 1 stick of incense, even if just 1 person lasts until the end, you will pass. After saying this, he looked at the few people who were already stunned. At this moment, Dai Mubai hurriedly walked over and said, Teacher Xiao, isn't this inappropriate? What? Do you have a problem with it? The dean is not here right now. I am the boss, and I have the final say. Zhao Wujia's tone showed no signs of wavering. No, that is not what I meant. Dai Mubai walked beside Zhao Wujia and lowered his voice, saying, I mean, 1 stick of incense is too short. Why not increase it? 2 sticks of incense would be more appropriate, I think. After saying this, Dai Mubai secretly glanced at Wang Feng. If it were Tang San and the others dealing with Zhao Wujia, 1 stick of incense would be nearly impossible. However, if Wang Feng was added to the mix, Dai Mubai felt it might be different. A guy who could send him flying with a single punch in his diamond white tiger transformation, with 1st and 2nd spirit rings that are 1,000 and 10,000 years old, and who could burst a crystal ball even at under level 30. 1 stick of incense should not be a big problem as long as Teacher Xiao does not use his full strength. Dai Mubai felt he had enough judgment for that. Zhao Wujia looked at Dai Mubai, a question mark slowly emerging in his mind. Do you think your Teacher Xiao is old and can't wield a blade anymore? 2 sticks of incense? To deal with a mere 5 kids who haven't even shed their baby hair yet. Do I need 2 sticks of incense? His tone remained unwavering, even carrying a hint of coldness. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he hurriedly walked over, no longer trying to persuade him. Dai Laohu, is this Teacher Xiao really powerful? Xiao Wu frowned and asked, All 5 of us are level 25 soul masters, and we only need to withstand 1 stick of incense against him. Isn't that too easy? Teacher Xiao, it's not about whether he is powerful. He is a very rare battle soul master. Dai Mubai coughed a few times and said, Teacher Xiao's martial soul is the great strength diamond bear. An extremely powerful beast martial soul with unparalleled defensive capabilities, completely devoid of weaknesses. Soul masters of the same level find it almost impossible to deal effective damage to him. Of course, you might think that bear-type martial souls are mostly heavy and may not be fast, but that is only relatively speaking. He will not be lacking when dealing with you. His powerful attack capabilities and unparalleled defensive abilities leave many soul masters of the same level at a loss when facing Teacher Xiao. Even if he just stands there for you to hit, you may not be able to make him budge at all or inflict any damage. Therefore, Teacher Xiao is also known as the immovable king in the academy. After saying this, Dai Mubai looked at the 4 of them. He sounds so powerful. What level is his soul power? Xiao Wu asked, Is he a soul emperor? At this moment, Dai Mubai remained silent, and Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke up. He is not a soul emperor. He should be a soul saint. I have heard my father and others talk about the title of immovable king. 10 years ago, the immovable king Zhao Wujia had a conflict with the Spirit Hall, and at that time, the Spirit Hall sent 16 bishops to surround him, and these bishops were all at least above level 60. At that time, the immovable king Zhao Wujia was also above level 60. Now, he must be even more powerful. I guess he should be over level 70. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, except for Wang Feng. Soul Saint? The crowd took a slight breath. Dai Mubai nodded and said, You're right. Teacher Xiao is at least a soul sane over level 70. Moreover, all 7 of his soul rings are for enhancing defense and power. You can imagine how terrifying that is. Don't say you 4. Even if I join, we may not last a minute against him. 4? But there are 5 of us. Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Are you saying that Feng Gu is not human? Wang Feng. No, I didn't say that. Don't say anything reckless. Dai Mubai glared at Xiao Wu, saying, I meant that with Wang Feng here, you would have a much easier time. This statement seemed quite novel. Dai Mubai, is Wang Feng really that powerful? Ning Rongrong looked at Wang Feng. This is actual combat, not just comparing soul power and soul rings. According to what you said, it also requires a deep understanding and application of one's own martial soul. Moreover, he is still a support-type soul master. This was something Ning Rongrong did not say. Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Wang Feng, her eyes showing some curiosity, seemingly surprised and puzzled by Dai Mubai's words. I think so too. Tang San smiled and said, All right, Brother Dai has already told us a lot of useful information. Let us get to know each other first and introduce ourselves. I am Tang San, with a blue-silver grass martial soul, a level 29 control-type battle soul master. Xiao Wu, with the rabbit martial soul, a level 29 assault-type battle soul master. Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul, a level 26 support-type weapon soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, with the nethercat martial soul, a level 27 agility-type battle soul master. After the 4 finished speaking, their gazes unintentionally fell on Ning Rongrong. You are from the 7 treasures glazed tile school? Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda is said to be the most powerful support weapon soul master in the continent. I didn't expect to become battle partners with someone from the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong glanced at Wang Feng and smiled lightly, saying, I also sneaked out. My support ability can provide you with a 30% increase in strength and speed for 1 stick of incense. Absolutely no problem. But I have no offensive capabilities at all. After saying this, Ning Rongrong looked at the few people. A 30% increase in battle among soul masters, if they are of the same level, is a critical and fatal boost. If they are of different levels, it means the possibility of challenging across levels. Moreover, as levels increase, the boost becomes higher. For many battle soul masters, this is a highly sought-after combat partner. Sure enough, after Ning Rongrong finished speaking, Tang San and the others were amazed. Hee, then our chances of winning are even greater. Xiao Wu said happily. Tang San also nodded, with a smile on his face, clearly delighted to have a support-type soul master with ability amplification as a partner. Even the cold and aloof Zhu Zhuqing looked a bit softer when she glanced at Ning Rongrong. This made Ning Rongrong feel a bit proud. Suddenly, she looked at Wang Feng beside her and saw that he appeared completely unconcerned. She couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. Wang Feng, what about you? Ning Rongrong looked at the silent Wang Feng and couldn't help but ask. Ning Rongrong's words instantly drew the attention of several people to Wang Feng. Wang Feng had not yet answered when Dai Mubai spoke up. He should be the strongest attack-type soul master among you. I suggest that you let him be the main attacker later. Dai Mubai felt that he might never forget the punch from the Rose Hotel, so he made the suggestion in advance. However, after Dai Mubai finished speaking, he noticed Tang San and Xiao Wu looking at him with extremely strange expressions. Even Ning Rongrong was staring at him in disbelief. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Could it be that he had said something wrong? If I remember correctly, Wang Feng told me he was an auxiliary-type soul master, right? Ning Rongrong blinked. Dai Mubai smiled and said, Ning Rongrong, don't tease me. How could he possibly be an auxiliary-type soul master? After saying that, Dai Mubai looked at Wang Feng. Unfortunately, I am indeed an auxiliary-type soul master. Wang Feng said with a smile, level 30, weapon spirit Blue Lotus. As for my ability, I can quickly heal your injuries. As long as you're not dead, I should be able to wake you up. So, you can rest assured and go all out in the battle later. Wang Feng finished speaking, and Dai Mubai was stunned. Ning Rongrong was also stunned, and Zhu Zhuqing was similarly stunned. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu were left in shock. Wait, didn't Feng Ji's support ability restore soul power? When did it turn into a healing ability? Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Wang Feng in confusion. Can it really change like this? Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Wu was squinting his eyes, also watching Wang Feng, thinking, this kid Dai Mubai just suggested I increase it to 2 incense sticks, and he glanced at this kid. It shows that this little ghost is the reason behind Dai Mubai saying that. Otherwise, with Dai Mubai's judgment, he would never say such things. Wait, I'll be the first to knock this kid down. 2 incense sticks? Chapter 70. Do you think I'm Zhao Wujia, an honest person? Healing type support soul masters are as rare as those with amplification abilities. Moreover, as long as they aren't dead, they can wake them up. What does this mean? I estimate that there are not many healing soul masters on the entire continent who would dare to say such a thing. The most shocked was naturally Daimubai. You, a 30-level soul master who can knock me away with one punch, are now telling me you are a healing soul master? The kind that hides behind the battlefield. Healing injured teammates? Daimubai looked at Wang Feng, and for a moment, he found it hard to accept this drastic change. Healing type? As long as they aren't dead, they can wake them up? Is this real? Ning Rong slightly opened her mouth. If there really was such a healing type martial soul, it would have already become famous across the continent. But just now, Ning Rong had never seen Wang Feng's mysterious and beautiful little flower, martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing also found it hard to believe. True healing-type martial souls are extremely rare. Really? Wang Feng nodded. So let us start the fight right away. You all can go wild. Feel free to use whatever skills you have against this Teacher Xiao. If you get hurt, it's on me. I'll just be back here healing you and treating your injuries. 4 team battles. It's hard for Wang Feng to make progress, mainly because he is too strong. Unless he has a one-on-one match with Zhao Wujia, that would be fine, but that essay matter for Xiao San. Wang Feng plans to look for another opportunity. However, not participating wouldn't be good either, and Tang San and the others need this battle to adjust and adapt to combat. Wang Feng felt that this was a great opportunity to showcase his healing abilities, mainly because he didn't want to see his friends get seriously injured later. He remembered clearly from the original work that in this battle, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San were all injured to varying degrees. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu both fell unconscious and needed a day to recover, and Oscar's sausages couldn't help with healing. There was no need to mention Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San and Xiao Wu had a good relationship with him, and he didn't want them to be injured and unable to be healed temporarily. Battles inevitably involve injuries, but healing also needs to be timely. Over the past 5 years, Wang Feng himself had suffered quite a few injuries. Bro Feng, but I remember your support ability is to restore soul power, right? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Even now, Xiao Wu still remembered 6 years ago. That day outside the small grove when Bro Feng punched the small tree behind her and helped her and Sangu restore their soul power. Why was he healing now? Hearing Xiao Wu say this, Daimubai and the others were also stunned. He had 2 abilities? Restoring soul power? Impossible. Cough cough. My martial soul's ability depends on my mood. Wang Feng said calmly. For example, I don't really want to fight right now. My martial soul ability will transform into a healing type that leans toward support. If I were to tell them that my martial soul has various forms, it would be too troublesome to explain right now. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in confusion. Is there really such a martial soul? All right, enough talk. Wang Feng quickly said, Tang San, hurry up and make a battle plan for these few. Oh, okay. Tang San nodded hurriedly. Daimubai stepped back a bit in a daze, quietly watching, feeling that this battle might be very interesting. Before long, Tang San formulated the battle plan. Xiao Wu as the main attacker, he would control Zhu Zhuqing as auxiliary and distraction, while Ning Rong and Wang Feng would assist from the back. Simple and direct, but the specifics still depended on actual execution. At this moment, the incense stick was almost burnt out. All right, kids, get ready to welcome the baptism of battle. Zhao Wujing's loud voice came through. After saying this, he took out another incense stick and directly inserted it into the ground. It was at this time that Ning Rong quietly began to turn around. Her gentle and beautiful voice, accompanied by the swaying of her white dress, slowly rang out. 7 treasures turn out with glaze. As her words fell, a colorful light shone from Ning Rong's body, making her look like a fairy descending from the heavens, and in her palm, a jeweled, radiant 7-colored pagoda suddenly appeared. At the same time, 2 yellow soul rings slowly rose from Ning Rong's feet, spiraling and emitting a faint glow. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is power. Ning Rong recited the incantation lightly, and the first soul ring burst into brilliance. Then she lightly tapped the pagoda with her fingertips, and 3 beams of light fell directly on Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Following this, without hesitation, Ning Rong unleashed the second soul ring's brilliance, and again 3 beams of light floated out from the pagoda, landing on the 3 of them. In an instant, the 3 felt as if their bodies were filled with strength, feeling lighter by several points. That feeling was like eating ice cream on a hot summer day. An indescribable sense of comfort and pleasure. Go for it, Ning Rong said one last time. On the other side, Zhao Wujing looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. Wow. I didn't expect all the people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to come this year. Interesting. I wonder how happy old Freak Flender will be when he sees this. Come on. As soon as his words fell, Zhao Wujing did not give the three a chance to attack first and directly charged towards Ning Rongrong. Seeing this scene, Tang San thought it was not good. Fortunately, Zhao Wujing's speed was not fast. Just as he was about to approach Ning Rongrong, his blue-silver grass instantly activated, and long black vines grew out from the ground beneath Ning Rongrong's feet, locking her in place and quickly pulling her in another direction. Haha, gotcha. Zhao Wujing, seeing this, was not surprised, but instead pleased, turned his steps, and charged directly towards Wang Feng next to Ning Rongrong. This kid is definitely up to something. I must eliminate him first to avoid future troubles. Zhao Wujing, worthy of being a soul sage at over level 70, had keen instinct from years on the battlefield, and Dai Mubai's earlier advice had made him extremely alert. Be careful, Fengge. Suddenly, two exclamations rang out. It was indeed Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San could only control one, and he chose to save Ning Rongrong, mainly because the master had once said that if the soul masters from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School encountered danger, they must be dealt with first. Therefore, he assumed Zhao Wujing was aiming to take out Ning Rongrong first, because once Ning Rongrong was taken out, the auxiliary effects on the three of them would be severed. Little did he know that Zhao Wujing was actually using a feint, slyly targeting Wang Feng instead. It was quite bizarre. Even Wang Feng was a bit confused. Wait, why is Zhao Wujing coming straight for me? This doesn't make sense. I clearly haven't done anything or said anything, and I didn't even reveal my soul rings. Logically, Zhao Wujing shouldn't know much about the five of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized that they were from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School only after Ning Rongrong unleashed her soul skill. Why did he target me as soon as he arrived? At this moment, Wang Feng felt a bit confused. In the face of the crisis, although Wang Feng was puzzled, he did not intend to confront Zhao Wujing head-on. Instead, he shook his palm and quickly unleashed his martial soul. The golden lotus quietly bloomed. A ray of golden light instantly surged from the golden lotus and fell upon Zhao Wujing. Take this move, Wang Feng shouted softly. The crowd looked at him in shock. Wait, isn't your martial spirit for healing? Why are you giving it to Teacher Xiao? However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. They saw Zhao Wujing charging aggressively towards Wang Feng, suddenly turning red in the face just 2 steps away from him. He stumbled, his legs weakened, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Zhao Wujing reacted quickly, staggering back a few steps, leaping away quickly, and keeping a 10-step distance from Wang Feng, looking at him with a gloomy and wary expression. The crowd. What's going on? What has happened? Kid, what the hell did you just do? Zhao Wujing's face looked a bit grim. Just now, an inexplicable impulse and desire surged in his heart, uncontrollable, to the point that his legs felt weak and his whole body felt very comfortable. But it was too comfortable, to the extent that he lost control of his fighting spirit, which plummeted. If it weren't for his strong will, he might have called out in pleasure, just now, which would have been too embarrassing. This kid is indeed strange. Teacher Xiao, let me heal you a bit, Wang Feng said with a smile. Nonsense. I have no injuries at all, Zhao Wujing shouted. What kind of soul skill did you just use? It's so bizarre. It feels just like taking that special drug. Do you think I, the unmovable King Zhao Wujing, am an easy person to fool, someone who knows nothing? Zhao Wujing had the expression of someone who had been through it all, looking at Wang Feng as if to say you can't trick me. Hearing this, the crowd seemed to understand a bit, looking at Wang Feng with immense shock. I really am healing you. Wang Feng waved his hand and said, it's just that my healing ability has some side effects when used on enemies. Do you want to give it a try, Teacher Xiao? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Could it be that Wang Feng's healing ability truly heals allies, but has reverse side effects on enemies? That's incredible. This completely solves the problem of healing-type soul masters being easily targeted during battles. Just now, even Teacher Xiao couldn't avoid getting hit. Zhao Wujing looked at the kid with a dark expression, feeling that perhaps a stick of incense might not be enough after all. Chapter 71. The Great Battle with Zhao Wujing. Seeing Zhao Wujing seemingly lost in thought, Wang Feng shouted, get moving. Why are you all standing there stunned? At this shout, everyone was jolted awake. Xiao Wu, as the main attacker, rushed towards Zhao Wujing first. She lightly tapped the ground with her feet and leaped into the air. At the same time, a vine perfectly appeared beneath her landing point, giving her an extra boost. It was naturally Tang San's blue silver grass, working in perfect harmony with Xiao Wu. Stepping on the vine, Xiao Wu compressed it like a fully drawn bow and shot towards Zhao Wuji. Brother Feng had perfectly avoided Zhao Wuji, and now that he was back to his senses, they naturally had to attack with all their might. However, when Zhao Wuji saw Xiao Wu charging at him, he merely smiled faintly, neither dodging nor dispersing, like a wooden post waiting for her to strike. Although Xiao Wu found it strange, she didn't miss the opportunity. Having skillfully used her martial soul, she positioned her feet in a scissor shape and completed the martial soul embodiment in midair, aiming for Zhao Wuji's neck. Bang! Bang! Two dull sounds echoed. Xiao Wu's fierce strike, with enough power to almost snap a small tree, landed on Zhao Wuji's shoulder, yet it couldn't inflict any damage at all. In fact, it didn't even make him budge an inch. The coordination was good. Using the resilience of the blue-silver grass increased her force significantly. But little girl, you are a girl. Your strength is inherently too small, Zhao Wuji said calmly with a smile. Xiao Wu remained silent, merely frowning. Just then, vines sprouted from beneath Zhao Wuji's feet, pulling him upwards. The toxins in the vines instantly made Zhao Wuji's feet feel numb. Immediately after, the vines vanished. And without their support, even if Zhao Wuji had the weight of 1,000 pounds in the air, he would have no way to use it. However, Xiao Wu's feet were still clamped on Zhao Wuji's shoulders. With a twist of her waist, Xiao Wu slightly spread her hands, and two vines instantly appeared, grabbing her hands and bending her body into an extreme arc get-down. Xiao Wu twisted her feet, using the moment Zhao Wuji was in the air, combined with her foot strength and the assistance of the vines, to throw Zhao Wuji down. Wow! Their coordination was incredibly seamless. The events that transpired in an instant surprised Zhao Wuji. Such coordination was impossible to achieve without years of practice. Zhao Wuji didn't know that Tang San and Xiao Wu had teamed up with Wang Feng countless times. Over the past 5 years, they had rarely fought against each other. Most of the time, they had fought alongside Wang Feng, and their tacit understanding far exceeded Zhao Wuji's imagination. Just as he was about to land, Zhao Wuji tried to brace himself with his hands. If he crashed directly onto the ground, it wouldn't be pleasant for him either. But just as his hands spread out, a ghostly figure appeared on Zhao Wuji's back without him noticing. Silent as a shadow, it was Zhu Zhuqing. Clang! Clang! A series of attacks erupted, forcing Zhao Wuji to use his hands to defend his back, while simultaneously unleashing his soul power. 7 soul rings instantly lit up around him to fend off Zhu Zhuqing's attacks. Unable to brace himself for the ground, Zhao Wuji unleashed his soul power and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Zhu Zhuqing flashed with a ghostly light, gracefully jumping up before Zhao Wuji hit the ground, avoiding his attacks entirely. The timing was incredibly precise. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to coordinate with Tang San and Xiao Wu for this attack. A tremendous noise erupted. It was unknown how heavy Zhao Wuji's body was, but when he hit the ground, it caused violent tremors and a cloud of dust. For a moment, the three stared intently at the spot where Zhao Wuji had fallen. Brother San, did we hit too hard? Xiao Wu asked nervously. Tang San shook his head and replied, it's not that simple. Zhu Zhuqing, standing at a distance, had undergone martial soul embodiment, her appearance slightly changing, with one eye dark green and the other clear blue. Her claws were like sharp blades, radiating a cold light. Her gaze icy. Next, you will face a storm of attacks from Zhao Wuji, Wang Feng thought to himself. He had no intention of intervening. Wang Feng knew that if he did, this battle would be too easy, and the three of them would hardly get hurt. Besides, the incense had only burned a third of the way. At that moment, as the dust settled, Zhao Wuji pushed himself off the ground, pulling his embedded head out like pulling a carrot. Then he shook his head. Zhao Wuji appeared as if fully rejuvenated in front of Tang San and the others. Suddenly, the pupils of the three shrank sharply. They finally understood what Dai Mubai had said earlier. Even if Teacher Xiao stood still and let them hit him, it would be difficult to inflict any damage. A soul sage over level 70, relying solely on their less than level 30 soul masters, would be nearly impossible to harm Teacher Xiao. Especially at this moment, Zhao Wuji's 7 soul rings lit up, his body even more robust than before. At least over 2.5 meters tall, covered in a layer of brown bear fur. From a distance, his explosive muscles resembled a massive golden titan bear, exuding a tangible sense of oppression. This is bad. Teacher Xiao is about to use his soul power. Dai Mubai thought it was not good. Just now, it was only because Teacher Xiao had been careless, combined with Tang San and Xiao Wu's coordination and Ning Rongrong's attribute enhancement, that the three of them managed to gain an advantage over Teacher Xiao. But even so, it wouldn't cause any real damage to him. Instead, at this moment, Zhao Wuji's soul power surged, radiating a fierce and domineering aura, clearly ready to play seriously with Tang San and the others. Come on, the sun is just right today, and I've shaken off some of my drowsiness, Zhao Wuji said seriously, clearly trying to find a way to save face. Dai Mubai beside him wanted to laugh, but held it back. Without the drowsiness, it's just right to take you all a bit more seriously. Zhao Wuji roared, come on, let's continue. After saying that, Zhao Wuji took a step towards Tang San. He had figured out that the coordination between these two was too seamless, especially that kid using blue silvergrass, which was somewhat troublesome to deal with. He needed to eliminate this one first, and the trio's offensive would instantly collapse. Xiao Wu. Seeing Zhao Wuji approaching, Tang San called out, his shoulders sinking. Xiao Wu lightly leapt, stepping on Tang San's shoulder and jumping high. Again, Zhao Wuji sneered. That same trick won't work on me. Saying this, Zhao Wujia leaped high, intending to capture the little rabbit that was bouncing around directly in midair. But at that moment, several vines wrapped around Xiao Wu. Almost as Zhao Wujia threw a punch at her, the vines immediately changed her direction. At the same time, the vines assisted Xiao Wu, kicking sideways toward Zhao Wujia. From a distance, it looked as if a hammer was tied to the tip of a vine, bizarrely altering its arc as it smashed sideways toward Zhao Wujia. Meteor hammer. Wang Feng glanced at it. It was considered a combined technique of Tang San and Xiao Wu. He had experienced it many times, but this technique was hard to be effective against the incredibly defensive Zhao Wujia. Unless the vine was tied to himself, a kick could still inflict damage on Zhao Wujia. Xiao Wu was too light, and her strength was too weak, resulting in very limited attack power. In fact, as Wang Feng had expected, when Xiao Wu kicked Zhao Wujia, it only caused him to be slightly stunned, without any effect in midair. At the same time, another cold shadow also charged toward Zhao Wujia. Two soul rings lit up from the shadow, and Zhu Zhuqing, attacking from the flank, moved with extreme speed. As she approached Zhao Wujia, her body spun into multiple afterimages, with countless chilling glimmers flashing through the shadows. That cold light was naturally her second soul skill. Nether White Claw. This soul skill reminded Wang Feng of the 9-in White Bone Claw. It seemed to have some similarities. In an extremely short time, it could launch hundreds of attacks on the enemy, specifically targeting the same extremely weak spot. At this moment, it was aimed at the rear of Zhao Wujia's body. Exceptionally tricky, the two attacks caused a flash of golden light in Zhao Wujia's eyes. The next moment, the first yellow soul ring on his body suddenly rose. A roar erupted from Zhao Wujia's mouth. Golden light burst forth. At the same moment, Zhu Zhuqing let out a tragic scream in midair and was blown away by this roar, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her consciousness fading into a blur. Similarly, Xiao Wu suffered even worse. She had just kicked Zhao Wujia. The recoil force made her instantly spit out a mouthful of blood. The vines tied to her also instantly shattered, falling from midair. Even Tang San, who was distant, felt the blood surge within him as the vines were instantly shattered, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But he quickly used blue silvergrass again to catch Xiao Wu, bringing her into his arms. Although it was only Zhao Wujia's first soul skill, this soul skill caused the attacks of the three to collapse instantly. This was the true strength of a level 76 soul saint. Immediately, Zhao Wujia snorted coldly and swung his palm at Tang San, who was far away, like a fan. At this critical moment, with only a third of her consciousness left, Xiao Wu opened her eyes, a hint of blood red flashing in her gaze as she looked at Zhao Wujia. A charm-type soul skill? Zhao Wujia was taken aback but felt delighted instead. He saw the golden light in his eyes flash as he directly locked eyes with Xiao Wu. Almost instantly, as their gazes met, Xiao Wu fell unconscious. Taking advantage of the fleeting moment Xiao Wu had fought hard to create, Tang San used Ghost Shadow Misty Step to evade Zhao Wujia's palm. Zhao Wujia did not continue to pursue, merely standing in place. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San called out anxiously a few times. But at this moment, Xiao Wu had already fainted, and he could not wake her. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dai Mubai was holding Zhu Zhuqing with a slightly gloomy expression. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing had also fainted. Don't worry, she's fine. It's just backlash. Her soul power is vastly inferior to mine, and my martial soul, the great strength King Kong Bear, is particularly effective against this type of charm soul skill. Let her sleep for a night, and she should be almost healed by tomorrow, Zhao Wujia said with a smile. I shouldn't need to make another move, right? Even if you add that little girl from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, you won't last a stick of incense against me. However, just as Zhao Wujia was finishing his sentence, 3 golden lights suddenly came floating from afar. They accurately landed on Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing. The dazzling light enveloped the 3 of them, causing everyone present to be momentarily stunned. Almost in the next moment, "Third brother, you're holding me a bit too tightly. I'm fine now. It felt so warm just now, so comfortable." Xiao Wu's voice rang out crisply. Instantly, the entire clearing fell silent. Chapter 72. The Frustrated Zhao Wujia. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing also slowly woke up, seeing herself lying in Dai Mubai's arms. Her expression immediately turned cold. "Put me down." After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing lightly jumped up and landed steadily on the ground. "Dai Mubai, I just held you for a few seconds." He looked towards Wang Feng in the distance. "What do you mean by tomorrow healing?" Wang Feng said with a smile. "Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, keep going." "Zhao Wujia, brother, stop looking at me. I'm fine now." Xiao Wu waved her hand, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said with a grin, "I feel like I have strength all over again." Tang San stared at Xiao Wu in disbelief and said, You really are fine?" Although it wasn't a fatal injury earlier, it was definitely a serious one. "How long has it been?" "You've healed?" Even the surging blood energy within Tang San calmed down in an instant, but he was too concerned about Xiao Wu to notice. This healing ability is too exaggerated, right? In the distance, Ning Rongrong's mouth was agape, almost thinking that this battle had already been lost. But now, the 3 of them seemed to have returned an instant. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell on Wang Feng, her eyes filled with gratitude, but her look toward Zhao Wujia was even colder. Xiao Wu also looked at Zhao Wujia and said, "Teacher Xiao, we already know your first soul skill. This time, you won't catch us off guard so easily. Also, that incense stick is already 2/3 gone." "Teacher Xiao, let's continue, shall we?" Xiao Wu used the same word Zhao Wujia had said earlier, with a hint of sarcasm. Zhao Wujia turned his head stiffly and looked at Wang Feng. This little brat. He had just learned that the opponent only had healing abilities and had a strange effect on himself, so he hadn't focused on him. Unexpectedly, it turned out that this little brat was the hardest to deal with. This perverse healing ability was almost like allowing the 3 to be reborn in full health. If Tang San and the others came back for another round, surviving the last third of the incense stick would be incredibly easy. Moreover, judging by how relaxed this little brat looked, it seemed his soul power hadn't been consumed much. This meant that unless he truly attacked to kill or severely injure these 3, they would always come back to full health. But he absolutely couldn't really attack to kill or injure them. If the dean were here, he would probably scold him for heavily injuring 2 of them, just like that. "Little brat, I really underestimated you." Zhao Wujia looked at Wang Feng and shook his head. "Then let's do this if you can fight until the last moment. This match will be considered your win." Indeed, 1 incense stick is completely not enough. If I had known, I would have listened to Mu Bai and brought more incense sticks. At this moment, Wang Feng looked at Tang San. "Wait, teacher." Tang San's expression appeared somewhat gloomy. "What is it?" Zhao Wujia looked at Tang San. "If possible, I would like to challenge you again. This time, I will only use 1 person." Tang San said slowly, "If I can last through 1 incense stick on my own, then we pass the exam. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, everyone except Wang Feng was stunned. "Brother, how can you do it alone?" Xiao Wu said anxiously. Tang San shook his head and said, "Xiao Wu, although Brother Feng's healing ability is amazing, I don't want to see you get hurt again." Every time he saw Xiao Wu get injured, Tang San felt very uncomfortable. After all, it was his failure to protect her well. He couldn't allow such a situation to happen again. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy Xiao San is truly a devoted husband. He can't stand even a bit of injury to Xiao Wu. I, on the other hand, have a foresight that battles always involve injuries. Only with injuries can one gain deeper understanding and increase battle experience. Over the past 5 years, I've fought many soul beasts and don't know how many injuries I've sustained and how much blood I've shed. Xiao San's protective mindset as a devoted husband is somewhat beyond my understanding. After all, I'm just a single dog and can't quite relate to that. Wang Feng quietly watched. He knew that Tang San wanted to show all his strength. "Are you sure?" Zhao Wujia looked at Tang San. His courage commendable, truly commendable. "It seems I'm getting old. Tang San, we are a team, comrades. It's not good for you to fight alone like this, right?" Ning Rongrong walked over and asked with a frown. "So, I'll have to trouble you later to give me a boost." Tang San smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if I lose, you all will still pass the exam." This is just my battle. Ning Rongrong nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, my father said that a team should have the appearance of a team. If you lose, none of us can be considered to have passed the exam. Hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. Zhao Wujia on the side laughed heartily a few times. The little girl is right. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai remained silent. Tang San's insistence was because of Xiao Wu. They couldn't say much. And what Ning Rongrong said was also true. Wang Feng found it quite interesting that this girl seemed to be two extremes. He knew that she was actually hiding her arrogance, but the side she was showing now was indeed extraordinary. After making up his mind, Tang San walked back to the square with Zhao Wujia. Wang Feng felt a bit bored and walked aside. He naturally knew the outcome wouldn't differ much, unless he used divine soul skills on Tang San. However, that wouldn't change the final result. It would just make it easier for Tang San to attack. The difference in soul power between him and Zhao Wujia was enormous. It wouldn't matter if various attributes were doubled or tripled. This was still the case, where Zhao Wujia was not using his full strength. Almost the moment Tang San made his move, everyone except Wang Feng and Xiao Wu changed their expressions. Immediately afterward, the square began to tremble. Tang San's hidden weapons appeared one after another. As if he had an endless supply, they crazily struck towards Zhao Wujia from various angles. Zhao Wujia unleashed 5 soul skills in succession, but still couldn't completely subdue Tang San. Bone-piercing nails, flower crossbows, controlling cranes to catch dragons, ghostly shadows, mysterious jade hands. Along with various toxins, the ultimate skills from the Xianmen treasure book were all skillfully unleashed by Tang San. Dai Mubai and the others were repeatedly shocked. In the end, Tang San used his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, for the second time, striking Zhao Wujia and leaving him dizzy. However, Tang San was ultimately sent flying by a palm strike from Zhao Wujia. The arena fell silent in an instant. At this moment, a stick of incense had already passed. Zhao Wujia stood up with a somewhat awkward expression, blood flowing from his nose. He had fought this battle in a very humiliating manner. On one hand, he couldn't use his full strength and had to control his power. Otherwise, he might accidentally injure Tang San. On the other hand, he was not good at raw power. And Tang San's hidden weapons, precise calculations, and that mysterious hammer had caused him significant losses. In contrast, Tang San had gone all out, revealing all his trump cards. However, being able to fight to this extent with him was already not easy. Zhao Wujia sighed, with nowhere to vent his frustration. Tang San was also not feeling well. His face was somewhat pale, and blood trickled from his mouth. Leaning against Dai Mubai, he barely managed to stand up. At this moment, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves. What kind of attack did Tang San just use? I've never seen anything like it, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Wu proudly said, that's called hidden weapons. It's third brother's ultimate skill. It's extremely powerful. So far, I've only seen one person able to dodge third brother's hidden weapons. Teacher Xiao saw it for the first time and couldn't keep up with the speed. For third brother, he was basically a live target. Hidden weapons? Dai Mubai murmured. I didn't even see the trajectory of those things. They were too fast. If it were me, I probably wouldn't last long. But then, as if recalling something, Dai Mubai asked, wait, you said someone was able to dodge all of Tang San's hidden weapons? Who? Are they also a soul saint? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Wu curiously. Not a soul saint, Tang San said in a low voice, it's Feng Ge. So far, only he has been able to dodge all my hidden weapons. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Those tricky things that Tang San had just used were extremely cunning. Even if he were prepared now, he wouldn't be able to dodge them. Unless it was a sensitive attack-type soul master, they would have to be at least level 60 to dodge them all. That little ghost, with terrifying healing abilities, managed to dodge all of Tang San's hidden weapons? Wang Feng smiled at everyone, but did not speak, waving his hand to send 2 beams of light that landed on Tang San and Zhao Wujia. Although the two looked severely injured, in reality, their injuries were relatively light. Before long, both recovered. Tang San also helped Zhao Wujia remove the dragon whisker needle from his body. I don't believe it. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. Tang San did not explain. It didn't matter whether they believed it or not. 6 months ago, he had truly battled with Feng Ge. Although he was slightly weaker then than he was now, he had used all his cards. Except for not having the dragon whisker needle, there was not much difference. Yet he still hadn't caused any harm to Feng Ge. Feng Ge's speed and reaction were so fast that even Tang San found it hard to imagine. Therefore, over the years, Tang San couldn't envision Wang Feng's actual strength. I don't believe it either. Zhao Wujia was extremely angry, rubbing his face. He hadn't recovered quickly, and there were several large bumps on his face, remnants of the poison that hadn't dissipated. However, his body felt warm, and there were no injuries left inside, which made him even more astonished by the little guy's healing ability. After saying that, Zhao Wujia seemed to think for a moment, showing a slight smile as he looked at Wang Feng, his gaze somewhat strange. Tang San, you guys all passed. But this kid here, he doesn't count. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Zhao Wujia crossed his hands and rubbed them, producing a series of popping sounds. You kid, come and spar with me. Zhao Wujia looked at Wang Feng, his eyes seemingly burning with flames. Since Tang San says you were so powerful, just right, I didn't enjoy our earlier fight. So come and let me have some fun. Hearing this, everyone instantly froze. They looked at Zhao Wujia in shock. Wang Feng, Teacher Xiao, that's a bit unreasonable. Dai Mubai whispered. Wang Feng is a healing-type soul master. If you say that again, you can step into the ring yourself, and I'll help you loosen your bones. Dai Mubai immediately fell silent. Teacher, we're a team. Ning Rongrong hurriedly said. How can you bully Wang Feng alone? That's too much. Oh, you care about him so much. You like this kid? You're talking nonsense. I'm not dealing with this. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, her face flushing red, her gaze wavering as she dared not look at Wang Feng and fell silent. Zhao Wujia rebutted the two again, leaving them speechless. Teacher, if it's Tang San and Xiao Wu. The two exchanged glances, wanting to speak. However, Zhao Wujia directly waved his hand to interrupt. You two, stop wasting your breath. Don't think just because you managed to hold out against me for a stick of incense, you really have some skill. Tang San. Teacher, can I fight him together? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, spoke after a moment. You little kitty, can you even exchange a few moves with me? Go wait over there. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was like a powder keg, ready to explode. Clearly, the previous battle had left him very frustrated. If he didn't find someone to vent his anger on, it would be hard for him to calm down. Everyone was anxious. Just then, Wang Feng suddenly spoke up. All right, since you sincerely requested it, I'll be merciful and satisfy you. As soon as he said this, everyone was instantly stunned. Chapter 73. First Soul Skill, Divine Transformation. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was like a volcano about to erupt. Whoever stepped up would be in for trouble. However, in reality, if Wang Feng didn't agree, he couldn't truly refuse Wang Feng's test, because Wang Feng's soul power and talent were already very evident. Merely having a healing ability was enough to enter Shrek Academy. It was clear that Teacher Xiao wanted to beat this kid up to vent the anger he felt. But no one expected Wang Feng would actually agree to Zhao Wujia's request. Feng Ge is blaming me. Tang San laughed bitterly. If it weren't for him showing off for Xiao Wu earlier, using all his cards, and leaving Zhao Wujia feeling frustrated, Zhao Wujia wouldn't be looking for trouble with Wang Feng now. He realized he had been a bit impulsive. After all, Zhao Wujia was a teacher, not a real enemy. Moreover, Feng Ge didn't have his own hidden weapons, and with Zhao Wujia's pent-up anger, fighting him would indeed be quite difficult. If Zhao Wujia were to fight him again now, it would probably not be so easy to get hit anymore, Tang San thought. Blame you for what? You did nothing wrong. Wang Feng smiled and said, I actually want to spar with Teacher Xiao. If I get beaten up, I'm not afraid. My martial soul has healing abilities. He really wasn't afraid. Zhao Wujia wouldn't go all out, and moreover, he wasn't that easy to hit. Wang Feng, you, a healing type supports soul master, really want to fight Teacher Xiao? Ning Rongrong suddenly turned her head, the blush on her face slightly fading. But don't try to be brave. Even if you can dodge Tang San's hidden weapons, it doesn't mean you can dodge Teacher Xiao's attacks. You'll only know after you fight. Wang Feng glanced at her, not expecting that Ning Rongrong would care about others. All right, you guys don't need to say anything. Zhao Wujia looked at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who still wanted to speak, and immediately waved his hand. They aren't afraid of me beating them up, so why are you still chattering? Dai Mubai, you take them to arrange their rooms first. Upon hearing this, the few of them were taken aback. Wang Feng was also stunned, wondering what the hell was going on. Letting them go? Who am I trying to impress? They can't leave. Wang Feng hurriedly coughed a few times. Teacher Xiao, let us finish watching, Tang San said. What if you can't control yourself later, and something unexpected happens? We can intervene in time. Yeah, I have to give Wang Feng a status boost. Ning Rongrong quickly added. Zhao Wujia thought for a moment, nodded, and smiled. All right, I'll let you go. I'm just trying to prevent you from having a psychological shadow. Everyone laughed. This kid has such strong healing abilities, even a bit stronger than Oscar sausages. I can't wait to have some fun. Zhao Wujia thought to himself. When the two arrived at the square, It was already a bit chaotic. Wang Feng, wait a moment, I'll give you a status boost, Ning Rongrong hurriedly shouted. However, Wang Feng waved his hand and said, thanks, but I don't need it for now. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anger in her heart. Do you look down on my 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda? Seemingly understanding Ning Rongrong's thoughts, Wang Feng explained, I just want to spar normally with Teacher Xiao first. Nothing else. Hearing the explanation, Ning Rongrong's anger subsided a bit, but she still huffed and said, then be careful. Kid, tell me, where do you want me to hit you? Zhao Wujia stood there casually. The injuries from earlier had mostly healed, and after the recent battle, he was in great condition now. I want to hit you. Wang Feng grinned and charged directly at Zhao Wujia. Fast, extremely fast. He almost exploded out of the ground in a rush of airflow. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others didn't even catch a glimpse of a shadow. Brother Feng's movement technique was not sophisticated, but the essence of any movement technique is pure speed. With the purest speed, any intricate movement technique becomes illusory. Tang San took a deep breath. His eyes shimmered with purple light as he activated the purple extreme demon eye, barely able to see Brother Feng's figure amidst the afterimages. This was the reason why his hidden weapons were difficult to work against Brother Feng. Brother Feng's speed and reaction were too quick. Sometimes Tang San even wondered, if Brother Feng learned the various intricate hidden weapons from the Xiantian treasure record, would his achievements surpass his own? But that was just a fleeting thought. The Xiantian treasure record was the treasure of the Tang sect, and if he couldn't establish the Tang sect, he could never spread it. Wang Feng's speed was like a gust of wind, stirring up waves of smoke. This kid is skilled in speed? No wonder he could dodge all the insidious hidden weapons from Tang San, that little hedgehog. Zhao Wujia's mind was racing, but he remained steady as a mountain. Standing in place. Skilled in speed? Zhao Wujia possessed extraordinary defensive power. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for being unprepared against Tang San's hidden weapons just now, he definitely wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Even if I don't use soul power and just stand here to hit this kid, what can you do? Just a moment ago, he stood there and gave Tang San and the other two a good beating. And what was the result? He only got a bit dusty. Nothing serious. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the moment was swift. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feng rushed in front of Zhao Wuji, the immense momentum creating a whirlwind-like airflow. Wang Feng threw a simple and straightforward punch, without any fancy tricks, directly aimed at Zhao Wuji's abdomen. Kid, just now the three of them attacked with all their might, and couldn't even hurt me. You think you could take me down with one punch? A glimmer of amusement flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. I want to see how much power your flashy moves really have. With that, Zhao Wuji also stood his ground without dodging or avoiding, not even using his soul power. Everyone held their breath and focused their attention. Only Dai Mubai had a strange look in his eyes. Teacher Xiao, aren't you being a bit overconfident? Just then, Wang Feng smiled and punched Zhao Wuji in the abdomen. In the next moment, bang, a dull sound echoed. Boom! Zhao Wuji was directly sent flying by this punch. His body twisted in the air like a bent steel pipe, blood vessels appearing in his eyes, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He was blasted several dozen meters away, crashing into the dust and kicking up a cloud of dirt, which was exceptionally shocking. The crowd gasped. This was simply more exaggerated than when they had fought Zhao Wuji together just moments ago. Dai Mubai's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, Wang Feng must have held back at the Rose Hotel. Otherwise, that punch wouldn't have just sent him flying so simply. Wang Feng indeed did not hold back. He mobilized his soul power, using all the strength in his body. There was no other intention, just to beat him. Is he really a healing type, support soul master? Ning Rongrong looked at Wang Feng in confusion. We are all support soul masters, so why is the gap so big? Zhu Zhuqing's expression was also somewhat gloomy. As an agile attack-type battle soul master, she was best at speed, yet just now, she couldn't even see Wang Feng's speed. Such terrifying power is still the purest power. Tang San murmured. Just now, the three of them had exerted all their strength, utilizing the advantages of the air, and only managed to give Teacher Xiao some damage with their combined efforts. But now, with just a straightforward punch, Brother Feng sent Teacher Xiao flying. Brother Feng usually holds back when sparring with us, right? Xiao Wu said somewhat fearfully. That's for sure. Just then, from the distant dust and smoke, a figure suddenly rose up. Good kid. As the voice fell, Zhao Wujia emerged from the haze. 7 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, glowing brightly in the air. And at this moment, the first soul ring suddenly burst with light. Clearly, it was Zhao Wujia's first soul skill, the true body of the immovable king. It was precisely this first soul skill that had instantly defeated Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing's combined attack, severely injuring two of them and rendering them unable to fight. Any melee attack was completely countered. Kid, your strength is strong, but this is where it ends. Zhao Wujia looked at Wang Feng, his eyes filled with excitement. That punch just now indeed made him feel the pain brought by pure power. However, as long as he activated his soul power and unleashed his first soul skill, the true body of the immovable king, if this kid dared to attack him with another punch, he wouldn't suffer any damage, and instead, this kid would be heavily injured. Is that so? Wang Feng stood in place, looking at Zhao Wuji, and said slowly, since you're using soul skills, then I will use soul skills too. In this state, Wang Feng's punch would indeed unlikely inflict any damage on Zhao Wuji. Soul skills? Isn't your soul skill a healing ability? Zhao Wuji snorted coldly. The gap in our soul power is too great. It's unlikely that you can use the side effects of that healing to trouble me at this moment. The crowd also looked a bit puzzled. Wang Feng smiled, spread the golden lotus in his hand, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "First soul skill, divine transformation." As the words fell light, an unparalleled golden light instantly enveloped Wang Feng's entire body. Chapter 74. Zhao Wujia's Versus. Wang Feng two soul rings slowly rose from Wang Feng's feet. Accompanied by Wang Feng's words, the first deep purple soul ring shone brightly. At the same time, the golden lotus in Wang Feng's palm surged with endless golden light, wrapping around him. The golden light pierced everyone's eyes painfully. A 1,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring? Zhao Wujia squinted his eyes, staring at Wang Feng in shock. He had no idea that this kid's soul rings were so abnormal. Just now, when Wang Feng moved, he didn't even unleash his soul rings. The first soul ring of the turtle is 1,000 years, and the second soul ring is 10,000 years. Zhao Wujia felt his blood slightly boil. Over the years, he had never taught such a student, far exceeding the soul rings of ordinary soul masters. Even those genius soul masters could only look up to him. No wonder he dared to agree to me. Zhao Wujia trembled all over, and another series of crackling sounds of bones interlocking echoed. I want to see how powerful this little guy with a 10,000-year soul ring for his second soul ring is. The divine transformation soul skill seems to be an auxiliary type soul skill. At the same time, everyone was closely watching Brother Feng's first soul skill. Xiao was also a bit excited. Brother, what do you think it will be? Divine transformation, from the name, seems to be an auxiliary type soul skill. However, the soul skill attached to a 1,000-year soul ring is definitely not simple. Tang San analyzed in a low voice, and then glanced at Ning Rongrong. Wang Feng's first soul skill. Even the two who often fought with him had never seen it before. Isn't his soul skill healing? Dai Mubai frowned as he looked at Wang Feng, who was bathed in golden light, faintly sensing a massive wave of energy. Ning Rongrong also looked on curiously. Like Dai Mubai, she thought Wang Feng's soul skill was just the healing from earlier, but now it seemed that Wang Feng's first soul skill was not healing. An auxiliary soul skill? Could it also be an additional state? Ning Rongrong pouted. Could it be stronger than my 7 treasures glazed tower? Everyone stared without blinking. Soon, the golden light faded, revealing Wang Feng's figure. When they saw Wang Feng emerging from the golden light again, everyone, including Zhao Wujia, was completely stunned. No other reason. He was too handsome. At that moment, Wang Feng's whole body shimmered with a layer of flowing colors. His messy short hair became incredibly neat. And with the fluctuations of energy, it swayed back. His face was divine, and his eyes were filled with a faint golden glow, exuding a suffocating sense of pressure. Even more terrifying was that Wang Feng's entire body was surrounded by a layer of golden lightning, striking in the air and producing a sound like thunder. The whole person gave off a terrifying pressure as if a deity had descended. Everyone looked on in awe. No wonder it was called divine transformation. It was as if one had become a god. Kid, what soul skill is this? Zhao Wujia sensed a hint of danger from Wang Feng at this moment. He could also vaguely feel that this kid had become much stronger. You'll know soon. Wang Feng grinned, and the next moment, he suddenly disappeared from his spot, like a gust of wind. Before everyone could even blink, a series of lightning strikes erupted in the air with a deafening sound. The speed was incredibly fast. Even Tang San, at that moment, activated his purple extreme magic eye, but could not see Wang Feng's figure at all, and he was instantly filled with horror. Then, Wang Feng appeared next to Zhao Wujia. Unmoving king, Zhao Wujia roared angrily, and the first soul ring shone with golden light. making his body feel as if it had turned into steel, giving an indestructible impression. Take my punch. The voice came from nowhere, yet it was accompanied by a shadowless figure. Boom! The sound resonated like a wooden post striking an ancient bell. Zhao Wujia's expression changed. He felt a force several times stronger than before smashing into his chest, causing even him in this state to feel a sharp pain. More strangely, his body suddenly felt numb. Then his chest became completely insensible. It's that kid surrounding lightning. What is it? Zhao Wujia was utterly shocked. He knew that in his current state, with the unmoving king activated, he could be immune to most forces and damage. Yet this kid could make him feel a sharp pain, even paralyze his body. A tremendous force surged in, and the paralysis from the lightning left Zhao Wujia completely unable to stay in place, forcing him to retreat several steps under a single punch. Bang, bang, bang. Almost in an instant, the golden lightning streaked across Zhao Wujia's body, instantly leaving multiple fist and footprint marks all over him. The speed was extreme, and the terrifying power was such that even Zhao Wujia, who had activated his unmoving king true form, had no time to react. In less than a second, the golden light transformed by Wang Feng continuously attacked Zhao Wujia several times. From a perspective of Tang San and the others, it seemed as if they could only see a golden light passing through Zhao Wujia from all directions. Each time it passed, Zhao Wujia's expression grew darker, and his body swayed unsteadily, like a floating reed in the wind. Moreover, Teacher Xiao's breathing became heavier. His speed also slowed down. This was far from being the immovable King Ming. He was practically unable to stay still. Everyone watched in astonishment. It was too fast. Teacher Xiao had no chance to react. He didn't even have the opportunity to use his positioning tracking to catch Brother Feng. Tang San murmured, and moreover, Brother Feng's strength had increased. Even Teacher Xiao, who was using the true form of the immovable King Ming, could sustain some damage. It seemed that his attacks also had a certain paralyzing effect on Teacher Xiao. How strong was Teacher Xiao when using the true form of the immovable King Ming? At this stage, all of Tang San's hidden weapons, aside from the dragon whisker needle and the barely effective sand-shooting shadow, were almost completely ineffective against Zhao Wujia, causing no damage. They could only delay time. But now, Brother Feng was actually overpowering Teacher Xiao with speed and strength. He was attacking the hardest parts of Zhao Wujia's body, such as his chest and back, areas with extremely strong defenses. As the attacks continued, Zhao Wujia's body was visibly starting to swell with redness. Bruises were already beginning to appear. Everyone was stunned. The situation had completely exceeded everyone's expectations from the very beginning. From a distance, it seemed like Zhao Wujia was caught in a golden storm created by Wang Feng's incredible speed. It was hard to defend against, but Zhao Wujia was still Zhao Wujia. After just a few seconds, the gravity intensified. Zhao Wujia suddenly shouted loudly, and the third millennium soul ring glowed. The surrounding air immediately became incredibly dense. That kid's speed was too fast. Zhao Wujia couldn't even see the opponent's figure clearly. If he didn't reduce the opponent's speed, he wouldn't have the chance to find and attack him. As this soul skill activated, Wang Feng's figure indeed slowed down a bit. Zhao Wujia could barely see it. Chapter 75, Soul Skill Combo, Reversing the Universe. Empty Realm, Positioning Tracking. Zhao Wujia knew that he couldn't take it slow like he did with Tang San earlier, taking one move at a time. That kid's speed was too abnormal. The opportunity was fleeting, and if he let him keep pressing, he wouldn't have a chance to react at all. The tracking positioning attached to the fourth soul skill instantly locked onto Wang Feng's figure. Gravity compression. Seizing this slight opportunity, Zhao Wujia quickly roared. In an instant, the air within 100 meters around him seemed to be compressed by a terrifying force centered on Zhao Wujia. Wang Feng was instantly squeezed over. After being tracked, Zhao Wujia was able to follow him, and his speed advantage would be greatly reduced. This gravitational squeeze left him with no chance of escape. This is a continuous combo. Zhao Wujia truly is Zhao Wujia. Wang Feng felt a bit surprised. Just now, when fighting with Tang San, although Zhao Wujia had used these soul skills, they were released one after another, giving Tang San many opportunities to use hidden weapons. But now, he unleashed them all at once. Several soul rings quickly lit up one after another from Zhao Wujia's body. It was like a fighting game, seizing the opportunity and utilizing various moves to unleash an ultimate combo to take down the enemy in one go, not giving any chances. instead of just using simple moves like A or B or A. This was Zhao Wujie's true strength. He had brought out the real deal. If Zhao Wujie had dealt with Tang San like this just now, Tang San would absolutely have no chance to use his hidden weapons. Great strength diamond palm. Watching Wang Feng being pulled closer by himself, Zhao Wujie continued to shout fiercely. It was as if he was about to follow up with the ultimate move after the third style of the 8 gods Kage, the fatal move, the 8 young girls. Of course, this was just Wang Feng's internal analogy. Wang Feng didn't expect that Zhao Wujie could use his soul skills so perfectly and seamlessly. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie's hands grew to the size of fans, and he struck a palm towards Wang Feng, who was being pressured towards him. In almost an instant, Zhao Wujie's series of moves dazzled everyone's eyes. The changes and connections of his soul skills were truly peak, completely trapping the enemy. It all happened in just a moment. Teacher Xiao is so strong. Xiao Wu swallowed lightly, thinking that he might really have been playing with them just now. The crowd fell silent. Tang San looked on with an extremely serious expression, feeling a wave of relief in his heart. Teacher Xiao really hadn't held back at all. He had shown any of his true skills. If he had used 4 soul skills in succession like that against him, he would have had no chance at all. After the gravity enhancement, he could instantly release the tracking and, using the gravitational pressure, almost pull himself closer to Teacher Xiao in an instant. Finally, with a swift approach, he could unleash the great strength diamond palm, which could take him down with a single slap. Just then, Zhao Wujie swung a palm towards Wang Feng, and in those short 2 or 3 seconds, it seemed to instantly reverse the situation on the field. Competing in strength? Then let you taste your own power. As that palm came rushing in, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Wang Feng's eyes, and he seemed to enter a wonderful state. In an instant, Zhao Wujie's movements appeared to Wang Feng as if time had slowed down. In these 5 years, Wang Feng practiced tirelessly day and night, battling countless spirit beasts, and occasionally fighting unfamiliar spirit masters. In terms of richness, his experiences far surpassed those of Tang San and Xiao Wu. During these 5 years of intense battles, Wang Feng sometimes felt himself entering a mysterious state. In this state, his perception would greatly enhance, allowing him to perform various techniques that were usually difficult to execute. He could see through the various attack trajectories of his enemies. His mind became extremely sensitive, easily detecting any subtle movements, enabling him to evade many attacks that would otherwise be unavoidable. Just like now, in just 2 seconds, Zhao Wujie, utilizing his extensive battle experience, unleashed a series of soul skill combos without holding back, leaving Wang Feng with no chance to react. Not to mention Wang Feng, even a soul saint present would be unable to respond in time. Only by instantly distancing himself hundreds of meters away before Zhao Wujie activated his gravity enhancement could one completely avoid it. After all, this was the true essence of a soul saint. However, the battle experience Wang Feng accumulated over the past 5 years had also brewed this peculiar state. Wang Feng referred to this state as the Void Realm. Once a person enters the Void Realm, everything becomes empty, various attributes and mental perception are greatly enhanced, as if only he exists. It is a wonderful mental state. In simple terms, it is similar to a potential explosion, but stronger than a potential explosion. However, this state accelerates the consumption of soul power. With Wang Feng's current soul power, he could only maintain it for a few minutes at most. But right now, that's more than enough. There is no need for a few minutes. After entering the Void Realm state, Wang Feng's body suddenly dropped a few inches, almost avoiding the slap that passed right by the tip of his nose. Immediately after, he placed one hand on Zhao Wujie's elbow and gently touched it, feeling as if a terrifying energy was hidden within. One can imagine how powerful this slap was. However, a smile appeared at the corner of Wang Feng's mouth. In a peculiar posture, his body, in a state of suspension, shifted his palm and instantaneously changed the direction of Zhao Wujie's slap, instead swinging it towards his own face. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap suddenly echoed. Zhao Wujie's entire body flipped in place, spinning several times before landing on the ground. Wang Feng stood calmly in place. Just now, his posture was based on the core technique of the chaotic cloak hammer method that he borrowed from Tang Hao in the Holy Soul Village. Using force against force. Over the years, he had continuously summarized and modified it. It had long been used not only for the initial hammering and forging, but could now be directly applied in various battles. He had completely transformed the chaotic cloak hammer method and forged a new path. This special attacking technique, Wang Feng named Reversal of Heaven and Earth. It was inspired by a very famous martial arts novel from his previous life, which was called The Shift of Stars. In the state of the void, his spiritual perception was greatly enhanced, and his control over his body became more precise. When he executed the reversal of heaven and earth, it was like a fish in water. The void state and the reversal of heaven and earth were Wang Feng's greatest achievements over the past 5 years. Because normal meditation and cultivation were too slow, Wang Feng had reached level 30 through extensive combat. These numerous battles also allowed Wang Feng to enter the void state and summarize the reversal of heaven and earth. After all, as a modern person, Wang Feng had to come up with something of his own. He couldn't rely entirely on soul skills. Just like Tang San had his unique hidden weapons and the Xintian treasure record, Wang Feng didn't have that, so he could only slowly experiment and develop his own techniques. Wang Feng also knew that relying solely on his divine soul skills, it was impossible to contend with the true power of Zhao Wujie. Even if Zhao Wujie's soul power was at level 76 and only exerted 70% of his strength, Wang Feng would not be able to withstand it. In the eyes of the crowd, they could only watch as Zhao Wujie's palm was clearly aimed at Wang Feng, but suddenly changed trajectory. The palm actually struck his own face, sending him flying. He then crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Instantly, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. After a while, Zhao Wujie's intermittent voice slowly rang out. "Kid, what was that move you just used?" Chapter 76, Great Power Diamond Roar. The technique Zhao Wujie was referring to was the one Wang Feng had just executed. Using Zhao Wujie's own Great Power Diamond Palm to perform a reversal and strike Zhao Wujie down. Not only did Zhao Wujie ask, but the rest of the crowd was also filled with immense curiosity. How bizarre. I hit myself. In the distance, Zhao Wujie slowly got up from the dust, his face slightly swollen. That palm strike might have broken this kid. He had used about 70% of his strength. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to hit Wang Feng, but he also ended up suffering the consequences. He thought to himself that if he had used his full strength, he would have been in even worse shape. This is impossible. His soul skill combos, once affected by the gravitational enhancement, should not be able to react in time. But just now, this kid somehow managed to dodge and even used his own Great Power Diamond Palm, causing that palm to hit his own face. And the force had even increased a bit, which was extremely strange. Wang Feng stood calmly in place and said, "The technique is called Reversal of the Universe. It's not a soul skill. It's a method." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. "Reversal of the Universe," Zhao Wujie murmured. "What a great reversal. That palm strike I just executed was supposed to hit him and end this battle, but instead it hit myself and caused me harm. To turn the situation around again, isn't that exactly what Reversal of the Universe means?" However, Zhao Wujie was more curious about how Wang Feng managed to evade his soul skill combo. But he didn't ask further. "Did your teacher teach you this?" Zhao Wujie brushed off the dust from his clothes and asked with a smile. "This technique is extremely sophisticated. The phrase Reversal of the Universe carries a grand and imposing meaning, clearly not simple." Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu nearby were stunned. "Teacher? Does Feng have a teacher?" Then they heard Wang Feng shake his head and say, "No, master. I figured it out myself." As soon as he said this, the surroundings fell silent. Figure it out himself? Zhao Wujie swallowed hard. Is that even possible? You're just a 12-year-old kid, and you can develop such an incredibly powerful technique? Unless Zhao Wujie seemed to realize something, his pupils slightly constricted. To summarize such an extraordinary technique, there's only one possibility: through countless battles and exceptional wisdom. This kid is not simple. On the other side, Tang San pondered. This seems to have evolved from the core technique of the chaotic wind hammer method, utilizing borrowed strength. I remember when Feng Gu and Su Yuntao fought for the first time, he seemed to have used this technique as well. And later when he fought against me and Xiao Wu, he occasionally used it. I didn't expect that over the years. Feng Gu has already developed a unique set of techniques. Moreover, it's not limited to the chaotic wind hammer method. It can be applied to more battles. If this were my world, he could already be considered a groundbreaking martial arts master, right? Tang San was secretly shocked. In his past life, he was only obsessed with Tang Sek's hidden weapons, but he had also studied various martial arts. He knew that creating a special martial art was no easy task. Furthermore, this special technique gave Tang San a feeling that transcended the realm of martial arts. It's important to note that just now, Teacher Xiao was using a soul skill, not an ordinary technique. Even this soul skill could be reversed and bounce back. One can imagine. "Teacher Xiao, are you coming again?" Wang Feng said with a smile. With the empty realm and reversal of heaven and earth, it was unlikely for Zhao Wuji to rely on soul skills to continuously injure himself, unless he used a rather underhanded method to drag it out until his soul power was exhausted. After all, a Soul Saiyan at level 76 had significantly more soul power than Wang Feng at present. Wang Feng had compressed and purified his soul power, but at this moment, its durability was comparable to that of around level 50. The empty realm also consumed even more soul power. But who was Zhao Wuji? How could he possibly resort to such underhanded tactics? If it were Xiao Wu, there might still be a chance. Haha, good kid. Don't get too proud. Even though you have the reversal of heaven and earth, I still have a way to deal with you. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, I'll let you see for yourself. However, I cannot use my last soul skill against you. Zhao Wuji's last soul skill was his martial soul true body. Once activated, his strength would be on an entirely different level, and Wang Feng would have no chance of victory. That thing was equivalent to fighting with all his might. So Zhao Wuji could not use it. Your reversal of heaven and earth is indeed marvelous, but my sixth soul skill counters you very well. Zhao Wuji smiled and said, This battle should come to an end. You should be proud to have pushed me to use my sixth soul skill. The moment the words fell, Wang Feng thought this sounded a bit familiar. Dai Mubai seemed to realize something. His expression changed, and he quickly said to Tang San and the others, Hurry, we need to retreat. Without giving them a chance to react, he directly pulled Tang San and the others back quickly. Also, cover your ears, block them tightly. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, martial souls possessed. Ning Rongrong, come behind us. Dai Mubai said with a very serious expression. His experience seemed very seasoned. Everyone was taken aback, not knowing what Dai Mubai meant, but they still complied. In an instant, the three raised their soul rings, and their momentum surged. How can the teacher do this? Using such a technique against Wang Feng, Dai Mubai said softly, Dai Laohu, what is Zhao teacher's sixth soul skill? Xiao Wu asked curiously. The others also looked at him. Dai Mubai opened his mouth, just about to speak, when he saw Zhao Wuji in front roar, and the sixth soul ring on him, a pitch-black soul ring, suddenly burst forth with intense light. Wang Feng frowned slightly. He vaguely remembered that Zhao Wuji's sixth soul skill seemed to be some kind of roar. In the next moment, the ground seemed to tremble, and countless stones were stirred up from the surface. Zhao Wuji was gathering a terrifying momentum, his face crimson, and his eyes flickered with strands of black light. Boom! Zhao Wuji stomped his foot on the ground, causing it to tremble for several minutes. And countless stones were directly shaken high into the air. Soul skill, great strength diamond roar. Hearing these words, Wang Feng's expression changed slightly. He saw Zhao Wuji open his mouth, and a terrifying energy wave erupted from it. Roar! In almost an instant, the stones that had been shaken up from the ground were turned into powder by this roar. This was a wide-range destructive soul skill. It could incapacitate Wang Feng without even needing to make contact with him, using the power of the roar. At this moment, even if they blocked their ears and moved 200 meters away from the square, Tang San and the others had extremely bad expressions. Ningrongrong, who had a slightly weaker physique, completely collapsed on Xiao Wu's shoulder. Among them, the strongest Dai Mubai had to activate his martial soul to barely withstand it. The others were even more horrified in their hearts. Teacher Xiao is not a close combat battle soul master. What kind of freakish soul skill is this? Xiao Wu, pale-faced, gritted her teeth. Even from such a distance, the three of them found it hard to endure, their blood surging within, feeling extremely uncomfortable. If they were in Feng Ji's position, wouldn't that mean? Chapter 77. Refreshing. Wang Feng was only about 20 or 30 meters away from Zhao Wuji. Although Teacher Xiao was a battle soul master with both offensive and defensive capabilities, this soul skill of his was particularly effective against long-range attacking or controlling soul masters. Dai Mubai explained in a low voice, the Great Strength Diamond Roar is a special soul skill that stores soul power in sound and releases it through a roar. There's no way to avoid it. I've rarely seen Teacher Xiao use this soul skill. Aside from Teacher Xiao's seventh soul skill, the true body of his martial soul. This soul skill is his strongest move. The roar carried a terrifying power capable of shattering the hearts and brains of soul masters. Even those of the same level would at least feel dizzy and disoriented, making it hard to resist. For soul masters with soul power much lower than Teacher Xiao's, it could even lead to instant death. Just blocking one's ears wouldn't completely prevent it. That's why I told you to use your martial souls to resist. Tang San's face turned pale. If Teacher Xiao had used this soul skill just now, even if he held back, he would have been knocked out on the spot. One move was enough to completely render him unable to fight. Even if he had many hidden weapons, he probably wouldn't have had any chance to use them. What about him? The usually silent Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asked. He was naturally referring to Wang Feng. Everyone was taken aback. This battle should be coming to an end. Dai Mubai shook his head and sighed. Teacher Xiao's experience is too rich. Tang San said softly. He clearly saw that Feng Ji's reversal of the situation required him to take the initiative to attack, to be unleashed. In other words, as long as Zhao Wujie didn't come into contact with Wang Feng, he would have absolute initiative. He would never suffer the same counterattack again. Zhao Wujie's great strength diamond roar reminded Tang San of a legendary skill from his past life, the lion's roar of Buddhism. They were quite similar, but Teacher Xiao was a battle soul master with both offense and defense. It was hard to imagine that he, who didn't engage in close combat, could possess such a terrifying long-range area of effect killing soul skill. On the battlefield, he would definitely be the nemesis of countless support-type soul masters. Tang San's analysis made Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing realize. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had half fainted. She was just a support soul master. So that's what it meant. The reason Zhao Wujie was strong was that his soul skills were quite comprehensive. He had offensive soul skills like the Great Strength Diamond Palm, defensive soul skills like the Immovable King Body, skills that restrained agile attack-type battle soul masters like Gravity Enhancement and Tracking, as well as area of effect crowd control skills like Gravity Compression, and even long-range large-scale attacking soul skills like the Great Strength Diamond Roar. He wasn't afraid of one-on-one or group battles. Just now, whether he was with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, or alone with Tang San, Zhao Wujie was only able to exert 2 or 3/10 of his full strength, and he had to control his power to avoid seriously injuring them. If he were to get serious, like right now, whoever stepped up would be finished. I wonder if Feng Ge can withstand it. A few of them slowly looked toward the center of the square. Impressive, impressive, impressive. No wonder he is the immensely popular immovable king Zhao Wujie from the original work. Wang Feng stood still, his feet seemingly embedded in the mud. The power contained in that roar exceeded his expectations. Although he knew that Zhao Wujie's 6th soul skill was a type of roar, he didn't anticipate it would be so terrifying. Moreover, he was very close to Zhao Wujie. The closer he got, the greater the power of the roar. If Tang San and the others were here, they would probably bleed from their 7 orifices and faint on the ground in an instant, possibly even facing life-threatening danger. Additionally, since it was a long-range area coverage type, his reverse heaven and earth and empty realm couldn't avoid it. Zhao Wujie clearly recognized his weakness. Given that his speed was far inferior to Zhao's, and he was restrained by reverse heaven and earth, he decisively chose not to engage in close combat and directly activated his 6th soul skill. He intended to disable Wang Feng's combat ability with one strike. But isn't this also my opportunity? Wang Feng's lips curled into a smile. He summoned all his soul power to fiercely resist the terrifying sound waves. As a result, his soul power rapidly diminished. The roar continued, and after several dozen seconds, Dai Mubai and the others hundreds of meters away had completely collapsed to the ground. They really couldn't even get up, but fortunately, they were not in the center of the square, so they had not suffered too much harm. They were just exhausted and out of soul power. At this moment, the roar slowly came to a stop. Wang Feng's face turned pale, but there was an excited glint in his eyes, and his whole body was slightly trembling. Yet he did not fall. You still haven't fallen? In the distance, Zhao Wujie looked at this scene with an incredulous expression. This kid, so close to him, how could he still be standing? Even a Soul King over level 50 wouldn't be able to last this long. Zhao Wujie was confident in his control, considering this kid was only at level 30. He hadn't fully utilized all his soul power. But after just these few dozen seconds, even a Soul King over level 50 couldn't hold on. Was this kid really that resilient? Was he truly a level 30 great soul master? Teacher Xiao, is there more? At this moment, Wang Feng stood in place, revealing a faint smile. His face was somewhat pale, but his tone remained calm. I wonder, how many times can you release this soul skill? Hearing this, Zhao Wujie snorted coldly, stared at Wang Feng for a few moments, and slowly said, "Little brat, although you can still hold on now, you don't have much soul power left, do you? My soul skill, while it consumes a lot, I can easily use it 2 more times. The Great Strength Diamond Roar, a large area destructive soul skill, indeed couldn't be used multiple times. Then stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Wang Feng laughed heartily. Teacher Xiao, It would be best if you could unleash it with full power, don't hold back. Zhao Wuji was taken aback, then laughed in anger. This kid was really being reckless. If I unleash it with full power and you can still stand, then I'll consider it a loss. What a stubborn little brat. Although he was amused, Zhao Wuji had no intention of really unleashing the great strength diamond roar with full power. He cherished this little monster. How could he let things get out of hand? However, at this moment, Wang Feng smiled and said, Teacher Xiao, if you have the guts, unleash the great strength diamond roar with full power. Being timid, what kind of man are you? Upon hearing this, the crowd in the distance was petrified. They looked at Wang Feng, all thinking, is Wang Feng courting death? Zhao Wuji, kid, this is your own doing. Even if I get beaten up by the dean, I'll accept it. If I don't make you lie in bed for a few days, I want to be called Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's expression changed dramatically. This was something that no one could tolerate, let alone someone with his temper. Zhao Wuji stomped the ground like a raging bull. His 6 soul rings slowly lit up, marking the full-speed operation of his soul power, except for the last one. Great strength diamond roar. Zhao Wuji growled in a low voice. Boom! A more violent sound wave, solid as substance, was released from Zhao Wuji's mouth. Tang San and the others changed their expressions drastically, dragging their weary bodies back again. And Wang Feng, facing this sound wave in an instant, changed his expression. His bones let out a crisp sound, and his internal organs felt as if they were being twisted by a great force. It was too strong. Wang Feng let out a muffled grunt. This great strength diamond roar was at least twice as strong as before. Even if Zhao Wuji didn't use all his strength, he still exerted at least 80 to 90% of his power, let alone a soul king of over 50 levels. Even a soul emperor of over 60 levels would probably be finished on the spot. Although Wang Feng's physical quality was strong, it was at most comparable to that of a soul master of over 50 levels. He definitely couldn't withstand it. However, knowing that he couldn't resist, why would Wang Feng be so foolish as to confront it head-on? He even went so far as to provoke Zhao Wuji. The reason was simple. Wang Feng needed to use this great strength diamond roar, along with meteor tears, to temper his body. A crazy idea. Wang Feng hasn't reached that state of pushing his body beyond its limits for a long time. Besides using meteor tears to compress and purify his soul power, he hasn't felt that sensation of walking on a tightrope between life and death for a long time. Even fighting with many powerful soul beasts with all his strength hasn't been able to evoke that special energy from meteor tears to repair and enhance his body. There's no way around it. His physical quality is too strong. But now, this is a superb opportunity. Zhao Wuji's great strength diamond roar is a special sound wave attack that covers all directions. Its lethality is astonishing. However, for Wang Feng, it is a super perfect means to refine his body. He needs to use Zhao Wuji's great strength diamond roar to put his body in a state of life and death limits to once again feel the warmth of meteor tears. Of course, this is also very dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. But often, true strong individuals are those who can achieve breakthroughs and become stronger in extremely dangerous situations, being reborn from the ashes. The terrifying power brought by the sound waves ravages Wang Feng's entire body, as if he is being torn apart. His muscles are being shredded, his internal organs, limbs, and bones are all shaken to the point of being fearfully cracked by this sound wave power. Wang Feng closed his eyes. The pain that engulfed his whole body was so intense that a normal person would have long since screamed in agony or fainted. But for him, it felt nothing, even a bit nostalgic. This was still a bit less than the first time he underwent body reforging. Hurry up and come out. Because his mental will was extremely strong, the consequence of this strength was that Wang Feng could feel every moment of pain his body endured with crystal clarity. Yet Wang Feng persisted. This was a rare opportunity to significantly and comprehensively enhance his physical quality. After this, even if Zhao Wuji unleashed the great strength diamond roar again, it wouldn't have such a good effect. After dozens of seconds, finally, to Wang Feng's anticipation, his heart surged with a long-lost special energy, slowly nourishing his entire body. That refreshing comfort was beyond description. Every inch of his skin seemed to be rejuvenated, the energy flowing through him, repairing every inch of skin and bone, making them tougher and stronger. This was not something that the pure healing ability of the Golden Lotus could compare to. It was more like a process of washing the marrow and refining the body. At this moment, on the other side, Zhao Wuji, after unleashing the great strength diamond roar that contained almost 80 to 90% of his power, suddenly woke up in shock, feeling regret. Oh no, that kid. Is he not going to be shattered all over? The anger in Zhao Wujia's heart seemed to be doused with a splash of water. That kid's physical quality was strangely strong, enough to rival a level 50 soul master, but his great strength diamond roar this time was twice as strong as the last. The kid had just appeared to have some strength left. How could he possibly endure such a roar intact? Thinking this, Zhao Wujia focused his eyes and looked over, only to see Wang Feng with his eyes closed, blood streaming from his facial features, trembling uncontrollably, clearly at the end of his strength. This sight made Zhao Wujia's heart suddenly sink, feeling a chill. Meanwhile, further away, Tang San and the others were also shocked by this scene, their hearts trembling. They thought it was bad. Brother Feng had overdone it. At the same time, Zhao Wujia felt regretful, just about to gather his soul power, close his mouth, and retract the great strength diamond roar. However, at that moment, in the distance, Wang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a glint flashing in them, and shouted loudly. So refreshing. As soon as he said this, everyone present, including Zhao Wujia, froze in place. Each one looked at Wang Feng in the distance like a stone statue. Author's note and update. Dear readers, this book will go online today, December 13th, at noon, and will start charging. After all, this book has already been free for 200,000 words. There's no way around it. I need to make a living. I won't sell my misery. I believe that readers who have followed this far will continue to subscribe, while those who don't want to read have long since found other good works. So, I'll directly address the most concerned issue for you readers, updates. There will be at least 15 updates today at noon. In the evening, there will be 5 more, totaling around 20 updates. There won't be any more than that, not a drop left. Future updates will depend on the book's performance. I am a very straightforward author, serious face, just like the protagonist Wang Feng in the book, who likes things straightforward. Good performance means more updates. Poor performance means fewer updates. Alas, it's the old saying, I need to make a living. So if I can get 2,000 subscriptions, there will be 2 updates. 3,000, 3 updates for 1,000 is impossible. You want me, a clumsy person, to handle 4 updates a day? No way. As for 5,000 subscriptions, if that ever happens, I would go a day without eating or drinking just to give you 5 updates a day. I also hope that readers on other platforms can try to read the book on the QQ Reading app. The most important thing is that you won't see what this chapter says on other platforms. If reading novels doesn't include the silly comments from you silly readers. What's the point? Hee, a dog has head for safety. Alright, see you at noon. Chapter 79, Second Soul Skill. Ice Flame, Angry Lotus. 1. This mighty shout shocked everyone present. Refreshing? You're in this state and still feel refreshed? Wang Feng truly feels exhilarated. Experiencing the surging power in his body after being cleansed by the Meteoric Tears, as well as the replenished soul power. He really wants to let out an incredibly satisfying roar. This time, Wang Feng can confidently say that if Zhao Wujia were to use the great strength diamond roar again, it would not affect him like it did before. Even if he still suffers some damage, it won't be fatal. In fact, every aspect of his body has seen varying degrees of improvement. If he were to apply the divine transformation state to himself again, Wang Feng would be confident enough to withstand Zhao Wujia's great strength diamond palm. It's important to note that the duration and enhancement of divine transformation soul skills will increase after he reaches level 30. Moreover, the growth is exponential. The initial divine transformation skill doubles his physical attributes, strength, speed, defense, and so on. For every 10 levels of soul power, it doubles again. This increase is entirely due to Wang Feng's compressed and refined soul power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. This is also why he didn't assist Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhao Wujia earlier when they were fighting. Once this ability is activated, not to mention 1 incense stick, even 5 incense sticks, Tang San and the others will be able to endure. However, this way, the significance of Zhao Wujia's testing for Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing is diminished. Simply put, Wang Feng doesn't want the 3 of them to miss out on the opportunity to gain experience points. However, the duration still lasts for 1 hour. At this moment, Wang Feng's physical fitness had once again improved, now boosted 3-fold, making a world of difference compared to before. Naturally, he was confident enough to take on Zhao Wujia's powerful Vajra Palm head-on. It was the full-force Vajra Palm. However, at this moment, Zhao Wujia was completely taken aback. His mind filled with question marks. Not just him, but Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others also looked completely bewildered. Although they were far away, they were all soul masters and could see everything very clearly. Wang Feng was directly shaken to the point of bleeding from his facial features by Zhao's furious great-strength diamond roar, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. This was clearly a dire situation. The fact that he could still speak was simply ridiculous. What he said was just one word, shuang, which was utterly absurd. Did I hear it wrong? A flash of light before death? Zhao Wujie took a deep breath and looked at Wang Feng again, and this time his eyes suddenly widened. In the distance, Wang Feng had opened his eyes, his gaze bright and full of energy, as if he had consumed some powerful tonic. This completely confused Zhao Wujie. Is this really the result of my great strength diamond roar? It was completely different from just now. Could it be that my great strength diamond roar has such an unbelievable effect? Zhao Wujie shook his head, feeling utterly incredulous. At this moment, Wang Feng's aura seemed even stronger, radiating an overwhelming presence. This was most obvious to Zhao Wujie, who was closest to Wang Feng. This kid, although his soul power had not increased, emitted a much stronger aura. Zhao Wujie was shocked. What kind of monster is this? After taking at least 80 of the power of his great strength diamond roar, a soul king over level 50 would be instantly defeated, and a soul emperor over level 60 would be severely injured and lose combat ability. But this kid not only was fine, but had actually become stronger. Is he playing with me? Seeing this, Zhao Wujie's previously sinking heart suddenly lifted. Even though he didn't know how this kid managed to do it, at least he was fine. So roar. The great strength diamond roar that was supposed to be retracted was not pulled back by Zhao Wujie. Instead, he used a bit more soul power, increasing its power even further. Instantly, the sky above the square seemed to be shaken into a hollow by this roar. The roar spread throughout the entire academy. It was as if a ferocious tiger was roaring in the forest. The aura of the king of the jungle overwhelming the entire mountain forest. On the other side of the academy, on a big tree, Oscar, who was napping, was suddenly awakened by the roar. He accidentally fell from the tree. He stood up cursing, looking at the square in the distance. What the hell is going on? Are there a lot of external enemies invading? Is that why Teacher Xiao is using such a perverse technique as the Great Strength Diamond Roar? Oscar had a speechless expression. Ugh, you ruined my beautiful dream. He decided to go take a look. As he spoke, Oscar headed towards the square. Meanwhile in the square, with Zhao Wujie's enhanced Great Strength Diamond Roar, this time, Wang Feng did not sit idly by. Teacher Xiao, do you think you're the only one with such a wide-range remote attack soul skill? Wang Feng took a deep breath, using his soul power to resist the sound waves from the Great Strength Vajra roar while speaking loudly. There was no other way. Zhao Waoqi's move truly made it impossible for him to get close. His soul power was still somewhat lacking. However, when everyone heard this, they were once again taken aback, and Zhao Waoqi felt a hint of confusion rise within him. Did this kid imply that he also had a similar soul skill? Impossible, right? This kid's martial soul and soul skills were both supportive. Wait, Zhao Waoqi seemed to remember something, and his pupils slightly contracted. This little brat seemed to have a second soul skill to unleash. He had 2 soul rings. Moreover, the second soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring. Almost at the moment Zhao Waoqi realized this in his mind, not far away, Wang Feng quietly opened his palm. Above the azure blue lotus, a golden lotus bloomed, and at the same time, the second lotus seed quietly blossomed. It was a crimson, eerie, and extremely hot red. Yet, on the petals of the lotus, there was a layer of faint ice covering it. It gave an extremely strange feeling. But within this contradiction, there was a unique charm that deeply attracted people, making it hard to extricate themselves. Upon seeing this scene, everyone suddenly widened their eyes. What eerie martial soul is this? 2 forms as well. Wang Feng channeled his soul power and surged towards the red lotus petals. He then slowly plucked one petal, and the black soul rings on his body radiated brightly. Second soul skill, Ice Flame Angry Lotus. Wang Feng slowly uttered, Teacher Xiao, catch this. As his words fell, Wang Feng threw the petal in his hand towards Zhao Wujie's direction. In midair, under the sunlight, the scarlet petal wrapped in ice gleamed with a light that seemed to devour everything. Huh? Zhao Wujie looked at the petal that Wang Feng had taken from that strange red lotus and thrown at him, and couldn't help but laugh. This little brat is playing with me? Throwing a petal and thinking it's a range attack? Does he think Zhao Wujie, am a fly? Zhao Wujie was both amused and angry. Saying this, he retracted his great strength diamond roar, planning to catch the petal directly and crush it. At that moment, Chapter 80. How much strength has Brother Feng hidden? 2. Just as his hand was about to reach out to grab it, Zhao Wujia's expression suddenly changed as the petal shot closer. Not good. This petal is strange. However, it was already too late. Boom. A faint voice slowly came from Wang Feng's mouth. The next moment, bang, a terrifying explosion erupted like a blooming ice fire-red lotus, centered around Zhao Wujia, spreading throughout the entire square. The explosion shocked Tang San and the others far away, causing their eardrums to ache as they looked in horror at the center. From the center, a wave of air like a hurricane rushed over. Everything in its path was reduced to rubble. Ice Flame, Angry Lotus. Second Soul Skill. Back when he was at level 20, Wang Feng could instantly obliterate everything within 100 meters. Now, at level 30, he had increased the range to 200 meters. The power was terrifying. Wang Feng estimated that even a Soul King over level 50 would not be able to withstand it. The flames and ice from the explosion would inflict tremendous damage on the enemies. This was Wang Feng's most powerful move. Moreover, over the past 5 years, he had conducted in-depth research on this move, such as simultaneously detonating 2 or 3 petals had different power levels. What if he triggered the entire Red Lotus? What kind of power would that unleash? Ice Flame Angry Lotus Ultimate Version, abbreviated as Ice Flame Angry God Lotus. However, Wang Feng did not plan to release it here, as its power was too great and would surely result in casualties. It could only be kept as a trump card. At this moment, the massive explosion once again shocked everyone. They had never heard of an auxiliary soul master possessing such a terrifying soul skill with a wide-ranging destructive capability. This power, Dai Mubai, trembled all over. Even if I activate the White Tiger transformation, I would probably be severely injured in there. But Wang Feng was only at level 30, and this was merely his second soul skill. He, as a level 37 battle soul master, said this. Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces turned pale. How much strength did Brother Feng hide when he fought with us? Xiao Wu cried sadly. He must have hidden more than half of it. Such a powerful soul skill is terrifying. Tang San shook his head. The power brought by this move caused damage that was several times more exaggerated than most of his hidden weapons. Moreover, the coverage area was too large. Almost half of the square was covered. There was simply nowhere to hide. His martial soul is so strange, Zhu Zhuqing said softly. The others paused, realizing yes. What a strange martial soul. It actually has 2 forms, and the 2 forms of the martial soul possess different abilities. This is too incomprehensible. The teacher once said that Brother Feng also has a twin martial soul. Could this be his other martial soul? Tang San thought to himself. Back when they were at Nodding Academy, the master revealed that both he and Brother Feng possessed 2 martial souls. But he had never seen Brother Feng's second martial soul before. At this moment, little brat, your soul skill explosion is quite impressive, but unfortunately, the gap between our soul power and soul rings is too great. The damage to me is not high. If you were 20 levels higher, I might not be able to withstand it. Zhao Wujia's voice slowly came through the explosion, laughing heartily. At this moment, he activated the immovable king body, with defense that could be called invincible. The flames and ice were all kept at bay, with only occasional ice marks and burns appearing on his skin. A single ice flame Angry Lotus, of course, would not deal significant damage to Teacher Xiao. Wang Feng smiled unconsciously, and his soul power surged violently in his hand. Immediately after, he waved his hand and several lotus petals appeared. But what if there were many? Boom! 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 Give me a big explosion. As the words fell, Zhao Wuji's smile on his face instantly froze. In the air, it was as if countless fireworks were going off. Countless clouds of smoke rose from the square. The scorching heat wave and the icy breath, 2 different powers, swept across the entire square. Tang San and the others stared blankly, gasping for breath. The fiery light, merging ice and fire, reflected the astonished expressions on their faces. The bombardment lasted for several minutes. How many petals has it been? Dai Mubai said in a trembling voice. Such a perverse soul skill, being able to unleash it once or twice would be impressive, right? How can he do it as easily as eating or drinking? Generally speaking, the more powerful the soul skill, the higher the consumption. Especially for large area soul skills, the consumption for soul masters is the highest. Just like many games, area attack skills consume the most mana. The same principle applies to soul power. There should be more than 20 petals by now, right? I noticed that almost as soon as Feng Gu picked a lotus petal, the fiery lotus would automatically replenish and grow, maintaining a total of 12 petals. Tang San felt a bit dry in his mouth. This is even stronger than my hidden weapons. Such a powerful soul skill. It's impossible for a soul master in their 40s to unleash it more than 20 times, right? Dai Mubai said softly, at level 30, having 3 or 4 times would already be very exaggerated. That's a soul skill attached to a 10,000-year soul ring. The consumption should be even greater. Is he really only level 30? In a daze, Dai Mubai recalled that exploding white crystal ball. Feng Ji soul power must be somewhat different. Tang San replied after a moment of silence. Indeed, when Wang Feng was at level 20, he could only release the Ice Flame Angry Lotus 3 times. However, at that time, his soul power compression and purification were very durable, equivalent to that of a soul power above level 30. After 5 years of soul power compression and storage, Wang Feng barely managed to cultivate to level 30. In his words, he had expended an enormous amount of effort to achieve that. But similarly, the benefits were immense. At that moment, Wang Feng's soul power was at least equivalent to level 50. What he lacked the least was soul power. This allowed him to exaggerate by exploding more than 20 times. It was only when Wang Feng ran out of soul power that he shrugged and sighed, saying, "Alas, I'm out of soul power. Teacher Xiao, I really can't beat you. I admit defeat." With that, Wang Feng waved his hand gracefully. At that moment, as the bright mist of ice and fire slowly dissipated in the distance, Zhao Wujia's figure was revealed. At that time, Zhao Wujia was covered in burn marks and had bruises and ice marks all over him, looking quite bad. His clothes were also tattered, resembling a beggar. Interestingly, half of Zhao Wujia's body was a scorching fiery color, while the other half was covered in ice marks of icy blue. He looked like a being of ice and fire. In the center of the plaza, a huge pit had appeared, and Zhao Wujia was lying in the middle of it. He staggered to his feet, and his injuries were clearly worse than when he had fought with Tang San earlier. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, he was directly angered to the point of laughter. Ironically, hearing this kid admit defeat, he couldn't say a word. Chapter 81. Each of their trump cards. 3. Everyone was also at a loss for words. Your admission of defeat is quite straightforward, yet Teacher Xiao has been blasted like this. From any perspective, Teacher Xiao seems to be the one who lost. And you are the one who won? Wang Feng whistled as he walked towards Tang San and the others. Seeing their surprised expressions, he sighed and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I ultimately couldn't beat Teacher Xiao." Everyone's lips twitched in unison. What? Did you really think you could beat Teacher Xiao? At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been resting on Xiao Wu's shoulder, seemed to have heard Wang Feng's words and slowly woke up. She had fainted earlier when Zhao Wujia first unleashed the Great Strength Diamond Roar, as she was a support-type soul master with an average physique and hadn't seen anything. Now awake and hearing Wang Feng's words, she was taken aback and quickly comforted him in a low voice. "Wang Feng, don't be discouraged. Even if you fail, Teacher Xiao won't kick you out. And even if he did, there are still many other great soul master academies." Wang Feng scratched his head. He just wanted to show off, which is why he said that, but Ning Rongrong didn't see anything and left Wang Feng at a loss for words. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and smiled. Ning Rongrong looked at the group with a confused expression, wondering why they were laughing when she was trying to comfort them. "Laugh, laugh, laugh. You little brats, stop laughing." Zhao Wujia's scolding voice came through. Ning Rongrong looked over and saw Zhao Wujia's extremely miserable appearance, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, asking in confusion, "Teacher Xiao, did Wang Feng lose? Why do you look like this?" Zhao Wujia's face twitched slightly. Xiao Wu covered her mouth and chuckled a few times, pulling Ning Rongrong aside to slowly explain the fight that had just taken place. "Mubai, hurry and call Oscar over. I'm both hungry and tired. And this kid should have no soul power left to heal me," Zhao Wujia said. Although he was injured, Zhao Wujia felt quite satisfied with the fight, even using his 6th soul skill. But this kid was a bit outrageous. From the very first punch to later using his 1st soul skill, he was pressing Zhao Wujia down, forcing him to use his real abilities and soul power combos, trying to suppress this kid directly. But unexpectedly, this kid was able to dodge at the critical moment and even used a reversal technique to counter Zhao Wujia's soul skill, causing him self-harm. In the end, Zhao Wujia had to use his 6th soul skill twice in a row, and the second time nearly crushed the kid, making him break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this kid bizarrely revived and became even stronger, using his 2nd soul skill to completely overpower Zhao Wujia. This battle was truly spectacular and bizarre. As a dignified soul sage of level 76, Zhao Wujia had hardly held back any of his abilities and was knocked down by this kid. However, Thinking back to how the kid had closed his eyes, blood flowing from his features, trembling all over but still gritting his teeth to persevere, Zhao Wujie's anger subsided significantly. Wang Feng also felt a bit emotional. Zhao Wujie hadn't even used his true martial soul. If he had, he probably would have been defeated in an instant. After all, the true martial soul is considered a trump card at the soul sage level. However, he also had a trump card he hadn't used. First of all, he was carrying nearly 1,000 pounds of weight, which he hadn't taken off. 2 years ago, Wang Feng had expended over 1,000 gold coins to forge special armor that was small in area, but incredibly heavy, made of special fine gold. Because he had gotten used to it, Wang Feng had forgotten to take it off just now. He hadn't even activated his true red lotus karma fire. That thing was too terrifying. Once it touched someone, there was no escape. Wang Feng definitely wouldn't use such a life and death trump card against Zhao Wujie. As for the ultimate version of the Ice Flame Angry Lotus, Wang Feng dared not use it either, because the range of this ultimate version is too large. Within a radius of thousands of meters, it would likely level everything to the ground. He also didn't use the Golden Lotus, which temporarily enhances soul power. Temporarily enhancing soul power means being able to boost overall strength, and as one's level increases, at the beginning, it can only temporarily enhance one level, but at level 30, it can enhance soul power by 3 levels. Of course, it is only temporary, lasting about an hour. But that's already quite extraordinary. Wang Feng was unable to progress because he was only at level 30 and had no soul rings, making it temporarily impossible for him to improve. If he were at level 31, he could directly increase his soul power by 3 levels, temporarily reaching level 34. One can imagine how significant this improvement would be. This kind of enhancement is purely a level increase and has nothing to do with compressing or purifying soul power. Even Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others could only increase their soul power by 3 levels. Additionally, there was the extremely mysterious second martial soul. This second humanoid martial soul left Wang Feng somewhat puzzled because he hadn't activated it even once in the past 5 years. It only appeared when he first absorbed a soul ring, just before his consciousness was about to be devoured by the golden lightning leopard. But even so, Wang Feng knew that if it came down to a life and death situation or some special moment, this second martial soul would definitely appear. If these trump cards were truly used, the situation would be unpredictable. Just a single red lotus karma fire was already hard to contend with. Not long after, a surprise voice rang out. "Wow, are you guys trying to tear the place apart? What happened to our training ground?" The soft voice came, delicate and tender, and it was naturally Oscar. "Little Ao, how did you come here by yourself?" Dai Mubai looked at the approaching Oscar in surprise and quickly added, "No time to chat. Bring some sausages and grilled sausages." The food-type martial soul has the biggest feature of not only adding various statuses, but also filling one's stomach. Dai Mubai and the others felt quite hungry, mainly because they had just used their soul power and martial souls to withstand Zhao Wujie's powerful golden roar, so they were very exhausted. Moreover, this extremely thrilling battle left them with tingling scalps and their hearts racing, feeling somewhat mentally fatigued like a roller coaster. There were too many details to recall and think about, which would also lead to many improvements for them. Seeing the tired expressions of the others, Oscar immediately rejoiced. "Hey, then I came at the right time. I heard Teacher Xiao's golden roar just now and knew you must have had a fierce battle. Don't worry, I've already prepared grilled sausages and sausages." Saying this, Oscar took out the wrapped grilled sausages and sausages from his pack and placed them in front of everyone. 5 copper coins each. Don't forget to pay after eating. Wang Feng couldn't help but glance at Oscar again upon hearing this. He was indeed not simple and had some business acumen. He knew to prepare it in advance. However, Dai Mubai had eaten 2 of them and said, "Although this guy's spell is a bit disgusting, the recovery effect of this sausage is really good, and it can also fill your stomach. Do you want to give it a try?" Chapter 82. Ice and Fire Duality. 4. Tang San quickly shook his head, still a bit unable to eat, and said, "I'm fine, you can ask them." However, Zhu Zhuqing also didn't eat, and Dai Mubai didn't want to give her this stuff either. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were still gently chatting and hadn't eaten either. Wang Feng was not polite at all and directly took the paper bag, finishing off one in just a few bites. He was indeed out of soul power and quite hungry. "Hey, the new junior students are really particular. They really suit my taste." Oscar looked at Wang Feng and chuckled. Wang Feng smiled as well. "Xiao Ao, give me 2, I'm hungry too." Zhao Wujie shouted in a deep voice from his side. His whole body was still burning, especially one side that felt hot and the other cold, which was extremely uncomfortable. He had to use all his soul power to resist these 2 forces, but it wasn't fatal, just very unpleasant. That feeling of being hot on one side and cold on the other was like being in two extremes. Oscar walked over, looked at Zhao Wuji, and was immediately taken aback. Teacher Xiao, have you changed your look? There was no way around it. Zhao Wuji's current appearance was too shocking. Zhao Wuji was so angry that he raised his hand as if to slap this guy. But Oscar quickly dodged with a grin and directly threw the wrapped grilled sausage and salami to Zhao Wuji. You little brat, you dare to tease me too. Zhao Wuji cursed as he took the grilled sausage and salami and started eating them voraciously. Oscar's salami could eliminate abnormal states. After eating it, Zhao Wuji's two-colored skin gradually returned to normal. I say, Dai Lao, what's going on here? Oscar walked over to Dai Mubai and whispered. The situation was too strange, and Oscar was curiously itching to know. Dai Mubai coughed a few times, thinking that if he said it out loud, it would be too embarrassing for Teacher Xiao. Fortunately, Wang Feng eventually took the initiative to admit defeat, cleverly giving Teacher Xiao an out. Dai Mubai secretly thought that Wang Feng was a monster. Although he seemed to be jokingly admitting defeat just now, it was actually a very smart move. Nothing's going on, Wang Feng said with a smile. It's just us newcomers, who are unaware of our own limitations, being guided by Teacher Xiao. The result, of course, is that we ended up in a terrible defeat, getting our heads thrashed by Teacher Xiao. Xiao-san, don't you think so? Wang Feng glanced at Tang San. Tang San was taken aback and quickly said, that's right, exactly. He secretly felt grateful, thinking that Brother Feng was clever. The others, Zhao Wuji beside them, cursed the little brat for being cunning. With this statement, it made it difficult for him to find trouble with them, and his previous annoyance vanished. He's quite likable. Zhao Wuji glared at Wang Feng, secretly mocking him. Is that so? Oscar looked at the distant square and the big pit, then glanced at Zhao Wuji and then at Wang Feng, with a face full of disbelief. Little Ao, come find me tomorrow. I'll give you a practical lesson. An auxiliary soul master can't be too weak, right? Zhao Wuji said with a gloomy face. After eating 2 grilled sausages and a smoked sausage, Zhao Wuji felt much better, glanced at a few people, and said, all right, Mubai, you arrange for these guys to settle in. Wang Feng, you created this big pit in the square, so you fill it up yourself. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, he slowly left. Wang Feng thought, this big pit will probably take several hours to fill, right? Wang Feng was speechless, but there was nothing much to say. This was indeed something he had caused himself. Wang Feng, did you really beat Teacher Xiao so badly just now? At this moment, Xiao Wu seemed to have finished talking with Ning Rongrong, who was looking at Wang Feng in shock with her mouth agape. You're kidding us, right? You're not a support-type soul master. Ning Rongrong did not expect that after Teacher Xiao unleashed his powerful golden roar, there would still be such an extraordinary and bizarre battle. She felt as if she had missed out on a fortune. I also serve as a support-type soul master, Wang Feng said. In terms of single-round capabilities, his support abilities indeed seem to be much stronger than his offensive ones. The Golden Lotus's support abilities, apart from being unable to create food, were comprehensive and extremely powerful. At least, in his memory, Wang Feng could not find any support soul ring in Douluo Continent that could match this 12th grade merit Golden Lotus. So what was the first soul skill you used before the battle started? Ning Rongrong looked at him with a face that said she wouldn't be fooled. But her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wang Feng. There was an inexplicable emotion. Today, Wang Feng had given her too many shocks. Now that she thought back to the street earlier, it was no wonder that this soul master could defeat those two who had robbed her money in the blink of an eye. It turned out he was so powerful. Not just Ning Rongrong, but for Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were most familiar with Wang Feng, today was also a huge shock. All along, Wang Feng's strength had been a mystery to the two of them. Now, they finally had a glimpse of Wang Feng's true power. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu did not know that what they saw was still only a part of it. As for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, the shock in their hearts was even more difficult to describe. From the initially bizarre healing ability, the reverse healing side effects, to the later intense and twisted battle with Zhao Wujia, it left Dai Mubai feeling extremely shocked. And while the cool and silent Zhu Zhuqing was shocked, she was more curious but did not ask further. Deification, simply put, is to enhance various attributes of the body, of course, as an all-around improvement. Wang Feng looked at the curious expressions of the crowd and smiled, saying, if there's a chance, I'll show you. Then you'll understand. In this battle, there were too many things that Dai Mubai and the others couldn't comprehend. They could somewhat understand his physical qualities that far exceeded those of a level 30 soul master, as well as his divine soul skills. However, the later aspects such as the void realm, reversing the situation, and using the great strength diamond roar to push his body to the limit, activating Meteor Tears for an instant full resurrection, as well as the second soul skill, Ice Flame Angry Lotus, which seemed to be released desperately without consuming soul power, were completely beyond their understanding. Even Zhao Wujia wouldn't be able to comprehend it. It couldn't be explained clearly in a short time. All right then, everyone is tired today, so I'll take you to the dormitory first. Dai Mubai nodded and led Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong away. Oscar also gave Wang Feng 2 sausages before leaving. As he watched everyone leave, Wang Feng couldn't help but reflect. A soul sage is still a soul sage. I've only been training for 6 years. It's unrealistic to expect a proper fight. Wang Feng pondered over today's battle, scenes replaying in his mind like a 4K movie. As he filtered through the battles in his mind, he reflected on them. The state of the empty realm was very mysterious, but he still couldn't apply it freely. He could only unleash it in critical moments. Wang Feng whispered. Chapter 83. Teacher Xiao, you can't escape this calamity. 5. If he could use it freely at the very beginning, Wang Feng could have directly entered the empty state, even being able to sense Zhao Wuji's soul skill combos in advance. Then there wouldn't have been that slap later on. However, after entering multiple times, Wang Feng gained a bit of experience and could quickly enter it in critical moments. In the future, Wang Feng felt that he would eventually be able to enter whenever he wanted. As for reversing the situation, it could temporarily be countered through close combat soul skills. If he could achieve it with long-range soul skills, he would also be able to counter his opponents, which Wang Feng felt he would gradually master. This battle provided Wang Feng with many gains. Besides experience, the most significant was the improvement in his physical quality. Unknowingly, the pit in the square was gradually filled by Wang Feng. At this time, it was also dark. In the dormitory, Dai Mubai had also made arrangements. That night, Shrek Academy was quiet. Besides Wang Feng and his group during the day, there were no other admitted students, so there weren't many people in the academy. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's was alone in his office. Tang San was a little monster, but this Wang Feng was simply a monster among monsters. Zhao Wuji's bared his teeth. With his powerful physical quality, terrifying soul ring years, and the mysterious dual-form martial soul, the divine soul skill had at least doubled his strength. Or else a punch wouldn't cause even a slight pain to his immovable king body. Besides that, how did he manage to dodge his soul skill combos? And that perverse technique of reversing the situation, who knows how this kid comprehended it? It counters most battle soul masters. And that second soul skill, endless soul power. He really didn't seem like a level 30 soul master. Even level 40 or 50 soul masters might not be as exaggerated as him. This kid's soul power was definitely unusual. Zhao Wuji's didn't mention it during the day, but at night, when he thought back, he was shocked. Moreover, this little guy was quite clever. Unlike Tang San, who was like a little hedgehog, stubborn and dull. Zhao Wuji's thought, Tang San's hidden weapons were too insidious, making him uncomfortable. If it had been before, he would have killed him long ago, but now he was his student. Although he felt a bit stifled, he swallowed it down, still cherishing this little hedgehog at his heart. In comparison, Wang Feng was much smarter. Through the whole fight, each punch and kick was straightforward, using various techniques to suppress him to the point where he had nothing to say. In the end, he even perfectly gave him a way out. Although the result was still very miserable, Zhao Wuji's felt no frustration at all. Instead, he wanted to laugh. He would have to train these little guys well in the future. Zhao Wuji's clenched his fist and smiled. However, at that moment, a low voice suddenly rang in Zhao Wuji's ear. Instantly, it left Zhao Wuji stunned. He was a soul sage. The soul power of a soul sage could form a unique aura around him. Any movement or disturbance would not escape his perception. But now this voice came, and Zhao Wuji's had no sense of it at all. Who? Zhao Wuji's suddenly stood up. Come out. The doors and windows suddenly opened. A cold wind blew in from outside, making Zhao Wuji's eyes shine with cold light. Without any hesitation, Zhao Wuji's jumped out of the window, quickly following the voice, swiftly moving through the forest outside Shrek Academy. Before long, Zhao Wuji stopped by a large tree, and 7 soul rings slowly lit up on his body. Come out. I know you are here. A black figure walked out from behind the large tree, cloaked in black, making it hard to see their exact appearance. Who are you? Zhao Wuji's aura surged, his cold and domineering gaze locking onto the figure ahead. The black figure did not pay attention to Zhao Wuji's cold tone, only saying lightly, "It's not about who I am. I just want to spar with you, the immovable king, and stretch my muscles." As soon as the words fell, he raised his hand, and a massive purple iron hammer appeared. At the same time, 9 soul rings slowly rose from under his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple for black. And the last one, black with a faint red. The moment Zhao Wuji's saw this soul ring, he was dumbfounded, swallowing hard, the cold tone almost instantly disappearing. Now tinged with a slight tremor. Titled Douluo, the black figure took one step at a time toward Zhao Wuji's. Senior, please don't joke. Zhao Wuji's hurriedly bowed and stepped back. How could I have the qualifications to spar with you? Please don't bully a mere soul sage like me. Oh, the black figure said lightly. During the day, weren't you bullying those kids quite enjoyably? I also want to enjoy it, to experience the feeling of oppressing the weak. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's was taken aback, inwardly cursing. How was I enjoying myself? That little hedgehog made me feel terrible. My whole body was poisoned. The little monster behind him was even more perverse. I couldn't even touch him once. However, Zhao Wuji's dared not say this at all. Just then, a figure flew out from the distant forest. Your Majesty Haotian, what brings you to our little Shrek Academy? I don't know where Zhao Wuji's offended you, but I, Flinder, am willing to apologize on his behalf. I wonder if you could show me some leniency? The moment the voice sounded, the figure landed steadily on the ground, also revealing 7 soul rings, just like Zhao Wuji's. When Zhao Wuji's heard the words Your Majesty Haotian, he immediately gasped. He couldn't understand why one of the continent's top powerhouses would come here. Stop wasting words. Golden Iron Triangle, Cat Eagle Martial Soul Flinder, I know you. Stand aside, or I will beat you too. Flinder's expression darkened, and Zhao Wuji's quickly cast a pleading look. Your Majesty, at least you should clarify the reason, right? Flinder said in a low voice. The reason? The black-clad person paused, saying lightly, if you hit the young, the old naturally have to come out for justice. It's only right, let's fight. Upon hearing this, both men instantly understood something. Zhao Wuji's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I'm wronged. You must have seen what happened during the day. Although I hit a few of the kids, I didn't use much strength, and I've already been beaten twice. That's miserable enough. Zhao Wuji's words were pitiful and moving, filled with a strong desire to survive. Flinder and the black-clad person were silent. An overwhelming silence. It was evident that Flinder and the black-clad person also knew about the situation during the day, especially that little monster Wang Feng, who had beaten Zhao Wuji's quite badly. While he hadn't suffered any injuries at all, the black-clad person seemed to find it quite strange as well. After a moment, the black-clad person snorted coldly. Your life can be spared, but the punishment is unavoidable. I give you a chance, 1 incense sticks time. I won't use my martial soul to fight you. If you can last for that time, I will leave without a word. If you can't, you must do something for me. After saying that, the black-clad person flashed and appeared beside Zhao Wuji's. Bang! Bang! The chilling screams echoed in the forest. Wang Feng, standing in the square, seemed to have a premonition. After tidying up the square early, he left Shrek Academy and looked towards the distant commotion from a large tree, as well as the faint screams that reached his ears. He couldn't help but shake his head. He initially thought that if he gave you a beating, Uncle Hao would let you go. It seems that fate has its own plans. Teacher Xiao, it looks like you can't escape this disaster. Chapter 84, Check-in. The third martial soul, the Pangu Axe. 6. The next morning, Wang Feng slowly opened his eyes after meditating. His soul power was currently in an incomplete state. Normally, soul masters could not cultivate beyond level 30. However, Wang Feng was different. He compressed and purified his soul power, reaching level 30, but it was not yet saturated. In simple terms, he had reached level 30, but his experience bar was not full, and there was still room for compression and purification. However, after yesterday's battle, Wang Feng felt that his level 30 soul power was about to reach its limit. At that moment, a clear voice rang out in his mind. Shrek Academy, check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining a special mysterious weapon soul. The host possesses a 10,000-year soul ring and receives an additional reward. Soul ring limit increased by 2,000 years. Please choose. First, the Golden Lightning Leopard Spirit. Second, the Ice Emperor Lizard Spirit. The moment the voice sounded, Wang Feng was taken aback. After coming to Shrek Academy, he thought that since he had joined the academy, he would hear the system's voice, but he had not heard it until now. Unexpectedly, it suddenly rang out just as his soul power was about to reach level 30. This means that level 30 soul power is the key point for activation, and the 10,000-year soul ring is just an additional reward. The soul ring limit must be the Golden Lightning Leopard Soul Ring. 2,000 years is a bit exaggerated for this extra reward. After Wang Feng made his choice, he felt that the purple soul ring surrounded by the blue lotus within him had deepened in color. The limit of the soul ring should provide some enhancement to the soul skills. He wondered what kind of enhancement it would bring to the divine skill. Wang Feng pondered. In addition, he also felt warm currents flowing through his body, first entering his heart and flowing like tears of a meteor. After being compressed and purified, it transformed into soul power, causing his soul power to completely reach a saturated state of level 30. Regarding this, Wang Feng felt somewhat helpless. For ordinary soul masters, a 2,000-year soul ring enhancement could significantly boost their soul power. However, for him, who compressed and purified soul power, the amount of enhancement was very limited. Nevertheless, the divine soul skills should see some improvement. The first soul ring is now 8,000 years old. Wang Feng felt a bit excited. The limit of his soul rings had been raised. In the Douluo Continent, such opportunities only appeared in the later stages. He didn't expect it to happen now. Coupled with his currently incredibly strong physical condition, it was like adding icing on the cake. The system probably didn't anticipate that he would use compressed and purified soul power. Otherwise, this 2,000 years of limit increase should have provided him with a significant boost. By the way, what is the mysterious weapon spirit? Wang Feng frowned. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, Wang Feng's spirit jolted. His eyesight gradually became blurry. The surroundings instantly turned ethereal and illusory. Wang Feng's spirit seemed to enter a mysterious space, just like when he first awakened the chaotic green lotus martial soul. Where is this? Where's the martial soul? Wang Feng took a deep breath, looking around at the pitch blackness with nothing in existence. He didn't know how long he had been walking, just kept walking. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to tremble. Wang Feng could feel as if some terrifying presence was awakening. Immediately after, a fierce roar came from a great distance. The roar was terrifying. Wang Feng felt a chill deep in his heart at that moment. He felt as if he was about to die. There seemed to be light ahead. Wang Feng suddenly looked into the distance. Where the light reached, terrifying rumblings echoed. It was as if something was being chopped. Looking up at the light, Wang Feng's heart sank, and he vaguely thought of something. After an unknown amount of time had passed, boom! In the pitch-black world, the crack in the sky grew larger and larger. With the light, Wang Feng finally saw the scene in the distance. He saw a giant who stood shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and the earth, wielding an ancient axe. Stepping to the rhythm of the earth, chopping down at the chaotic sky, one axe after another. Oh my God! Is this Pangu creating the world? Wang Feng was stunned, not expecting to see such a scene. He didn't know whether the illusion was real or not. After a long time, with the giant's final strike, the chaotic dark sky was split apart from a distance. Suddenly, it seemed that the giant sensed Wang Feng's presence, turned around, and swung an axe directly at him. Seeing the ancient and magnificent axe coming toward him, Wang Feng was completely bewildered. The axe came down directly towards Wang Feng's forehead, but instead of splitting him in half, it was directly imprinted into his forehead. Wang Feng's mind shook, and he lost consciousness once again. The last image he saw was the giant who had thrown an axe at him slowly collapsing. The breath he exhaled turned into wind and clouds. His left eye became the sun, and his right eye became the moon. His limbs and body transformed into the four poles of the earth and the famous mountains of the five directions. His blood turned into rivers, his muscles became soil. His hair transformed into stars in the sky, and the hair all over his body turned into various rare flowers and herbs. His teeth, bones, and marrow also became all kinds of precious treasures, and even the sweat from his body turned into clear dew and sweet rain. The final image made the unconscious Wang Feng's mind clear. Could it really be Pangu? Was that axe just now the Pangu axe that opened the heavens? This mysterious weapon spirit, could it actually be the Pangu axe that opened the heavens? Wang Feng fainted. When he woke up, he was drenched in sweat. In this room, there was only Wang Feng, so there were no other people. Wang Feng's face was somewhat pale, looking exhausted, a kind of mental exhaustion. If the weapon spirit given by the Pangu axe system is really this, then it's too abnormal, isn't it? Wang Feng felt a bit incredulous. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The next check-in location is deep in the Stardoe Forest with level 40 soul power. If you have a soul ring over 30,000 years old, there will be additional special rewards. Wang Feng barely registered the system's voice. His mind was filled with thoughts of the Pangu axe. Wang Feng closed his eyes, his mind immersed in the sea of consciousness. In the center, above the chaotic blue lotus, a mysterious and ancient axe was hovering. It really is Wang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his left hand spread out. A slight tremor of soul power within him revealed an ancient axe, exuding an aura of primal grandeur, appearing before Wang Feng. Although it was merely in the form of a martial soul, it still made Wang Feng feel as if he were witnessing the scene of the world being created. With a grasp of his hand, the axe was taken in, and Wang Feng's complexion turned a few shades paler again. Unexpectedly, the third martial soul turned out to be such a terrifying thing. Wang Feng shook his head, feeling it was extremely absurd. Just moments ago, as he activated his soul power and manifested his martial soul, he felt that more than half of his soul power was depleted. This opening heaven axe, it probably wasn't something that could be easily used. It was a divine object capable of creating a world, even if it was just in its martial soul form. Wang Feng couldn't imagine its power. Chapter 85. Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun 7. The Haotian Hammer, the Haotian sect, is known as the strongest weapon martial soul in Douluo Continent, and it is the top among assault-type martial souls. I wonder how much of a difference there is compared to this opening heaven Pangu Axe? Wang Feng felt a slight heat in his heart. The power of the Pangu Axe could far exceed his imagination, but to truly use it, he probably needed at least level 40 soul power, which seemed unlikely. If it were other soul masters, they might not be able to wield the Pangu Axe even at levels 60 or 70. Compared to the layered unlocking of the Chaotic Green Lotus, the Pangu Axe appeared much more terrifying. Was it because he had just witnessed the scene of the creation of the world? Time to take a shower and go find something to eat. Wang Feng's heart stirred. Outside the village, he might run into Ma Hongjun, so he could go take a look later. To be honest, among the Shrek 7 monsters in Douluo Continent, the one that left the deepest impression on Wang Feng wasn't the protagonist Tang San or the two girls, but Ma Hongjun. Mainly because his martial spirit setting is simply the dream of countless men. And the funniest part is that he only barely gets out of his single status close to the end. After taking a shower, Wang Feng walked out of Shrek Academy, following the village path, looking at the surrounding farmland. Before long, he heard a commotion ahead. Accompanied by an angry voice, someone shouted, "Who are you calling a country chicken?" Upon hearing the term country chicken, Wang Feng smiled and walked over. Sure enough, he saw Xiao Wu and a chubby boy fighting. The chubby boy was even shorter than Xiao Wu, standing at about 1.6 meters, and he looked quite cute. At that moment, his hair was standing on end in anger, and since his martial spirit was activated, his hair resembled a comb-like crest with some feathers sprouting from his arms, making him look quite like a country chicken. He had 2 yellow soul rings on him, and his soul power level should be on par with Tang San. The evil Fire Phoenix, a top-tier beast martial spirit, though it should not be in its complete form yet. Wang Feng watched from the side, unsure if his flames could be absorbed by my Red Lotus. The Red Lotus has the ability to absorb flames. Before long, the chubby Ma Hongjun was knocked to the ground by Xiao Wu using her waist-bow spirit skill, but he quickly got back up. Xiao Wu also took off her shoes that were covered in purple flames, looking somewhat surprised. The two of them should be evenly matched. Wang Feng pondered that Tang San's blue silver grass was countered by Ma Hongjun's purple flames, leaving him to just watch from the sidelines unless he resorted to hidden weapons. And even then, 2 against 1 wouldn't be easy. At that moment, in the distance, Xiao Wu seemed to have spotted Wang Feng and couldn't help but brighten up, saying, "Fengge, over here. This little fatty is openly bullying good women. Come help us." Upon hearing the voice, Ma Hongjun also turned to look, only to see a tall and handsome young man walking over with a smile. Damn, is there no justice? Where did this guy come from? He's even a few points more handsome than Dai Lauda. Ma Hongjun felt a mix of jealousy and despair as he looked at Wang Feng, and involuntarily showed some hostility in his eyes. The more handsome he was, the more he was the nemesis of the fatty. "Stop fighting, I think you all misunderstood." Wang Feng walked over, smiling as he spoke, showing no intention of getting physical. "Xiao Wu, I noticed that when you used your waist-bow to knock down this little guy just now, that girl had a look of reluctance in her eyes. They should be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, right? Are they breaking up?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Tang San were momentarily stunned. They had just arrived and initially thought that this little chubby guy was teasing the girl, so they assumed it was a misunderstanding. "So let's not fight. Let's reconcile," Wang Feng said. He had no mood to fight with Ma Hongjun anyway. Moreover, when Dai Mubai arrived later, they would have to reconcile. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at the girl, named Suhua, and indeed saw a hint of reluctance in her eyes, which made them realize a bit more. Yes, you guys stop fighting. The reason between Hongjun and me is our own," Suhua said gently as she walked over. brushing off the dust on Ma Hongjun with a concerned expression. Hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a wave of embarrassment. It seemed they really had misunderstood her. Reconcile? You want to reconcile after hitting me? Get out of my way. Ma Hongjun, however, was relentless. He was furious after being kicked to the ground by this little rabbit and wanted to reconcile, just like that. He was already filled with rage due to the breakup, and now was extremely irritable. So how could he agree so easily? If you want to reconcile, then you have to get through me first. Ma Hongjun pushed Zuhua aside and looked at Wang Feng with a proud expression. Wow, you little chubby guy, even if you were in a relationship, you can't bully her. I was going to apologize to you, but you're still being unreasonable. Xiao Wu exploded, saying, Brother Feng, beat him up. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't behave. Beat me up? Ma Hongjun sneered, then come on. After that, Ma Hongjun's martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, suddenly lit up. Phoenix possessed. Kid, I held back because I thought she was a girl. You're a guy, so I won't hold back at all. Ma Hongjun shouted, activating his second soul skill. Bathing fire phoenix. The yellow soul ring lit up around him. Suddenly, a layer of purple flames engulfed his entire body, forming the shape of a phoenix. Although he looked rather comical due to his bulkiness. Brother Feng, be careful. This little chubby guy's flames are very troublesome. Once they attach, they are hard to extinguish. Tang San quickly reminded. Indeed, it was because Ma Hongjun had held back a bit that Xiao Wu had the opportunity to get close. Otherwise, dealing with just that flame would have been very difficult. However, Wang Feng stood still, showing no signs of moving at all. So calm? Does he look down on me? Ma Hongjun was instantly furious. After all, he was one of the 3 students from Shrek Academy, a monster school, personally accepted as a disciple by the dean. So he had his pride. When he was just fighting with Xiao Wu, he had a bit of pity for her and had held back, not wanting to really hurt her. But now it was different. This boy looked so handsome and thought he could play peacemaker. Who does Ma Hongjun think he is? You want to reconcile just because you have this handsome face? My Ma Hongjun will not let you off that easily. The anger in his heart seemed to fuel Ma Hongjun's soul power as he opened his mouth and spewed out a scorching purple flame towards Wang Feng. Almost instantaneously, Wang Feng, who didn't dodge, was completely enveloped by the purple flames. I'll burn you until you scream. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, not expecting this boy to be so easily caught. He thought to himself, that little beauty called him Brother Feng, so his strength should be decent, right? He wouldn't be just a pretty face, would he? Chapter 86. Do you think my fist is big? 8. At the same time, Tang San and Xiao Wu instinctively exclaimed. But just then, from within the purple flames, a laugh came. The temperature of the flames is not bad, but if you want to burn me until I scream, you still have a long way to go. Upon hearing the voice, everyone was stunned. Then, they witnessed an incredibly strange scene. They saw Wang Feng, who was surrounded by the purple flames and appeared to be engulfed in fire, suddenly grow a hand, and a bright scarlet-red lotus quietly bloomed. In the next moment, all the purple flames instantly spiraled and were drawn into the red lotus. As expected, it can absorb. Wang Feng smiled as he looked at Hong Lian, just as he had guessed. But when Ma Hongjun saw this scene, his mouth dropped open. It was as if he was witnessing this for the first time. His own flames? They were actually being absorbed? Isn't this heaven's way of countering me? Ma Hongjun wailed inwardly. Brother Feng's martial spirit is so powerful. It can actually absorb that little fatty's special flames. Xiao Wu said excitedly. Tang San also thought to himself, Brother Feng's martial spirit is indeed extremely strange. 2 forms, truly full of mysteries. It can even absorb flames. Little fatty, you restrain my martial spirit, but unexpectedly, your own martial spirit can also be restrained, right? Tang San couldn't help but shake his head and smile. As the saying goes, the cycle of heaven's way. Brother Feng is exactly your nemesis. Ma Hongjun, I don't believe it. Ma Hongjun rubbed his eyes, unwilling to accept the reality in his heart. The soul ring lit up, and Ma Hongjun was about to unleash his first martial spirit, Phoenix Fireline. But at that moment, whoosh, a figure flashed in front of him. A huge fist suddenly appeared right before Ma Hongjun's eyes. The gust of wind from the fist made Ma Hongjun's hair stand on end, swaying left and right. Gulp. Ma Hongjun was stunned on the spot, swallowing hard. He hadn't even had time to release his soul skill. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Zulfust. I can't see the figure at all. Is this fist big, you say? Wang Feng said with a smile. Yes, a bit big. Ma Hongjun nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Are we reconciled? Yes, yes, yes. Ma Hongjun hurriedly said with a smile. Wang Feng finally withdrew his fist. Xiao Wu chuckled. This little fatty is really cowardly. Tang San was also speechless. Ma Hongjun squinted at Wang Feng. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Where did this monster come from? Not only does he restrain my martial soul, but his speed is also so fast. I didn't even have a chance to use my soul skill, just now. If that punch had landed, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of fear. Hey, Tang San, Wang Feng, what are you doing here? In the distance, Dai Mu Bai, dressed neatly, with golden hair slightly tilted back, walked over gracefully. Dai Mu Bai approached, looked at the battle marks around, and glanced at Ma Hongjun. Dai Hu, this guy was just bullying my girlfriend. Can you believe it? Brother Feng stepped in to mediate, and he still wasn't convinced. Now he's probably scared after being beaten by Brother Feng, right? Xiao made a face at Ma Hongjun. Dai Mu Bai sighed and seemed to guess what had happened, shaking his head and saying, actually, you misunderstood. I'll just tell you directly, fatty, don't stand behind me. Dai Mu Bai pulled Ma Hongjun out and explained. His name is Ma Hongjun, and he is a student of our Shrek Academy. Tang San, do you remember I told you yesterday that there are only 3 of us in Shrek Academy? Could it be that he is one of them? Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun in astonishment. Dai Mu Bai nodded and continued. What just happened was actually because of Ma Hongjun's martial soul, that grass chicken martial soul. The Phoenix martial soul. After saying that, Dai Mu Bai looked at Ma Hongjun as if he wanted to laugh. To be precise, it's called the Evil Fire Phoenix. A mutated martial soul. Ma Hongjun added. Mutated? Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Mutated martial souls are quite rare. Moreover, mutated martial souls can either mutate towards a stronger direction or a weaker direction. Obviously, this fatty's mutated martial soul is one that has mutated into a more powerful martial soul. The Phoenix martial soul is extremely rare. Wang Feng wasn't too surprised upon learning this. Although it was a mutated beast martial soul, extremely powerful, the Evil Fire Phoenix had the word evil in its name, which indicated that this martial soul would cause soul masters to experience surges of evil fire. This evil fire would increase male impulses, which could become extremely intense. If not properly channeled and released, it could lead to very serious consequences. Dai Mu Bai shook his head helplessly, thinking that Suehua probably couldn't handle Ma Hongjun's excessive behavior, which led to their breakup. After hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Ma Hongjun with strange expressions, frowning in silence. This isn't my fault. As long as I cultivate, I will definitely have such impulses. Otherwise, I would be consumed by the flames. Besides, it's mutual consent. I didn't force anyone. Ma Hongjun added. Xiao Wu snorted, feeling that Shrek Academy truly had all kinds of strange characters. If you didn't force her, why did Suehua break up with you? Ma Hongjun's face turned bright red. At this moment, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. If this guy Ma Hongjun were in his past life, he would definitely be a confirmed duck king when he grew up, adored by wealthy women. However, as he continued to cultivate, the characteristics of the Evil Fire Phoenix gradually diminished. Who knows if he would regret it? That's naturally because Miss Suehua couldn't handle the demands of this chicken phoenix, 3 to 4 times a day. Who could stand that? Because of this, Ma Hongjun broke up several times a year. No girl could handle it. That's why we have this scene now. Dai Mu Bai laughed heartily. Xiao Wu's face turned red with embarrassment. As a newcomer, Tang San was also a loss for words, feeling that the academy was truly full of bizarre people. What are you laughing at? Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mu Bai and scoffed. Aren't you also dating different girls 3 times a day? If I had your face, I wouldn't be like this. What nonsense are you talking about? Dai Mu Bai was taken aback, looking around and whispering, Fatty, let's keep our voices down. What are you shouting about over such a small matter? Don't bring this up again in the future. A young man should enjoy his youth. I'm also a romantic youth. After all, Wang Feng thought of the 2 beautiful twin girls that Dai Mu Bai was holding when he left the Rose Hotel. It's quite normal. Which man or woman hasn't had a romantic escapade in their youth? Even in a past life, if you casually ask around, who hasn't been in a few relationships? Even if someone really hasn't, there are still a few unforgettable people in their heart, right? Even Wang Feng, as a homebody, occasionally reminisced about his past life and couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Hey, Boss Dai, are you turning over a new leaf today? I admire you, Ma Hongjun said with a chuckle. Dai Mu Bai snorted and said, Follow me. I'll take you to the cafeteria to eat. After we finish eating, gather at the academy immediately. Chapter 87. Able to fight, endure, and escape. 9. The Shrek cafeteria was quite simple, just a room built with mud bricks, reminiscent of the rural atmosphere in Wang Feng's memory. The hired villagers still used clay stoves, and the food cooked in large iron pots was decent and plentiful. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were there in the cafeteria. When they saw Tang San and the others arrive, Ning Rongrong smiled and waved to Xiao Wu. The two live in the same room and were quite close. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, nodded slightly to the group as a form of greeting. The group quickly finished their meal and hurried to the academy. Cough, cough, while we still have some distance, let me introduce you, Dai Mubai said, walking ahead and pointing at Ma Hongjun. This is Ma Hongjun. He's the last student in our Shrek. This is Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Wang Feng. Dai Mubai pointed to each of the four. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up, but unfortunately, during the meal, it seemed that Xiao Wu had said something to Ning Rongrong. One was cold and proud, while the other didn't even look at Ma Hongjun, leaving him with a helpless smile. When Dai Mubai pointed at Zhu Zhuqing, she quickened her pace and walked ahead. Oh, Boss Dai, it seems you've met your match with this girl killer. She didn't even glance your way. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, feeling a bit balanced. Dai Mubai's expression was somewhat awkward, but he merely chuckled a few times and didn't say anything. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were actually betrothed since childhood, a legitimate engaged couple. Others had no right to interfere in their matters. Not long after, the group arrived at the academy's main square, lined up in a row and standing still. After a while, Oscar, who had shaved his beard, leisurely walked over while biting a grilled sausage. It must be said that Oscar, after shaving, did look a bit handsome. However, the girls didn't focus their attention on him. There was no helping it. With a grilled sausage in his mouth, his image was not very appealing. Moreover, a middle-aged man appeared at the front, attracting the attention of several people. Wang Feng focused his gaze. This person was none other than the dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. The various advanced and unconventional ideas of Shrek Academy were all established by him. Flinder was in his 50s, robust in stature, walking with a steady and powerful gait. He had a distinctive appearance, wearing square black crystal glasses with a slightly protruding chin and deep-set eyes, giving him a shrewd impression. A cunning businessman? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. What cunning businessman? This is our dean, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, a level 78 soul sage, even more powerful than Teacher Xiao. Wang Feng replied. Keep your voice down. If he hears you, you'll be in trouble, Oscar reminded. Level 78. Xiao Wu sighed in relief, feeling fortunate in her heart. At that moment, Flinder walked in front of the 8 of them, first scanning the crowd before slowly saying, not bad. I didn't expect that this year we would have 5 new little monsters. I want to say much more. You experienced a battle with Teacher Xiao yesterday, and I assume you haven't fully recovered yet. Mubai, you will tell them the Academy's rules and regulations later, and then make sure they get a good rest. They must rest well. The first class today will start in the evening. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Wang Feng, you 3 come with me. Dai Mubai quickly stepped forward and agreed, first explaining the Academy's rules to Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others. Oscar walked out with a bitter smile, probably having some idea of what was happening. Wang Feng was also quite curious about why he was called out. Could it be that he would have to run laps for exercise? But that wouldn't improve anything for him. Flinder probably wouldn't do that. To be honest, Wang Feng came to Shrek Academy mostly out of curiosity and also because the location was a check-in point. If it were about studying, he would have to rely on himself. You 3 are all support-type soul masters. Flinder looked at the 3 of them and said lightly. And support-type soul masters are often the most vulnerable on the battlefield, needing protection from teammates. A slight mistake can put their lives in danger. Now, tell me, what is the most important thing for a support-type soul master in battle? After saying this, Flinder first looked at Oscar. Oscar thought for a moment and replied, it should be to stay behind your teammates as much as possible, trust your teammates, and trust your back to them, and use the terrain and buildings to avoid danger, staying away from hazardous areas. It was a very orthodox and correct answer. Flinder nodded and then looked at Ning Rongrong, seemingly inquiring. The most important thing is, of course, to find a place to hide after buffing your teammates, Ning Rongrong said softly and straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Flinder couldn't help but chuckle, and Oscar also laughed. Wang Feng thought to himself, this is the difference with Ning Rongrong. Having been pampered since childhood, she hardly considers her teammates. After all, in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, others naturally revolve around her, and she doesn't need to rely on any teammates. In fact, she has become accustomed to this kind of situation. Wang Feng, what do you think? Why do you want to become a support-type soul master? At this moment, Flinder's gaze fell on Wang Feng. Ning Rongrong and Oscar also turned their attention to Wang Feng, seemingly eager to hear his response. Wang Feng smiled and said, I think being able to fight, endure, An escape makes you a qualified support-type Soul Master. As for why I chose to be a support-type Soul Master, it's simple. I'm just too strong. If I weren't a support, my teammates wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. As soon as he said this, Flander, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong were all stunned. This simple statement contained an extreme level of confidence and arrogance. Flander's mouth twitched. What does it mean that if you weren't a support, your teammates wouldn't have a chance to act? So arrogant. But thinking about it, this kid indeed has the capital to be arrogant. Flander grinned and then laughed heartily. This kid was to his taste. He finally understood why Zhao Wuji was so fond of this kid. He was even more arrogant than Zhao Wuji. As a member of Shrek Academy, you might not be strong, but you absolutely cannot be timid. You can't be afraid of trouble. This is the principle of their academy. Boasting. Ning Rongrong blushed and glared at Wang Feng. Although this sounded a bit boastful, it was the first time she heard someone define a support-type Soul Master like this. And she found it very novel and quite arrogant, but she didn't feel disgusted. Rather, she felt a bit pleased. Chapter 88. The Cunning Flander, 10. Impressive. Oscar looked at Wang Feng and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What Wang Feng said should be the ultimate essence and dream of a support-type Soul Master, right? Cough, cough. Flander coughed a couple of times and continued. Indeed, being able to fight, endure, and escape, these 7 words summarize it very well. Being able to do these 3 points is indeed what makes a qualified support-type Soul Master. Among these, the ability to escape is crucial. So today, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you two will run around the village 20 laps. If you don't finish by noon, you 1T get lunch. Wang Feng, you are responsible for monitoring their training completion. Flander's eyes sparkled as he said lightly. Hearing this, Wang Feng was taken aback, thinking to himself, could it be that the course of history is about to change because of me? Flander actually asked me to monitor them? After saying this, Flander walked towards Tang San in the distance. After Flander left, Wang Feng thought for a moment and seemed to remember something, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. That cunning old fox. What are you looking at? Hurry up and run. Wang Feng looked at Oscar and Ning Rongrong with irritation and said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong huffed and ran out first, with Oscar following closely behind. Meanwhile,